age groups, and borders of all kinds to touch lives around the globe. With 9 original studio albums, 2 re-recorded studio albums, 5 extended plays, 3 live albums, and 14 compilations, you have sold well over 100 million album units, earning awards and honors in every category. You have used the remarkable platform you earned to galvanize support for the Equality Act, to prevent discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. And you have spoken out, and you have supported initiatives to protect women and girls from harassment and sexual assault. You have donated significantly to victims of floods and tornadoes, for cancer research, literacy programs for children, and public education. You have fearlessly challenged the exploitation of music artists and successfully championed their right to be compensated for their work.
Taylor Swift. You are a role model across the world for your unprecedented talent and accomplishment, your fierce advocacy for protection of those facing discrimination, and your commitment to speaking out forcefully, eloquently, and effectively on behalf of all artists. By virtue of the authority vested in me, I am pleased to confer upon you the degree of Doctor of Fine Arts, honoris causa. I am now pleased to introduce Taylor Swift, who will respond on behalf of the honorary degree recipients.
Hi, I'm Taylor. Last time I was in a stadium this size, I was dancing in heels and wearing a glittery leotard. This outfit is much more comfortable. I would like to say a huge thank you to NYU's Chairman of the Board of Trustees, Bill Berkeley, and all the trustees and members of the board, NYU's President Andrew Hamilton, Provost Catherine Fleming, and the faculty and alumni here today who have made this day possible. I feel so proud to share this day with my fellow honorees, Susan Hockfield and Felix Matos Rodriguez, who humble me with the ways they improve our world with their work. As for me, I'm 90% sure the main reason I'm here is because I have a song called 22. And let me just say, I am elated to be here with you today as we celebrate and graduate New York University's class of 2022. Not a single one of us here today has done it alone. We are each a patchwork quilt of those who have loved us, those who have believed in our futures, those who showed us empathy and kindness, or told us the truth even when it wasn't easy to hear. Those who told us we could do it when there was absolutely no proof of that. Someone read stories to you and taught you to dream and offered up some moral code of right and wrong for you to try and live by. Someone tried their best to explain every concept in this insanely complex world to the child that was you as you asked a bazillion questions like, how does the moon work? And why can we eat salad but not grass? And maybe they didn't do it perfectly. No one ever can. Maybe they aren't with us anymore. In that case, I hope you'll remember them today. If they are in this stadium, I hope you'll find your own way to express your gratitude for all the steps and missteps that have led us to this common destination. I know that words are supposed to be my thing, but I will never be able to find the words to thank my mom and dad, my brother Austin, for the sacrifices they made every day so I could go from singing in coffee houses to standing up here with you all today, because no words would ever be enough. To all the incredible parents, family members, mentors, teachers, allies, friends, and loved ones here today who have supported these students in their pursuit of educational enrichment, let me say to you now, welcome to New York. It's been waiting for you. I'd like to thank NYU for making me, technically, on paper at least, a doctor. Not the type of doctor you would want around in case of an emergency. Unless your specific emergency was that you desperately needed to hear a song with a catchy hook and an intensely cathartic bridge section. Or if your emergency was that you needed a person who can name over 50 breeds of cats in 1 minute. I never got to have a normal college experience, per se. I went to public high school until 10th grade, and then finished my education doing homeschool work on the floors of airport terminals. Then I went out on the road for radio tour, which sounds incredibly glamorous, but in reality, it consisted of a rental car, motels, and my mom and I pretending to have loud mother-daughter fights with each other during boarding so no one would want the empty seat between us on Southwest. As a kid, I always thought I would go away to college, imagining the posters I would hang on the wall of my freshman dorm. I even set the ending of my music video for my song Love Story at my fantasy imaginary college, where I meet a male model reading a book on the grass, and with one single glance, we realized we had been in love in our past lives. Which is exactly what you guys all experienced at some point in the last 4 years, right? But I really can't complain about not having a normal college experience to you, because you went to NYU during a global pandemic, being essentially locked into your dorms and having to do classes over Zoom. Everyone in college during normal times stresses about test scores, but on top of that, you also had to pass like 1,000 COVID tests. I imagine the idea of a normal college experience was all you wanted too. But in this case, you and I both learned that you don't always get all the things in the bag that you selected from the menu in the delivery service that is life. You get what you get. And as I would like to say to you wholeheartedly, you should be very proud of what you've done with it. Today, you leave New York University and then go out into the world searching what's next. And so will I. So as a rule, I try not to give anyone unsolicited advice unless they ask for it. I'll go into this more later. I guess I have been officially solicited in this situation to impart whatever wisdom I might have to tell you things that have helped me so far in my life. Please bear in mind that I in no way feel qualified to tell you what to do. You've worked and struggled and sacrificed and studied and dreamed your way here today. And so you know what you're doing. You'll do things differently than I did them and for different reasons. So I won't tell you what to do because no one likes that. I will, however, give you some life hacks I wish I knew when I was starting out my dreams of a career and navigating life, love, pressure, choices, shame, hope, and friendship. The first of which is, life can be heavy, especially if you try to carry it all at once. Part of growing up and moving into new chapters of your life is about catch and release. What I mean by that is knowing what things to keep and what things to release. You can't carry all things, all grudges, all updates on your ex, all enviable promotions your school bully got at the hedge fund his uncle started. Decide what is yours to hold and let the rest go. Oftentimes, the good things in your life are lighter anyway, so there's more room for them. One toxic relationship can outweigh so many wonderful, simple joys. You get to pick what your life has time and room for. Be discerning. Secondly, learn to live alongside cringe. No matter how hard you try to avoid being cringe, you will look back on your life and cringe retrospectively. Cringe is unavoidable over a lifetime. Even the term cringe might someday be deemed cringe. I promise you, you're probably doing or wearing something right now that you will look back on later and find revolting and hilarious. You can't avoid it, so don't try to. For example, I had a phase where, for the entirety of 2012, I dressed like a 1950s housewife. But you know what? I was having fun. Trends and phases are fun. Looking back and laughing is fun. And while we're talking about things that make us squirm but really shouldn't, I'd like to say I'm a big advocate for not hiding your enthusiasm for things. It seems to me that there is a false stigma around eagerness in our culture of unbothered ambivalence. This outlook perpetuates the idea that it's not cool to want it, that people who don't try are fundamentally more chic than people who do. And I wouldn't know because I've been a lot of things, but I've never been an expert on chic, but I'm the one who's up here, so you have to listen to me when I say this. Never be ashamed of trying. Effortlessness is a myth. The people who wanted it the least were the ones I wanted to date and be friends with in high school. The people who want it the most are the people I now hire to work for my company. I started writing songs when I was 12, and since then, it's been the compass guiding my life, and in turn, my life guided my writing. Everything I do is just an extension of my writing, whether it's directing videos or a short film, creating the visuals for a tour, or standing on a stage performing. Everything is connected by my love of the craft, the thrill of working through ideas and narrowing them down and polishing it all up in the end, editing, waking up in the middle of the night, throwing out the old idea because you just thought of a newer, better one, or a plot device that ties the whole thing together. There's a reason they call it a hook. Sometimes a string of words just ensnares me, and I can't focus on anything until it's been recorded or written down. As a songwriter, I've never been able to sit still or stay in one creative place for too long. I've made and released 11 albums, and in the process, I've switched genre from country to pop to alternative to folk. And this might sound like a very songwriter-centric line of discussion, but in a way, I really do think we are all writers. And most of us write in a different voice for different situations. You write differently in your Instagram stories than you do your senior thesis. You send a different type of email to your boss than you do your best friend from home. We are all literary chameleons, and I think it's fascinating. It's just a continuation of the idea that we are so many things all the time. And I know it can be really overwhelming figuring out who to be and when, who you are now, and how to act in order to get where you want to go. I have some good news. It's totally up to you. I have some terrifying news. It's totally up to you. I said to you earlier that I don't ever offer advice unless someone asks me for it, and now I'll tell you why. As a person who started my very public career at the age of 15, it came with a price. And that price was years of unsolicited advice. Being the youngest person in every room for over a decade meant that I was constantly being issued warnings from older members of the music industry, media, interviewers, executives, and this advice often presented itself as thinly veiled warnings. See, I was a teenager at a time when our society was absolutely obsessed with the idea of having perfect young female role models. It felt like every interview I did included slight barbs by the interviewer about me one day running off the rails. And that meant a different thing to every person who said it to me. So I became a young adult while being fed the message that if I didn't make any mistakes, all the children of America would grow up to be perfect angels. However, if I did slip up, the entire earth would fall off its axis, and it would be entirely my fault, and I would go to pop star jail forever and ever. It was all centered around the idea that mistakes equal failure, and ultimately the loss of any chance at a happy or rewarding life. This has not been my experience. My experience has been that my mistakes led to the best things in my life. And being embarrassed when you mess up, it's part of the human experience. Getting back up, dusting yourself off, and seeing who still wants to hang out with you afterward and laugh about it, that's a gift. The times I was told no, or wasn't included, wasn't chosen, didn't win, didn't make the cut. Looking back, it really feels like those moments were as important, if not more crucial, than the moments I was told yes. Not being invited to the parties and sleepovers in my hometown made me feel hopelessly lonely. But because I felt alone, I would sit in my room and write the songs that would get me a ticket somewhere else. Having label executives in Nashville tell me that only 35-year-old housewives listen to country music, and there was no place for a 13-year-old on their roster, made me cry in the car on the way home. But then I'd post my songs on my MySpace, and yes, MySpace. And I would message with other teenagers like me who loved country music, but just didn't have anyone singing from their perspective. Having journalists write in-depth, oftentimes critical pieces about who they perceived me to be made me feel like I was living in some weird simulation. But it also made me look inward to learn about who I actually am. Having the world treat my love life like a spectator sport in which I lose every single game was not a great way to date in my teens and 20s. But it taught me to protect my private life fiercely. Being publicly humiliated over and over again at a young age was excruciatingly painful, but it forced me to devalue the ridiculous notion of minute-by-minute, ever-fluctuating social relevance and likability. Getting canceled on the internet and nearly losing my career gave me an excellent knowledge of all the types of wine. I know I sound like a consummate optimist, but I'm really not. I lose perspective all the time. Sometimes everything just feels completely pointless. I know the pressure of living your life through the lens of perfectionism. And I know that I'm talking to a group of perfectionists because you are here today graduating from NYU. So this might be hard for you to hear. In your life, you will inevitably misspeak, trust the wrong person, underreact, overreact, hurt the people who didn't deserve it, overthink, not think at the time when we lose things, we gain things too. Now you leave the structure and framework of school and chart your own path. Every choice you make leads to the next choice, which leads to the next, and I know it's hard to know which path to take. There will be times in life where you need to stand up for yourself, times when the right thing is actually to back down and apologize, times when the right thing is to fight, times when the right thing is to turn and run, times to hold on with all you have, and times to let go with grace. Sometimes the right thing to do is to throw out the old schools of thought in the name of progress and reform. Sometimes the right thing to do is to sit and listen to the wisdom of those who have come before us. How will you know what the right choice is in these crucial moments? You won't. How do I give advice to this many people about their life choices? I won't. The scary news is you're on your own now. But the cool news is you're on your own now. I leave you with this. We are led by our gut instincts, our intuition, our desires and fears, our scars and our dreams. And you will screw it up sometimes. So will I. And when I do, you will most likely read about it on the internet. Anyway, hard things will happen to us. We will recover. We will learn from it. We will grow more resilient because of it. And as long as we are fortunate enough to be breathing, we will breathe in, breathe through, breathe deep, and breathe out. And I am a doctor now, so I know how breathing works. I hope you know how proud I am to share this day with you. We're doing this together, so let's just keep dancing like we're the class of 22.
Taylor Swift there giving an inspirational commencement speech as she picks up her honorary doctorate degree there. Amazing to see Yankee Stadium for NYU. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. When we come back, everyone, we are in the commencement mood right now. We'll take you out to Connecticut there. You see Vice President Kamala Harris as she made the keynote address at the U.S. Coast Guard's commencement. We'll bring that to you on the other side of the break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Coming up in the next hour here, we're going to go out to Capitol Hill. Senator Ted Cruz and other Republicans not holding back on the crisis that we are seeing with gas really continuing to hit new highs at really a daily pace now. So we'll listen in to that right here on Live Now from Fox. But right now, we want to go out to Connecticut here. This is a live look right now. Kamala Harris giving and shaking hands to our U.S. Coast Guard members who just graduated there. A great honor for all of them, our men and women that will serve in our U.S. Coast Guard. They're an amazing, amazing moment right there for the friends and family there of these heroes. In the meantime, we want to rewind the tape a little bit and show you her commencement speech that she made about 30 minutes ago. And we have the tape here. Yes, we do. Let's air it right here on Live Now from Fox.
The tape, really, Mike? The tape?
I'm also proud to be joined today by my military aide, Lieutenant Commander Lauren Milisi, who graduated from this academy in 2009. She is, yes. She has traveled around the world with me, and this is her last trip. Lauren, I am so thankful for your service. And to the class of 2022, congratulations on this tremendous achievement. All you have been through, from that first 5 a.m. wake-up call during Swab Summer, to dipping your rings in the waters of the 7 seas at the ring dance, you have traveled on this remarkable journey together. I hope you look to your left and look to your right and know you have made lifelong friendships. You have dedicated yourselves to relationships that will last throughout your career. And you made it through together in such a demanding military training and a rigorous academic program in order to serve your country in the world's greatest Coast Guard. A Coast Guard, I should note, that has been strengthened, of course, under the leadership of Admiral Schultz. And a Coast Guard, as Admiral Schultz mentioned, that will soon be led by Admiral Fagan, the first woman in history to lead a United States military service. And to all the parents and loved ones who are here, I know you are feeling an immense sense of pride in these cadets today. And it is a pride that I share, especially when I talk about them, which I do, with other world leaders. President Joe Biden and I, well, we view our cadets as our eyes and ears and hands and hearts wherever you serve, at home or abroad. You are doing the critical work. You will be doing the critical work to protect our country, to advance our interests, and to shape the trajectory of world affairs. We applaud you all for all you have done, as families, as loved ones, to develop the cadets that they are today. I have had the personal honor of working closely with the Coast Guard over the years, from my time as Attorney General of California to being Vice President of the United States. And I know who you all are. I know that you cadets possess the highest level of training, professionalism, and excellence. And cadets, I will then share with you my perspective on where I believe we are in the world today, the work of the Coast Guard, and your role in both. I will start with how I see the world. You all graduate into a world that's going to need your leadership, one that is full of possibility and the promise of progress. At the same time, the world you graduate into is unsettled. It is a world where long-established principles now stand on shaky ground, where the rule of law in places is strained, where rules and norms are under question. We see this in Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, where fundamental principles are under threat. Principles that are well grounded in the belief that sovereignty and territorial integrity of all nations must be respected. The belief that all people have a right to peacefully choose their own leaders, and that borders must not be changed by force. For a time, it seemed as though these rules and norms would prevail. Now, they are being called into question. And the challenges we face are broader than Russia. Around the world, we see additional attempts to undermine the rules-based order. Nations that threaten the freedom of the seas, criminal gangs and traffickers who skirt the rule of law and fuel corruption and violence, those that manipulate and undermine the foundations of international commerce. When I think about protecting the security of the United States and the world, I am clear-eyed. One of our defining missions is to strengthen the international rules-based order, to defend it, to promote it, and to build on it. Over time, this order has been tried and this order has been tested. And far too often, I will share with you, I think we have taken it for granted. Frankly, sometimes we forget how rare it is in human history to have a period of relative peace and stability among nations. We must remember, upholding a system of laws, institutions, and common understandings. This is how we ensure the safety and security and prosperity of the United States. And this is how we preserve stability in the world. Cadets, this is where you come in. In addition to the work you will do at home, you will serve a vital role in advancing our nation's interests abroad. For example, just last week in Washington, D.C., I chaired a meeting with 9 leaders from Southeast Asia. I spoke with them about the United States Coast Guard, about you, with pride. I informed them that we are sending a new cutter to Southeast Asia to serve as a training platform, that we are sending additional Coast Guard personnel to help them build their law enforcement capacity, and that we are launching new initiatives to crack down on illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing in the region. These leaders have told me before, and they said again, ours is a vital partnership. And what I will tell you as the bells ring is the presence of the United States Coast Guard is a reminder to the world that we as the United States are committed to a free and open Indo-Pacific, and that it is a priority for our own national security. And of course, your influence abroad extends far beyond Southeast Asia. The Coast Guard has more than 60 bilateral and multilateral agreements around the world. When you partner with these foreign governments, you strengthen our global standing. And to be clear, if our nation is to be strong abroad, we must also be strong at home. And every single American, in addition to you cadets, has a role to play in bettering our nation. Today is a joyous occasion, but it is impossible to ignore that we gather mere days after a horrific attack of hate in Buffalo, New York. Another despicable act in the epidemic, I fear, that may be happening, of hate that we must condemn. I spoke earlier about international rules and norms, but there are also rules and norms that what we must as Americans hold on to, as each other, as Americans. Rules and norms founded in the belief that a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us, that hate and violence have no place here in America, and that we are all in this together as one nation, undivided. I look out at you cadets, and I see the very best of America. I see a group of individuals, each with your own life experience, a group who came together to become a strong, cohesive unit in service of the greater good, a group bound by shared values and the belief that out of many, one, enter as many, leave as one. As a nation, we're going to count on you to hold us to that ideal. Now, as officers in our Coast Guard, you will work together as a unit, of course, to better our nation, and your work every day is going to help ensure the safety, security, and prosperity of the American people. When you serve on a cutter in the Western Pacific, you will protect the sea and the sea lanes where billions of dollars of trade flow, and you will support the jobs and livelihood of millions of Americans. When you serve at a port like Savannah or Long Beach, you will ensure that families have access to the goods they need, when they need them, at a price they can afford. This is the connection between the work you do and all that happens around the world, right into what happens in the households of American families. When you patrol the American shores, looking for drug traffickers, you will help prevent harmful products from reaching our communities. When you work on critical and emerging areas like cybersecurity and the climate crisis, you will help push our country forward into new frontiers. In everything you do, you will embody America's values, and you will enhance our strength as a nation, which is why your role in both the world and the Coast Guard is so important. Class of 2022, your lived experience makes you uniquely suited for the task at hand. I don't have to tell you, you are a generation that grew up online. In fact, your class, of course, includes the first graduates in the history of this institution that will have a degree in cyber systems. That's very impressive. You came of age in a post-9/11 era defined by threats like the climate crisis and a global health pandemic. You are familiar with a world that, frankly, feels strange and new to so many of us. And I believe you have the ability to see what can be, unburdened by what has been, to learn from the past, but not be limited by it, to identify new opportunities for our Coast Guard to lead both in today's unsettled world and far into the bright, beautiful future. We need your perspective, and we need your expertise. In just a few short minutes, you will take an oath and become officers in the United States Coast Guard. And as you do, I ask you, remember how you feel right now, your excitement about this journey, your excitement about the world, about your service, about your future. Remember how you feel in this moment, because that will help guide you in each of your assignments ahead. President Biden and I have great faith in your ability. We know you are ready to serve, and your country is so proud of you. Congratulations again. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America.
A nice speech there from our Vice President there at the U.S. Coast Guard Commencement. Always nice to see, and what a tribute that is there to the men and women there of the Coast Guard. We do have some breaking news that we do want to get to you just coming in right now with this breaking news here. One of the former Minneapolis police officers who was about to go on trial on charges related to the killing of George Floyd pleads guilty. Thomas Lane has pleaded guilty to aiding and and abetting manslaughter charges. According to Fox 9's Paul Bloom, Lane has agreed to serve a 3-year sentence in federal prison to be served concurrently with the sentence he gets in federal court. So no further prison time will be added. Lane, along with his former colleagues, have already been convicted on federal charges of violating Floyd's civil rights. The other 2 officers are still set to go on trial in state court starting on June 13th there. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that one for you. Just wanted to provide that breaking news to you right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody, as we continue on right here. Phoenix headquarters continues to roll on right here on Live Now from Fox. We got a lot of stories to get to, and we're happy that you are here with us. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you today. Well, one of the big topics that a lot of Americans are talking about, it doesn't matter if they go out to dinner or sitting at the dinner table with their family, it's talking about gas prices, and every day we are hitting new records in this country, unfortunately. Now, for the first time in our history, every state in America has an average gas price of at least more than $4 a gallon there. And in some states, like California, you're seeing an average gas price there of $6 or more there. So definitely a big eye-popping moment there for so many that are at the pumps right there. Senate GOP members coming together today earlier and wanted to talk about the gas prices, and we are going to listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
D.C. or whether you are up north in Alaska, everyone is seeing the impact. For 9 days now, we have seen the national average of our gas prices above the highest ever levels. If that doesn't get folks' attention, I'm not quite sure what will. I come from a state where, yeah, we're an energy producer. We recognize that, but yet we pay some of the highest energy costs in the country. And right now, our gas prices are the 6th highest in the country. Statewide, regular gas has increased by more than 50% over last year. It's actually been 52%. As of yesterday, Alaska's statewide average was $5 a gallon. This is the highest ever average in our state. And again, we're used to somewhat high prices, but when it's on average over $5 in places like Anchorage and Fairbanks, think about what that means to our rural communities. Over 80% of our communities are not connected by road. So fuel comes in by barge, fuel comes in by air. In Fort Yukon, up the Yukon River, gas is $7.25 a gallon. Up in Noatak, just above the Arctic Circle, it's a stunning $11 a gallon. And so think about what that means. It's not just what you're paying when you fill up your car. It's everything else that is associated with it. If you're a fisherman in Cordova, Alaska, we had a conversation with a fisherman who said that last year at this time, he fueled up his boat, paid $2,500 to fuel up his vessel to go out and fish for black cod. This year, same time 1 year later, he paid exactly double. He paid $5,000 to fuel his vessel. In the meantime, the costs for food and for his crew have gone up by 10%, and the cost for insurance has gone up by 30%. What hasn't gone up is the prices that he's paid for his black cod. So you look at this, and this is absolutely unsustainable. It's not just the price that you're paying at the pump, it's what you're paying to keep your homes warm. In Noatak, where again, you've got pretty high oil prices, think about what that means for your home heating fuel. $1,200 a month. How is any of this sustainable? How can you have sustainable communities? So we're now at a very exciting time in our state's calendar. It's spring. Spring brings a breakup along the river system, and the ice goes out in the Sound. But it's equally exciting because that's when the barges come. So you haven't had fuel since the fall. So think about what that means to these communities, whether you're Fort Yukon at $7.25 a gallon or No Attack at $11 a gallon. And you're now locked into a spring fuel barge delivery where they're anticipating that the increases will be $1.50, but not just $1.50 that you're transitioning into, but you flip the switch on that now. These are the everyday realities that people are facing. So you can't afford to fuel your boat to go fishing. You can't afford to put fuel into a snow machine or a four-wheeler to go hunting. So this is real. This is real. Now you're going to hear my colleagues talk a lot about the prices in their state, which are impacting the people that they represent. But Alaskans are saying, all right, we're dealing with this right now. What are you doing in Washington, D.C. to address all of this? They want to know, what's the plan here? Right now we've got an administration whose plan is to blame anybody but them and their policies. They're quick to blame it all on Putin. Yes, there is a war. Yes, we recognize that. But these price increases started long before Putin crossed into Ukraine. This is not something where you can just blame big oil and go after price gouging. This is not something where you can attack others when it is failed policies that this administration has put in place. It really comes down to basic supply and demand. And we know that supply matters and domestic supply matters. If we're not learning anything from Ukraine and Russia and what we're seeing in Eastern Europe, domestic supply matters. So the Biden administration needs to reverse its anti-supply actions. It needs to take its bad ideas off the table. It needs to restart our development programs. It needs to start approving crucial projects that deliver greater supply. It's a pretty simple choice here. We can pick Alaska over Iran. We can pick Wyoming over Venezuela. So it's pretty easy here. My colleagues are going to have a great deal more to say about this, so I will turn to the senator from Wyoming, the ranking member of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, who's been leading on these issues for a long time. Senator Brasso.
Thanks, Lisa. So today, for the 9th day in a row, energy prices in America, the price at the pump has hit an all-time high, $4.56 a gallon. There's the comparison today than the day when Joe Biden took office, when it was $2.38 a gallon. There's not a single state in the country where gas is under $4 a gallon today. And in Wyoming, where people drive the most miles per capita than any other state in the country, people are feeling it particularly hard. And Joe Biden seems to be willing and committed to keeping the cost of energy high for the American people for the foreseeable future. Otherwise, why does he continue to choke and strangle energy production in America? Just last week, he canceled 3 major lease sales for exploration for oil and gas in the United States. Just canceled them. You know, he can't have it both ways. One day last week, he has said it was Putin's price hike, and the very next day, he canceled these lease sales. The American people see through this. They understand this. Joe Biden has lost all credibility in terms of his ability to deal with inflation, the cost of energy. And the American people have lost all confidence in this president to relieve the pain at the pump. When people drive by a gas station, a convenience store, and they see the price right up there on the sign, and you see prices like that, people wince, because they know for sure that that means they're going to have less money left over for food, for clothing, or to do things with their kids. And what's the president decided to do? Well, he's come up with a gimmick to release $1 million barrels a day of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. It's done nothing to relieve the pain at the pump. But it has made us more vulnerable. I mean, that energy is there in case of a true emergency. And it may not be there with the way he's kind of continuing to release 1 million barrels a day all the way up until Election Day. The American people know we have the energy in the ground, and Joe Biden will not let us get it out. And why won't he let it get out? Well, because he is so beholden to the climate extremists. That's the altar at which he worships. So it is no surprise that the American people think we are going to pay high prices for a long, long time to come. And it's the reason that 3 out of 4 Americans today say our country is headed in the wrong direction.
Someone showed me a Facebook post yesterday, and the poster commented, my neighbor.
We're going to take a brief break here for some of you on Live Now from Fox. Some of you will be seeing just a quick 2-minute break, and then we'll get you right back out here to senators continuing to talk about gas prices surging in America.
That kind of reflects the sentiments in America today. Not just gasoline prices, but inflation, and it is a serious problem for lower middle income and poor Americans. For upper middle income and higher Americans, this inflation led by gasoline prices may cause them to have to choose between Amazon Prime and Netflix. But for our less fortunate Americans, it's a choice between filling up their car or paying their rent or buying the food. It's no mystery why we're having this inflation in gasoline. When your demand remains constant or it increases and your supply shrinks, you're going to see price increases every single time. Why is supply shrinking? Well, I think the main reason, there are other reasons, but I think the main reason has to do with President Biden's energy policy. We know now, after 14 months, that President Biden's energy policy is wind, solar, and wishful thinking. The American economy is the most powerful economy in all of human history. It can't run without energy. 80% of our energy comes from fossil fuels. Someday that will be lower, but that day is not here. And gasoline markets and oil markets are like every other market. They don't just, the price does not just reflect the current situation. Markets are forward-looking. The price of gasoline today and the price of oil and natural gas also reflects what people who produce the product and who buy the product think about the future. And there's no question that they look ahead under the Biden administration and see that they expect the Biden administration to continue to do everything it can to bankrupt the oil and gas industry. And I know the Biden administration will respond by saying, oh, Kennedy, we're producing more oil today and natural gas in America than we ever have. But once again, these markets are not just today, looking at today, they are they're forward looking. And that's just basic economics 101. I'll give you one example quickly. The president says, I'm not against oil and gas. All you have to do is look at his proposed new rules for the National Environmental Policy Act, the proposed rules for NEPA. Take a good look at a pipeline, because you won't see another one in America if these rules pass. You can't produce, certainly, natural gas without pipelines. So, thank you for being here.
Yeah, Iowa is a very rural state, and many of the folks that live in our small town communities do have to commute. They have to commute to get to their jobs. And the cost of fuel today is really putting a strain on those individuals that are just trying to get out there and do their jobs. We have seen this all across the United States, but in Iowa in particular, we hit an all-time high this past week, the highest fuel has ever been in history in the state of Iowa, and our diesel fuel is even worse. So when you look at $4.50 or so for gasoline, we have diesel now that's over $5 a gallon. And this is the spring planting season in Iowa. And our equipment runs on diesel. And so when you look at the cost of the inputs that our farmers have, a lot of that falls on the fertilizer shortage. A heck of a lot of it falls on the fuel prices, you know, and then it is driving up every part of our economy. We rely on transportation to get goods from point A to point B, and the fuel costs are wrapped up in those goods. With inflation, the fuel costs, all of our families are paying $5,200 more this year for the same goods and services that they paid for last year. It's really hard on folks across Iowa. This crisis, it's self-inflicted. You've heard my colleagues talk about what we can do as a United States and what the administration should be doing. First and foremost, let's unleash American energy. We have the capabilities, we have the skills, and we have the resources right here in the United States to be energy independent. We shouldn't be subjected to these prices. Iowans should not be subjected to these prices. So I am encouraging the administration to get out there, rethink their dependence upon this deranged climate policy, really do the right thing for Americans, put Americans to work. Let's use our own natural resources here. So this hurt, it's going to keep going, and unless President Biden decides to do something different. And I pray that he does, because it is destroying our rural communities.
Well, with the highest number of illegal border crossers in history last month, we have a 40-year high in inflation. We have families that can't get access to baby formula. And for the 9th consecutive day in a row, we hit the highest gasoline prices in the history of our country. To put some context in this, I feel somewhat guilty talking to some of the other states on this, because when we were gathering here in this same room a month ago, this is a comparison of the pictures that I showed you a month ago. This is in El Reno, Oklahoma. El Reno, Oklahoma, you can get gas a month ago for $3.95. As of this week, it's $4.34. And that's cheap for a lot of other areas of the country and what they're experiencing. Listen, this frustration that we have is this White House does this all the time right now, constantly on energy production. That their focus is, we want more energy, and then when they ask for permits, if they ask for leases, if they ask for permission to do seismic tests offshore, they say no, no, no. So publicly, they're saying one thing, and then privately, they're saying to the producer something very different. What does that really look like in real life? Well, the administration, as they shut off seismic studies in the Gulf of Mexico, they can say, well, the leases are out there, but you actually can't go drill because you can't do the seismic work. So instead, the president will go to Iowa and will say, we're going to increase ethanol production. And then the very same week, the president steps up and says, we're going to release 1 million barrels of oil a day from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Well, Mr. President, you announced that March the 31st. And March the 31st, when you made the announcement, we're going to release 1 million barrels of oil a day from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, average price was $4.22. Now, we're hitting record highs. Well above that. Listen, this constant rolling piece that we see is the constant increase of prices based on the administration saying they don't want more supply, but they actually want prices to go down. That's not how it works. This week, in fact, just yesterday, we had a hearing with some of the folks from Canada and some of the energy producers from Canada and some of the Canadian government officials. And they were astounded that just months ago, President Biden announced that we need to get more oil into the United States, and so he went to Russia and to OPEC and encouraged them to produce more oil. When the Canadians were saying, we have ready oil available right next door, but for whatever reason, the administration doesn't want Canadian oil and is discouraging the production of American oil, all the while saying, I wish the prices would go down. At the same time, we've got investors doing this ESG, like BlackRock and others, that are actually trying to cut off access to capital for oil and gas companies that need access to capital to actually do the drilling and the operation. They're making the capital more expensive because of the ESG standard that they put out there. Listen, Americans feel this. This is what real life looks like every single day for Oklahomans when they're trying to figure out how I'm going to buy groceries and all the different effects that they're actually feeling. When Oklahomans ask me, why are prices up so high, I can point to this every time. Because the price of diesel is up, that means every single product that we buy that's transported on a diesel truck all just went up in price. The price of all shipping went up. The price of all ag products just went up because every single tractor fuel price went up, skyrocketed. So we're feeling the effects on every single area of the economy because President Biden is unwilling to deal with the base of our economy, that's energy prices.
So the average price of a gallon of gasoline across country now, $4.56 a gallon. It just keeps going up. How much higher is it going to go? There isn't a single state in the country now where gasoline is less than $4 a gallon. And if you want to buy diesel, add another $1 on top for a gallon of diesel. So North Dakota, my state, is a big energy producing state. But we're also a big ag state. Now think about what those prices mean for our farmers who are just now getting out in the field. Not only the fuel, the gasoline, the diesel that they need to run their tractors or other equipment, but fertilizer. Look at what that's done, because fertilizer is very energy intensive, right? Okay, so not only is their fuel much higher, now their fertilizer, if they can even get it, that's much higher too. That puts a huge burden on the people that produce our food supply every single day. And that's not just a burden on our farmers and ranchers. What does that translate into? Well, our farmers...
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you top feeds and stories from all over the country.
When they have those increased energy costs caused by the Biden administration's energy policies, that affects every single American every single day because it's in the food supply, right? So when you look at inflation, a huge component of inflation across the board in every product is that energy cost. And it's because the Biden administration has put the handcuffs on our energy producers. Whether it's restricting things like Keystone XL pipeline or restricting our ability to build gas gathering systems so we don't have to flare natural gas, right? Instead, we can get it to market. Whether it's putting a moratorium on federal lands, onshore and offshore. And oh, by the way, then he says, well, we're going to reverse that, but he only opens up 20%, but he raises the royalty rate, and then he stops actual leases. He just stopped a lease in Alaska. He just stopped leasing in the Gulf of Mexico. So that moratorium continues, but then the Biden administration says, well, no, just produce the leases you have. Well, the problem there is they're holding up the permits and the ability to produce those leases because of the blizzard of regulations and in the courts. So those leases then can't be produced either. So it's the regulatory burden they put out there as well. And then it not only affects us in terms of our economy, it's a national security issue. Our inability to permit LNG facilities means we can't get natural gas to our allies in Europe, in Western Europe. And so that makes them dependent on Russia at the very time that we're working to fight against, to support Ukraine in their fight against Russian aggression. So it's not only an economic imperative that affects every American every day, it's a national security imperative. We need a change in this energy policy. We need a change in this energy policy right now for all those reasons and more. And that's why it's incumbent on all of us and people across this country to stand up and say, all right, Biden administration, enough of this. Enough of this. Quit telling us that you're trying to help us with this inflation problem when you continue to restrict our ability to produce energy in this country.
Well, thank you all for being here, and I think that you can hear the frustrations in everybody's voices, and also I think we've done an excellent job of framing the issue, and we don't have to do it too much because it gets framed to us every weekend. I come from West Virginia. We drive everywhere. We drive to school, we drive to work, we drive to the grocery store, we drive to church, we drive to see our families, we drive to see our friends. I mean, we are rural America where cars are the only way to get to the places that you need to be. And so I think what people want to hear is, I get it, that you understand that gas has gone up in West Virginia today. I think it was $4.34. It's now nationally $4.56 up. They want to see somebody take responsibility, and the president is the one who said when he was first elected, I'll take responsibility instead of blaming others. And honestly, all he's done in this instance, something that hits everybody every day in their pocketbook, is blame everybody else. He blames Vladimir Putin. He blames COVID. He blames even American businesses. And if you just even look and try to deflect his reasoning on who he blames, you can see that the prices were escalating well before Vladimir Putin ever invaded Ukraine. They've been escalating for a year before we even heard him talk about it with any kind of meaningful discussion. So, you know, we have these high gas prices. We know that the solutions are there, and we've heard folks talk about it. I know Lisa on the Energy Committee has worked hard on unleashing the American entrepreneurship and the American energy. Certainly, I come from an energy state as well that can be a contributor to help bring America back to that energy security and those and the security of families knowing what their obligations are going to be when they fill up their car. So I was actually in my driveway, and I was going to take a walk, and this guy in a truck is driving by, stops. This is a true story. His name's Craig. And he tells me that he has to fill his truck up every day, and it costs him $140 to fill his truck up every single day. It's diesel. I said, well, what was it before? What was it before all these prices went up? $60. So it's basically almost 2.5 times now for him to fill up. And it's gone up probably even more since we had the conversation over the last weekend. So it's time for the president to take responsibility that's actually going to result in pulling together and lowering these gas prices. So I would say we have heard from West Virginians. I know you all are hearing from people on your websites. I just brought a few with me. I went past a gas station today in Huntington. Gas is now $4.25, so this is obviously a little probably dated to last week. A gallon food is going up. Utilities are going up. I'm a senior, and I'm barely making it. Senior citizen, Huntington, West Virginia. Quote, this is a father and a husband in Wellsburg, which is the very tippy top of our state. I fear before summer I will literally be choosing which to pay. Fuel for my vehicle, or food for the table for myself, my wife, and my 2 small children.
All right, guys, we've been listening in here. Obviously, gas price is a huge topic that needs to be discussed, especially as we are only expecting to see those averages continue to increase. Going to be switching us into a new press conference that is just getting underway out of New York City. This is going to be the DA speaking about the recent mass shooting in Buffalo, New York. Let's go ahead, listen in live here on Live Now from Fox.
Social media and other venues, and I'm going to try and clarify some of that if I can. Just so everyone knows, our office has had contact with the Erie County District Attorney, Mr. Flynn, and we've offered the assistance of the Broome County DA's office any way that we can to help him move forward with this investigation. I'm just going to touch on a couple things. We did do a press release yesterday where I spoke a little bit about the incident that occurred back in 2021. So I'm going to touch on that just briefly. There was an incident in 2021. We've been in touch with the Susquehanna Valley School District regarding that. The defendant was participating in an online class at that time, and he made some disturbing comments about murder and suicide. A teacher responded to that, followed up with the defendant, trying to get clarification, and he indicated that he was just joking and said LOL. This was all on a message online class. The teacher reported it to the Susquehanna Valley School District authorities based on the fact that the defendant was not on campus. He was not at the school at the time. The school resource officer was not involved in it. It was turned over to the state police because they went to the defendant's residence to interview him. Once they interviewed him, he again indicated that this was a joke, but the state police took precautions and took the defendant to Binghamton General Hospital for a psychiatric evaluation. At that point in time, he was evaluated by a mental health care professional, and a short time later, he was released. Now, based on HIPAA laws and other things, and that this just happened 4 days ago, we don't have the details of that report. However, from past history, we know that if someone was found dangerous when they go in for a mental health evaluation, they're immediately committed and actually transported to a state hospital for further evaluation. That did not happen in this case. The defendant, who was 17 years old at the time, was released to the custody of his parents and returned home. He was actually cleared and went back to school and participated in his high school graduation. There's a news report that neighbors were interviewed that even indicated that he had a graduation party at his house. So at that point, he was not a threat. The unfortunate thing is the New York State Police, school officials, and mental health professionals, now they don't have a crystal ball. They can't read into the future. They can only evaluate the subject on the information that they had at that time. And the investigation is focusing on what happened after that period of time to just about a year later when this past Saturday in the city of Buffalo. So again, that was a review of that indicated that the New York State Police followed up appropriately on what the school district advised them of. They properly transported the individual to Binghamton General Hospital for a mental health evaluation. At that point in time, he was found not to be dangerous at that time, and he was released to the custody of his family. Another issue that has been brought up, and I'll just touch upon it, is the red flag law of New York State, where individuals can apply to the court for what's called an extreme risk protection order, or an ERPO ruling. Now, this application can be made by anyone. It's a civil procedure. It's not a criminal procedure. It can be brought by a family member, a school official, a counselor, the police, and the district attorney's office. Generally, it's brought by someone who indicates that they know the person, they're concerned about the person's well-being, and they've had contact with that, because that person or that party that brings the action has to go forward and prove it in court. And just like any other law, we've heard a lot about bail reform and discovery reform and all sorts of laws. The red flag law is just like any other law. As a prosecutor and district attorney of the county, I'm bound to follow that law, whether I really agree with it or not. For the court to issue this, proof has to be given to the court that the individual is dangerous at that point in time, that they're a risk of harm to themselves or to another person. Now, at that point in time, this defendant had been interviewed by a mental health professional who deemed him to be not dangerous or not at risk of harming himself or others at that particular time. So there would have been no basis for the hearing to go forward at that, because you had a professional medical person who evaluated him and found him not to be a risk at that time. Again, if during that evaluation the defendant was found to be dangerous, he would have then been committed to a state facility for further evaluation and treatment. There was no basis under the mental hygiene law to detain him at that point in time, and he was released. Now, if the laws need to be changed, I'm sure that the lawmakers in Albany will be looking closely at this case as a test case to see, do laws need to be expanded? Do they need to be changed? Does there need to be different protocol? Every agency involved in this investigation that I've talked to is obviously going to reevaluate the steps that were taken. However, again, you can't see into the future. Just like any defendant released on bail, there's no guarantee that they won't reoffend. This was a 17-year-old student at the time who had no history of being treated for any mental illness that we know of. He was evaluated and released. And this incident happened a year later. So again, unless someone is found to be dangerously mentally ill, you can't be detained just because of mental illness or a mental crisis. So that's kind of the procedures that we went through. I will answer your questions now, but I'm not trying to be rude, but if any of it carries over into DA Flynn's investigation, I'm going to have to politely say I can't answer it. That's part of an ongoing investigation. So not that I won't be able to talk about it in the future, but today as we sit here 4 days into the investigation, I'm limited as far as talking about what happened in Buffalo.
Was your office notified about any of this last June, or are you only finding out about it now?
Well, our officers knew about it. The school officer knew about it.
I mean the DA's office. Was the DA's office made aware of?
Yes, individuals in the DA's office did know of this, the incident.
Knowing what happened in 2022, what do you wish happened in 2021 involving this suspect?
Well, there's recommendations made. I mean, you can't change the law going back, but obviously they probably recommended follow-up treatment, as they do in all cases when someone is evaluated for a mental health crisis. It appears that he obviously didn't follow up on any of that. Now, under New York State law, no one can be forced into treatment. No one can be forced to take medication. That's just the law in New York State, and we live in a free society. However, if more services were available for him to take advantage of, and I said, I'm not placing blame on parents or on the school, but he obviously needed to be guided toward treatment, and it doesn't appear that he received it.
Mr. Korchak, did you personally have conversations with the school resource officer or school officials at Susquehanna Valley High School or with the state police investigators with regard to Mr. Gendron following the comments that he made about 11 months, nearly a year ago?
Our school resource officer program had contact with them. I personally did not speak with the Susquehanna Valley School District.
Given what happened and the fact that there was that mental health evaluation, should there be other steps when that kind of a violent threat is made to look into whether or not it is a violent threat independent of potential diagnosable mental illness?
Well, we're bound by the law to go forward. So in order to get that order where he's prohibited from possessing or purchasing firearms, we have to prove to the court that he is likely to harm himself or others. And we had a medical professional evaluate him and say that at that point in time, he wasn't likely to harm himself or others. So we're kind of bound by the law, and we have to follow that law. I'm not permitted to bring frivolous cases to the court or try and hope the judge follows this, even though the law says that he's already been evaluated and found to be not likely to cause harm to himself.
So at the moment, there's no sort of extra investigatory steps that take place unless there's that mental health asterisk, for lack of better phrasing, on that case?
Right. If there is one of the ERPO or the order from the court prohibiting him, then he goes into the registry that if a background check is done, when he goes to purchase a gun, it'll come up. Now, that's up for debate. When someone goes for mental health treatment, should that automatically trigger them on the registry? I don't know. I don't make the law, but then we're trying to encourage individuals to go seek mental health treatment, and if they know that they're going to end up on a registry if they go, people might be reluctant to follow through on the treatment that they need.
Should anyone that puts in writing a murder-suicide threat be not allowed to buy a weapon?
Well, according to the law, if they're found to be dangerous to themselves or others at the point in time they're evaluated. I mean, again, I was 17. I never did this, thankfully. People say stupid things all the time. and then you're reaching into trying to read people's minds and things of that nature. That's why I feel that the state police did what they had to do. They took them up to Binghamton General Hospital and got an evaluation.
Is what happened on Saturday afternoon at the store in Buffalo the type of thing that occasionally keeps you awake at night for concern? Not that there necessarily is anything or was anything you could do, but still of concern that somebody who has been in contact with Broome County's justice system ultimately winds up offending in such an egregious way where in this particular case 10 people have died.
It keeps me up at night every time someone posts bail and is out on a violent felony, hoping they don't reoffend. It keeps you up at night. Unfortunately, that's the world we live in. People do have liberties, and we have to abide by the law as it's written. I'm sure that the lawmakers in Albany will be looking at this case closely.
Did law enforcement know that he had access to firearms?
All right. Once again, we are listening in live here. DA is talking about that deadly shooting inside of the supermarket in Buffalo, New York, giving some more background information on that suspected gunman, especially at a time when we know mental health is a huge deal here across the United States, as well as gun violence. So we are going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break and continue listening into this press conference live right here for you on Live Now from Fox when you return.
Time that the police responded and when he was...
I don't have that. It was early June of 2021. He graduated at the end of June 2021.
Do you have a timetable between how quickly all the events were in relation to the other? Within a few days?
Yeah, it was with the police were notified immediately and they responded shortly thereafter from my reading of the reports.
And did he go to the hospital overnight, or is that something that can be done in just a basically inpatient visit?
My understanding is he was brought to the hospital, but depending on what time of day you're brought, he did stay overnight at the hospital, but then was released.
Mr. Korchak, have you ever had occasion to speak with Peyton Gendron yourself or his parents?
Oh, no, I've never spoken with the defendant or his parents.
And you were, up until Saturday, you personally were unfamiliar with the family?
That's correct.
Tia Korchak, just a few minutes ago, Attorney General Letitia James said that her office will be launching an investigation into the social media platforms that the Buffalo shooter used to plan, promote, and stream his terror attack. Do you agree with her decision to investigate these companies?
Well, it's something to look into as to whether there's, violent threats, just like in terrorism cases where individuals are radicalized online to join the Taliban. I mean, it's something that should be monitored, but, you're walking a very fine line with the First Amendment. People's rights to say whatever they want. The First Amendment protects people from saying outrageous things. Do I think they should be monitored? I do think so, because we have a lot of criminal defendants that we prosecute that are involved in this dark online underworld, but that's the world we live in now, and that's what we got to deal with.
When lawmakers look at this case in Albany, so what do you hope will come out as whether we do laws or regulations?
I'm really hoping that more treatment is available to those that need it. But as I stated before, it's a free country, and even under New York state law, you can't force anyone to take medication, you can't force anyone to be treated for a mental illness, and unfortunately, it's not until a crime is committed, really, that the DA's office gets involved and someone is prosecuted. But obviously, anything we can do to prevent what happened on Saturday, I would be in favor of looking at.
Could you be specific about more treatment? Does the school not have enough treatment for its students specifically? Should police have a follow-up procedure that every few months they're checked in? What's your suggestion?
Well, in this particular case, it was difficult because he did return to school. And now that school is back in session full-time, in person, individuals within the school would have been able to monitor him and see how he was doing. But he graduated shortly after that, and then there was really no supervision available to him. As well as it should be. It is a free country. You don't have to check in with people. But based on the fact that this happened, you would hope that someone, his family, a counselor, someone would have kept checking in with him to make sure he was okay. But then again, people hide things too. You have functioning addicts in the workplace, and people don't know it. There's a lot of underlying mental health issues out in our community that need to be addressed. how you do it is, if I knew that answer, I probably wouldn't be standing here.
The suspected shooter withdrew the option for an evaluation for a mental health check now that he's been arrested since what happened on Saturday. Given that we don't actually have confirmation that what drew him to commit this act on Saturday was mental health, what other steps are you potentially looking at ensuring that you can catch people before this happens if they don't necessarily qualify with a mental illness?
Well, it's just very difficult. That's why you hope the community would get involved and actually, report people if they're acting strangely, have unnatural behavior. But, part of the problem is you can't force anybody to do anything. And again, we don't want to go into a situation where you're having forced incarceration and forced treatment. So it's really a fine line you're treading between, you want to protect the community, but you have to protect people's rights as well.
In the state of New York, is there a way to make sure that someone who could be violent doesn't get their hands on a firearm if they don't have that history of mental illness?
There's really no way of doing it, and there's actually no way of preventing someone from driving into Pennsylvania and purchasing a firearm or purchasing a firearm on the street. Again, the mental illness is more the focus. The firearm is obviously a concern, but there's a lot of people. We have mental health defendants who they don't have a mental health defense because it doesn't rise to the level of that they're not mentally competent to stand trial, but they have a history of mental illness. We had just one guy recently who killed another individual by striking him in the head repeatedly with a hammer. Gun control wouldn't have helped that situation. It's the mental health aspect of it that needs to be addressed.
Aside from providing assistance to the Erie County DA's office, is your office now actively involved in any other actions as a result of what happened in Buffalo on Saturday?
Well, we're working with local investigators, the local state police, just to assist the Erie County District Attorney's Office in their investigation. Everything is open at this. I can't get into the details of the investigation, but individuals are being interviewed that had contact with him over the past several years, just to sort of find out the background information and, not that you're ever going to solve what led up to this, but at least try and understand.
Has anybody so far suggested that anyone in Broome County had prior knowledge to what the 18-year-old Conklin resident did on Saturday, that anybody around here knew what was likely to happen?
I don't have any information on that personally, but everyone is going to be questioned that had any contact with this individual in the years leading up to this.
Can I ask it another way? Should the residents of Conklin expect more law enforcement presence in the next few days?
Being the crime scene is actually in Buffalo. I mean, the state police were at the residence of the defendant and did a search of that residence, and they were interviewing neighbors and canvassing the area. They'll most likely go to the school and question individuals there. Anyone, as I said, anyone who had contact with the defendant at any point in time is someone that we want to talk to.
Do you foresee charges against the parents?
Again, he's an adult. He was 18 at the time that this was done. The parent, my understanding is that the parents were cooperating, but the investigation is still ongoing, and I can't really get involved in D.A. Flynn's investigation.
Has your office contacted his parents or interviewed his parents up to this point?
We personally have not, but the state police investigators have been involved in that.
The entire world is hearing about a white supremacist from Broome County. What would you say? How would you characterize the problem of white supremacy in Broome County?
I don't know if racial bias is only, it's not limited to Broome County, it's limited to the entire world. And now that you can go online and access any type of website, a hate crime is a hate crime no matter who it's against. And my understanding is that the DA in Erie County will be presenting the case to the grand jury shortly, and obviously hate crime charges will be incorporated into that for the grand jury to consider.
But your job is to protect the people of Broome County. Do you see a problem of white supremacy in Broome County?
We don't have a lot of racial bias cases that come in, but it's really educating people and exposing them to different people. I mean, it's really hard to say. I mean, the DA can prosecute the crimes that come in. You know, I would love to be able to say that I could change the entire community for the better, but I just have to do my part, enforce the laws of Broome County to make Broome County a safer place for people to live in.
And when you read his writings to think they were authored in Broome County, what should be done about what people say and write in these somewhat public forums online?
That's where you're battling the First Amendment, because everyone has the right to be stupid. Unfortunately, I hate to say it that way, but that's really what it comes down to. You can voice your opinion. There's never no consequences for your opinion, but you have a right to say it. And again, with the dark web or whatever you want to refer to it as, it is a major problem that young individuals get sucked into this hole, and with all the time they were spending at home during COVID. Again, that's no excuse. This individual is 18 years old. You know, we can try and fix the system of mental health, we can try and fix bail, we can try and fix a lot of things, but the one person who's responsible for this is sitting in jail in Buffalo right now.
Do you think other young men in Broome County, teenagers, may have become self-radicalized over the last couple of years and perhaps have some of the same apparent beliefs that Peyton Gendron seemed to have expressed in his writings?
I mean, it's entirely possible that that's happening all over, but we really have no way of knowing that. I'm sorry, in the back?
The Erie County Sheriff Garcia says that the shooter fell through the cracks. Based on what you know, do you feel the same way?
Well, he did fall through the cracks, you know, as far as the system goes. However, when you look at the defendant individually, you had a 17-year-old high school student who had never been treated for mental illness before. Obviously, he was suffering from some sort of delusion or mental illness. When you look at the writings, you can tell. However, if a person does not have a history of mental illness, how do you prepare for that? If he had a long history of mental illness, you know, I know it's called the red flag law, but there would have been red flags to the school, to neighbors, to police. However, as far as we know, the information I have, he has no long history of mental illness like you see in some other individuals.
Is that a requirement for, is that something that triggers the red flag orders? Like, must the person have a history of mental illness?
No, they don't have to have a history of mental illness, but what has to be proven to the judge is that they're an immediate threat to themselves, the safety of themselves or others. So the fact that he was evaluated and found not to be dangerous and not to be a threat to himself or others sort of showed that there was no basis to get one of those orders.
And does your office pursue those orders often? Do you have a sense of how often and what makes a successful request?
We don't keep statistics on it, but you know, since the law has taken effect, we've probably done it over a dozen times. However, I would say 90% of the time it's related to a criminal charge. It's related, most cases we've dealt with domestic violence, where a domestic violence charge is brought forward and the individual who is charged has guns in the house. And then the state police know that and they come to us and we go forward to court, which is a lot easier to prove when there's actually a criminal charge in place. So those are most of the cases that we deal with.
Is there one thing you wish happened differently?
It's hard to say because anyone can look back and say, oh, he said this to me, or I saw this and I should have done something. But, you know, in and of itself, one thing might not be an indication of it. You know, you just wish that he had some friends or someone who would be able to discourage him from this kind of conduct. But, again, if he's radicalized online, I don't know who he was talking to or following, but, you know, it's a very disturbing trend.
Disturbing indeed. We are going to continue to listen into this press conference right here on Live Now from Fox after some of you come back from this 2-minute break.
It won't be the last time throughout the country or the world, but we got to do what we can in Broome County to try and fix this mental health problem.
So here we are, 4 days since the massacre in Buffalo. Are you concerned that there may be copycat incidents like this? Because apparently, whether it's people here in New York State or elsewhere around the world, there are some people who have this view or share some of the views of the suspected shooter. Are you concerned that there may be similar incidents by people trying to replicate what happened in Buffalo?
Right, that's always a concern. Just as when there's a a drug or gang-related shooting, you're always concerned about retaliation. When there's something like this, your major concern is that there could be a copycat. Now, D.A. Flynn in Erie County had a press conference the other day, and he indicated that there was already a copycat that called in a threat to I guess a store there and said, I'm going to come and do the same thing to you that happened in the Tops Market. That individual was tracked down by the Erie County police, and he was taken into custody and charged. Unfortunately, it was a telephone threat, and because of the new bail laws, he was immediately released. So, I mean, there's a lot of things in the system that need to be fixed. Sometimes it takes a tragedy such as this to get people moving in that direction, so we can put partisan politics aside and strive for the greater good of the whole community, because it doesn't matter what party you are or what you believe in. This is just a horrific act that we hope will never happen again.
Was there much communication or contact between local officials and the suspected shooter after the mental health evaluation was sort of concluded last year?
No, I mean, that's one of the reasons why you use the term slip through the cracks. After that incident, we have no record in Broome County of any contact that he had with the police or anyone calling in a complaint. So from June of 2021 until last Saturday, he was off the radar. There was nothing that anyone called in and filed a complaint.
If today another student at a local high school were to make a very similar vague threat, called it a joke afterwards, would there be any different steps taken this time around?
The way the law is written, everything would happen the same way. A mental evaluation would take place, and if he were found to not be an imminent threat to himself or others, he'd be released into the custody of his parents, because under the mental hygiene law, he could not be held for further observation if he was found not to be dangerous at that point in time.
So the actual law would have to change for you to see a violent threat on its own isolated and continue to do follow-ups without the mental health aspect.
Right. I mean, if there were more, I guess, more things that happened after he made the threat, if he spoke to someone else, if he had some action actually, but the fact that he just said it and then said it was a joke, you got to go by what information you have at the time. And since the police didn't have any more information, who knows what was on his computer, but that doesn't give you the basis to go search at that point in time. Just the fact that he made some, terrible comment.
That incident was serious enough that there's a record of it. Should gun sellers have access to similar records, even if a crime had been committed?
Right. Well, that's for the lawmakers in Albany to figure out, based on the fact that unless he got on the registry, unless he was found to be a risk, they would not file the protection order, and he would not be on the list. So, I mean, that's something. As I said before, you can argue both sides. I'm a lawyer, that's why I argue both sides of it. But I mean, if your position is you want to encourage individuals to get mental health treatment by saying, if you do, you're going on this list, and then where does it end? Do employers eventually get that and things like that?
He put a threat in writing that was investigated by the state police.
Right.
Mental health treatment or not, should a gun seller have access to information that that person has been investigated for a threat?
That's a First Amendment argument, really. I mean, do you have a right to say something inflammatory, and should they have an opportunity? Again, the law doesn't prohibit individuals from saying anything they want. That's the First Amendment. So, I don't make the laws, I just follow them. So that's something for the lawmakers in Albany to debate.
Since we've been talking, the governor has signed an executive order to address domestic terrorism in New York State, and it sounds like she'll require counties to submit their own plans. I know this is probably the first you're hearing of this. What would you say on Broome County's behalf? What plan could happen here to address the domestic terrorism aspect of this?
That's a very good question. I'll have to follow up with the governor on that. But I mean, what do you describe as domestic terrorism or mental illness? It's really a matter of who you're dealing with and what they're doing. I mean, this didn't happen in our county, but it started in our county. But we had the Civic Association shooting, and that individual apparently had been reported to the police by his family that he was having mental health issues, but the law didn't allow him to be incarcerated for anything at that point in time. And look at what the end result was. So you know, it's really a matter of the laws that come out of Albany to make a determination, balance people's liberty with protecting the community. It's a very difficult decision and a debate that's going to go on for a long time.
Do you think that the mental health evaluations as they currently are conducted, which may have been perhaps as brief as a 15-minute evaluation of the shooter in Buffalo, do you think they're inadequate, that perhaps more in-depth mental evaluations are appropriate so the professionals can make a better judgment about a person's perhaps threat to himself or others?
And I'm sure that will be looked at, maybe the time period of how long someone is, you know, examined. But again, all this costs money and staff, and it's an issue that has to be looked at. I'm hoping it will be now.
Would you characterize this as domestic terrorism?
Terrorism, I mean, you know, I'm from downstate. Terrorism is flying planes into buildings. This is just murder, as far as I'm concerned. It is terrorism because you're terrorizing the community, and it was racially motivated, we believe, at this point in time. But, you know, from the DA's perspective, crime is crime. And whatever your motive for doing it, your motive is you're an evil person, and that's why you're doing it. So, I mean, I really don't get into what's terrorism and what's not terrorism. It's crime.
Well, would you, if 9/11 is terrorism and this is crime, I guess I'm curious where you see the line as. Is it about motive? Is it about the number of people killed?
Well, terrorism is your motive, why you're committing the crime. If you're looking to, you know, I'm not a terrorism expert. You know, if I did, I'd be on CNN. But it's a matter of, we handle it as crime because we have to prosecute the case. So that's why I'm conditioned to look at it that way. You know, the terrorism is global and wide scale, but you can have domestic terrorism. We have that all the time. The snipers in Washington, D.C. was domestic terrorism because the community was terrorized at the time. They didn't know where it was coming from next. This was one individual committing heinous acts, but at one point in time, and he's immediately in custody. So, again, that's where the copycats come in. They create the domestic terrorism as well because the people think, is this not over? That type of thing.
So you wouldn't necessarily characterize this as domestic terrorism? I'm just curious since the
you know, I don't put labels on it, on everything. It's an act of pure evil. I'll give you that. So.
I appreciate your time taking our questions, but what was your goal in coming out here today?
Well, I kind of wanted to set the record straight as far as, you know, the incident in 2021, because when it first came out, there was information online that this defendant had threatened to shoot up the school. And the school clarified that as well. That never happened. There was no mention of a gun being used. You know, it just, again, it needed to come out that that clearly didn't happen, and the school clarified that. And also the standards of proof in the red flag law, that we have to follow the standards of proof and follow the statute as we do in every other case. And again, you can't hold a person under the mental hygiene law unless they're found to be dangerously mentally ill. And that hadn't been determined at that point. Now, again, at the time, the individuals who do the evaluation and the police, they deal with what they're dealing with at that point in time. So if someone could be stable one day, but then some incident happens in their life that sets them off, and then next thing you know, they're committing a horrific act, and they're mentally ill, but it was not, you know, detected at the time. So, I mean, it's a very, I'm not a mental health expert. It's a very slippery slope, and we have a lot of cases of individuals that are prosecuted for violent crimes that have a history of mental illness. You know, had they been incarcerated, they would not have committed the violent crime, but you can't be incarcerated not just because, but because you have a mental illness. So.
Thank you.
All right, I really appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't mean to give you a hard time.
No.
Getting just a little bit more details behind that horrific scene over the weekend in Buffalo, New York. Again, here's a picture of all 10 of those victims whose lives were lost due to this gun violence done by one person, again, who was targeting black people on purpose. So this has been a story that continues to develop, especially bringing up the issue that has seemed to be the topic for these last few years, gun violence. How do we prevent it? How do we help the mental health issues that are behind some of these incidents that we are seeing time and time again. Speaking of gun violence, I do have a couple different press conferences I want to let you know about right now happening in New York City. We just heard from Mayor Hochul, now other officials in New York City, talking about combating hate, preventing that gun violence, especially after that deadly attack in Buffalo, New York. We did just also have a press conference out of Illinois, where Illinois Governor Pritzker, he was banning ghost guns and putting more legislation behind guns that don't have those tracing numbers, those serial IDs. So a lot more press conferences surrounding that topic. Plus, we're going to get more details on the rising price of gas. That pain at the pump going to continue. For the first time in history, all 50 states are seeing a national average of above $4 a gallon. So I know it's every time I go to the pump and you start to fill up, you see those dollars ticking up faster than they used to. It's very difficult to see, especially when there's so many people who are affected by it, paying for gas day in and day out. Let's go ahead and take a look at the big board. This could be something to do with this Dow being down more than 1,000 points now in the red. It could be gas prices. It could be that rise of inflation that we've also been happening over this last few weeks and months. So a lot contributing to this red on the big board. We'll continue to give you more top stories right here on Live Now from Fox when we return from this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Have you been seeing those rising prices even overnight? It seems like we are ticking up cent after cent when it comes to the pump. And for the first time, all 50 states have now an average price for gas. A gallon is over $4. This is history in the making. Not history that we like to be reporting, but of course we have to do so. So let's go ahead and bring in Fox's businesses. Grady Trimble, he's joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And Grady, I know you're there at the pump. I'm sure a lot of people disappointed to see it's once again on the rise day in and day out.
They are, but a lot of people I've talked to, Christy, feel like they have no choice but to pay the higher prices. By the way, just want to point out here, you talked about the rising prices. This station where we are, $5.39 today, that's up 14 cents from just yesterday. I did a double take when I pulled up this morning because I couldn't believe that it rose so much overnight, and that's what a lot of people across the country are dealing with, these rising prices. Let me show you this map because you mentioned now all 50 states are seeing an average above $4 a gallon. Some states that you see in red are at above $5 a gallon, especially out west like Washington, Oregon. In California, they're paying $6 a gallon on average. It's just staggering. The national average jumped 4 cents since yesterday. It's up 16 cents from just last week. The rest of the country might not be too far behind that $5 a gallon average. Analysts say the national average could hit $5, even $6 a gallon in the not too distant future if demand increases like it usually does this summer. Here's a few drivers we talked to about their frustrations.
You know, we used to think that sucked, and now it's at $5. $6 is coming.
So I'm always driving around, so that really hurts us, especially when we're trying to just, you know, live and work at the same time. But it's a battle.
It is a battle for a lot of drivers. One gentleman I talked to said he's thinking about going electric because of these high gas prices. The problem there is it's hard to get your hands on an electric vehicle right now, and the price of electric vehicles are a lot more expensive than combustion engine vehicles. Christy, I'll wrap up with the fact that Memorial Day is approaching, typically the unofficial start of summer and summer travel. The people we talked to don't seem to be changing their travel plans because of the high prices just yet, but that in itself could raise prices even more, because if there's strong demand for travel this Memorial Day and beyond, then prices are only going to tick upward, and that's why, as we mentioned, some analysts see $5 a gallon gas for the entire country a possibility. Christy?
Yeah, and Grady, I know you mentioned electric vehicles. Another problem is the registration, but let's bring it back to our gasoline vehicles. A lot of people not able to afford the electric ones. They're at the pump. They continue to see the prices rising. What's the biggest factor behind that? Is it what you mentioned, just the demand of gasoline, whether it be for jet fuel or for, you know, our diesel fuel, our regular gasoline? What's really behind this problem as we continue to see it on the rise?
Right. It's a number of factors, Christy. So for one, you have demand increasing as we head into the summer travel season. But on top of that, you have the war in Ukraine and countries in Europe weaning off of Russian oil and gas. And so they are turning to places like the United States. You've also got fewer refineries online compared to before the pandemic. And the refineries that are operating, they're making less gasoline and making more diesel and jet fuel because that's more profitable for them. And of the diesel that they're making, a lot of what they're making, according to Gas Buddy, up to a third of what they're refining is actually being exported. So it's not staying in the United States. So you've got lower production than pre-COVID of oil and gas, and you've got less oil and gas being refined. And of the oil and gas that is being refined, a lot of it is getting shipped overseas. On top of that, you have lockdowns in China from COVID lifting, and so demand is increasing there as well. So it's all of these geopolitical as well as domestic factors contributing to these rising prices.
And last question for you, Grady. I know last month President Biden released all those barrels of oil. Has that helped? Would we have seen our prices shooting up even more if he wouldn't have released that reserve?
It's possible. That was the intent, right? He released 180 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. The goal was to lower prices, and we did see prices tick down immediately after that, but now we're at a record high for the 9th day in a row, and the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is at the lowest level since 1987. In fact, the Biden administration announced a plan to start soliciting bids for companies to put in an offer to refill the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to try to get it back closer to where it was by about 60 million barrels, about a third of what was released. But they're going to be paying more for that oil than they would have years ago when prices were lower.
Yeah, it's still going to be some time till we get more of that relief when it comes to filling up our cars with gas. We do appreciate, though, all of the insight, especially since some of us are just seeing the dollar signs ticking again and again. So Fox Business's Grady Timbrell, thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox and explaining it all.
You bet.
And don't forget, whenever it comes to top stories happening across the country, we have you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. As I mentioned, ahead of gasoline, we had a lot of press conferences coming in talking about gun violence, how to tackle it right here across the United States. We do also have happening live right now a White House press briefing. You can see Jake Sullivan right now has joined in on the conversation. We'll bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox when we return from this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm not trying to be the bearer of bad news talking about rising gas prices, and then you got the big board showing that we're down more than 1,000 points, but boy, have we certainly seen a dip in the market here today. Could it be the gas prices? Could it be the ongoing war happening in Ukraine? Could it be the inflation? There's so many things contributing here, but what I want to do for all of our viewers, since this is something that we're going to continue to keep an eye on here today, see if we can't tick that up just a little bit. It would be nice to see us not down 1,000 points, but a little bit up here instead. What we'll do is keep our eyes here on the Dow. We're also going to continue to keep our eyes and all of our other live sources that we have coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. I have a White House press briefing that's been going on here, but you know what we do here for our viewers is we bring it to you in full. So since it has been happening for about 10 minutes, we're going to take you back to the start of it. We'll put you in a triple box. That way you can see it from the beginning. Let's go ahead, listen into that right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
To complete his remarks, and that was a request that we got from WACA, so we wanted to make sure we adhere to it. As you all know, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is here. He's going to take your question, preview Asia, and he has a hard out at 2:30, so we're going to try and get him out of here. Okay, all yours.
And I have 20 minutes of remarks, so I hope you guys will bear with me. I actually do have a number of things to get through because we have quite a stretch ahead here with respect to the President's foreign policy and national security priorities. Very good to be back with you guys today. Today, Finland and Sweden submitted their applications for NATO membership. President Biden has welcomed those applications, and he looks forward to working with NATO allies and with Congress on a swift accession process. Oh, sorry. No, not a problem.
We got the audio.
Small interruption of the accession process right there, but everything will be on track just fine. Tomorrow morning, the President will welcome the President of Finland and the Prime Minister of Sweden to the White House to coordinate on the path forward. And the three leaders will also have the chance to compare notes on our united efforts to support Ukraine and its defense against Russia's brutal invasion. They will also have the opportunity to speak to the press and the public to affirm our shared vision for a peaceful and secure Euro-Atlantic region. This is a historic event, a watershed moment in European security. Two nations with a long tradition of neutrality will be joining the world's most powerful defensive alliance, and they will bring with them strong capabilities and a proven track record as security partners. And President Biden will have the opportunity to mark just what a historic and watershed moment this is when he meets with them tomorrow. After that meeting concludes, President Biden will board Air Force One for a trip to the Republic of Korea and Japan. This will be his first trip as president to the Indo-Pacific, and it comes at a pivotal moment. President Biden has rallied the free world in defense of Ukraine and in opposition to Russian aggression. He remains focused on ensuring that our efforts in those missions are successful. But he also intends to seize this moment, this pivotal moment, to assert bold and confident American leadership in another vital region of the world, the Indo-Pacific. That began last week with his hosting of the U.S.-ASEAN Summit here at the White House, where he welcomed 9 leaders from Southeast Asia for a substantive set of meetings that covered a diverse agenda from economics and security to technology and energy. President Biden made a series of significant announcements to show that when it comes to engagement with ASEAN, we're not just talking the talk, we're walking the walk as well. This week, the President turns his attention to Northeast Asia. And on this trip, he'll have the opportunity to reaffirm and reinforce 2 vital security alliances, to deepen 2 vibrant economic partnerships, to work with 2 fellow democracies to shape the rules of the road for the 21st century, and to thank his allies in Korea and Japan for their remarkable and in some ways unexpected contributions to the effort to support Ukraine and to hold Russia accountable. In Korea, President Biden will meet with the newly inaugurated Korean president, President Yoon, who campaigned on the platform of strengthening the U.S.-ROK alliance and on improving relations between the ROK and Japan. President Biden will engage with technology and manufacturing leaders in Korea who are mobilizing billions of dollars in investment here in the United States to create thousands of good-paying American jobs. He will see American and Korean troops standing shoulder to shoulder in defense of our collective security and consult on the challenge posed by the DPRK's nuclear and missile programs. And he will highlight the truly global nature of the US-ROK alliance, from climate and energy and technology to economic growth and investment. In Japan, President Biden will meet with Prime Minister Kishida and his team, and we believe that the US-Japan alliance at this moment under these two leaders is at an all-time high. This visit can take us even higher. The two leaders will consult on the broad and deep economic relationship between our two countries, as well as on a range of regional and global security issues. We'll also cover the DPRK, as well as a number of other security issues, both in the Indo-Pacific and more broadly around the world. The US-Japan alliance is the cornerstone of peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific, and Japan's contributions as a security partner are rightly growing as the regional security picture becomes more challenging and dynamic. President Biden and Prime Minister Kishida will also be able to compare notes on the G7 agenda as the G7 summit approaches next month in Germany. In Japan, President Biden won't just have a bilateral program. He'll also have the opportunity to participate in the second in-person Quad Summit, following on the summit he hosted here in Washington last September. He will do this alongside the Prime Minister of Japan, the Prime Minister of India, and the Prime Minister of Australia. And we believe that this summit will demonstrate, both in substance and in vision, that democracies can deliver, and that these four nations working together will defend and uphold the principles of a free and open Indo-Pacific. While he's in Tokyo, President Biden will also launch a new, ambitious economic initiative for the region, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. IPEF, as we affectionately call it, is a 21st century economic arrangement, a new model designed to tackle new economic challenges, from setting the rules of the digital economy to ensuring secure and resilient supply chains, to managing the energy transition, to investing in clean, modern, high standards infrastructure. President Biden will be joined in person by the Prime Minister of Japan for the launch of IPEF, and virtually by leaders from a number of Indo-Pacific partners, from down under to Southeast Asia to Northeast Asia. On security and economics, on technology and energy, on investment and infrastructure, we think this trip is going to put on full display President Biden's Indo-Pacific strategy, and that it will show in living color that the United States can at once lead the free world in responding to Russia's war in Ukraine, and at the same time chart a course for effective, principled American leadership and engagement in a region that will define much of the future of the 21st century. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Yeah.
Thanks so much. Can you talk to us about Turkey and what the administration is doing, and what conversations you might be having with Turkey about their plans to block Finland and Sweden's applications? Is there a deal to be struck with Turkey?
We're confident that at the end of the day, Finland and Sweden will have an effective and efficient accession process, that Turkey's concerns can be addressed. Finland and Sweden are working directly with Turkey to do this, but we're also talking to the Turks to try to help facilitate. I spoke with my counterpart today. Secretary Blinken is meeting with his counterpart, perhaps as we speak, in New York. And we feel very good about where this will track to. And President Biden will express that confidence, as we believe the President of Finland and Prime Minister of Sweden will express that confidence tomorrow. Yeah.
The Korean media is reporting that President Biden will meet with former President Moon Jae-in during his visit to Seoul. Is that accurate?
We don't have a meeting scheduled with President Moon at this time.
Have there been any discussions between U.S. officials and Korean officials about Moon Jae-in potentially taking on a special envoy to North Korea-like role?
I'm not familiar with any discussions along those lines. Yeah.
In the statement today welcoming Finland and Sweden's application to NATO, almost at the very end, it said that while their applications for NATO membership are being considered, the U.S. will work with Finland and Sweden to remain vigilant against any threats to our shared security and deter and confront aggression. Does that mean that the U.S. is extending the NATO security umbrella to them while their applications are in process?
Article 5 only kicks in once all 30 allies have ratified the accession protocols and they become full-fledged members of the alliance. But the United States is prepared to send a very clear message, as are all of our European allies, that we will not tolerate any aggression against Finland or Sweden during this process. And there are practical measures that we can take along those lines that Secretary Austin will coordinate with his counterparts in both Finland and Sweden. Yeah.
Jake, two questions, one on the accession and one on your trip. So when the initial NATO expansion happened, of course, there was a huge debate in Washington about whether it was a good idea or not. Remember, Ken himself wrote in the New York Times that he wasn't in favor of it. Was there any similar debate that went underway here about whether or not bringing Finland and Sweden in was a good idea or whether it would further corner Putin? And on the trip, tell us a little bit about what you know on the evidence that North Korea may attempt either a nuclear test, hard to imagine what they would accomplish by a seventh test, or a missile launch, and what your preparations are if that happens during the trip.
On the first question, President Biden posed the question to his national security team, to his cabinet principals who cover national security, as to whether they supported the accession of Finland and Sweden, and for them to consider the risks as well as the benefits of bringing Finland and Sweden into the alliance. Unanimously, President Biden's national security team emphatically supported the entry of Finland and Sweden into the NATO alliance on the grounds that they have already proven themselves as highly capable security partners. In the parlance, we say net security contributors, meaning they give a heck of a lot more than they take when it comes to a security partnership or an alliance. And that we believe that Russian aggression has only reinforced the argument for the kind of defensive alliance that NATO presents and poses. And finally, we have the principle of the open door. And the open door says that if countries meet the criteria of NATO membership and display that they can be net contributors to the alliance and to overall European security, they should be admitted. That is a principle that President Biden has believed since long before he occupied the Oval Office, and Finland and Sweden are two cases that are pretty clear-cut when it comes to meeting those terms. With respect to the issue of North Korea, we've said from this podium, we've said at the State Department, and we've indicated in quite clear terms that our intelligence does reflect the genuine possibility that there will be either a further missile test, including long-range missile test, or a nuclear test, or frankly both, in the days leading into, on, or after the president's trip to the region. We are preparing for all contingencies, including the possibility that such a provocation would occur while we are in Korea or in Japan. We are coordinating closely with our allies in both Korea and Japan on this. We have spoken with counterparts in China. I spoke with my Chinese counterpart this morning and covered this issue of the DPRK. And we are prepared, obviously, to make both short and longer term adjustments to our military posture as necessary to ensure that we are providing both defense and deterrence to our allies in the region, and that we're responding to any North Korean provocation. Yes.
Jay, thank you. Two questions on different topics. One, could you update us on the situation with the Russian blockade on grains and also on Haiti? What happens with the Title 42, the Haitian migrants and maybe migrants of South America as well and Caribbean when it comes to the end of Title 42 on May 23rd, if that happens?
So first, it is Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine and nothing else that is stopping tens of millions of tons of food from getting out of the breadbasket of Europe, Ukraine, and onto the world market to feed people in Africa, the Americas, Asia, and everywhere else. And that is true in two critical respects. First, Russia is bombarding Odessa, which is the port from which that food departs on large cargo ships bound through the Black Sea and then onto the world market. Second, Russian ships are engaged in an effective blockade of commercial ship traffic that could leave Odessa port were it not under this bombardment and head out to the world. So we have publicly called upon Russia to end its attacks on Odessa and to end the blockade and to permit the traffic, the commercial and humanitarian traffic of ships into and out of Odessa port. We are working closely with both Ukraine and the United Nations on this issue, as well as other allies and partners, and we are supporting efforts to facilitate the delivery of that grain to the world market so that it can alleviate food prices everywhere. And we would like to see an outcome in which the facts, not just the rhetoric, the facts bear out the actual permission by Russia of large numbers of ships moving through the Black Sea and onto the world market.
You're responding to that request and also the question I asked you about Title 42.
There are ongoing intensive diplomatic conversations. The United Nations Secretary General is involved in this. The Ukrainians are involved in this. Some of our other partners are involved in this. I'm not going to get ahead of those discussions. I'm only going to say that the United States stands ready in any way to help facilitate and deliver on that diplomacy to try to produce an outcome in which food is getting to the world stage. With respect to Haiti, we will have to see. Obviously, there are a number of issues bound up in the courts right now. But with the end of Title 42, the United States has put in place a process by which those individuals who claim asylum and have legitimate asylum claims can stay, and those who come and don't will go through the process, the legal process that exists and has existed for some time. Even when Title 42 was in effect, large numbers of individuals were not subject to Title 42. They were subject to the standard legal process by which we deal with claims at our border for people who want to come and stay here.
Expeditious deportation.
U.S. intelligence chiefs recently offered assessments that Putin continues to bank on the fracturing of Western resilience to continue this war. Is Turkey's concern about Finland and Sweden joining up perhaps an example of that? And what about the, I guess, also congressional pushback, or the growing congressional pushback to Ukrainian aid? And what are you guys doing sort of in both regards to make sure that that doesn't continue to happen? I know you described some of it, but it does seem now that there are examples, at least, of growing concern or criticism, resistance. And then I got one other in another part of the world. Okay. First.
So first, growing congressional pushback to me is a strange premise for a circumstance in which the House of Representatives voted overwhelmingly, not just in favor of approving what the president sent up, which was $33 billion, but actually adding $7 billion to it to make it a $40 billion package. And we expect a similar overwhelming bipartisan vote in the Senate once the final procedural hurdles are cleared over the next 24 to 48 hours. So there are some voices against this, but the chorus of voices on both sides of the aisle, from all sides of the political spectrum, in favor of standing up in defense of Ukraine's sovereignty and freedom and independence, it's quite powerful and, frankly, in a way, quite moving. And it sends a clear message to the world that the United States can pull together behind the brave people of Ukraine in their hour of need. What was your other question?
Well, just Turkey's continued concern here, and whether there might be others who are going to raise concern about NATO expansion.
Look, the great thing about the free world, about the Western Alliance, about NATO, is that you've got a raucous collection of states that all have opinions, that all have perspectives, that all have interests. But they also know how to and when to pull together and how to settle any differences. And I expect these differences will be settled. I expect that NATO will speak with one voice in support of Finland and Sweden at the end of the day. And I think the remarkable unity you've seen with respect to sanctions coming out of the EU, the United States, and our Indo-Pacific partners, the support that we have provided Ukraine in terms of military and humanitarian assistance, it's only grown stronger over the course of the last 12 weeks. And we expect that that momentum will continue. And it's having a major impact on the battlefield. Ukraine won the Battle of Kyiv. Ukraine has now beaten Russia back from Kharkiv, and Ukrainian defenders are putting the military assistance we provided to good use in defending territory in the Donbass as well. Yes.
Can I discuss a little bit about the challenges of trying to focus on the Indo-Pacific, a priority for you all from the get-go, given just, I mean, look, a bulk of the questions even here today have focused on other parts of the world.
Right now, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan still answering media questions. I'm going to send some viewers off into a 2-minute break as we continue to listen in right here to the White House press briefing.
Tension between investing time, energy, and attention in Europe and time, energy, and attention in the Indo-Pacific. We regard this as mutually reinforcing. First, look at the Indo-Pacific partners that have stepped up to help make these sanctions and export controls as effective as they are. Korea, Japan, Australia, even Singapore. Second, look at the extent to which European countries are increasingly invested in the Indo-Pacific in helping ensure that our vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific is actually realized. We see that with the AUKUS partnership, where you've got the United Kingdom alongside Australia and the United States. We see it with the way the European Union has, for the first time ever, put out an Indo-Pacific strategy. And so actually, we think that there is something quite evocative about going from meeting with the President of Finland and the Prime Minister of Sweden to reinforce the momentum behind the NATO alliance and the free world's response in Ukraine, and getting on a plane and flying out to the Indo-Pacific, not just to deal with security issues, but to unveil a new far-reaching economic initiative, to host a Quad summit that will cover climate and cyber and emerging technologies, and to deal with Korea and Japan on issues that actually affect working people here in the United States, including major investments that will create jobs in states across the country. So for us, there is a certain level of integration and a symbiosis in the strategy we are pursuing in Europe and the strategy we're pursuing in the Indo-Pacific. And President Biden's unique capacity to actually stitch those two together is, I think, going to be a hallmark of his foreign policy presidency. Yes.
Can you provide an update on when the president will visit Israel? And secondly, can you elaborate further on the specific security guarantees that the United States has made Finland and Sweden in the interim period?
So first on Israel, we are actively working with the Israelis to fix a date for the visit at some point in the not too distant future. The president is very much looking to go, but unfortunately I don't have an announcement of a trip or a timetable for it standing here today, other than to say the president is excited to get the opportunity to go to reaffirm the strength of the U.S.-Israel relationship. With respect to the specifics on security commitments or assurances or actions that we will take with Finland and Sweden, those are ongoing conversations that are happening at an operational and technical level between our Department of Defense and their ministries of defense, and also with other NATO allies and partners. And so I'll leave it in those channels for now, only to say that the U.S. stands ready to ensure that deterrence and defense for Finland and Sweden will be there should they need it, even though they don't get the full benefits of the Article 5 alliance until the accession process is properly complete, as is required, frankly, under our Constitution, where we need to get advice and consent from the Senate for that treaty.
Yes. Could you, regarding the trip, to what extent is the message in this trip going to be like a cautionary tale delivered to China to say, look what happened in Ukraine, look how we've responded, don't do anything similar? Is that going to be part of the messaging during the president's trip?
The message we're trying to send on this trip is a message of an affirmative vision of what the world can look like if the democracies and open societies of the world stand together to shape the rules of the road, to define the security architecture of the region, to reinforce strong, powerful, historic alliances. And we think putting that on display over 4 days, bilaterally with the ROK and Japan, through the Quad, through the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, it will send a powerful message. We think that message will be heard everywhere. We think it will be heard in Beijing. But it is not a negative message, and it's not targeted at any one country. It's targeted at an audience the world over about what American leadership, working flanked by allies and like-minded partners, can deliver for people everywhere. And we think we go into this trip very much with the wind at our back, with a strong case to make, that we have what it takes to be able to deliver against the security and economic challenges of our time. And President Biden will head into the Indo-Pacific with a spring in his step, and we're very much looking forward to this visit.
Will the president visit the DMZ, Jake? Will the president visit the DMZ?
You can ask Kareem.
He will not visit the DMZ. He will not.
Why
He will
not?
not.
Why not visit the DMZ?
Not on this trip. He will not. He will go to South Korea, as you know. They will have an agenda to talk about a lot of things, including North Korea, but he's not going to the DMZ. And just to reiterate here is that as vice president, he has been there before. But on this trip, he's just not. He's just not going to go on this trip. He's going to go to South Korea. He's going to show his support for the region, but he's not going to go to South Korea on this trip. I'm sorry, the DMZ on this trip. Okay, we all love Jake. Thank you so much for your patience. And I have one topper, and then we'll get to it. Okay, the Senate took an important step today with the bipartisan agreement announced by Chair Tester and Ranking Member Moran to advance their vision of the Honoring Our Promise to Address Comprehensive Toxics Act of 2022. President Biden has championed legislation to deliver the benefits and health care services that veterans impacted by toxic exposures have earned. This historic comprehensive bill will do just that. The pact will not only help deliver more timely access to benefits and services for veterans and their survivors, it will also ensure that the Department of Veterans Affairs can act more nimbly to add future presumptive conditions when the evidence warrants. And the legislation will help the VA provide our veterans the level of service they deserve. President Biden believes that we have a sacred obligation to support veterans, their families, caregivers, and survivors. That's why, as part of this his first State of the Union address, he identified supporting veterans as a key pillar of his unity agenda and an issue that can unite the country, Republicans and Democrats. Passing the PACT Act would be a welcome and long-awaited achievement for the veterans who have served us well. Darlene, you have the floor.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Jake this question, but I'll ask you. It's about the Quad Summit, and there is a possibility that Saturday's election in Australia will not produce a winner in time for someone to go to Tokyo to participate in the Quad Summit. So what contingencies are there? Will the Quad meeting go ahead if Australia cannot
I
participate?
believe the Quad meeting will go ahead. I don't have any more specifics than that about how that's going to affect any further deeper. But from what I understand, even Jake said this, that there's going to be a Quad summit. It's going to happen. We can talk more about the specifics of what it will look like with Australia.
And then the First Lady's office informed us that Ashley Biden, the president's daughter, is positive for COVID. Can you tell us when was the last time the president tested negative? Is he testing today in preparation for travel?
Yep, so the president tests regularly throughout the week as part of a cadence determined by his doctor. As we've communicated, the president is not a close contact with Ashley. It's been several days that he and the First Lady last saw Ashley. I think about a week is what I've been told. If his testing were to change because of a close contact, we'd let all of you know, but his cadence has not changed. I don't have when he last tested.
And then one final question on the church attack in California over the weekend. We haven't seen the president comment on that at all. Is he concerned that what happened there could somehow destabilize relations between Taiwan and China? Does he have any plans to call or reach out to Taiwan or China or anything like that?
So I don't have any calls to preview of calls with Chinese and Taiwan as it relates to this particular case. Our thoughts are with all of those affected by gun violence, including all the incidents, the other incidents that happened this weekend in Houston, in Milwaukee, in Chicago, and as we know in Buffalo. Federal law enforcement is supporting as needed, and the White House has been in touch with local leaders. These shootings, and of course the one in Buffalo, as the president and the First Lady went to grieve with the community yesterday, as all of you know, are a sad reminder of how important it is to redouble our fight against gun violence and violent crime. And as part of the president's comprehensive strategy to fight gun crime, we're putting more cops on the beat, as you've heard us say this past year and a half, as we're talked about gun comprehensive approach here, cracking down on firearms trafficking, investing through the ARP and community programs to prevent crime. But I don't have any more to share on any calls that may have occurred. Okay, I'm going to go to people who haven't asked a question. Go ahead, Ashley.
Thank you. Two questions. Following up on Darlene and Ashley Biden having COVID. She's in good company in this White House in that the Vice President had it, the second gentleman had it, you had it, Jen Psaki had it twice, a number of top cabinet officials had it, a number of other aides in the West Wing, and no one so far that I can remember has been deemed a close contact of the president. Why are none of these people close contacts of the president and his sister, actually, including family members? And also, are there steps that the president is taking beyond the CDC guidelines that you could lay out? Are meetings in the Oval being kept under 15 minutes? Is everyone masked?
Well, I'm glad to be said I was in good company. Appreciate that. So it is, we take extra precautions. To your last question, I'll answer that first, here at the White House. And we've said this before when we're in the meeting. I was in a meeting with the president earlier today. I got tested first. I put my mask on and we socially distanced. Those are the extra protocols that we do take with the president and all the principals, not just him, just to make sure that we just take that, that extra added step there. Look, you know, the close contact is as it's deemed by CDC. And he hasn't seen Ashley in several days. And it's also, there's a time component to how long that person was in the room. We all wear masks. Yeah, I mean, the way we, if there was a close contact or he's a close contact of someone, we would let you know.
And on guns, yesterday when he was leaving Buffalo, the president said, I've got to convince the Congress that we should go back to what I passed years ago. I just want to confirm that he was referring to the 1994 assault weapons ban. And my question is, you know, when he was the point person for President Obama after Sandy Hook, mentioned to me, which went far less far than an assault weapons ban, failed. What makes him think that he could get that through when so far no meaningful legislation has gone through in the past decade?
I mean, look, this is what the president said yesterday, right? He understands it's not going to be easy, but he knows that there's more to do. You know, our country is facing an epidemic that is very real, as we have seen this past weekend. This gun violence is costing lives every single day. And so, you know, when he was in Buffalo, we saw examples of that. He talked to the family, talked to them in a very personal way. And this is a top priority for the president, as it's been throughout his career. As you just mentioned, he mentioned his own legislation that he passed. Look, the president continues to urge Congress to act to pass universal background checks, to keep guns out of the wrong hands, and to renew a ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines to keep weapons off our streets. It's not going to be easy. He understands that, but he's going to continue to work very hard to make that happen. But I do want to add, Ashley, is that this administration has done more on gun violence reform via executive action than any other president in its first year in their administration. So that is his commitment and what he's done just this year and a half. Go ahead.
Thanks, Corinne. Jake mentioned his conversation with his Chinese counterpart this morning. The readout you guys gave was pretty sparse, and so I was wondering if you could give any more detail to that conversation, particularly a sort of update on how the White House is seeing China's actions towards Russia in light of Ukraine.
All right, guys, we have been listening in right here to the White House press briefing. We do have Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre up speaking and answering all of our media questions. We're going to continue listening in to the briefing right here on Live Now from Fox after some of you go out to a 2-minute break.
Any material that has been provided to Russia, that continues to be the case. I don't have any more to add on that.
Let's go about a pair of bills on Capitol Hill right now.
Sure.
Both being forwarded by House Democrats. One is a Consumer Fuel Price Gouging Prevention Act, and the other is this domestic terrorism legislation. I haven't seen statements of administration policy on either, and I'm wondering how supportive the president is, particularly on the domestic terrorism legislation. He kind of, on the tarmac yesterday, seemed to say that he didn't think it was necessary.
So on the gas price gouging legislation that you just mentioned, look, the president welcomes all ideas to protect consumers and to make sure that oil companies aren't taking advantage of Putin's war and are competing fairly. He's been very clear on that. President Biden has been also very clear that no company should be engaging in unfair practices to hike prices on American consumers. As the president has said, President Putin's actions are what is driving the price increase at the pump. The president is focused on doing everything in his power to address the Putin price hike, including the largest ever release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, as we've talked about here at this podium, and working around the clock to diplomatically build a coalition of countries for the largest release in foreign reserves ever. We know that there are a number of ideas being suggested by our allies and in Congress, and look forward to engaging on this issue so we can get Americans some relief, especially as we're in this particular time right now with high prices.
And one last one, the Dow is down 1,100 points so far today. Chairman Powell did an interview with the Wall Street Journal in which he said he'd push forward unfiltered on additional rate hikes, even if it resulted in unemployment coming up. Also, presumably baked into that is that the stock market, we've seen the stock market do poorly as the Fed hikes rates. So, you know, do you still, I guess, stand behind Chairman Powell's vision on rate hikes? And broadly, you guys have said we're not following day-to-day market tribulations, but we're now getting to a point where some of the gains that have defined the president's tenure are being erased. And so is there a new level of alarm within the White House about
Well, as you know, we say this all the time, Josh, you know, it's Justin. The Fed chair, you know, the Federal Reserve is independent. We leave them to make their own policy decisions. We do not get involved in that, and nothing has changed on how we see the stock market. We do not. That's not something that we keep an eye on every day. So I'm not going to comment about that from here. I do want to touch on base on the domestic terrorism and what the president said yesterday about about domestic terrorism. Look, it's a growing and evolving threat, and one that the Biden administration has taken very seriously since our first day in office. We have said we have been studying the details of different proposals, and there are a range of ideas that have been proposed in Congress that could improve our ability to detect and respond to these threats. What the president was specifically referring to yesterday when he was on the tarmac was the set of existing laws on the books that provide law enforcement with authorities to investigate and prosecute domestic terrorism and hold those who commit hate-filled attacks accountable. As part of our national strategy for countering domestic terrorism, we increased our support for federal, state, and local law enforcement as they address domestic terrorism nationwide, including increasing resources and providing trainings to thousands of law enforcement entities. DOJ has made domestic terrorism-related investigation and prosecution a top priority at the national and local level, and plus DOJ earlier this year announced the creation of a new domestic terrorism unit with the counterterrorism section of the National Security Division that will enforce the expertise and experience on these issues available to federal prosecutors nationwide. So there is a commitment there, and that's what he was talking about. Go ahead.
We're about 3 weeks away from the Summit of the Americas. You've got Chris Dodd down in Mexico today trying to convince President Lopez Obrador to come. What's the president's level of optimism that Mexico will attend this Summit of the Americas? And, well, is the guest list finalized? Has the president decided who to invite?
The guest list is not finalized. Hopefully that will happen soon, and I promise once we have it, we will share it. The president is optimistic. You know, we don't have anything to share at this moment. Again, once we have it, we'll be happy to share it with all of you.
Thanks, Corinne. DHS said today that they'll be pausing the Disinformation Governance Board. Did the White House play a role at all in perhaps expressing frustration on how it was rolled out, or express any involvement in whether or not it should be paused? And then also some experts have said that it was sort of set up to fail the way it was rolled out. Do you have a response to that?
So the board has never convened. It never convened, and the board yes, the board is pausing in the sense that it will not convene while former Secretary Chertoff and former Deputy AG Gorlick do their assessment. But the departments work across several administrations to address disinformation that threatens the security of our country is critical, and that will indeed continue. And again, neither Nina Jankovic nor the board have anything to do with the censorship or with removing content from anywhere. Their role is to ensure that national security officials are updated on how misinformation is affecting the threat environment. She has strong credentials and a history of calling out misinformation from both the left and the right, and that's our focus.
Did the White House play a role at all in whether it should be paused or what should happen with the board?
No. First of all, like I said, this is what's happening. There is a pause. We did not have an involvement in this at all.
Just another quick question. Congressman Schrader, who received a rare endorsement from the president in a Democratic primary, is on track to lose. What does that say about the power of the president's endorsement?
I mean, look, as it comes to, I have to be careful about what I can say here. But the race in Oregon was focused on just how much each candidate supported the president. That's what we saw in this particular race. His counterpart in the race, McLeod Skinner, ran on an agenda of President Biden's priorities, including lowering the price of prescription drugs and tackling climate change and the fossil fuel pledge. Her support for President Biden extends back to 2020 election when she said he's the guy, he knows how to choose a great team. On the campaign trail, McLeod Skinner has sought to tie herself to President Biden and and praised his presidency. Even on day one, President Biden endorsed Representative Schrader. McLeod Skinner wrote, "I respect Biden's work to tackle COVID-19 and rebuild our economy." In February, McLeod Skinner praised President Biden's effort at diplomacy around the situation in Ukraine. McLeod praised President Biden's plan to lower health and care costs, elder care costs, child care costs, and prescription drug costs as a transformative investment in the future of Oregon's families. So that's how we see it. We think both sides were very much supportive of the president.
Thank you. Just to follow up, though, I mean, the question is both of them had similar platforms, to your point. Yep. And yet, President Biden endorsed one of them, and that candidate is on track to lose. So are there concerns within the president, and I know you can't speak to the politics of this, is the president concerned that he doesn't have enough juice heading into these critical
No, not at all, because, again, both candidates were running on a platform that supported, embraced the president's agenda.
Has the president reached out to any of the Democratic winners overnight, particularly John Fetterman, who's still in the hospital, Sherry Beasley?
I don't have any calls to read out, but I do believe the one thing that I can say here is that he spoke last night. The president did speak to Giselle Fetterman and wish the lieutenant governor was speedy recovery.
And the president said of Fetterman's win and of the Republicans who are still locked in a pretty tight battle in Pennsylvania, whoever emerges will be too dangerous, too craven, and too extreme to represent Pennsylvania and the United States. Do the Democrats run the risk of underestimating the Republican Senate nominee in Pennsylvania and gubernatorial nominee?
The president remains really focused on delivering for the American people. And what you see from congressional Republicans and what you see from the GOP is the plan for American people is to raise taxes in the middle class, to sunset Social Security and Medicare, and to take away a woman's right to reproductive health care. He's going to speak against that. He is going to continue to speak for the American public. And so he's not going to stay quiet. And this is something that is incredibly important to make sure that the American people and what he's doing for the American people is made sure that it happens, right? What the other side is trying to do is trying to stop us from trying to lower cost for folks, as I just laid out.
And just very quickly, Senator Raphael Warnock saying that he's coming to the White House to meet with the president today. Can you talk a little bit about that, about the student loans, and is the president open to increasing the forgiveness rate? It seems like he's in the $10,000 range. Senator Warnock wants it to be closer to $50,000. Would the president come up?
So we meet with members of Congress on a variety of issues. These are senators who have been leaders on college affordability and student debt. The president values their perspective and looks forward to the discussion this afternoon, so yes. But I don't have more to read on that. I've said this a couple of times. A decision hasn't been made yet. I don't have a timeline. A decision hasn't been made. Yep.
Thank you, Corinne. A follow-up to the disinformation board. Last week, you guys said that you needed this disinformation governance board at DHS to make sure that freedom of speech is protected across the country and that these platforms are not used for forms of disinformation. So what changed?
Look, the Department of Homeland Security, they began their statement repeating that the board had been intentionally mischaracterized, which is a little bit of what you were asking me, and they were explicit about what it does and does not do. It was never about censorship, policing speech, or removing content from anywhere. Its function was to keep Homeland Security officials aware of how bad actors, including human smugglers, transnational criminal organization, and foreign adversaries adversaries could use disinformation to advance their goals. As Secretary Marcos said, he has asked former DHS Secretary Michael Chernoff and former DAG Jamie Gorelick to lead a thorough review, this is the pause that I was talking about, and assessment as members of the Bipartisan Homeland Security Council Advisory Council. The board will not convene during that period, but the departments work across several administrations to address disinformation that threatens the security for our country is critical and will continue. So that work is going to continue.
So if it's pausing because you think the board was mischaracterized, then the disinformation board is being shut down because of disinformation? Is that what's happening here?
Look, I mean, the board was put forth for a purpose, right? To make sure that we really did address what was happening across the country when it came to disinformation.
And it's okay to wait now 75 days.
It's just it's going to pause. There's been a mischaracterizations from outside forces, and so now what we're going to do is we're going to pause it and we're going to do an assessment. But the work doesn't stop. We're still going to continue the work. The DHS is still going to continue the work.
Okay. There's a bulletin now that DHS is worried if Roe v. Wade is overturned, there could be violence against the Supreme Court building or Supreme Court justices. Are these threats from pro-abortion activists or anti-abortion activists?
So look, the president is clear on this question. He believes the right to peacefully protest in this country is fundamental. But he also believes that violence, threats, and intimidation have no place in political discourse anywhere. That is true whether it is in front of a courthouse or in front of a healthcare clinic. And that's the thing. I feel it seems like to us it is very one-sided on what we call out as intimidation or as violence. So we want to make sure we're calling out on both sides of what is happening and what we're seeing. While protests, while protests have been peaceful to date, the Department of Justice has U.S. Marshals providing support to support court-martial, and the President believes Congress should pass the legislation to fund increased security for court and judges as soon as possible. Yesterday, in reference to this, the Department of Homeland Security said they are committed to protecting Americans' freedom of speech and other civil rights and civil liberties, including the right to peacefully protest. DHS is also committed to working with our partners across every level of government and the private sector to share timely information and intelligence, prevent all forms of violence, and to support law enforcement effort to keep our communities safe.
And then final question on gas prices. Americans are now spending $5,000 a year on gasoline. That's almost double what they did a year ago. Where are people supposed to go to get all that extra cash?
To get the extra cash to pay for gas?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, one of the things that we've been very clear about is to do everything in our power to make sure that we lower costs. You know, it is important. We see it. The president understands what the American people is going through, and that's why we're doing everything that we can. We've made multiple announcements in the past several months of what we're doing, whether it's the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, whether it's the Ethanol 15, to make sure that that the American people are not feeling Putin's price hike. This is where this is coming from. 60 to 70% of the current price hike that we have seen has come from Putin's aggression against Ukraine.
So the president announces on March 31st that he's got all these steps to lower gas prices, and it's still Putin's fault 7 weeks later.
Well, because what I'm saying is since Putin's war, aggression against Ukraine started back in February, we did see a spike. But before then, it had the price per gallon had fallen down about 10 cents or more. And then Putin started his aggression on Ukraine, his violent aggression on Ukraine against their democracy, against their sovereignty. And we saw the facts show it went up about 60 to 70%. So it is Putin's tax hike. This is what we're talking about.
On that same subject, on inflation.
At some point.
Sure. The inflation concerns are now rubbing off on quarterly earnings reports for a lot of big companies. Target, for example, today says it missed its estimates because of increased costs of transportation and gas. That's part of what's driving this at least 1,100-point drop in the Dow so far. What would you say, what does the White House say to investors and everyday Americans who are concerned that there's no end in sight to these price hikes?
Look, you know, I'm not going to speak to the stock market, but, you know, this is something that is very important to the president when it comes to inflation and making sure that we lower costs for the American people. Last week we announced new steps with private sector to lower the price of high-speed internet for tens of millions of Americans. The president traveled to Illinois to announce new actions to give farmers the tools and resources so they need to boost production, lower prices, and feed the world. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office found that the deficit fell by $1.5 trillion this year, putting us on track for the fastest deficit reduction in any year on record. These actions build on other actions the president has taken to lower costs in recent weeks. Again, you know, this is to address Putin's price hike at the pump. The president, as I was saying, allies and partners around the world, they came together. I was talking about the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, the 1 million barrels of oil per day for the next 6 months, in addition to the 60 million barrels of oil from other countries' reserve. I talked about the E15 gasoline that we have allowed to happen so that it could be sold this summer. The president also announced administrative actions to save hundreds of thousands of families hundreds of dollars per month by fixing the Affordable Care Act's family glitch. These are the things that we have been working on. This president has been working on for the past several months, understanding that it is important to lower the cost for American families, and we're going to continue to do that. I'm going to try and go to the back. Go ahead, you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Can you talk a little bit about President Biden's long-term thinking on Ukraine? There's a possibility this war could go on for months or years. And what is the president's commitment to supplying weapons to Ukraine in the long term?
Well, as you know, there is a supplemental. There is a Ukraine funding that's in the Senate right now for about $40 billion that we are encouraging the Senate to pass, and so that is going to be part of continuing to help Ukraine with material, with defense material and humanitarian aid. Look, this is something that's incredibly important to the president, but also to our partners and allies, that we make sure that Ukraine is able to defend their democracy. It is important for us as a country, as a leader, in this world, to make sure that we're doing everything that we can so that happens. What is happening in Ukraine, defending their democracy, defending their territorial integrity, defending their sovereignty, affects us all. And so this is something that we are going to continue to be partners with our allies, our partners. Jake was talking about the NATO alliance and how strong they are, how unified, how they're speaking in one voice in a way that we have not seen in years. And so this is something that we need to continue to be a leader on, and that's what he believes. And it's important to make sure that we protect our country's democracy.
Making if Putin escalates after Finland and Sweden join NATO?
Well, I'm not going to go into hypotheticals. We're going to focus on what's happening here and now. You know, again, I think one of the things that we have to remember, this is a war that Putin started. This is a war, his aggression, his violent, very violent war that we have seen. The Ukrainians and their government have fought very bravely, and we've seen that with Kharkiv. We've seen that what they've done in Kiev. It is remarkable what they have been able to do in fighting back this aggression against their country. And so that is going to be our focus, to make sure that they have everything that they need to strengthen their table when it comes to hopefully having some diplomacy and getting to an end of this war. But in the meantime, we have to support them. Yep. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you, Corinne. In the wake of the Buffalo shooting, there have been several civil rights groups who have expressed some unhappiness at the lack of outreach from the Biden White House and frustration about a lack of progress on hate crimes, gun violence, and so on. I'll just read you one. Yeah. The Reverend Al Sharpton, who has been a visitor of the White House several times, says, quote, "This administration has met less with civil rights and civil liberty groups than previous administrations in a formal, substantive way." He goes on to say that they've asked for a meeting here in the wake of this shooting, and, quote, "We've got no response from the White House." Can you give an update on this? Will there be a meeting with civil rights groups, and can you address his frustrations?
So, I don't have any meetings to read out for you, or any meetings scheduled at this time. You know, we respect the Reverend. He's been here many times before, as you know. Are you talking about the letter that the from gun rights groups have written? There were about 40 plus. That I think it was in your.
Yeah, there's
okay.
that, but he says civil rights groups have also asked the White House for a meeting.
Yeah, we've met with civil rights groups over the last year and a half. I don't have any meetings to read out to you at this time. Look, the one thing I do want to say is that, you know, the president agrees with these groups on the urgency of acting, and he applauds the work that they're doing to rally support around the country for a common sense agenda to fight the epidemic of gun crime. He understands that. That's one of the reasons he went to Buffalo, to have that conversation, to grieve with the family. And he spoke to them in a very personal way. There's a couple of things from that letter that I do want to just talk about in a little bit, since it was in your publication. He agrees that innovative neighborhood-based crime prevention programs like community violence intervention need to be at the core of our toolkit to make our common sense safer. That's why the president has unlocked his existing.
All right, guys, going to interrupt here for you on Live Now from Fox, because we are going to be switching you into another piece of live content coming in here. We do have Secretary Blinken. You can see him there in the center of your screen. He is taking part in the UN's global food security. This is happening live, raw, and unfiltered. Let's go ahead, listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
But also on what we can do together to address it. First, from our perspective, we need countries to step up with substantial new contributions to fill the gaps faced by humanitarian organizations and agencies that are battling food insecurity, which are forcing humanitarian groups to make incredibly wrenching decisions about when and where to cut life-saving assistance. The cost of doing business for vital organizations like the World Food Program, the Food and Agriculture Organization, UNICEF and others, the cost of doing business is going up. We have to help them continue to do their business. In particular, as well, countries with significant grain and fertilizer reserves, as well as those with financial resources, need to step up and do it fast. The United States has announced more than $2.3 billion in new funding for emergency food assistance to meet global humanitarian needs since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Today, given the urgency of the crisis, we're announcing another $215 million in new emergency food assistance. And we'll do much more. We expect our Congress very soon to approve approximately $5.5 billion in additional funding for humanitarian assistance and food security. Governments and international organizations can also come together to compel the Russian Federation to create corridors so that food and other vital supplies can safely leave Ukraine by land or by sea. There are an estimated 22 million tons of grain sitting in silos in Ukraine right now, food that could immediately go toward helping those in need if it can simply get out of the country. Second, we believe we must address the global fertilizer shortage. Consider Africa, where the cost of fertilizer has already quadrupled since the start of the pandemic and has skyrocketed further since the Russian invasion of Ukraine. One way to address this is by creating incentives for countries to produce more fertilizer, as the United States is doing by committing $500 million to boost U.S. production. We can also help farmers maximize fertilizer efficiency, learning from advances made by countries like Ethiopia. Some have tried to blame the sanctions imposed on the Russian Federation by the United States and many other countries for worsening this crisis. This is false. When we impose sanctions on Russia in order to end the war as quickly as possible, we deliberately and carefully created exceptions for agricultural goods and fertilizer. We're working every day to get countries any information or assistance they need to ensure that sanctions are not preventing food or fertilizer from leaving Russia or anywhere else. As with its decision to start this unjustified war, responsibility for the disruption of these supplies and the suffering that it's causing around the world lies squarely and solely with the Russian government. Third, we believe we must increase investments in agricultural capacity and resilience. That's what the United States is doing through our Feed the Future program, which will invest $5 billion in more than 35 countries over 5 years, as well as our longstanding support of international agricultural research centers. It's also the focus of the Agricultural Innovation Mission for Climate, which we launched a year ago with the United Arab Emirates to try to turbocharge investment in climate-smart agriculture. Fourth, we believe that we have to help poor and vulnerable populations bear the colossal impact of this crisis. International financial institutions have a critical role to play in doing this. That's why our Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, convened a session with the leadership of the international financial institutions just a few weeks ago and pushed for the development of the International Financial Institution Action Plan to address food insecurity, which was released on the margins of today's G7 financial ministerial. Finally, if we want to save lives, we all have to be willing to shoulder added risk. Last week, President Biden traveled to a family farm in Illinois. He talked about how farms, like the one he visited, are working to double crop, harvesting 2 crops from the same field in the same year. Now, this is something that doesn't always work. The growing seasons are short, weather doesn't always cooperate, but, as the President said, that's a risk we have to take.
All right, guys, we did have that feed that went out here just for a moment. Right now, we are listening in as Secretary Antony Blinken making some remarks here at the United Nations Security Council meeting. This is all about global food security. We've been hearing about the problems, especially since supplies are having so much struggle getting both in and out of Ukraine. Not only with that, you have so many people who have had to flee the country ever since Russia began its war on Ukraine. That has put a lot of people displaced into some of those neighboring countries surrounding Ukraine, which has then put a need for food for all of those individuals as well as a crisis. Looks like that feed out a little bit. Here is a live look at the Dow. Let's go ahead and take this time for a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, hopefully we're able to get that United Nations Security Council meeting back here for you on LiveNOW from Fox.
high interest rates that put them at risk of debt distress and default. If high fertilizer prices continue, today's crisis in grain and cooking oil could affect many other foods, including rice, impacting billions of people in Asia and the Americas. High rates of hunger have a devastating impact on individuals, families, and societies. Children may suffer the lifetime effects of stunting. Millions of women and children will become malnourished. Girls will be pulled from school and forced to work or get married, and families will embark on dangerous journeys across continents just to survive. Excellencies, ending hunger is within our reach. There is enough food in our world now for everyone if we act together. But unless we solve this problem today, we face the specter of global food shortage in the coming months. I see 5 urgent steps for governments, international financial institutions, and others to solve the short-term crisis and prevent long-term catastrophe. First, we must urgently reduce the pressure on markets by increasing supplies of food and fertilizers. There should be no restriction on exports, and surpluses must be made available to those most in need. But let's be clear, there is no effective solution to the food crisis without reintegrating Ukraine's food production, as well as the food and fertilizer produced by Russia and Belarus, into world markets despite the war. Russia must permit the safe and secure export of grain stored in Ukrainian ports. Alternative transportation routes can be explored, even if we know that by itself they will not be enough to solve the problem. And Russian food and fertilizers must have unrestricted access to world markets without indirect impediments. I have been in intense contact on this issue at the senior leadership level with the Russian Federation, Ukraine, Turkey, the United States, the European Union, and several other key countries. I am hopeful, but there is still a long way to go. The complex security, economic, and financial implications require goodwill on all sides for a package deal to be reached. I will not go into details because public statements could undermine the chances of success. Second, social protection systems need to cover everyone in need with the right combinations of food, cash, and support for water, sanitation, nutrition, and livelihoods, which in turn means third, finance is essential. Developing countries must have access to liquidity so that they can provide social protection to everyone in need. International financial institutions need to step in with generous investments to prevent a global debt crisis. There is no answer to the food crisis without an answer to the finance crisis. Official development assistance is more necessary than ever. Diverting it to other priorities is not an option while the world is on the brink of mass hunger. Fourth, governments must bolster agricultural production and invest in resilient food systems that protect smallholder food producers. At today's prices, farmers cannot afford seeds, fuel, and fertilizers. Governments must be able to support them with subsidies and connect them to markets. Fifth, humanitarian operations must be fully funded to prevent famine and reduce hunger. Humanitarian organizations have a proven track record of preventing famine, most recently in South Sudan and Yemen. But they need resources, and those resources must be used for maximum good by exempting humanitarian food purchases from taxes, sanctions, and other restrictions. Excellencies, we are closely monitoring the global food security outlook and using our convening power to push for immediate steps. The Global Crisis Response Group on Food, Energy and Finance is tackling the impact of the crisis on vulnerable people, identifying and pushing for solutions. The food crisis has no respect for borders, and no country can overcome it alone. Our only chance of lifting millions of people out of hunger is to act together, urgently, and with solidarity. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary General, thank you very much for your important words and also for the very concrete suggestions and ideas that you put on the table. It's a pleasure now for me to give the floor to my friend, the representative from Senegal and current African Union President.
Merci beaucoup.
Monsieur le secrétaire d'État Blinken, Monsieur le secrétaire général des Nations Unies, mes chers collègues ministres, Mesdames et Messieurs, Monsieur le secrétaire d'État Blinken, je voudrais avant tout, au nom du président Macky Sall, président en exercice de l'Union africaine, vous remercier très particulièrement de l'invitation que vous nous avez adressée et de l'appel urgent que vous nous avez lancé afin de prendre à bras le corps la grave et lancinante question
this very serious and long-standing question of food security. I would like to welcome the commitment by Secretary General Guterres to promote a world that is united in peace and security. A few days ago, you said in Dakar this very thing, and we really appreciated your comments. In this difficult moment, with so much uncertainty and with shortages of food and agricultural inputs, we're all affected, but mostly Africa is affected. Our meeting today is very pertinent because it shows that we need to have solidarity and we need to act together so we do not fall into all of those ills. We need to fight against famine, malnutrition, poverty, and debt, armed conflicts, climate change, a lack of vaccine or few vaccinations against COVID-19. As you said, the situation in Africa is more than concerning. Ladies and gentlemen, for Africa, we need to note that the numbers can show things to us.
According to the FAO, 257 million people suffer from hunger in Africa, and most of them in sub-Saharan Africa. According to the World Food Programme, drought is threatening 20 million people of hunger in the Horn of Africa. The COVID pandemic has already triggered an economic contraction of 3.2% and it has pushed 55 million Africans into poverty. Among the 80 countries in center of dependence in the world, most of them are located in Africa. So that is the situation that we must deal with. And to this dire situation, we must add the situation of the war in Ukraine. We must therefore see in Africa a special, exceptional situation. And this situation needs exceptional measures. This is why we are very happy that you sent us this invitation to think about this problem with you. Our production is weak. Regardless of our problems, as you said, both of you, regardless of the problems that we are experiencing, we do have within ourselves the capabilities to overcome them if we do want to overcome them and if we do believe in ourselves. I do believe we believe in ourselves. So what must we do? What must we do after this observation? What do you propose? What kind of solutions are we proposing? Well, first of all, we believe that we must contain, by all means possible, inflation. Inflation via multilateral financial support at a much greater extent. No conditional, less conditional, and that will allow developing countries to resist to the economic shock and to the financial shock. Therefore, I invite the G7, the G20, the IMF, the World Bank to reactivate the debt suspension service as mentioned by the task force that you established yourself, Mr. Secretary General, and President Macky Sall, as President of the AU, is one of the champions. We believe that this solution will be capable, at least for us, to confront the food crisis in order to reschedule the debts over 5 years. The second solution is to transfer the special drawing rights from the rich countries to African countries. You also mentioned it according to modalities that need to be agreed upon. Africa has $256 billion. Well, as of now, we have only received $33 billion, so the gap is enormous. The third option is to encourage social spending for the most vulnerable sectors of the population. That is what we did in Senegal, and President Macky Sall, just a week ago, launched this major program, which represents an idea of supporting 142,000 poor households. And as you said, Mr. Secretary General, we must maintain the supply chains for grain, and we must keep them open in order to stabilize prices and to unleash all of the stocks and to make them available to the entire world. And thanks to this, we'll be able to build a strong resilience. We must finally act right now on a humanitarian basis, now before it is too late. This is why, and here I will conclude, we must unleash the stocks of grain around the world and make them available and accessible to all. This will be our first priority as of now. However, the African Union, under the presidency of Mr. Sall, will dedicate the Malabo Summit soon to this fundamental and pressing issue. Africa is waiting for you. Africa is waiting from the international community and from its partners to show their strong commitment. Thank you very much for your attention.
It's my pleasure now to give the floor straight from the airplane, I believe, to my good friend Annalena, both in her capacity as the representative from Germany, but also as this year's chair of the G7. Annalena.
Thanks a lot. The plane was a bit late. Secretary General, Secretary of State, dear Tony, Minister, dear Aissata, Executive Director, dear David Bisley, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. To a starving family in Somalia, to a frightened mother in Yemen, to a hungry school kid in Mali. Russia's war in Ukraine might seem thousands of kilometers away. Its devastating effects, however, are hitting those mothers and fathers, children, and everybody in society directly and with terrible consequences. Russia is not only leading its brutal war with tanks, missiles, and bombs. Russia is leading its war with another terrible but more silent weapon: hunger and deprivation. By blocking Ukrainian ports, by destroying silos, streets, railroads, and especially farmers' fields. Russia has launched a grain war, stocking a global food crisis. It is doing so at a time when millions are already being threatened by hunger, particularly in the Middle East and Africa, due to the devastating effects of the climate crisis, due to the COVID pandemic, due to conflicts raging in their own regions. When I met villagers in Mali and Niger a couple of weeks ago, they told me what it means when the price of grain is doubling on the local market. It means their childs go to bed hungry. It means a family is in pain. The world's poorest are paying the devastating price for Russia's ruthless war. In Mali now the bread costs double than it costed before. In Lebanon, it has raised already by 34%. I would like to tell you from the bottom of my heart, we see your pain, we hear your suffering, and we stand by your side. Three aspects are crucial now. First, we need concrete action. That's why it's important that we reach concrete commitments among G7 partners last week to support Ukraine in keeping up its production and to be able to export the grain which is needed so heavily worldwide. And to step up with aid to those women, men, and children who most urgently need it. Overall, Germany is providing 4 billion euros related to food security this year. But, and this is my second point, we must also look beyond the here and now. The bitter truth is that the global food crisis will not be solved overnight. That's why we must focus on all the factors contributing to hunger. We must tackle the climate crisis. We must help farmers become less vulnerable to droughts, floods, and extreme rains. We must also continue our fight against COVID, making sure nobody is left behind. As G7 foreign ministers, we have just agreed on an action plan to support vaccination campaigns in the Global South with almost $4 billion US. We will only succeed, and you have underlined this, if we work together. And this is my third point. That's why I would like to thank you, Tony, for bringing us together today. That's why, Secretary General, we thank you for launching the Global Crisis Response Group, a crucial initiative because this debate needs to be inclusive, with a global reach bringing together donors and those in need. And that's also why we will use our G7 presidency to push this crucial battle. The Global Alliance for Food Security that was initiated by the G7 and will be launched tomorrow is one important step. It will feed into the UN level. Colleagues and friends, don't fall for Russia's disinformation campaign. There are no sanctions, not a single one, on grain exports or fertilizers. There are no sanctions impeding humanitarian aid. Let's be very clear. It's Russia's ruthless war that is putting millions at life and at risk. But we won't stand idle by. We will act. At this time, when an inhuman war is causing such terrible suffering across the globe, that's a matter of responsibility, of solidarity, and of humanity. And that's why we are all here to stand with the poorest. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Vierbach, very much. Mr. Secretary General, thank you for starting us off. Greatly appreciate everything you're doing every day on this. Thank you. So now I would like to turn to the Executive Director of the World Food Program, David Beasley. David, the floor is yours.
Is the mic working? There we go. Mr. Secretary, it's great to be with you. Thank you for calling this a very important session. And let me be very clear and to the point. Failure to open the ports will be a declaration of war on global food security, resulting in famine and destabilization of nations, as well as mass migration by necessity. It is absolutely essential that we allow these ports to open, because this is not just about Ukraine. This is about the poorest of the poor around the world who are on the brink of starvation as we speak. So I ask President Putin, if you have any heart at all, to please open these ports. Please assure everyone concerned that the passageways will be clear so that we can feed the poorest of the poor and avert famine, as we've done in the past when nations in this room have stepped up together to the call of action to prevent catastrophe from year after year. It's hard to believe that Ukraine, a nation that grows enough grain to feed 400 million people, is now out of production. Mr. Secretary, it's critical that these farms get back in operation, that the trucks and the trains and the ships move again. The World Food Program, we fed about 130 million people last year, assisted in some way or another. This year, we expect that number to be about 150. 50% of the grains that we buy come from Ukraine. But there's also 7.6 other billion people that depend upon the markets for grain, the commodities that all in this room produce, and the market volatility that has been created by this war is something that the world, in a fragile time like this, after years of conflict, COVID, and climate shocks, the world is too fragile. Mr. Secretary, over 25 nations depend on 50% or more of their grain from this region. Your numbers that you gave and the Secretary General of how much food is produced in this region is a serious matter as it can possibly be. Our operational cost, because of fuel, food price increasing, shipping costs, is already increased over $71 million per month. That means we will be feeding 4 million less people in a time where there's unprecedented increase in global food insecurity. When I started this job just 5 years ago, there were 80 million people marching to starvation. Not chronic hunger, that's another number. It jumped right before COVID to 135. COVID comes along with the economic ripple effect. Of course, you've got to ask the question, why did it jump? It was war and conflict and climate shock. And then COVID comes along with economic devastation of the poorest of the poor countries. $30 trillion or more economic stimulus packages passed. We thought that COVID would be behind us, only to see it ripple again and again and again. And the poorest of the poor countries don't have the safety net finances that they need because they're in so much debt now. It's a very, very fragile time on planet Earth. The world is on fire. We have solutions. We need to act, and we need to act now. The silos are full. Why are the silos full? Because the ports are not operating. Why are the ports not operating? Because there's a blockade that will not allow the food that will feed the world to pass. The farmers need to be back in the field. We need to get those silos empty, but we can't do it without the ports being operational. So, Mr. Secretary, I do want to say a special thanks to the United States, and I say this from the bottom of my heart. I have seen Democrats and Republicans fight over everything, but this week when I saw them coming together for extraordinary cooperation on international food security and humanitarian response to the Ukraine crisis, it warms my heart and gives me hope. And many of you in this room have been stepping up for the last few years. Thank you very much, but there are others in this room that need to step up more than you have. The world is on fire. Don't be penny wise and pound foolish at a time like this. Germany did a very simple study just a year ago that showed in the Syrian crisis with 1 million refugees.
And a very spirited discussion happening there at the United Nations on global food security. Coming up next here on Live Now from Fox, we'll bring you the Los Angeles County District Attorney making remarks on gun violence. Stay tuned here to Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us this Wednesday afternoon. We have a lot of stories to share with you today. Let's start in Los Angeles. The Los Angeles County District Attorney Gascon is making remarks on gun violence. Let's listen in to what he has to say.
Fund-proven programs that stop violence, like after-school programs, employment and income assistance programs, and violence interruption. Right now, many politicians are pointing to violence, harnessing people's suffering, talking a big game, and then doing nothing to prevent it. We need to come together and support real solutions to gun violence in our communities. In our office, we're doing everything that we can to support victims of crime, ensure accountability, and prevent violence in our communities. We hope that we never have another mass shooting here in LA County, but if we do, my office is here to assist. And I'm here to tell you that my Bureau of Victim Services has a mass victimization crisis response team specially trained to help victims of such tragedies and their families. If we have a mass shooting here, they will be dispatched to help victims on the scene and continue to provide the services for weeks and months thereafter. These teams will provide crisis assistance and connect people with counseling services and other government agencies like the Department of Mental Health. They also provide victims with information about possible financial help from the state through the California Victims Compensation Fund. Our victim services staff is made up of dedicated individuals training trauma-informed care, and they will provide services with sensitivity and compassion. In the past, our teams have helped victims of mass shootings at Saugus High School, Long Beach in 2019, Dawson Oaks in 2018, and Las Vegas in 2017. And we continue to staff those teams to make sure that they are able to provide that service. In addition to providing comprehensive victim services, my office is also using innovative approaches to try to stop violence before it starts. Last year, I know that many of you heard that we established our Community Violence Reduction Division to embed prosecutors into communities that are experiencing poverty and violence and to build trust and relationships to reduce crime. We're expanding our networks to include public health practitioners and violence interrupters in our crime prevention work. Through this unit, we are working to anticipate conflicts before they elevate into acts of violence. And to address some of the staffing challenges that are partially caused by the impact on court operations during COVID and the related hiring freezes that we and the county have suffered, I'm here to announce that we will begin providing additional services to our trial units by temporarily moving 15 experienced attorneys from other units that do not require daily courtroom appearance. Some of these units temporarily affected include those in our Bureau of Fraud and Corruption, post-conviction units, and JSIG, which is our police accountability unit. I want to be clear about what that means and more importantly, what it doesn't mean. Our priorities have not changed. We're reallocating our resources to provide some relief to our trial attorneys who are suffering under crushing workloads that have been partially caused by the COVID shutdowns. We're grateful to the attorneys on staff who will fulfill these roles while we finalize hiring approximately 60 new attorneys who will begin working in the office in the next 8 to 10 weeks. Once these attorneys are trained, we will move them in trial divisions and promote existing attorneys to further support our trial units that are most in need. During this temporary period of reassignment of resources, we are confident that our operations will continue without interruptions. Moving on to gun control, my office is also doing the work to reduce the number of guns on the street. Ghost guns, which are guns people assemble from kids in their homes, have become more prevalent in our communities. These guns have no serial numbers, are untraceable, and difficult to monitor or control. The LAPD alone reported a 400% increase in the seizures of ghost guns since 2017, and other police agencies are reporting similar increases. In partnership with police and other community organizations, I have asked major credit card companies, Visa, MasterCard, and American Express, to help stem the flow of these guns by stopping online payments for the purchase of ghost guns. I again urge these companies to do the right thing and find ways to halt the sales. It is truly a matter of life and death. And I want to say to our struggling communities that are dealing with gun violence that we're here for you. We see you. We are devoted to harnessing our resources and urging our legislator, boards of supervisors, and all of our government agencies to join together to address the serious issues. With me, I have Suzanne Birch, who serves as the president of the LA chapter of the Brady United to Prevent Gun Violence, and Donna Braun, who is a survivor volunteer with Moms Demand Action, whose 21-year-old son Cliff was murdered by an unknown killer. They will each speak to you, and then we'll take a few questions, but before that I will then go into Spanish. So, Suzanne, do you want to start? Suzanne, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. Okay.
My name is Suzanne Verge. I'm with the Los Angeles chapter of Brady, named after Press Secretary Jim Brady, one of the oldest, boldest gun violence prevention organizations. States with stronger gun laws have lower rates of gun violence. That's a fact. So someone living in Mississippi is 8.5 times more likely to be a victim of gun violence than someone living here in California or living in Hawaii. But our gun laws are only as good as the nearby states. So we need federal legislation. We need to ban weapons of war. Assault weapons are the weapon of choice for mass shooters. No question. They are not the choice for home protection. So we need federal legislation. I'm a survivor of gun violence. My brother Peter was 18 when he was murdered in Santa Monica. I was 15. My parents were so distraught. There were 6 kids, now there are 5. And I'm just so grateful. Back then we didn't have like victim services. My parents were just overwhelmed, and I can't tell you how important it is, so thank you. And when these mass shootings happen, or when there's a suicide by gun, we are all traumatized. Donna and I, we talk about this. It brings up all our pain, our suffering. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be a member of this club. So I'm so grateful that you're having this press conference and pointing out that we are ready as a city, if there is something, that there are services and people should take advantage of them. Counseling and support helps. Donna?
Wow, yes. As you know, I'm Donna Brown. I'm a mother and a proud grandmother, and a survivor fellow of Everytown. And I speak about justice. My son Cliff was murdered. That's what called me into action. And my case for action is safe community violence prevention and self-care. While our attention is turned to the tragic mass shooting like the ones this weekend in cities like Buffalo, New York, Milwaukee, and Laguna Woods, California, the impact of gun violence is felt every day right here in our city. Survivors like myself are impacted by this countless other shootings that never made headlines, as gun violence results in 110 people shot, killed every day nationwide, with hundreds more wounded. I speak from my own experience that survivors of gun violence need support, including financial, legal, and emotional support. I want to thank the district attorney for acknowledging this and for doing his part to provide resources to those who have been impacted by gun violence right here in Los Angeles, California. I also want to thank DA Gascon for his leadership.
All right, we're going to bring you much more here on Live Now from Fox on gun violence, but now we want to bring you the big board here and take a look at what the New York Stock Exchange, what the markets are going to close at. Let's take a look at that here at Live Now from Fox. So you can see the big board, and the Dow is in the deep red here. All right, so you can see that the Dow closed at about 1,000, a little more than 1,100 points. Yeah, so obviously this will likely have investors worried. There are concerns with inflation and rising prices across the country. We're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox and have a lot more top stories across the country here after the short 2-minute break. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Bringing you news out of Illinois now. Lawmakers there have signed a bill to ban what's known as ghost guns, homemade weapons that are untraceable and don't need a background check to get. Let's listen in to Governor Pritzker.
Taking too many of our residents' lives. Another strategy we're employing is focused on keeping deadly weapons out of the hands of the bad guys. Last summer, I signed the law that is the most comprehensive reform to our state firearms laws in over a generation, including universal background checks to keep guns from getting into the wrong hands. Today, we build on that progress by banning the sale and possession of the untraceable, privately made firearms known as ghost guns. These are unregistered guns with no serial numbers that are often made at home or assembled from kits purchased online, and they become virtually untraceable. Ghost guns are deadly weapons with horrifying implications. Last year, over 20,000 ghost guns were involved in criminal investigations nationwide, a tenfold increase from 2016. Earlier this month, law enforcement seized a self-manufactured gun in the possession of a teenager at Oak Park River Forest High School. And last week, using the expressway security cameras my administration installed, Illinois State Police arrested individuals in connection with multiple armed carjackings. Among their weapons of choice, a ghost gun. The legislation that I signed last year closed the deadly loophole that prevented people with dangerous histories like violent criminals and domestic abusers from purchasing a weapon. That was a bipartisan-backed change, and for good reason. Today, we're taking the next step by banning ghost guns. We're making it so those very same people can't legally obtain an untraceable weapon on their own, circumventing the background check that responsible gun owners all go through. Why isn't this a bipartisan-backed bill? Because now it's an election year. So the NRA gun lobby has told Republicans they can't vote for a bill like that. So they didn't. A child should not be able to build an AR-15 like they're building a toy truck. Right. A convicted domestic abuser should not be able to evade scrutiny by using a 3D printer to make a gun. This law will ban those ghost guns and others, and will help keep families and communities safe. Stopping the cycle of gun violence means utilizing all the tools in the toolbox, addressing poverty, disinvestment, lack of access to health care, mental health and substance use treatment. Since taking office, my administration, working with the General Assembly, has tripled the state's investments in programs to interrupt and prevent violence. We're recruiting and training a record number of new state police, building state-of-the-art labs to solve crime, and investing in the technology police need to catch the bad guys. And we're keeping illegal guns out of the hands of criminals by doing those things. In short, in an America where gun violence has become a scourge on so many neighborhoods, Illinois is taking a common sense approach to advancing public safety and justice from all directions. With that, I have the great honor of introducing the bill's sponsor in our state Senate, the great leader, Jackie Collins.
Good morning. Today, my legislation, House Bill 4383, is being signed into law to protect Illinois families from one of the deadliest public safety concerns. In this year alone, ghost guns have claimed more than 9,000 lives. Furthermore, the spike in the number of buy, build, shoot firearms puts our residents at constant increased risk of harm. For our Black and brown communities who experience fatal gun violence far more than their white counterparts, this law will drive healing within the community. The attack on people of color occurring nationwide is fatiguing, disgusting, and unfounded. Our country must begin to prioritize the safety and well-being of these targeted individuals, and I am proud to lead that charge in Illinois. With this law, these easy-to-access weapons will be phased out of existence, promoting safe, legal gun ownership in every corner of the state. Ensuring all firearms have sterilization allows our police force to conduct thorough investigations when crime strikes our neighborhoods. Though President Biden has enacted a national policy to crack down on the manufacture and distribution of ghost guns, his measure does not go far enough. The national policy doesn't include individuals. This legislation closes that loophole by calling for individual possessors of unserialized firearms to have them serialized within 180 days. Without this provision, ghost guns will continue to find their way into the hands of those who seek to harm others. I worked in partnership with Representative Cam Buckner in the Illinois House and Cook County Sheriff Tom Dart, as well as Mayor Lightford, to create and pass this law, and we faced political adversity to advance this measure through the General Assembly. Now, I proudly stand with my supporting colleagues who helped Illinois achieve safer environments for its residents. This ceremony, which brings us all here today, marks a day of celebration for what has been accomplished, and it is a promise of what is to come. This is only a piece of our anti-violence efforts. Illinois continues to be an example of what leadership is supposed to look like. This is what service to our residents looks like. With this legislation, I am eager to see communities begin to rebuild. I would like to bring to the podium now my House sponsor of this legislation, Representative Cam Buckner.
Good morning. As Senator Collins said, today is a very, very special day. I want to first start off by thanking the tribal chieftain of the mighty and beloved faith community of St. Sabina, Father Mike. Thank you for always being there and for always speaking with a clear and convincing voice about what needs to be done and then rolling up your sleeves and doing it. We're all better for it. To Governor Pritzker, thank you for your unparalleled leadership in this space. And to the always fierce and passionate and principled Senator Collins, it was truly one of the great joys of my legislative careers to be the Robin to your Batman on this bill. I also want to say thank you to the advocates, the survivors, the champions, folks like GPAC, Everytown, Brady, Moms Demand Action, for your work and your tireless efforts in this fight. I also want to acknowledge Mayor Lightfoot, Superintendent Brown, and Director Kelly for being here today and for the work that you all do every day. As we continue to fight to keep Illinoisans safe, cracking down on gun violence is an essential step. Right now, unserialized, untraceable ghost guns have left a gap in criminal law for those who wish to inflict violence and chaos on our streets. And they can and they have abused and exploited that loophole. On Sunday, a 16-year-old boy, Shondell Holliday, was fatally shot during an altercation in Millennium Park, just about 12 miles from here and in the northern part of my district. A second teenager adjacent to the incident pulled out a gun that police later determined to be a ghost gun. Governor Pritzker talked about this earlier. Several weeks ago, a teen in Oak Park brought a self-made ghost gun to school. And just last weekend, an operation that coordinated between CPD and the Illinois State Police to stop carjacking sprees found ghost guns in that effort as well. These dangerous weapons are not entering into our communities. They have entered. And they are affecting children at a young age and making all of us much less safe. This law will help prevent ghost guns from getting into the hands of the wrong people, whether they be kids, whether they be criminals who shoot up our streets and recruit our children into violent activities. Let me be crystal clear. The only people who need untraceable guns are people who are trying to evade the law. We find ourselves embroiled in a larger national debate. I think Father Mike touched on this, about common sense gun legislation and doing the things we need to do to make us all safer. The inconvenient truth is that while states around us have decided to succumb to the pressure of the gun lobby, Illinois is still standing strong. The inconvenient truth is that nationally, we have not done enough. In 2011, in Tucson, Arizona, a sitting congresswoman was shot and nothing changed. In 2017, in a Washington suburb, another sitting U.S. congressperson was shot and nothing changed. We have watched countless images of young people in schools terrorized in places where they should be nurtured, and nothing has changed. We listen to the tally of lives lost in this city every single Monday, specifically after warm weather weekends, mass shooting after mass shooting after mass shooting, and nothing has changed. In 1981, 6 weeks apart, both the President of the United States and the Pope were shot, and nothing has changed. Despite all of that, Illinois has refused to sit back idly. We have recommitted to doubling our efforts to show others how to get it done. And today, we are getting it done. I thank Governor Pritzker once again for swiftly signing this bill into law, and I thank my colleagues in the House and the Senate for supporting it. Next up, I would like to bring to the podium the leader of the Illinois House of Representatives, our Speaker, Emanuel Chris Welch.
Thank you, Chairman Buckner. Good morning, everyone. What a privilege it is to be here today, standing with Governor J.B. Pritzker, Mayor Lori Lightfoot, Father Michael Pfleger, a champion in this struggle for a very long time, Superintendent David Brown, and Director Brendan Kelly, who have been great counsel to me in my new position as Speaker, and to the many advocates who have been fighting for this issue for a very long time. Because of all of them, we are here today to make Illinois the first state in the Midwest to ban ghost guns. We're the first, and with these people standing beside me, trust me, we won't be the last. Across the country, we know ghost guns have been a loophole for violent criminals to get their hands on weapons. But these untraceable guns also make it much harder for our law enforcement to do their jobs and to solve gun crimes. We've seen ghost guns used in shootings all across this country, in New York, Washington, Kansas, Florida, New Mexico, California, Maryland, and that's just in 2022. This is a rapidly growing threat to our communities and our safety. And Illinois is not immune, as you've just heard Chairman Buckner say. In 2019, Chicago police officers recovered 72 of these ghost guns in 2019. Last year, just 2 years later, they recovered nearly 500. Gun violence is plaguing our nation. It's tearing apart families and is taking lives far too soon. One more innocent life lost, ladies and gentlemen, is one more too many. This is an important step forward, not backward, to keep our communities safe. We don't want to go backward. We want to keep moving forward. And this is just the start of the direction that we're going to continue to move Illinois in. And I want to thank profusely Representative Cam Buckner, Senator Jackie Collins, Mayor Lori Lightfoot, Superintendent David Brown, and our State Police Director, Brendan Kelly, and all of these stakeholders for working together to make sure that this day happened. We don't get anything done by working alone. Right. We get things done building alliances and working together. We're the first, but we're certainly not the last. We're just getting started. And so I'm looking forward to the governor putting his pen on the paper today, making this ghost gun a smart crime bill that becomes law. And I want to welcome to the podium now to give us more detail on why this is such important legislation today, our Illinois State Police Director, Brendan Kelly. Director.
Thank you. Virtually every day, the Illinois State Police recovers firearms, some stolen, some used in crimes, and some with no serial number. Unserialized, privately made firearms, or PMFs, more commonly known as ghost guns. Over the years, we've seen the numbers of these privately made firearms increase. For example, in 2020, ISP Labs analyzed 62 ghost guns. That number increased to 180 in our forensic case assignments last year, and we're already at 164 in our laboratory system just this year. So we're going to double it every year at this rate. Criminals are finding it easier and cheaper to buy an unfinished firearm frame than to steal a gun or find one on the streets where the serial number has been defaced. With little work, the unfinished frame becomes a fully functioning firearm. We're talking about both pistols and AR-15s, and it's not just the guns we're finding,
but extended magazines and high-capacity round magazines. These firearms are often assembled from kits that can be bought online and do not have serial numbers, sold without background checks, and easy for criminals to acquire while difficult for law enforcement to check, which is what brings us here today. Since taking office, the governor has given the direction and resources to rebuild the Illinois State Police and laid the foundation for law enforcement to pursue a better strategy for combating illegal firearms. Through stable budgeting and fixing long-standing weaknesses, we are bringing the state's firearms background check system out of the 1960s and into the 2020s, with ISP preventing over 25,000 unlawful attempts to obtain a firearm in 2020 alone. That's a record number. The legislation signed today adds another element to that strategy by making it illegal for someone to sell or possess an unserialized, unfinished frame or receiver or unserialized firearm in most cases. This includes firearms produced by three-dimensional printer. Our growing strategy includes legislation signed by Governor Pritzker requiring guns used in crimes to undergo e-trace, a search in federal databases, and shell casings to be entered in the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network, as well as legislation creating gun intelligence sharing for law enforcement where ISP uses information sharing, partnerships, crime analysis, and evidence-based practices to pursue justice in firearm-related shootings, homicides, and gun trafficking. This includes using ballistic and e-trace data, DNA evidence, latent fingerprints, and firearms trading data. Along with the major investments in forensics and the rebirth of the Illinois State Police Division of Criminal Investigation, the strategy to combat illegal firearms now includes the illegal manufacturing of firearms, progressing to the timely dissemination of intelligence to investigators, investigative follow-up, and coordinated prosecution to protect public safety and to pursue justice. And with that, let me introduce Ms. Pamela Bosley. Pamela Bosley, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Pam Bosley, one of the founders of Purpose Over Pain. So I'm going to tell my Purpose Over Pain moms to come stand with me and Dad. Purpose Over Pain, we're a group of parents whose children's lives was taken by gun violence. And I just wanted to kind of tell you who I am. I have three sons, three amazing sons. One of my sons, Terrell Bosley, at the age of 18, he was a college student doing all the right things. At the age of 18, his life was taken by senseless gun violence on the grounds of a church, a place that should have been safe. And I will forever and forever say his name and tell his story. I have two other amazing sons. My middle son is Therese Bosley. He's a college grad and he's a truck driver. And I have a younger son, Trey, just graduated from SIUE last weekend, and his major is electrical engineering and his minor is math. So I said all that to say is that I have one son whose life was taken. It was ended by gun violence, and my goal is every single day to fight so that my other sons can live. And we just recently had one of our parents, her name is Sharon Purnell. Last weekend, her husband was mowing the lawn, doing landscaping, and somebody came by and shot him. He was 65 years old, and his life was taken, and his funeral is tomorrow, so we'll be there with her. Her only son 5 years ago was shot and killed, and now she has to bury her husband. So that made me think that this can happen to any of us. Right. It's no age limit. It's happening to our young people. And that's why I mentioned my other two sons, because I want them to live. And I'm a mother that's standing here that's suffering from anxiety, depression. I mean, you know, anxiety, and I'm nervous about my other two sons, and I'm nervous about losing other individuals to gun violence. So I'm asking that, I just want to say thank you to the Governor JB, for your stance on gun violence, for Senator Collins and her representatives for putting together this ghost bill that can stop these untraceable guns that's flooding our community, that can flood our community, because you can take these guns and you could purchase them online and you could purchase them in the store and you could put them together and you can shoot any of us. Right. So I truly thank you, Governor, for taking the time today and signing this bill. I thank GPAC for pushing the bills and all the advocate people. And I just want to, I know that change is going to come. And every time you see me, I'm always going to mention my son's name, Terrell, because my goal is every single day is to make him happy and pray that there's no more mothers or fathers standing with us again that have to bury their children. So next, I'm going to bring to the mic Delphine Cherry. She actually is part of Purpose Over Pain, and she had to bury 2 of her children.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. Good morning. You have to excuse me, I'm a little hoarse. My name is Delphine Cherry. I'm a mother and I'm an advocate, and I'm a survivor of gun violence. I'm standing here today because 2 of my children, Thais and Tyler, were lost to gun violence 20 years apart. Thais was only 16, coming out of the movie theater, and she was hit by a stray bullet, and she was killed instantly. 20 years later, my son, Tyler, had got off work from Walmart's, going to a friend's party, and he was shot down in my driveway. This past May, Thaisa would have been 47 years old, and I can't even imagine having a child 47 years old. I don't have any grandkids from her. I don't have a son-in-law from neither one of them.
And you're watching Live Now from Fox. That's Illinois officials and a number of community members coming together to ban ghost guns. Coming up after the short 2-minute break, we'll hear from Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot. That's up next here on Live Now from Fox.
Let me start and remind people the powerful testimony that you've just heard from Pam Bosley and from Delphine Cherry. And they stand in the shoes and represent many people across the city who have been victimized directly by gun violence. These, mostly women, mourn the loss of their children, and they are courageous fighters for peace. We can't forget them. The reporting that sometimes happens is stats and who got shot and who got killed, but behind every single one of them is a Pam Bosley, a Delphine Cherry, a Maria Pike, Millie Burgos, and others who are feeling this pain directly and carrying this weight with them. We can't forget that. And I also want to make sure that we rise up and acknowledge that we're here at St. Sabina, which is ground zero for us in the city for consciousness about the continued fight for peace and to demand that elected officials hold themselves more accountable, the demands that we do pass laws that help in this fight, but also that we must continue to prick the consciousness of our young people who are picking up these guns and settling, oftentimes, petty disputes at the end of a barrel. This fight continues. And Father Mike said this years ago, and he said it again today, and I want to lift it up. We are burying our talent because of gun violence. This issue of ghost guns is a continued and rising threat to our safety, each and every one of us. It was a top legislative priority for me, and when I met with the Speaker and President Harmon back in December, talking about what the legislative agenda would look like, this is one of the items that I put on the top of the list, and that's why I was so grateful to partner with Senator Collins and Sheriff Dart to make sure that we created a piece of legislation, as Senator Collins said, that left no room, that closed all the loopholes, and demanded accountability for them who are ordering over the internet these kits of destruction in our city. And let me just give you a few points of what that means to us, and I'm going to invite the superintendent to also speak briefly. Last year, in 2021, the Chicago Police Department found 264 ghost guns. That was a 64% increase over the previous year. And we're on a record pace, unfortunately, again this year. And one of the young people where we found a gun at Millennium Park, a 16-year-old, think about that, also carrying a ghost gun. This is a crisis moment for us around violence in general, but also around the proliferation of these ghost guns. The New York Times has just reported today the exponential increase in the manufacture of guns in our country. Folks, we've got to wake up. The gun manufacturers are getting rich while we are burying boys and girls and elders all over this country without any consequences for the people who are part and parcel of the problem, and that's also the gun manufacturers. This is a national issue. Mayors all over the country are grappling with this, and we've got to come together at every level of government and with our trusted community partners to stand and say no more. Ghost guns, as you've heard, can be bought online. They have no serial numbers. They're easily assembled and are untraceable. This bill addresses both the assembly from the kits and those made in 3D printer parts, which is critically important. Chicago Police Department and Cook County Sheriff have both seen, as you also heard from Director Kelly, an exponential increase in the number of ghost gun recoveries, and unfortunately, we think that that number will continue to grow. So this is an important step for the state of Illinois. It's important for the state to show leadership on this issue, and we were glad to be a part of helping get to this moment. But we need national legislation to ban these guns because we're surrounded by Indiana, by Michigan, Wisconsin. We know every single year that guns are pouring across the borders from those states and endangering lives here in the city of Chicago. So we must take this moment and appreciate the work that has been done, but the work's not over. We've got to continue. And we cannot rest until we see every state step up, and particularly every state in the Midwest, so that Chicagoans can sleep a little bit easier, knowing that these dangerous weapons of mass destruction, and I think that was the right word, Father Mike, that these dangerous weapons of mass destruction are off our streets and out of the hands of children once and forever. I'm going to invite the superintendent to say a few words from his perspective and what the challenges is that all his officers are also facing. Sue.
So I'll say it again very plainly. A ghost gun is a gun. It's a gun that kills, that wounds families, grieving families, Chicago Police Department and its officers seized 11,400 guns in 2020. Over 12,000 guns seized in 2021. Both those years are record levels of gun seizures. But the subset of guns seized that's growing the most is ghost guns. A 64% increase in ghost guns seized so far this year, after a 70% increase in ghost guns seized the previous year. A ghost gun is a gun. It's the largest growing seized gun in the city of Chicago in the last 2 years. We need this legislation. Thank you, Governor Pritzker. Thank you, House Speaker. Thank you, state reps that sponsor this. This bill will save lives. Every gun seized is a life saved. That's a mother and a family that doesn't have to grieve. And it's also important to recognize our men and women in law enforcement risk everything to seize these guns. There's been a 500% increase in Chicago police officers shot at and shot these last 2 years. 500% increase. A ghost gun is a gun. And thank you all for being here and sponsoring and signing this bill, Governor. Thank you.
And our final speaker today is GPAC's Kathleen Sansis.
Good morning, everybody. I want to just take a second to thank Pam Bosley, Delphine Cherry, all the members of Purpose Over Pain, every person standing, sitting in this auditorium that has lost a loved one to gun violence. In the face of all these tragedies, your resolve to end gun violence and to fight to keep other families from feeling the pain of losing a child or a loved one is nothing short of an inspiration. My name is Kathleen Sansis, President and CEO of the Gun Violence Prevention PAC, GPAC for short. Our organization was founded in 2013 to counter the influence of the gun lobby in Springfield and pass common sense legislation to keep Illinoisans safe. We stand here today only days after multiple tragedies across our country, from a Buffalo supermarket to a church in California, a tourist attraction right here in Chicago. We must do whatever we can to stop these senseless acts of violence because they are taking away too many of our loved ones. A 16-year-old boy was the victim of a fatal shooting at Millennium Park, and an untraceable build-it-yourself firearm, known as a ghost gun, was recovered. With Governor Pritzker's signature today, Illinois becomes the first state in the Midwest to make ghost guns illegal and make ours a safer state. Add this piece of legislation to our recent efforts to crack down on unlicensed gun dealers and block illegal gun ownership, and you have one of the most comprehensive gun violence prevention efforts in the nation, enacted here in Illinois by this governor and this General Assembly. Thank you. Thank you, Governor Pritzker, President Harmon, Senator Collins, Speaker Welch, Representative Buckner, and so many more for making Illinois a safer state. I would be remiss if I didn't call out our 200-plus statewide coalition partners, national advocates like Brady United, Everytown, Giffords, Moms Demand Action, and all of the grassroots advocates who power this movement, and survivors who have experienced tremendous tragedy, yet fight the good fight every single day. And with that, I'm honored to turn it over to Governor Pritzker to save this life-saving legislation.
So there you have it. Illinois Governor Pritzker signing a bill that bans ghost guns. Those are illegal guns, homemade weapons that aren't registered and that are untraceable. You saw a number of people there, officials from different agencies, Mayor Lori Lightfoot. We also heard from Superintendent Brown making remarks. Again, this is in hopes of reducing gun violence seen across the city. We're going to take a short 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, and after this short 2-minute break, we will hear from First Lady Jill Biden and how she is hoping to raise awareness on mental health in young people. Stay tuned. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. First Lady Jill Biden and singer Selena Gomez are teaming up to bring awareness on mental health in young people. It's part of the first ever Youth Mental Health Forum at the White House. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Always the same as he. And sometimes the darkness is inside of us too. And over the last decade, an alarming number of young people have struggled with mental health challenges. And the pandemic has made it so much worse, hasn't it? You know, the isolation, the anxiety, and yes, the grief. They are wounds that sometimes go unseen, too often cloaked in secrecy and shame. But young people don't have to face these challenges alone, right, Vivek? No one does. You know, our daughter Ashley is a social worker, and she comes, you know, she used to come home every day when we all lived together and tell us about the challenges, about the kinds of trauma that she sees in her work. But she also shares the hope she feels when she's able to help. And I know that there are a lot of people here today who offer that same help. And I want to thank all of you here in the audience who do that. So thank you. The darkness inside of us can feel heavy at times, but we can share the weight of it together. And we can help bring those feelings and experiences into the light. And that's why I'm so grateful to all of you here. It takes courage to, be honest about the struggles that you faced and to tell your stories. And it takes courage to understand that your voice can make a difference and to show your creativity and talents, to all of the world. So I'm so proud of everyone here today. And the President is proud of you too. In The Hill We Climb, the poem that the National Youth Poet Laureate, you might remember this from our inauguration. Yes, who doesn't love Amanda Gorman? So Amanda Gorman wrote, "There is always light if we're only brave enough to see it, if we're only brave enough to be it." And I see that illumination in each one of you. So I want you to keep showing up for each other. Keep being brave. I know it's hard. And keep helping us find the light that we all need. So thank you all of you. Thank you so much for being here. Selena?
Oh, dear. Okay, I can't believe I'm here. Thank you, Dr. Biden, for inviting all of us here to the People's House. It's such an honor, and you have made all of us feel very welcome, so thank you for that. We have an incredible historic day ahead of us. This is the first ever Mental Health Youth Action Forum, and on this stage are some of the brightest young leaders in mental health advocacy. MTV Entertainment Studios and 18 mental health nonprofit partners, including My Social Impact Initiative, the Rare Impact Fund, selected these 30 young leaders from across the country to offer creative, real-world solutions to a crisis that is having a profound impact on so many young Americans. Each of them was selected out of hundreds of applications received because of the impressive work they are already doing to inspire their peers to take mental health actions. The Surgeon General's recent advisory on youth mental health shows just how seriously this crisis is being taken by the Biden administration and the Department of Health and Human Services. The document is a comprehensive plan that brings America's attention to this urgent public health issue and provides recommendations for how it can be addressed. Here to tell us more and lead us in a conversation with some of our young leaders is my friend, U.S. Surgeon General Dr. Murthy.
Well, thank you so much for those kind words, Selena. And Dr. Biden, I'm so excited and happy that you're here and to work so closely with you on this issue that I know we all care about so deeply and that's so important to the President, the issue of how do we improve mental health in our country. You know, the truth is that we are building a movement to address mental health in America. We want to build a society where no person has to feel isolated and shamed because of their struggles. We want to build a world where anyone who needs help can get it and get it quickly. And we're also looking to do something bigger, which is to build a world where we all look out for one another. Right? It's no secret that when we look at the world right now, sometimes it feels like there's so much division that people are throwing stones at each other, that there's endless conflict. But the reality is that we can change that, person by person, interaction by interaction, relationship by relationship. And that's why at the essence of building a movement is not just getting the right policies in place and changing practices in schools and in workplaces. We have to do that. But movements are ultimately built and sustained when we change hearts and minds. And that's why each of us has power to use our voice to change how we think, to help shape how the people around us think, and to lead by example. It's one of the reasons I'm so grateful to my friend Selena, because she has led by example in being open, in sharing, not just with one or two people, but with millions of people. And think about how scary that is, because sometimes even when we share with one person, you know, that we're struggling, that can feel like so monumentous, you know, so monumental rather, and so scary. To do that at the scale you've done, Selena, is truly, truly impressive, and you've given courage to so many others. And this is just the beginning of what we're all going to be doing together, what all of us in this room will be doing together to build this broader movement on mental health. And just as we start this conversation, I was reminded when Dr. Biden read that beautiful quote from Amanda Gorman. I was reminded of a song by one of my favorite bands called Blessings. And there's a line in it which says, "There are blessings all around us. Open up your eyes." And I think about that often because so many times I forget the blessings that are constantly around us. They often take the form of our family and our friends, of the strangers that we meet. You may meet people today you've never met before, and I assure you that when you hear from the people on this stage, you will understand why they are blessings, why they are inspiring so many people in their lives and around our country, and we want to lift up their voices because their stories have so much to teach us. So with that, I want us to start with Ayanna, who is an extraordinary woman who's here to share with us her mental health journey. Ayanna, let me turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Murphy. I appreciate it. So thank you. I am a Afro-Latina, daughter of immigrants from La República Dominicana, so this is a big day. It just so happens to be my mother's birthday. Happy birthday, Mom, if you're watching. I am also a mom of 2 beautiful brown babies, and I am also a disabled veteran. And, you know, I really just strive to give people the resources that they need that I wish I had. No one told me how to take care of my brother and my husband when they were going through an episode, and taking care of myself, and also raising the next generation. And, you know, what I'm most proud of is that my son can tell me, "Mommy, I want to tell you my feelings. Can I share with you?" And that is all I need. So thank you.
Ayanna, that is so beautiful, and your son and your daughter are so lucky to have such a strong mom, such an honest mom who can be vulnerable and real. That's incredible. You know, I'm asking you this partly selfishly, this question, as a dad who has 2 small kids who are 4 and 5 who are growing up, and I'm trying to think of how do I talk to them about mental health. So can you give us some advice? Like when you think about your kids, how did you start those conversations with them about mental health?
Oh, tough question. Nobody gave me the book, first of all. I just sit down and have a conversation with him and say, "How are you feeling today? You know, it's okay if it's not good. And I'm not going to reprimand you, or you're not in trouble for feeling a certain way. And if Mommy made you feel a certain way, I want you to tell me. I want to honor you as an individual, and I want to work to be better." Right? I'm making myself vulnerable and allowing him the space to say, "Yes, I feel, you know, I feel sad, or I need a break, or I need alone time."
Can I just say, underscore one thing that Ayanna said is particularly for boys. We don't tell our boys often enough that it's okay to talk about their feelings, that it's okay to express fear and doubt, right? And we've got to do that for kids, you know, across the board. But I'm so glad that you did that with your son in particular. Wonderful. Thank you, Ayanna.
Thank you.
I want to turn next to Jasmine. Jasmine, tell us a little bit about what your journey looks like.
Yes. Well, I'm going to start off being honest. I am so nervous. No, but I'm a member of the Northern Arapaho tribe from Wyoming. My journey, man, if I would have known, it would have, you know, ended up here. It all really started in high school, my freshman year. It was terrible. It wasn't very good. I'm sorry. Okay.
It's okay. Take your time.
Yeah. I went through, you know, 2 different therapists, you know, and that was a really big step for me. So, because, you know, where I'm from, on the reservation, it's not very talked about, you know, the people, and like my peers have, you know, I've been to way too many funerals, and so I took the liberty to really, you know, say this isn't okay, to, you know, start to really talk about it. You know, I don't want anyone to go through, you know, what they have, and So, the two therapists that I went to, they didn't really give me what I wanted or what I needed at the time. And so it's just, I really had to step up and do my own research, create my own positive coping mechanisms. So I started a group, a little local group called the Niini Project. Niini means things are good in the Northern Arapaho language. We use volunteering and activism as an alternative coping mechanism as opposed to just relying on Western medicine. And I'm here.
Jasmine, I know that was hard, but thank you for sharing so openly and honestly with us. Can I give you a hug? That was amazing. Jasmine, I want to ask you, it was hard for you to find a therapist, as you've said, especially somebody who had experience with Indigenous people. And we know that we all have our own stories and our culture matters, and having someone who understands that matters too. What advice would you have for young people out there who are having a hard time finding a therapist?
Yeah, so I took really, not many have the privilege, but I took comfort in my friends and family. They were very, very supportive, and it took a little time since there's still. I also you can just. The advice I would offer is just, really just stay strong. And eventually maybe you could find a therapist that you're comfortable with or, that really supports your needs. And, I really encourage, activism and volunteering, really putting yourself out there, because I find comfort in helping others. Some examples, I hosted a teddy bear toss at my previous high school. We bagged, a lot of stuffed animals. We donated them to our local domestic violence shelter and police department to give to kids in need. I also volunteer with Special Olympics. I'll be going to USA Games in Orlando to play unified softball with them, so that's really nice. And just, I just, really hope to just, tell everyone to stay strong. I guess it's easier said than done, but really you just got to put yourself out there. I hope to inspire others to really start this journey too. But yeah.
But Jasmine, look how you've turned something that was negative right into something so positive. And so you should be so proud of what you're doing. And I hope you keep mentoring other people, in your community that and sharing your struggle, because I think that's what it's all about, really, is, mentoring other people to help them through the same struggles that you faced. So thank you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
And as you heard there, a very important discussion happening on mental health amongst young people. Again, that's First Lady Joe Biden and singer Selena Gomez. They are hoping that this will help bring awareness, raise awareness, especially during the pandemic that has impacted so many people. And now we want to bring attention to a rally happening in the Bronx, New York. This is a live image of that rally happening right now. This comes after an 11-year-old girl by the name of Kayara Tall was the victim of a shooting. A gunman who was on a scooter missed his intended target, and unfortunately, that young girl was the victim and died. We want to go ahead and bring you more of this after this short 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. All right, and happening right now in the Bronx, New York, community members are out at a rally. It's after an innocent 11-year-old girl was killed. Authorities say that a man was riding on a scooter and he intended to shoot someone else, but unfortunately he shot and killed an 11-year-old girl by the name of Kayara Tall. And now these community members that you see out here in full force are calling and urging for justice. Let's go ahead and just listen in a little bit to what they are saying.
Stand up, care, do something, be about it. Don't just talk the talk, but walk the walk. I don't care what title, doesn't matter. Care, do something. We know the streets talk. We know people know what's going on. But guess what? They're scared. People need to feel safe. We need to know that if you come forward, you are safe. And so I want to say peace to everybody, to SOS. Save our streets. 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 RTG. Release the grid. RTG. Release the grid. RTG. Release the grid. RTG. Release the grid. Guns down. Lights up. Guns down. Lights up. Guns down. Lights up. Guns down. Lights up. I brag. We brag. I brag. We brag. I brag. We brag. Stop shooting! Start living! Stop shooting! Start living! Stop shooting! Start living! Stop shooting! Start living! Peace, family. Peace. The final thing I'll say. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they are called children of God. God bless your family. May God bless Kiara. May God bless all of those families that have lost a loved one to gun violence. The work will continue. God bless you all. Next up, we got Mr. Salamanca.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rafael Salamanca Jr., and I am your New York City Council member. But most important, I am from this community, born and raised in this community. I went to CS 150 for my elementary school. I played in Fox Playground. I go to this liquor store to buy my wine for my wife. I get stuck on this light every day I come because I'm going to my office up the block. I'm raising my 7-year-old son in this neighborhood. I could have gone anywhere in the world, but I wanted to stay in this neighborhood because I was born and raised in this neighborhood, and I want to raise my family in this neighborhood. What happened on Monday was extremely unacceptable. These individuals were just shooting wild in our community, regardless of who was walking through our streets. Zero regard for public life. And those individuals don't belong in our communities. And we may know who they are. And we need to call them out on this. Monday was Kiara. Tomorrow it could be your child. Tomorrow it could be my son. Tomorrow it could be any one of us. And I also got news for the state. It is unacceptable that residents in my community think that it is okay to walk around with a gun. They're walking around with a gun because they feel that with the criminal justice system that we have in place is a revolving door and they're going to come out of jail the very next day. And that is wrong. Now I got words from my community. Those individuals that choose gun violence to resolve their issues. You're killing your own community. You're killing our family members. You're killing your neighbors. You're killing your friends. And most importantly, you're killing our children. That needs to stop. ultimately, what we need is justice. We need justice for this family. We need justice for Kiara. We need justice for this community. Justice for Kiara. Justice for Kiara. Yes. So therefore, we plead with you. If you have any information, please call 911. Call your local precinct. Call my office. Call the borough president's office. It can be anonymous. We need to find these individuals and remove them from our communities. En español, yo me llamo Rafael Salamanca Jr., yo soy su concejal de esta área. Yo soy nacido y criado aquí. Lo que pasó aquí el lunes a las 4:50 de la tarde, no estaba supuesto a pasar. Una joven de 11 años fue baleada y murió aquí en nuestra comunidad por 3 individuos porque querían arreglar el beef que ellos tenían con violencia de arma de fuego. ¿Alguien sabe quiénes ellos son? Y es importante que nosotros llamamos a las autoridades para remover a estas personas de nuestras comunidades, porque ellos no pertenecen aquí en nuestras comunidades. Para cada uno de ustedes que piensa que resolver su problema con arma de fuego es la solución, es 2 cosas que van a pasar. Either van a morir o van para la cárcel. God bless you all. Thank you.
SOS! Save our streets! SOS! Save our streets! Stop shooting! Stop living! Stop shooting! Stop living! When I say CCD, you say worldwide. CCD? Worldwide! CCD? Worldwide! This is heartbreaking for all of us. So, all feels some type of way. Like they said, this could have been our baby. This was our baby. Don't wait till it affects your home. Come stand with us and support the movement. The next speaker we got is Jeffrey from Guns Down Life Up.
Yo, peace and blessings to everybody. First off, I want to say Tiara. Tiara. Repeat after me, man. Say her name. Kiara. It's Kiara, right? Yeah. You got a family here in mourning. I'm in mourning. I'm from Fox Street down the block. There's a lot of people out here that care, which is in the interior. But I know the exterior hear me. What you did was you took down a life that had a future. A baby girl that's not able to have her own family. All you guys want to run around shooting guns and act like you tough Tony, but you want to hide when it get real. I want to say shout out to NYPD. I want to say shout out to all my crisis management system, because we are out here every day. When the cameras are gone, when everybody's gone, we walk in the streets. We get able to put the guns down. Today I speak a lot, but today is so hard for me. I spoke to the dad and the mom. And I work at Lincoln Hospital, the busiest trauma center in New York City, where the young lady came through. And we had to assess the family. So all I want to say is, to all you shooters and all you killers out there, keep it real and show your face. Because we're showing our face. It's hard for me today, people. I'm lost for words. Because all we're doing is living a destructive life. And a corruptive life. I don't know what else to say. It's time to take action. I'm talking to my local politicians. I'm talking to my NYPD. It's time to take action. You got a lot of people that turn to the other side of the fence. And we on this side now. Because we care about our people. But it's time for the politicians to step their game up with love. Because you know I love you. But you gotta let us go. Because we gotta fight fire with fire. Can't keep talking and then walking away and then the streets keep moving. Because we out here every day. RTC, SOS, Greg, Gun Down Lives Up, and so many more organizations. What happens? stop it. Reform, reform, reform. The guns are still coming in. It's not about the individual, and it's not even all about the gun. Who's bringing the guns in? It ain't us. Who's giving it to us? We know. Because the Civil War never finished. 400 years of slavery never finished.
Fucking government.
You think the South is sitting pretty because they lost the war 300 years ago? They've been plotting. It's a 50-year plan, and we living in it. It's drugs, it's guns, it's nothing. Look how storefronts they closed. How come I can't get a storefront? Because I gotta go through all the procedures. I gotta like, yo, bro, listen, man. My family's hurting. The young lady is gone, and she's watching over us. That's why I say her name. Because God is a loving God, but he's a vengeful God. He's gonna use us as tools to change these streets. It ain't all about the police. They need help. They need help. I ain't telling you to tell on nobody. But if you know what's wrong, bro, put them on Front Street. Handle your business. Let them know what's wrong. Shout the man up all the way from Brooklyn. Brooklyn, Bronx, Queens, everybody to the building. Because we care. Can't leave it all on NYPD. Can't leave it all on the politicians. They fight every day. They ask these things. They run through the grapevine. We know what we doing out here. This is our streets, this is our city. I ain't going to no other country. I'm born and raised in the Bronx. Why can't I buy my building? Why can't I even hang out in front of my building? I'm lost for words. It's hard. Everything that's coming out of me is sending it. You ain't left us enough. When are we going to wake up? When are we going to admit? And we still pay for it. 50 years in the plan. It's a 50-year plan, little brother, if you didn't know. Back in the 60s, they plotted this date. They said, we're going to set them up. They're going to kill each other. They're going to feed each other drugs. And they're going to destruct their own community so we can move their people out and move our people in. It's called regentrification, if you didn't know. My name is Gilly Delgado, Guns Down Life Up.
Civic hearing from elected leaders as well. I want you guys to get a look at this crowd right now as we hearing right now from the local organizations.
Back in the days, we used to fight and still see each other the next day. And once you pull that trigger, that person is not doing that. We gotta do better. I feel like we failed. We've been doing this work for 8 years. This has been the worst I've ever seen. And even though I'm out there every day, I still feel like I'm not doing enough. It's still happening. Even though we can't stop everything, but we gotta have hope. You can't tell a young kid to put the gun down and don't give them nothing to replace it with. A job, something, open gym. You're in a pandemic. They're like that, so why do you think the violence went up? There's nothing for them to do. There's nothing. Jay Gardner, when I see them bringing up city license plates, open gym, give them things to do, constructive, so that they're just not out there doing anything. It's up to us. Talk to your kids at home. You know, we all think our kids is good, but sometimes they not. Let's keep it real. But if you talk to them and you let them know what's going on, they don't gotta have to push in the streets.
We're taking a listen there at a very sad rally there for that 11-year-old fatally shot in the Bronx there. Such sad gun violence that we're seeing not only in New York, but really across the country, really alarming rate. When we come back here on Live Now from Fox, we will have the very latest on how the New York governor, Kathy Hochul, is trying to really toughen up on gun laws in New York, all stemming from that horrible Buffalo massacre at the supermarket. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's take a quick 2-minute break, and we'll be right with you. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you as we continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. And our next one, really a big one. We're talking about gun violence here in this country, especially in New York, stemming from the horrible Buffalo supermarket massacre. So to get a little bit more insight about what the governor of New York is trying to do with gun laws, let's go right now to Fox 5's Morgan McKay with the very latest. Morgan, always great to have you here, a friend of Live Now. We appreciate you joining us here.
Thank you so much for having me. So Governor Kathy Hochul, who is originally from Buffalo, she called the last few days the most difficult of her life. And today she took executive action. And she also showed how the state's current gun laws are not always working.
Switch with a gun? Our laws don't. It's called an AOW, or any other weapon, according to Governor Kathy Hochul, and it's legal to purchase in New York.
This is just one of those enormous loopholes that you can drive a truck through.
This is just one loophole Governor Hochul vowed to close in the wake of the deadly mass shooting in Buffalo that left 10 people dead. Signing an executive order, Hochul will be requiring that every county and New York City develop plans to identify and confront threats of domestic terrorism by the end of the year. It will also require that 2 new units, one within the state police and the other within the Division of Homeland Security, use social media to track and prevent violent extremism.
And the truth is, the most serious threat we face as a nation is from within. It's not from the Russians. It's not from people elsewhere. It's white supremacism. It's white nationalism.
Pointing to how social media was allegedly used by the accused Buffalo shooter, Hochul also directed the Attorney General, Letitia James, to open an investigation into the role these social media platforms played in the Buffalo shooting. These companies include Twitch, 4chan, and Discord.
These social media platforms have to take responsibility. They must be more vigilant in monitoring the content, and they must be held accountable for favoring engagement over public safety.
Hochul also says she wants to strengthen the state's red flag law. She signed another executive order which will require the state police to file an extreme risk order of protection under the red flag law if someone is believed to pose a threat to others. Previously, this was only optional.
And now it'll be a requirement. And we'll provide law enforcement with the guidance they need, the criteria to follow, and we believe that together these steps are necessary to confront the stem of rising hatred, white supremacism in our state.
But the work is not over here. Hochul also wants to see those red flag laws solidified by the legislature. She's also supporting a laundry list of bills, including one that would microstamp bullets in order to trace them easier. Back to you in the newsroom.
Yeah, Morgan, this is a great report there, and obviously there's so many layers to this. It's almost like an onion where you have to peel one off, and then you get this other issue that the governor is looking at as far as these tougher gun laws. But, you know, an outsider would say with New York, they are known to have such tough gun laws already on the books. What can they, you know, if they continue to go down this route, it almost seems like if a felon wants to do some harm, they are going to find a way to get that gun.
That is a great question, and actually the same exact question I asked Governor Kathy Hochul today. What are they doing in order to strengthen the current existing gun laws and to keep those, keep people responsible under those current existing gun laws instead of just passing new ones? She said that right now with the existing current gun laws, there's so many loopholes that criminals are now looking for different ways to go around them and to find the loopholes. So she's saying that this legislation will close those loopholes, but it's a great point, and I think a lot of people are going to be asking that of her over the next few months of how exactly are these existing gun laws working if we are having mass shooters in Buffalo and so forth.
All right, Morgan, thanks so much for breaking it all down for us from Fox 5 New York. We appreciate all of the info and updates that you always give us right here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you so much for having me.
No problem. And we'll continue to bring you the very latest. What I want to do for some of our viewers right now is show you just a little bit more extended version of Kathy Hochul making these updates here, combating hate and preventing gun violence here. And let's listen in for a little bit here on Live Now from Fox.
Joined us here today. I want to thank 2 individuals who've been true leaders in our assembly in our Senate championing smart gun safety laws, public safety. And I want to thank Senator Brad Hoylman, Senator Brian Kavanaugh for their leadership. Let's give them a round of applause. We have two other leaders, and we'll be talking about bills of theirs today. Two other leaders who couldn't join us because they're up in the legislature. That's Amy Paulin from the Assembly, as well as Linda Rosenthal, two other champions who've been with us on this fight for a long time. But we're talking about some of their bills as well. Reverend Al Sharpton, I want to thank you for your leadership with the National Action Network, but also the call you gave to me on Saturday that said, tell the people of Buffalo that the National Action Network will cover the cost of their funerals. Kind of hit me hard, that realize, we're going to have funerals, because we're all still in shock. But thank you for having the sensitivity to understand that these people are not people of great means. It's a neighborhood, it's a hardworking, family-oriented neighborhood, but that just took a lot of stress out of their lives, and I want to thank you for that. I also want to thank Commissioner Homeland Security and Emergency Services Jackie Bray, who's been embedded in this from the beginning. She's been extraordinary in her leadership and helping us analyze what happened in our response. So Commissioner Jackie Bray, our Commissioner of the Department of Justice Service, Criminal Justice Services, Rosanna Rosado, former Secretary of State, and we're so proud of her in that role as a real champion for doing what's right. And having our Superintendent of State Police, Kevin Bruin, I want to thank him, as well as two people who become good friends of mine, Linda Beagle-Schulman and Michael Schulman, who go to too many events where we talk about the loss of life. We also have a representative from our gun safety organization. Let me just open this up here. I want to thank all of them for being here. You'll be hearing from Rebecca in a couple of minutes. I'm going to get through this, but I wanted to show you something that was given to me. This was created by a woman refugee from Burma. It was made in Buffalo, and it says Buffalo. I mentioned this when I was with President Biden yesterday. I said, there's a word we made up in Buffalo, combining Buffalo and love. And it was, so I wanted to just share that I'm going to keep this close to me as we get through these difficult days. We're here to talk about a crisis, but before we start, we have to have a moment of silence. We have to reflect on the beautiful lives that were lost, but also the other countless individuals who've also lost their lives to gun violence, because every life matters regardless of how it was taken away from us. So let's have a moment of silence. Thank you. The past few days have been among the most difficult in my life. The hearts of every single New Yorker are literally broken in two, especially Buffalonians. One half grieving for these families that are still bewildered. With President Biden, I had a chance to hold the 3-year-old whose father was in the store buying a cake for his birthday that day. He asked me, "Where's my daddy?" I didn't have an answer. I also met the wife of the security guard, former police officer, who was there because her husband, by his bravery, saved the life of a mother and a 14-year-old by putting himself on top of them. I saw the reunion of that widow and the 2 lives that were spared because of her husband. And those are just 2 examples of all the pain and the sorrow. I spoke about that half of the broken heart that is grieving. But the other half of that heart is filled with anger right now. Because you can't witness what happens to a community like this, or what happens to an 11-year-old in the Bronx, and not feel angry. Otherwise, you're not really human. And in the case of Buffalo, I want to be very clear about what happened. It was a case of an 18-year-old male who was radicalized, and I'm not going to sugarcoat this because there's no way to do that, who was radicalized by white supremacist and white nationalist beliefs And he was so taken by these toxic messages, these racist philosophies that are so easily accessible on social media platforms, or the genesis of which are really being talked about on cable news networks. He was so taken with this that he got in his car after surveillance and visiting the site in the past and drove 3 hours with one goal, and that was to execute black New Yorkers. That's his stated intent. It was his state. He wrote that. That was his intention. So this is white supremacy in this nation at its worst. It's infecting our society. It's infecting our nation. And now it's taken members of our family away. And we have to continue to ask the question, how many more lives need to be needlessly taken from us before we face the truth? And the truth is, the most serious threat we face as a nation is from within. It's not from the Russians. It's not from people elsewhere. It's white supremacism. It's white nationalism. And it's time we confronted it head on. In the last decades, domestic terror attacks and plots have more than tripled in a decade, from about 20 in 2011 to over 73 last year alone. But the hate has not just affected our society and how people think. It's literally been weaponized. Because you can't act on the evil thoughts that have possessed your mind and the hatred that fills your heart if you don't have access to a weapon. That's the intersection of two crises right now that are unfolding in our country. The mainstreaming of hate speech, of racism, nationalism, white supremacy, and the easy access to military-style weapons and magazines. We can no longer look away, and we're not just going to call it out. We need to directly address the deadly threat that it is. And we are. Today I'm signing an executive order to establish a unit within the Office of Counterterrorism at the Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Services, focusing exclusively on domestic terrorism, first time ever. They'll develop the best practices for law enforcement, for mental health professionals, for school officials to address the rise in homegrown extremism. And we'll make sure that they're trained to know how it occurs, where it occurs, and how to stop it. And to most directly affect this at the local level, we're going to launch a threat assessment management program. And this is going to have multidisciplinary teams in our counties across the state, and they'll identify, assess, and be prepared to deal with the threats. This coordination is critical. It does not exist now. It does not exist. That these stakeholders need to be communicating and sharing information, so guess what? They can start to connect the dots. And that's what we did after 9/11, and that's what we're going to do now. Start connecting the dots. Who heard what? Who saw something? And when you get the law enforcement and the mental health professionals, and in some cases school professionals, actually communicating about what they're seeing, we have a much better opportunity to be in the prevention business instead of just the cleanup business. That's how we need to evolve to. That's how we prevent these crimes from occurring in the first place. I'm now requiring every county in the state of New York and the city of New York to perform a comprehensive review of current strategies and policies and procedures for identifying domestic terror threats. And upon completion, they will develop a plan for confronting the racially and ethnically motivated threats and extremism. And they'll be submitted to our Office of Counterterrorism by the end of the year. We'll work with them. We'll work closely with them. And this executive order will also establish a dedicated domestic terrorism unit within our New York State Intelligence Center, focusing on monitoring social media, because everyone's saying, how was this happen? This information was out there, the footprint, the fingerprint was out there. We are going to ramp up these efforts intensely at our Intelligence Center, because there's a feeding frenzy going on in social media that hate just breeds more hate. And think about all the people who saw the live stream of the slaughter, the massacre of innocent people in a grocery store, the top store on Jefferson Avenue in Buffalo, New York. They witnessed this in real time. And individuals are using these platforms, and the suspect wanted people to see this. He created an opportunity for people to see this and share what he was doing in his manifesto. So they create platforms so they can share their demented ideas with each other in the hopes that this continues to spread, the virus spreads. And they find others who share their worldview, radicalizing more. And that is a direct threat to New Yorkers. Call it what is, but then have a plan to deal with it. So we're going to ensure that we have the best in the nation cybersecurity teams to monitor the places where radicalization occurs. We're watching you now. We know what you're up to, and we'll be coming after you. But that's only part of the problem. They often find each other because there's algorithms that are out there that elevate hateful, incendiary speech. Can you believe that? There's algorithms in place that ramp up and share this even more with higher frequency than other messages. So this incendiary content is pushed out to more people. In 2022, that's how radicalization is occurring, through the social media echo chamber. And that's why there are 10 fewer people in Buffalo, New York today. These social media platforms have to take responsibility. They must be more vigilant in monitoring the content, and they must be held accountable for favoring engagement over public safety. So today, I'm announcing a referral to the Attorney General's office to investigate the social media platforms that broadcast this horrific attack, that promote and elevate hate speech, and legitimize the replacement theory in the mind of an 18-year-old, a radicalized 18-year-old. I've already spoken to the Attorney General. In fact, she was there with me, with President Biden in Buffalo yesterday, and I thank her for her deep concern and willingness to step up and to take this on. She'll report her findings back to me, and I'll respond as necessary based on those conclusions. Because as I said, domestic terrorism is the most significant threat we face as a state and as a nation. So we're fighting back with a statewide approach, but that's not all. Because, as I mentioned, this intersection where the hateful, evil thoughts in the mind of an 18-year-old can be acted on because of access to guns and massacre people because of the color of their skin, that means something's fundamentally broken. People are wondering how you had the right to acquire a weapon in the first place when you are this individual. We have red flag laws in place to prevent exactly this situation. Red flag, what does that mean? You're waving a red flag. It means, look here, warning, warning, danger. And I traveled the state of New York with many of our partners, the advocates, who are out there every single day, every town, Moms Demand Action. We traveled everywhere. We've been all over the state talking about the red flag bill. We were so proud when that was passed and enacted, and I thank the leadership for working on that. But guess what? They need to be strengthened now. We found a way they need to be made better. So today, I'll be signing an executive order requiring the state police to file an extreme risk order of protection under New York's red flag law when they believe that an individual is a threat to himself, herself, or others. Previously, current law, it's an option to do so. And now it'll be a requirement. And we'll provide law enforcement with the guidance they need, the criteria to follow, and we believe that together these steps are necessary to confront and the stem of rising hatred, white supremacism in our state. And we have other ideas. You may have known this. We had actually planned this press conference prior to the Buffalo massacre because we knew that there are areas where our laws need to be bolstered. We're proud of having tough gun laws, no doubt about it. But as time goes on, you start to see the loopholes because the criminals are very, very clever. That's why we had to ban ghost guns. Who would have thought there could be such a thing as a ghost gun, that you could order the parts online and manufacture a lethal weapon in your home? We banned them from the state of New York. So I'm going to continue working over the next few days, because we're coming down to the wire here with the end of session. I want to work closely with the legislature because they have a thoughtful approach to this as well. They are my partners, and I'm going to do that. But I know that there's more we can do. We need to further the red flag law. The executive order will deal with the state police. Working with the legislature, I believe that we can strengthen it at the local level as well, and I offer my hand in partnership to do just that. We're also going to be looking at the role social media platforms play in the incitement of violence, and how that speech, hate speech, is amplified via the algorithms I just mentioned. But in the meantime, the gun violence epidemic, it's overtaken, it's overwhelming our nation. And that came to Buffalo, but it happens everywhere. And we're almost becoming desensitized to the stories because, oh, it's another day and another 9-year-old shot, an 11-year-old killed. I mean, we can't let that happen. We can't let that happen. The reality is there's just more guns in this country than there are people. It's too easy for radicalized individuals to go out and acquire these weapons of war. We're not at war. This is not Afghanistan. I've been to Afghanistan. I've seen military-style weapons. I've been on the battlefield. I've seen the use in a military setting. But this is the United States of America. It's not a battlefield. It shouldn't be a battlefield. And in this great country, weapons designed for battlefields should not be used to execute people shopping for groceries or a birthday cake. Yes, we've called upon Washington for a nationwide response. Our advocates know this. Reverend Al knows this. Everybody knows this. It's been a long, long time. But yes, we have the toughest gun laws in our nation, but guess what? The gun the individual purchased in our state was legal. But what happened is that you can go literally across the border to Pennsylvania and buy a magazine with 30 bullets in it. And that's what happened. You can get the base gun here legally in the state of New York, go buy a high-capacity magazine, and just attach it. That's what happened. So, we have to deal with this. And we will. We will. We have announced there is a package of gun laws that we're going to be proposing. We have more guns to deal with. But I want you to know something else that you'll find just shocking. There is another loophole. It's called the AOW. Have you heard of this? It stands for any other weapon. And you're going to be shocked when you see the type of gun that can legally be bought in the state of New York today. Because there's a new category of weapons where the characteristics put them in this gray space between rifles and shotguns and pistols. And they're specifically designed to fall outside the realm of regulation. So they're not subject to our laws. That is how they were created. That is why they exist. Superintendent, would you please show us what an any other weapon looks like? Does anybody think this is a gun? Our laws don't. A gun to be regulated. Our laws don't regulate this. They will now. Thank you, Superintendent. It's concealable, they're high-powered, and they can be modified to have a high-capacity magazine. And currently that's legal. You can go online right now and see manufacturers and sellers describing it as something called a completely legal sawed-off. We banned sawed-off gun weapons, but this says it's completely legal. Not anymore. We are introducing legislation that revises the definition of a firearm to include those weapons, which means we'll be able to charge and prosecute people accordingly. This is just one of those enormous loopholes that you can drive a truck through, similar to what we have with ghost guns. There's another bill, and I want to thank Senator Hoylman and Linda Rosenthal, that requires all semi-automatic pistols sold in New York to be micro-stamped. What does that mean? Where am I? Okay. This is the type of bullet that was used to kill 10 people in Buffalo on Saturday afternoon. Okay. What we don't have is a way to give each of these bullets a unique fingerprint each time the firearm is discharged. It's called micro-stamping when you do that. What does that do? If you have the weapon outfitted to give a unique mark on this when it's discharged, it allows police to trace the bullets and casings that are left behind and link them back to the gun that fired them to help us identify who used the gun and if that gun was used in another crime. That's just common sense. We can do that here in the state of New York. We'll work with our legislature to get that done. Another bill, Amy Paulin, Senator Kavanaugh, thank you. This requires all New York law enforcement agencies to report the recovery of any crime gun to the State Police Clearinghouse within 24 hours. Why 24 hours? According to the manifesto, the perpetrator of the slaughter in Buffalo had planned to go elsewhere in Buffalo. I was in the neighborhood that he was talking about coming down to, and those people were shaken by that too. So we want the second a gun is recovered, the information to be there, enter it into the National Crime Information Center system immediately. And you're probably just as shocked as the rest of us to think that that's not already happening. Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh, for bringing this to our attention. And what will happen is the results of a test fire will go to the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network and determine if it's been used in past crimes. That's how we start catching the perpetrators of the guns that are killing our kids on the streets. It'll go a long way toward our gun tracing efforts to make them more efficient and impactful. And it'll help the gun interdiction task force that I launched in January to help build on their progress. They have identified so many guns that have come through not just the iron pipeline, but we have 9 states. No other state has done this. I took the lead to make sure we have 9 states and the Boston PD as well as the NYPD working with us to make sure that they are attacking this where it's happening. But we're also going to do one more thing, and that's including the permitting and background checks related to specific guns. And we have our plans. I want to work with the legislature on this too. Let's get this done. Let's get this done. I just spoke to the leadership. I know there's a strong interest in being smart about this. So we have more people I want you to hear from. This is just a start, what we're doing here. But right now, communities are in mourning. And I hope to God that this is the wake-up call that this country has needed because we've had other crises. We lost children and a son in Parkland. We lost children in Sandy Hook. We lost people in white supremacist targeted attacks in Charleston, Pittsburgh, El Paso, and I sure didn't want my hometown of Buffalo to ever be on that list. But let that be the city that's known as a place where people said, okay, enough is enough. And they did something. We're doing something. we're doing something right now. That is my promise to New Yorkers. And with that, I want to bring up someone who has held the hands and wept with more victims of shootings and violence across this nation than probably anyone, because he always shows up. He's there where he's needed. And I want to thank Reverend Al Sharpton for being the voice we need at this time. Reverend Al.
Thank you, Governor. Let me say, on tomorrow evening in Buffalo, the clergy has called a rally for healing that I will be the keynote speaker, and then on Friday will be the funeral of Mr. Patterson. I have been invited by the bishop and the widow to speak. When I talked to Governor Hochul last Saturday and told her National Action Network would help to pay for the funerals, it's because of this kind of bigotry, racism, and violence should not be something the victims has to bear alone. This has reached a proportion that is an existential threat to this country. When Homeland Security Mayorkas spoke at our National Action Network convention, he said the biggest domestic threat in this country is white supremacy. But even before white supremacy raised its head in Buffalo, Governor Hochul had said we've got to deal with guns. This was scheduled before what happened in Buffalo. But what happened in Buffalo makes it even more immediate. I guess what stuns me and others in the civil rights community more than anything is there was a time our parents had to run from the Klan, the Ku Klux Klan. But the Klan wore hoods hiding who they were. We're living at a time where bigots live stream and show you who they are and that they're proud to do what they're doing, which is why they that will deal with online radicalizing of white supremacy is so important, because it's making people bold, not even hiding who they are, and want to act as though this is entertainment to shoot down people en masse, innocent people, for no reason. I'm glad to see New York take the first step to deal with threat assessment and to deal with micro-stamping, because we should not let the story end that Buffalo was part of a litany of places that this happened.
Reverend Al Sharpton speaking directly after New York Governor Kathy Hochul about executive orders, new legislation to try to combat gun violence. This, of course, following that deadly massacre, 10 people shot and killed at a Buffalo grocery store. They're now saying that they are dedicating a state police unit within the State Intelligence Center to monitor social media threats, along with many other gun laws too, but really focusing in on the social media aspect of that Buffalo shooting there, which we got new details about from the district attorney. We'll be getting into that a little bit later into the evening here. I'm Daytona Everett. You are watching Live Now from Fox, and we're following not only the shooting investigations, but also other news across the country. This one a little more lighthearted. This is in Passaic, New Jersey, where a bear is on the loose in a residential neighborhood. Up in that tree, you have law enforcement authorities there. This is very much a populated area, lots of homes right there. Not sure how the bear got up there. We've had our eyes on this shot for a little while now. But there you have it, the bear up in the tree. People parked out front, just waiting to see what his next steps are here. Sometimes we get shots like this across the country. New Jersey Not always common to see a bear in a neighborhood like this, but wanted to pop that up for you. Live, raw, and unfiltered. That's what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to step away for a quick commercial break. When we come back, we are talking about a different crisis in the United States, this one on our roads. We'll explain after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. The Biden administration calling it a crisis on America's roads. Nearly 43,000 people were killed on U.S. streets and highways last year. That's the most in 16 years as Americans return to the roads after, of course, staying at home because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Fox's Mills Hayes shows us what exactly is behind this increase. Mills.
Yeah, Daytona, what's interesting is that back before 2020, we were actually seeing a 3-year decline in the number of traffic deaths nationwide. But since the pandemic, police tell me that they've really started to see drivers just driving recklessly. And I'm here in Iowa. The state police tell me that they are regularly seeing drivers go 130, 150 miles per hour on the highway, and that is more than double the speed limit. When you're driving down the road, you're likely not paying attention to traffic in the sky.
79 if you want him, he was fast.
But Iowa State Trooper pilot Taylor Grimm is paying attention to you.
I'm looking for people that are excessively speeding. We stop people for 100 mile an hour almost daily with our airplanes, if not upper 90s.
He's talking with State Trooper Mark Griggs on the ground. That's him pulling over someone Trooper Grimm saw speeding.
The speeds specifically since the pandemic have started have just skyrocketed.
Trooper Alex Dinglas says speed is causing a 15% increase in Iowa traffic deaths compared to the same time last year. The entire country is seeing similar increases.
The number of fatalities is also the highest number since 2007.
Traffic deaths nationwide jumped nearly 17% from 2018 to 2021. Safety advocates blame speeding, distracted or impaired driving, and not wearing seat belts.
Our speculation is that during the pandemic, when the roads were really empty, a number of people took to the roads and used our roadways as racetracks, and they were speeding and letting out aggression and frustration and depression. And that's still lingering, but our roads are populated again. So it's kind of a perfect storm of what's happening on our roads right now.
Police warn reckless drivers are risking lives and their freedom.
If somebody's killed because of your reckless driving, you can be charged criminally as well.
Daytona, that safety advocates group says they are pressuring the U.S. Department of Transportation to require that all new cars have crash deterrence technology like blind spot detection and automatic braking systems. And this week, Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg announced a new program within his department. It's called Safe Streets and Roads for All. It would give federal cash to communities who pledge safety on their roadways when it comes to pedestrians, motorists, and bicyclists. Back to you, Daytona.
Right, Mills, this federal aid, I mean, this is in the billions. This is a huge initiative from the Biden administration.
Right. This is supposed to come over the next 5 years, so it's not something that we're going to see an immediate change, but it is something that is going to be funneled into communities over the course of the next 5 years, and hopefully we will be able to see the changes that it makes.
Yeah, I find it really interesting because you're in Des Moines, Iowa right now. If people have never been to Des Moines, I mean, it's a very rural area. There is, of course, downtown Des Moines with the city. It's populated, but there's a lot of rural population there and open roads. So to hear that there's so much speeding and issues, I mean, that was news to me.
Right, right. And of course, like you said, Iowa is pretty rural, but that safety advocate group that I spoke with, they tell me that in all rural areas across the country, they've seen about a 2% increase in traffic-related deaths, and then in cities, they've seen about an 8% increase. So we're definitely seeing a lot more in the cities across America, but rural areas are seeing traffic-related deaths as well increase.
All right, Fox's Mills Hayes in Des Moines, Iowa with this report. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon. Stay safe out there.
Thank you.
And speaking of being out on the roads, you might want to just stay off of them because gas prices are so historic right now. They're hitting record highs and they're only getting higher. Fox's Madeline Rivera with this report.
If you are looking for relief from painfully high gas prices, chances are you won't find it, even if you cross state lines. For the first time, the average price for a gallon of gas is more than $4 in every state. Georgia, Kansas, and Oklahoma, the last 3 states to cross that mark.
It would be cooler if it was even at $3.50 or $4. You know, we used to think that sucked, and now it's at $5.
In California, another first. Gas prices hitting $6 a gallon Tuesday, forcing Americans to redo their budgets and, in some cases, make tough choices.
Do I eat or do I get gas?
Well, this is not 1 week of gas prices up. This is now eating away daily, weekly, monthly at people's budget at a time when everything else is up.
Though many are feeling sticker shock, some aren't surprised by the surge, considering the high cost of crude oil, now hovering near $110 a barrel. Republicans say the Biden administration must increase domestic energy production.
Given what is happening in this country, the unprecedented place that we are at today, the impact on everyday Americans, I've got an obligation to say Americans are going to come first.
Democrats, meanwhile, are targeting oil companies' profits. The House voting on a bill that would penalize price gouging.
And they should start acting patriotic in a crisis moment and actually be there for the American consumer.
Gas Buddy says prices could continue to climb through Memorial Day, signaling more pain for drivers as summer approaches. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And I mean, this is a huge story. To continue the coverage, we spoke with Fox's Grady Trimble a little bit earlier today with the timeline of all of this. Here's that conversation.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Have you been seeing those rising prices even overnight? It seems like we are ticking up cent after cent when it comes to the pump. And for the first time, all 50 states have now an average price for gas. A gallon is over $4. This is history in the making. Not history that we like to be reporting, but of course we have to do so. So let's go ahead and bring in Fox's Business's Grady Trimble. He's joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And Grady, I know you're there at the pump. I'm sure a lot of people disappointed to see it's once again on the rise day in and day out.
They are, but a lot of people I've talked to, Christy, feel like they have no choice but to pay the higher prices. By the way, just want to point out here, you talked about the rising prices. This station where we are, $5.39 today, that's up 14 cents from just yesterday. I did a double take when I pulled up this morning because I couldn't believe that it rose so much overnight, and that's what a lot of people across the country are dealing with, these rising prices. Let me show you this map because you mentioned now all 50 states are seeing an average above $4 a gallon. Some states that you see in red are at above $5 a gallon, especially out west like Washington, Oregon. In California, they're paying $6 a gallon on average. It's just staggering. The national average jumped 4 cents since yesterday. It's up 16 cents from just last week. The rest of the country might not be too far behind that $5 a gallon average. Analysts say the national average could hit $5, even $6 a gallon in the not too distant future if demand increases like it usually does this summer. Here's a few drivers we talked to about their frustrations.
You know, we used to think that sucked, and now it's at 5. 6 is coming.
So I'm always driving around, so that really hurts us, especially when we're trying to just, you know, live and work at the same time. But it's a battle.
It is a battle for a lot of drivers. One gentleman I talked to said he's thinking about going electric because of these high gas prices. The problem there is it's hard to get your hands on an electric vehicle right now, and the price of electric vehicles are a lot more expensive than combustion engine vehicles. Christy, I'll wrap up with the fact that Memorial Day is approaching, typically the unofficial start of summer and summer travel. The people we talk to don't seem to be changing their travel plans because of the high prices just yet, but that in itself could raise prices even more, because if there's strong demand for travel this Memorial Day and beyond, then prices are only going to tick upward, and that's why, as we mentioned, some analysts see $5 a gallon gas for the entire country a possibility. Christy?
Yeah, and Grady, I know you mentioned electric vehicles. Another problem is the registration, but let's bring it back to our gasoline vehicles. A lot of people not able to afford the electric ones. They're at the pump. They continue to see the prices rising. What's the biggest factor behind that? Is it what you mentioned, just the demand of gasoline, whether it be for jet fuel or for, you know, our diesel fuel, our regular gasoline? What's really behind this problem as we continue to see it on the rise?
Right. It's a number of factors, Christy. So for one, you have demand increasing as we head into the summer travel season. But on top of that, you have the war in Ukraine and countries in Europe weaning off of Russian oil and gas. And so they are turning to places like the United States. You've also got fewer refineries online compared to before the pandemic, and the refineries that are operating, they're making less gasoline and making more diesel and jet fuel because that's more profitable for them. And of the diesel that they're making, a lot of what they're making, according to Gas Buddy, up to a third of what they're refining is actually being exported. So it's not staying in the United States. So you've got lower production than pre-COVID of oil and gas, and you've got less oil and gas being refined, and of the oil and gas that is being refined, a lot of it is getting shipped overseas. On top of that, you have lockdowns in China from COVID lifting, and so demand is increasing there as well. So it's all of these geopolitical as well as domestic factors contributing to these rising prices.
And last question for you, Grady. I know last month President Biden released all those barrels of oil. Has that helped? Would we have seen our prices shooting up even more if he wouldn't have released that reserve?
It's possible. That was the intent, right? He released 180 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. The goal was to lower prices, and we did see prices tick down immediately after that, but now we're at a record high for the 9th day in a row, and the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is at the lowest level since 1987. In fact, the Biden administration announced a plan to start soliciting bids for companies to put in an offer to refill the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to try to get it back closer to where it was by about 60 million barrels, about a third of what was released. But they're going to be paying more for that oil than they would have years ago when prices were lower.
Yeah, it's still going to be some time until we get more of that relief when it comes to filling up our cars with gas. We do appreciate, though, all of the insight, especially since some of us are just seeing the dollar signs ticking again and again. So Fox Business's Grady Timbrell, thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox and explaining it all.
You bet.
All right, great conversation right there between our very own Christy Larson and Fox's Grady Trimble about those rising gas prices. Also top of mind for the Biden administration, though, baby formula. And we're just getting in new information, a new video dropped by President Biden. He tweeted out saying, "I'm taking 2 new steps to increase baby formula supply." That first step being invoking the Defense Production Act to increase domestic production. The second step being launching Operation Fly Formula to use federal planes to fly formula, literally, in from abroad. We're making sure safe formula gets to all who need it. We want to play out for you that full video from President Biden just posted.
I know parents all across the country are worried about finding enough infant formula to feed their babies. As a parent and as a grandparent, I know just how stressful that is. I want to provide a few updates on our work to get more formula into the United States and on the store shelves so it's available to you. Today, I'm invoking what they call the Defense Production Act to ensure that manufacturers have the necessary ingredients to make safe, healthy infant formula here at home. The Defense Production Act gives the government the ability to require suppliers to direct needed resources to infant formula manufacturers before any other customer who may have ordered that good. And I'm also announcing Operation Fly Formula. That's to be able to speed up the import of infant formula and start getting more formula in stores as soon as possible. I've directed the Department of Defense and the Department of Health and Human Services to send aircraft, planes overseas to pick up infant formula that meets U.S. health and safety standards so we can get it on the store shelves faster. And I've directed my team to do everything possible to ensure there's enough safe baby formula and that it's quickly reaching families that need it the most. This is one of my top priorities, and I'll continue to keep you updated on our progress.
So once again, that update from President Biden there. We've been following this unfortunate baby formula shortage that is affecting mothers nationwide here. Luckily, though, some mothers uniting together, donating their own breast milk to try and help each other out. Fox's Danielle Miller with this story.
A group of moms with Gasp I'm Breastfeeding are doing what they can to help ensure other moms can feed their babies.
So far, we've had a couple moms that have donated 3,000 ounces of milk. We had someone drop off more milk yesterday, and she had donated 1,500 ounces of milk. Some moms were even done breastfeeding and tried to start lactating again to just feed the babies that need milk right now.
The group's founder, Alicia Atkins, put the word out. Since then, all 1,300 mothers in the group donated breast milk for other moms.
Some are dairy-free for moms, some are don't take medication for moms. They just do, it's all catered to what baby needs, and you can find whatever you need in somebody's milk.
Kira Prettyman is one of those moms.
I started pumping additionally because I'm very grateful to have extra supply. And so I just started donating extra and pumping extra so I could donate even more.
Kira is currently breastfeeding her 6-month-old Leia. She says she's happy to help in a time like this.
I'm very grateful that I can also feed my baby and help other moms, because if I were those moms, I know I would like to have that too. And just knowing that other babies aren't going to go hungry, and I feel really good about it.
You can find out more about the organization on our website, fox10phoenix.com. Danielle Miller, Fox 10 News.
And stick with us as we continue to follow the baby formula shortage. We even spoke with Senator Marsha Blackburn about that, along with other topics, the war underway in Ukraine, the southern border. That should be a really great conversation. So we'll be playing that out here within the hour. We also have some other top stories that we are following specifically out of Minnesota here. Fox 9's Paul Bloom going to give us a full report regarding one of those officers that was involved in the George Floyd murder. More on that after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We want to bring to you a story that we really haven't heard about in quite a little while here, but a full update from Minneapolis as former Minneapolis police officer Thomas Lane pleading guilty to a state charge of avoiding and abetting second-degree manslaughter in the murder of George Floyd here. To break it all down for us, haven't seen him in a little while, but we've got Fox 9's Paul Bloom. Paul, this is a case that we've been waiting to hear on, and now we have the results. Break it down. What happened today?
Yeah, Daytona, kind of stunning developments here in Minneapolis. We did not see this coming. It was hinted apparently in the court case file late yesterday. But breaking today, Thomas Lane is going to plead guilty. He has formally entered that guilty plea, as you mentioned, aiding and abetting second-degree manslaughter in the death of George Floyd. Remember, Thomas Lane was the rookie officer. He's the one who initiated the arrest. He ends up on George Floyd's legs as Derek Chauvin has the knee to Floyd's neck for some 9.5 minutes. And it's interesting because Lane here, as legal analysts would say, out of the 3 co-defendants still left to be tried in state court, was probably the most sympathetic of the remaining defendants in that he had somewhat of a defense, right? He asks his superior officer a couple of times to check George Floyd's pulse, perhaps to roll him over, and then Lane goes so far as to step into the ambulance to help out with CPR and resuscitation efforts on what was then a dying or near dead George Floyd. But here, the defense attorney, Earl Gray, kind of a famous criminal defense attorney that I'm sure your viewers have gotten to know, sent us a statement this afternoon that basically said if Lane was found guilty in state court to these aiding and abetting charges in totality, he would be staring at 12 years in prison. And frankly, he has a newborn baby. He wants to be a part of that child's life. So here he agrees to a 3-year prison sentence. It is a prison sentence that will be served in federal prison. Remember, there was also a federal trial where these 3 men, former officers, were convicted. We have no idea whatsoever what type of prison sentence they are looking at on that conviction. That has not been sentenced yet. The judge over there may be waiting for what was going to happen in state court. But here, Thomas Lane says he will serve 3 years federally in what's known as, now I'm forgetting the term, Daytona, forgive me, but at the same time as his federal prison. So this won't add any additional time to a federal sentence. Instead, he gets those 3 years in federal prison served concurrently to whatever he ends up with in federal court.
And are we getting reaction from the other 2 officers' legal teams? What does this do for their cases? I'm curious. You touched on that for a second there, but expand if you could.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, officially on the record, no comment. As I mentioned, seemingly the most sympathetic of the defendants now pleading guilty would certainly appear to be the first domino falling in getting pleas across the board. I mean, they've already been convicted in federal court. Here's the state saying you can serve the sentence concurrently. These former officers, my understanding is these officers, if they do acknowledge privately of going to prison, they would rather serve their time. Derek Chauvin certainly does. He wants to serve that time in federal court. So those plea deals are out there. We know all 3 of them at the last hearing where I was in court with these 3 co-defendants as we got ready. Their trial, state trial, was scheduled to go off, or is still scheduled to go off for the other 2 next month. They acknowledged that they were offered plea deals. My understanding, this plea deal very much falls in the ballpark of what they were offered. As of this moment, they are insisting on going to trial. Now, remember, King is also J. Alexander King. He's there at that arrest. He's a rookie officer at the time. And then, of course, Tu Tao, a veteran officer. He's standing guard, kind of watching the crowd. He talked about not necessarily seeing everything, that his focus was elsewhere. So he may think he has a legitimate defense here. But the tide certainly is turning, and Thomas Lane, I think, is a huge domino to fall to kind of finding a global resolution to this case. Remember, Daytona, this arrest is now nearly 2 years ago, right? This is Memorial Day 2020, so we're coming up on 2 years now, and still this legal process between federal and state court just continues to plod along. But make no mistake, today's news, absolutely huge.
Well, I want to ask you a question kind of out of left field because we haven't talked about this in a while. Have we heard anything more about Derek Chauvin behind bars? Any new information on him?
No, the only thing I can tell you, he remains in our state's high security, maximum security prison, awaiting his sentencing in federal court. Again, we understand he will transition to a federal prison once that happens. The federal judge in recent weeks did sign off on the plea agreement. It's all sort of confusing, correct? Derek Chauvin found guilty in state court, sentenced by Pete Cahill to 25 plus years. Then he's pleads guilty in federal court where he was agreeing to something in the order of 20 to 25 years that the federal judge had to sign off on. So the federal judge says, yes, he will sign off on that, a plea agreement, but still he has to execute the sentencing. And once that happens, what's interesting is while the numbers in federal prison actually come down from Chauvin's state sentence, he will actually end up spending more time behind bars in federal prison, because in federal prison you do 80% of your time behind bars, 20% on extended release. In our state system here in Minnesota, you serve 2/3 of your time behind bars. So all really confusing. Suffice to say, Derek Chauvin remains behind bars here in Minnesota, awaiting formal sentencing in federal prison, federal court, and then he would be transitioned to a federal prison somewhere.
Okay. Key takeaway that this was that state charge of aiding and abetting second-degree manslaughter that he, of course, pled guilty to. This is Thomas Lane that we're speaking about, state charge, not federal. Anything else
Correct.
to note in this case, Paul?
Well, just one interesting final note, and I know you have some video. I don't know if you've rolled it already. It was actually some of the filings, the court filings today that made this plea agreement official, if you will, filed with the courts, and the documents are made public. It contained really what is a unique kind of document I've never seen. I cover a lot of courts in Minnesota, but it basically is a full written, if you will, allocution from Thomas Lane, where he basically admits he was wrong, he knew better, that he knew the restraint was unlawful and illegal and would ultimately kill George Floyd, and he should have known better. And I know prosecutors, I think, really wanted that document signed and made public. We don't know what he will say in open court come September when he's scheduled to be sentenced. But just an interesting, there are politics involved here. It's a state matter. Attorney General Keith Ellison, lead prosecutor, he's up for re-election in the state. So the idea that there was this sort of written allocution in that document, I just found interesting and would point out to your viewers.
That is really interesting, Paul. Is there any inkling as to why he is, what some would say, like kind of coming to his senses in this case at this point? Why now?
Yeah, it's a great question. 1 month out to what would have been the state trial, so the timing certainly makes some sense, right? In your final weeks of, we've seen all these court filings, these motions. We're really gearing up for trial. Who's going to be the witnesses? But remember, this would be a third trial in this case, and I can only refer to the statement from his defense attorney today. He has a newborn child. We know, we saw the wife during the federal trial. She was pregnant. He's got a baby at home. Frankly, he just did not want to risk it. He was looking at up to 12 years behind bars if convicted of aiding and abetting murder in state court. And he wants to be a part of his child's life. So he signs off on this. He agrees to plead guilty. Whether there's more behind the scenes, whether the wife initiated this. Look, Thomas, we need you at home. I just don't know. I don't have that kind of sourcing within the defense room, if you will. But I think he saw the writing on the wall. And quite frankly, once convicted in federal court, the federal jury pool is selected from across Minnesota, where you might have had a more pro-police support in a jury. And the fact that he's found guilty in that case, he's the guy who's seen on video asking a couple times, roll him over, check his pulse. I think now going into state court in Hennepin County, in Minneapolis, where police, the real anti-police sentiment is, I'm sure as you use your language there, he would have seen the writing on the wall that it would be awfully hard to be acquitted in state court next month.
All right. Well, I think that you have just about as much of an in as anyone in that town. Fox 9's Paul Bloom covering this from beginning to end here, even though it seems like there is not an end. There's still a lot more to be looking for in all three of these officers' cases. But we appreciate you breaking it down.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, Daytona.
Well, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we are going to continue with our coverage from across the country. If you missed it, we did have that update from President Biden, a video released about the baby formula shortage. He says that he is taking steps with 2 steps, he's saying, to address the shortage right now, invoking the Defense Production Act and launching Operation Fly Formula. So this is a big announcement for all the mamas out there. We'll play it out for you again, and then we'll also be speaking. We spoke one-on-one with Senator Marsha Blackburn about a series of issues, including the baby formula shortage, but also those key primary races last night, specifically in Pennsylvania, as well as the immigration crisis. We'll see you back here in 2. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. An urgent message from the White House. President Biden announcing new actions to address the baby formula shortage underway here, posting a video. We want to play it out for you once again.
I know parents all across the country are worried about finding enough infant formula to feed their babies. As a parent and as a grandparent, I know just how stressful that is. I want to provide a few updates on our work to get more formula into the United States and on the store shelves so it's available to you. Today, I'm invoking what they call the Defense Production Act to ensure that manufacturers have the necessary ingredients to make safe, healthy infant formula here at home. The Defense Production Act gives the government the ability to require suppliers to direct needed resources to infant formula manufacturers before any other customer who may have ordered that good. And I'm also announcing Operation Fly Formula. That's to be able to speed up the import of infant formula and start getting more formula in stores as soon as possible. I've directed the Department of Defense and the Department of Health and Human Services to send aircraft, planes overseas to pick up infant formula that meets U.S. health and safety standards so we can get it on the store shelves faster. And I've directed my team to do everything possible to ensure there's enough safe baby formula and that it's quickly reaching families that need it the most. This is one of my top priorities, and I'll continue to keep you updated on our progress.
Okay, so once again, big news from the White House there. You'll remember earlier this week, the FDA and Abbott agreed on next steps to reopen Abbott's facility in Sturgis, Michigan, which was originally closed because of concerns about bacterial contamination after 4 infants fell ill. The FDA also announced guidance that will allow major formula manufacturers to safely import formula that's not currently being produced for the U.S. market. So the administration taking these steps here to try to address the situation as it continues to be worrisome for so many mothers across the country, so many families across the country. But baby formula is just one of the foods where there is a crisis. And that is conversation on Capitol Hill right now. Fox Business's Lydia Hugh with this food crisis and shortage issue that the Biden administration is now having to face.
We are at the Our Children Food Pantry in New York. It's one of 800 food pantries served by the Food Bank for New York City. And as you can see here, very low supplies of baby formula remain on the shelves at this pantry. And after they distribute this amount, that's it. There's no more coming from the food bank because they are completely out of stock.
Food bank is feeling the pinch, just as consumers who are going to supermarkets and stores and retailers and looking at the shelves to purchase baby formula. We are doing the same thing, and the product is not there.
The lack of formula is hitting the most vulnerable the hardest. About 1.2 million infants receive formula through the special supplemental nutrition programs, which are also called WIC. Of that, most get formula from Abbott Nutrition, which issued a recall in February and temporarily shuttered a plant. Now, Abbott serves about 49 WIC agencies in 34 states. That's more than what Mead Johnson, Reckitt, and Gerber serve combined. Now, Abbott says it could have its plant in Michigan back up and running in about 2 weeks following an agreement with the FDA, but it would still take months to get its formula back on the shelves. Democrats have unveiled a couple of bills that would direct millions of dollars in emergency funding to address the formula shortage. That's happening as the FDA is working to clear foreign imports of baby formula. But in the short term, we still don't have a clear timeline on when we can expect to see formula back on our retailer shelves and back in the pantries. Reporting from New York City, Lydia Hu for Fox Business.
Yeah, she hit the nail on the head. Still not a firm timeline on when the product will actually hit the shelves. Hopefully, with this new big announcement from President Biden, that timeline will be shortened. We're kind of hearing the 6 to 8 week realm there of when really production will pick up and we might see some of the supply back on the shelves, but how fast that goes, there's still a lot of unknowns. So we'll be tracking it here on Live Now from Fox. We've also been tracking all of the other top stories, the immigration crisis on the southern border, primaries. Just last night, we still have some pending primaries as that Pennsylvania Senate race is just too tight to call at this point. And the baby formula shortage, a food crisis. We asked all of these questions to Senator Marsha Blackburn, the Republican out of Tennessee here. Here's our one-on-one conversation with her.
And joining us here on Live Now from Fox, as always, Senator Marsha Blackburn, Republican from Tennessee. Thanks so much. Major night last night, some of these primary elections. We're still waiting for a final result in one key race. That's the Senate GOP primary in Pennsylvania. I just wanted your opinion. Do you support one or the other, Dr. Oz or David McCormick? Who would you rather serve with in the Senate? They could possibly be one of your colleagues.
And we look forward to having whomever wins that primary come to the U.S. Senate. I generally stay out of these primaries. I think that's been a good one. Looks like the voter percentage in that Republican primary was pretty good there in Pennsylvania, and I think it bodes well for how whomever is the nominee is going to fare when we get to November.
And speaking of November, what are you kind of thinking about key takeaways from last night or some of these other races going into the summer? What is your, I guess, overall stance on some of these primary elections? Will you be jumping in at all in some of them? Because like you mentioned, Republican and Democratic turnout, I think, surprised a lot of people last night in some of those races.
Yes, I think it did also. But when you look at November and look at what the voters are talking about to us, it is, and I'm hearing this all over the country, inflation is at the top of the heap. Looking at what is happening with inflation, looking at what is happening with crime in the streets, drugs that are coming across the southern border, that open southern border, basically open, and people coming across it. People are very concerned about removing Title 42 and they're concerned about what would happen with an influx of people coming across, not knowing who these individuals are, why they're coming to the United States. People talk a good bit about the fentanyl crisis and how this is affecting young people. The lack of action that this administration has put on those issues that are important to the American people, this is going to influence whatever happens in November.
Speaking of immigration, Secretary Mayorkas was at the border yesterday, and then, of course, we got the news for the migrant encounters for the month of April, rather, 234,000 in the month of April. It's the largest ever recorded in DHS's history. What more needs to be done? Title 42 is ending if the courts don't intervene in the next 5 days. Does President Biden need to make a visit to the southern border? Does Mayorkas need to step aside? What are some of the solutions?
The number one solution, the Border Patrol will tell you, is to build that wall and to give them the technology they need and more officers and agents on the ground. The encounters were down in 2019 and 2020. They have escalated. The 234,000 number that you mentioned in April, that is an all-time high. Now, that is the known encounters. That does not include the gotaways that they were able to spot on surveillance video, but they weren't able to get to them, to stop them. They've run across the border. They've run into the country. We also know that last year we had people from 160 different countries. We know that the cartels are in control of that southern border on the Mexico side. You don't come across that border without paying the cartel. The cartels are forcing drugs into our communities, and people are saying, hey, wait a minute, why don't you secure that border? Give the Border Patrol what they continue to say that they need so that they can get this under control. And immigration is an issue that you hear about everywhere we go, because right now, because of drugs, human trafficking, sex trafficking, and gangs, every town is a border town. Every state is a border state.
Yesterday, Mayorkas did cite some of the actions DHS is taking, including speeding up some of these court appearances for those who are seeking asylum. We know there's a huge backlog on that respect. And also, they are kind of speeding up, ramping up deportations as well under Title 42. Will those fixes make a difference at all in your view?
Keeping Title 42, doing Remain in Mexico, those are things that are going to make a difference. Again, giving Border Patrol the resources that they need at that border. When you talk to a Border Patrol agent or officer, they will tell you far too much of their time is having to be spent doing paperwork and office work, or working with detainees, moving those that have illegally entered the country, moving them to an agency that's going to move them across the country. They're not able to do their job.
I want to move on to the baby formula crisis, the shortage, but that is also somewhat tangentially related to the border crisis as well. On Friday, you tweeted, Biden has always put illegal immigrants ahead of Americans. Once again, it's illegals, not Americans, that are receiving pallets of formula. What did you mean by that? Do you think that Americans or the border officials are prioritizing illegal immigrant babies over American citizens when it comes to the formula shortage?
What we know from talking to some border agents, I've spent a lot of time going to the border. What we have heard from them is that they have more baby formula than they can use at the border. Texas is a state that, like Tennessee, has been hard hit. So maybe it would be a good thing for individuals in those communities that are down near the border who cannot get baby formula at the grocery store to be able to use some of that excess supply that is sitting at the southern border.
I see. I just want to read the statement because CBP did put out a statement. They didn't deny some of those claims, but they essentially said they take seriously its legal responsibility to ensure the safety and security of individuals in their custody. Let's go to the baby formula shortage at large. You're suggesting a type of Operation Warp Speed movement to get baby formula back on the shelves. Are you concerned, though, that if this persists even further, that American babies are going to starve, they're going to be malnourished, and this will go well into November?
As I mentioned, Tennessee is one of the states that has been hardest hit by this, and no one wants to see any baby go without food and nourishment. It is absolutely heartbreaking. And right now we have 2 babies in the hospital in Tennessee because they've not been able to get the formula that they need. Sometimes when there are digestive and intestinal issues with infants, they have to have a particular type formula. And what we would hope is that this administration would get government agencies and the private sector together, and they would say, how do we put in place waivers that would allow Canada, the EU, the UK to immediately ship formula into the US? How do we get the plant in Michigan back open that is producing many of these formulas that are needed for babies? It would be an Operation Warp Speed type gesture, but this is a problem that needs to be solved immediately. It's a little bit concerning that the White House knew about this last fall. They say they started working on the issue in February. They are yet to come forward with a deliverable that is going to ease this situation. It is difficult for parents. It is difficult for babies. It is just absolutely heart-wrenching to talk to some of these parents who cannot find the formula. They have family members in other parts of the country going out searching for formula and FedExing it to the family so that they have it. We ought to be able to solve this issue, and it is imperative that the White House step up and solve this problem.
Yeah, and some of your colleagues and critics of the administration have essentially said that Jen Psaki, the White House press secretary at the time, said the Biden administration has been working on this. Like you mentioned, that Abbott plant closed in February. The president was then asked about it on the tarmac when he was traveling. He said if we had been mind readers. So that there are some contradictory claims there from the White House about when they knew that this problem existed and how long they've been focused on trying to rectify it. But going forward, do you think the Defense Production Act needs to be implemented to get the baby formula on the shelves?
That is another option. Defense production, Operation Warp Speed. The goal is to solve this problem immediately so that these little babies have what they need.
So that's the first part of this conversation. We have a second part, and interestingly enough, we spoke to Senator Blackburn ahead of that major announcement from President Biden. So since we did this interview, President Biden has decided to invoke the Defense Production Act, also launching what he's calling Operation Fly Formula to try to speed up some of the production of baby formula from overseas, even bringing it in. So this is timely. This is constantly developing every single minute here, and we'll be bringing you those details as we get them into the newsroom here. We're also keeping an eye on the war underway in Ukraine. We have still a UN Security Council briefing. We just had the United States ambassador speaking out. Well, we asked Senator Blackburn about the war, what her thoughts are. She's also been outspoken about Roe v. Wade and abortion rights. Those two topics are questions to the senator after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just into the desk was that within the hour here, President Biden saying that he is taking action with the White House to try to speed up the supply of baby formula, invoking the Defense Production Act and launching Operation Fly Formula, both two actions to hopefully speed up production so that we can get that formula back on the shelves here at home in the United States. We spoke with Senator Blackburn about the issue underway, and she agreed that taking those initiatives would hopefully help. So we'll just have to wait and see how that all turns out here. We also asked her questions about the war underway in Ukraine. She voted against that bill that would hopefully aid both humanitarian aid and military aid. I believe $40 billion is that aid package that was eventually voted against on the Senate floor here. Senator Blackburn being one of those senators who voted against it. We asked her about why. We also asked her about Roe v. Wade, the possible overturning from the Supreme Court. She's been quite outspoken about her views on abortion rights here. Let's listen to this conversation.
Yesterday about this $40 billion military aid package to Ukraine. You voted against that. Why did you vote against that?
One of the things that we are for is the Ukrainian people winning in this fight. And with this $40 billion package, you had about $27 billion of it that is actually going to go to munitions and go into the fight. The rest of that money is going to agencies, USAID, State Department. There's money for refugee resettlement, for other things. Right now, we need to be focusing on that fight and making certain that Ukraine has what they need in that fight. There's also still money in the pipeline that has been appropriated, but yet has not been put into action helping with this. There are no accountabilities and no controls on this $40 billion. So my point is give Ukraine what they need for the fight.
I see.
Meet those needs. And then the other, let's save those discussions for another day. The point is Ukraine needs to win right now.
What do you say to some of your Republican colleagues who say that this is a down payment so the U.S. doesn't have to get further involved in the future in case this does spread into an even wider conflict? Put that money in now, put that investment in now. Do you agree with that?
What we have to look at is Russia's entire military budget is about $60 billion a year. And Ukraine's military budget for an entire year is far less than that. We have put quite a bit into resources to train the Ukrainian military. I've actually been on the ground in Ukraine at the training facility that was bombed earlier during this conflict. We also have troops that are continuing to train Ukrainian troops. The effort of the U.S. is ongoing to help with this. And the Ukrainian people are doing an admirable job, a respectable job, an amazing job at holding off Russia, at regaining territory and solidifying their stand there in their country.
Senator, last topic I want to talk about is abortion rights. We're expecting very, very soon, possibly in the next couple of weeks, this ruling in the Dobbs case out of Mississippi from the Supreme Court. We know that first majority draft opinion was leaked. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. Do you think there needs to be a full scope investigation into who leaked that at the court? And what are your overall thoughts about just abortion rights in the Senate? What needs to be done from a federal standpoint to either codify some or do away with some?
The marshal of the Supreme Court is conducting the investigation of who carried out the leak. And I have no doubt that individual will be punished to the full extent allowable. This is something that has never happened before. Now, it's important to understand the universe of individuals that could have done this is really quite small. And it's also important to know that all of the equipment over at the Supreme Court are embedded with security controls. And it does appear from what we have heard that it's most likely a Democrat activist that has done this. It was done to try to influence the outcome. I'm quite concerned about the way these protesters are showing up at the justices' homes. It is a violation of federal law. It is 18 U.S.C. 1507. And there is a proper way to protest, to carry out peaceful protest. And they should honor that. They ought not to be disrupting these neighborhoods where the justices live and showing up at their homes to carry out these protests. Now, we will wait and see what the Dobbs decision is when the court sends that down. What was leaked was a preliminary writing. We understand it took place in February. There is no indication that that is the final decision, so we will wait until that decision is rendered.
Whatever that decision is, though, are you worried about security, the reaction nationally speaking when that ruling comes down? Have there been talks with, amongst
it would be really unfortunate if it is something that sends sends abortion back to the states, for the states to set the regulations and restrictions on abortion. It would be unfortunate if people that oppose that, if people that are pro-abortion use that as a way to have, as they have termed it, a summer of rage. I would hope that they would not do that, that they would respect not only the court, but the right of the states to exercise their ability to set the rules and regulations.
All right, Senator Marsha Blackburn, as always, we appreciate your time, and we'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
Great conversation there with Andrew Kraft and Senator Blackburn there, as we'll have our eyes on all of those topics they discussed. Always great to hear from both sides of the aisle. We'll be playing out press conferences from Senate Democrats as well, as they held a briefing today about inflation, about the baby formula shortage, and so much more. We do want to update all of you, though, on a really tragic story coming out of New Jersey. This is at Tom's Trail, where unfortunately a brother died. He was 18 years old. His sister surviving, still kind of dealing with her injuries, underway right now. Let's go out to Fox 29 in Philadelphia with the latest.
First responders say the 17-year-old girl's head and chest were above the sand and they were able to dig her out, but her older brother Levi, buried feet deeper and not visible at the time, didn't make it. Two crosses outlined in shells sit in the sand several feet from the water on Toms River Township's Ocean Beach Unit 3. First responder Len Minkler says what brought them here about 24 hours earlier will stick with them forever.
My heart went out to the mother and father. I just saw them sitting on the beach, like beside themselves.
Toms River Township officials say just after 4 Tuesday afternoon, a hole collapsed on 18-year-old Levi Caverly and his 17-year-old sister visiting with their parents from Maine. Officials say they were digging in the sand near Seaview Road. A group of contractors working nearby who did not want to talk on camera say the teens' mob flagged them down. They, along with responding police officers, started to dig with their hands. The 17-year-old's head was above the sand, but Levi was not visible. They eventually got her out.
She, didn't want to leave her brother's side. We had to, get her out and, away from that scene. Again, it's something that, no parent or sibling should have to watch.
EMT Kevin Gagan says after about 45 minutes, they got to Levi and determined he did not survive. He says it took nearly 2 hours to dig him out from about 8 to 11 feet down.
Sand might have been soft. If you dig down too far, you get to wet sand, which can almost work like quicksand, or you hit what's called a sugar sand, which just is very light and it'll pull you down.
Mayor Maurice Hill says the beach replenishment and recent storms might have also played a factor, or a sinkhole might have caused the cave-in. He says lifeguards who are not on patrol until Memorial Day weekend do not allow anyone to dig above knee level, and they fill in all holes. Levi's dad posted on Facebook describing his son as quirky, religious, a tech nut.
It was a tragedy, and not the way you want to happen to any family. Losing a child is nothing worse.
Levi's dad told me over the phone they headed back home to Maine today. Mayor Hill is urging absolutely no digging above knee level. In Toms River Township, I'm Kelly Rule, Fox 29 News.
So an unfortunate story coming out of New Jersey. There are thoughts and prayers, of course, with that family. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with more of the top stories here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Want to take you out to a press conference that we are waiting for here. This is in Boston, Massachusetts, as a case of monkeypox has been confirmed. Massachusetts General Hospital is currently treating the patient. The hospital is planning on giving this briefing on what exactly monkeypox is and the steps being taken to protect the community. So we'll be hearing from the Department of Public Health as today they, of course, confirmed that case of monkeypox in a patient who was recently admitted to the hospital. They say it's an extremely rare disease caused by infection with the monkeypox virus. Individuals with the disease need to be isolated and managed in special ways to prevent transmission to others. The briefing is also going to discuss what it is, how it's contracted, diagnosed, how it's treated, and the response from a public health standpoint, the steps that need to be taken to ensure that the staff, patients, and community are all safe here. So we'll be waiting for this update as it really will be utilized as an educational tool. So always good to know and hear that. And we are able to bring that to you in full, which is pretty unique here on Live Now from Fox. Until then, though, as we said, we heard from Senator Blackburn, the Republican out of Tennessee. Let's go over to some of the Senate Democrats earlier. Senator Schumer going to kick it off in this press briefing here. You'll remember Senator Schumer visiting Buffalo, New York after that really tragic massacre of 10 people at a grocery store. 10 African-American people. This is a racially charged shooting. The investigation still underway. The district attorney coming out and exposing a little bit more about the investigation into Peyton Gendron. He's that 18-year-old shooter who opened fire at the grocery store. We'll be hearing more about that. We have a live report coming up here in the next 10 minutes or so. But Senator Schumer to expose some of the light while he took that trip with President Biden and the First Lady. And even he represents New York. Governor Hochul going ahead and taking some executive action today to try to prevent acts like this, acts of violence in her own state of New York. So let's listen in first to the senator.
Okay. Here we go. Everyone here? Debbie?
Yep.
Okay, good. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And as you can see, thank you. You're doing my job. I'm joined by Senators Durbin, Murray, and Stabenow. Now, recent events have made the contrast between Republicans and Democrats crystal clear as we head to the midterm elections. Democrats are pushing to repeal the Trump tax law's giveaways to the wealthiest few and big corporations. Senator Rick Scott and MAGA Republicans want to raise taxes on working families by an average of $1,000. Democrats are fighting to protect a woman's right to an abortion and let women make the best decisions for themselves. MAGA Republicans want a nationwide abortion ban, the jailing of women and doctors, and no exceptions for rape or incest. And as MAGA Republicans and Fox News hosts are promoting deranged conspiracy theories like replacement theory to turn out some voters, Democrats are strongly opposing this dangerous rhetoric and working to make our country more diverse and safer. Democrats are going to relentlessly and strongly highlight the differences between our vision of a brighter future for America and the MAGA Republican dystopian vision between now and November, because it's so important. We're going to fight all the way to protect the rights of Americans. For as long as it takes, we will not relent and we will not give up, because we know that the arc of history bends towards justice. And that's always been true in America, despite steps backward that are all too often taken. We know history is on our side. We're determined to preserve the precious rights that are the bedrock of our great nation. I can feel the energy in our communities. Last weekend, I joined tens of thousands of New Yorkers to march in the streets to show our support for women's rights. And just yesterday, I was with the President and the people of Buffalo, to be with the people of Buffalo as they grieved after unspeakable hatred and violence ripped into their community. But while it's been a sorrow, painful few days for Buffalo, New York, and people across the country, there is a strong sense of resolve. Our communities are not simply going to let MAGA Republicans and the Supreme Court take away our rights. We're going to confront this challenge the same we've confronted them during the 4 years of Donald Trump's presidency, and we're going to get organized and win at the ballot box. Because when confronted with the contrast between what Democrats stand for and what MAGA Republicans stand for, we know the American people are squarely on our side. So we're going to keep up the fight. We're going to keep highlighting the contrast between the parties. The differences couldn't be clearer. Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Chuck. The mass killing in Buffalo last weekend was a tragic reminder of the threat posed by violent white supremacists and other far-right extremists. I first held a hearing on this threat in 2012, 10 years ago, after the massacre by a white supremacist at a Sikh temple in Oak Creek, Wisconsin. In March of last year, in one of the first hearings that I chaired for the Senate Judiciary Committee, following the January 6th attack on the Capitol, FBI Director Christopher Wray testified to our committee under oath that the threat of domestic terrorism is, quote, metastasizing throughout the country. We've seen evidence of that so many places. Sadly, we saw it in Buffalo. The Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act will respond to this threat. It would ensure the Department of Justice, FBI, and Department of Homeland Security works together to better track and respond to the threat. It would establish offices to combat domestic terrorism at the Department of Justice, FBI, and the Department of Homeland Security. And it would require these offices to regularly assess the domestic terrorism threat and focus on the most significant elements. Crucially, it would provide training and resources to assist state, local, and tribal law enforcement in addressing these threats. The bill would establish an interagency task force to combat white supremacist infiltration of the uniformed services and the federal law enforcement, which is also a critical element. The House passed our legislation in the last Congress. Expect to pass it again, maybe even today. It's time to get this bill to the President's desk and signed into law. We have widespread support from the civil rights community, the Leadership Conference on Civil Rights, 31 additional civil rights organizations, and we've worked with our colleagues in the House to work out objections related to ACLU issues. Today I'll be reintroducing an updated version of the bill to match the text the House will consider this evening. My staff will be circulating the updated text today. I encourage everyone in my caucus to co-sponsor the bill. My friends, this is an issue, sadly, that needs to be addressed across America. As we took 9/11 seriously, we need to take this seriously. This is a domestic form of the same terrorism that killed the innocent people in New York City, and now has assaulted them in Buffalo and many other places. Whether it's Pittsburgh, El Paso, you name it, it's a hate crime. We've seen it before in American history. The only thing missing between these organizations and the past are the white robes. But the message is still the same hateful, divisive message that sets off people to do outrageously extreme things and violent things to innocent people across America. It's time for us to take a stand, and I invite the Republicans to join us. Let's make this a bipartisan effort to clean this out of America.
And let me just interrupt. I announced to the caucus at our lunch that we are going to file cloture on the domestic terrorism bill next week. And we hope our Republican colleagues will understand how important this is, given what's going on in the country with replacement theory, with so much bigoted voices on all of our news media, and we hope they'll join us. But we will have a vote on cloture next week on this bill. Senator Murray.
My heart also goes out to the families in Buffalo, everyone who lost someone in the shooting last weekend, and everyone who's really feeling the weight of this attack. Make no mistake, this was a methodically planned white supremacist attack on a black community. It was driven by deep hatred that runs completely counter to the values that we aspire to as a country. It was driven by racist ideology and the dangerous lie of the Great Replacement. And let's be clear, this is a lie we have seen some Republicans traffic in a calculated effort to fearmonger for votes or views. We've seen it on a prime cable TV news program. We've seen it on the campaign trail, even here at the nation's capital. It is up to all of us to call out these lies and root out hate everywhere. At the basic level, at a bare minimum, every single one of us should be able to denounce not just the shooter, but the racist lies and the white supremacist ideology that motivated that attack. What are we hearing from Republicans? Crickets. And that silence is speaking volumes. Republicans must say if they denounce the Great Replacement. And if they continue to avoid giving a clear answer, we will continue pressing.
Well, we've been listening in to Senate Democrats speaking directly about this horrible, horrible situation out of Buffalo in the wake of a mass shooting at a supermarket in Buffalo a good story. The city has seen a big show of support from people near and far. Want to play some of the video captured from today. All week long, volunteers have come together to provide food to that neighborhood, now without a grocery store. That's been the main issue of the week here. Fox's Stephen Goen joining us live from Buffalo with more on these efforts that are underway and possibly a surprise visit from some pretty famous people out in Buffalo.
That's right, Daytona. This is a community that felt a lot of pain and then a lot of love in the days following that mass shooting. A lot of it has been centered on filling the need that was created when this Tops Friendly Market had to shut down after a gunman entered that grocery store, shooting 13 people and ultimately killing 10 in that racially charged attack. This community became what's known as a food desert, with no other grocery store within walking distance. That's why people all over Buffalo stepped up to make sure this part of the city had fresh food. All week, different groups have been organizing food giveaways, and the rideshare apps Uber and Lyft have offered free rides to different grocery stores. Today, even the Buffalo Bills football team was here to hand out hot meals and fresh produce. The team also paid their respects at a scene near the shooting. They laid down flowers at a memorial, too.
I still can't truly wrap my head around it, but just coming out here and starting to, try to bring a little bit of joy, a little bit of love back into a situation that's been so bad is, all we can do.
Now today in New York City, Governor Kathy Hochul laid out a plan and announced new ways to fight domestic terrorism with a police unit that she says will be dedicated to tracking violent extremism online. Tomorrow we will see the suspect from Saturday's shooting back in court. He is facing first-degree murder charges, and we expect there could be more charges as well. Daytona.
Well, you've been on this from the beginning, Stephen. What are the expectations of that court appearance tomorrow? Again, that's 18-year-old Peyton Gendron, and we're learning more and more about him. Are you guys going to be able to have cameras in there? What is it going to look like?
Well, in many ways, we don't really know what we're walking into. We know the doors will be opening at a certain time in the morning, but we still do not know at this point if there will be cameras allowed, if there's going to be a sketch artist instead. All we know is that this suspect will be there. He is facing those first-degree murder charges, but as I said, this is a federal investigation, so we could see federal charges come into play here. So we're going to find out a lot more tomorrow.
And I have to bring it up because I can hear it in the back of your shot right now. Seems like there's some sort of celebration going on. You've been standing in the same spot for the past couple of days, and each day I feel like has had kind of a different vibe, a different mood. Seems like spirits are lifting a little bit.
A little bit, that's right, Daytona. There is some music. There's a crowd that's kind of gathered off to the side behind me. There was someone kind of basically preaching earlier. I'm not sure if it was a pastor or not, but they are playing gospel music now. It really is just an environment of people kind of coming together, trying to make each other feel better. And I think gospel music, prayer, that's all played a part in it, Daytona.
All right, Fox's Stephen Goen again going to be inside of the courtroom tomorrow. So we appreciate the reporting that you're doing. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thanks.
And as he said, Governor Hochul out in New York putting forward new action, executive action, new gun laws. They are saying that they're really trying to target these threats that they're seeing circulating on social media, try to target them ahead of possible violence. We also heard from Reverend Al Sharpton. He spoke directly after Governor Hochul during that press conference today. We'll be playing some of that out for you. But before the break, we kind of teased you that there was going to be a press conference out of Boston, Massachusetts. They're talking about monkeypox right now. A case of monkeypox has been confirmed in Boston. If you're wondering what it is, lucky for you, we have the press conference from the beginning. Let's listen in full.
Good evening. Thank you all for joining us. My name is Paul Bittinger. I am the Chief Preparedness and Continuity Officer for the Mass General Brigham System and the Director for the Center for Disaster Medicine. I'm joined here by my colleagues, Dr. Erica Shinoy, one of our infectious disease specialists, Associate Chief of our Infection Control Program, and the Medical Director of our Special Pathogens Program, and Dr. Sarimer Sanchez from the Boston Public Health Commission. And we're here tonight. Earlier, as you received notice from the Massachusetts Department of Public Health, there's a patient in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts who has been confirmed to have infection with monkeypox. That patient is currently hospitalized at Massachusetts General Hospital and is admitted to our special pathogens program. He is in stable condition, and Dr. Shenoy will let you know additional details. Massachusetts General Hospital is the designated regional emerging special pathogens treatment center for the New England area, for the 6 states, and the patient is doing well, safely in isolation in our unit. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Shenoy, who will give you additional details.
Thank you. So I'll just give a broad overview of the patient's admission so far. So the patient was admitted on the 12th. They were being evaluated for various symptoms. During the course of their admission, they were identified as a possible monkeypox suspect. And this was really unusual because the patient had no travel history, no exposure to animals that would be known to be reservoirs. However, the team, thinking about the patient and hearing just over the weekend about some of the cases in the United Kingdom, thought more broadly about the patient's diagnosis. When they did that, they communicated that directly to myself. We communicated with the public health authorities. We assembled the team. As Dr. Bittinger mentioned, we have a regional emerging special pathogens treatment center, so we are planned to respond to these sorts of events. We transferred the patient throughout the course of the day to our special pathogens unit, where they've remained. We are in the process, as you can imagine, of working with public health authorities on contact tracing of our employees, of patients, and of visitors, and that's going to continue over the course of the next several days. I will turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Sanchez.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Sarah Sanchez. I'm the Medical Director for the Infectious Disease Bureau at the Boston Public Health Commission. The Boston Public Health Commission will continue to collaborate closely with the Massachusetts Department of Public Health, Mass General Brigham, and other healthcare institutions to assist in follow-up of any exposed Boston residents and healthcare workers. In the meantime, and as we learn more, we urge healthcare providers, particularly those in outpatient settings, to remain vigilant to potential cases and to take any necessary precautions, including standard precautions, as well as use of necessary personal protective equipment that can include gown, gloves, a medical face mask or respirator, and eye protection to minimize exposures. Thank you.
Can you talk about exactly what monkeypox is and also just how rare this is?
Yeah, so you had it correct. It is a rare infection, originally identified in the 1950s in monkeys, and then the first human case in 1970. Most of the cases have been reported really out of West Africa or Central Africa. The cases that have been outside of that area have been reported to be related to travel or to animals. I mentioned rodents. Well, there was an outbreak in the United States in 2003 involving many states, and that was associated with prairie dogs. In the last year, there have been 2 cases in the United States in November and then in July. Both of those were associated with travel. And I think that's a really important piece about this, that the epidemiology over the course of the last week or so, several days, it's becoming clearer that is shifting, and so there's a new epidemiology to be considered. And Dr. Sanchez was very clear about being vigilant, and this afternoon the MDPH released some guidance for clinicians of the things to look for, both clinical symptoms and risk factors. So I really urge clinicians out there to take a look at that and be prepared.
But how do we think this person got it?
So that's something that I'm not sure if public health authorities want to comment on, but there are some known risk factors that have been identified in this population so far. And this is just coming out right now in terms of what the United Kingdom has identified and what has been released by public health authorities. And the risk factor here has been men having sex with men, and so that sort of close contact. And that makes sense because the way this is spread is through both respiratory droplets with very close proximity, face-to-face respiratory droplets, but also direct contact with the lesions that have virus in them.
Can you talk to us about what you know so far about just how contagious this is, or what we know and what we don't know, and like you said, the patient's in isolation. Just talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, so the patient was placed in an airborne infection isolation room in our special pathogens unit. We're using gowns, gloves, N95 respirators, and eye protection. And this is personal protective equipment that our staff are very familiar with. This is same personal protective equipment that we use when we take care of patients at risk for COVID. It's more than just PPE. It's how you use PPE and the procedures that our team is well versed in, and obviously got extra just-in-time education when the patient was brought to the unit. In terms of how contagious it is, we're learning, as we will continue to learn every day. We really do think, at least our understanding and talking with our public health colleagues who are really they're experts because they have been involved in all the U.S. cases so far, really about close, sustained contact. Now, as we do our contact tracing, we're going to be applying a much broader, more encompassing definition as we do this, and that's really out of an abundance of precaution and applying a methodological approach to assessing risk and following patients over the course of the incubation period.
Just as a point of clarification, you said that this patient did not have history of travel. We saw that it was travel to Canada.
Great
and
point.
Also, where is this patient from? Are they a Boston resident?
Great. So I think Dr. Bittinger mentioned that they are a Boston resident. Now the travel, what I meant, that's a great question. I meant travel to an area where monkeypox is known to be endemic, and that would be West Africa. Now the patient did have a travel history, but that travel really wasn't anything to be specific for monkeypox.
So there's outbreaks or there's clusters in the UK right now, and in Canada, are there any that you're aware of? And are you working with Canadian officials in speaking with them?
So a point of clarification, it's been reported the patient is a Massachusetts resident, but we are not saying beyond the fact that he's a Massachusetts resident where he is. We are not aware of cases in Canada at this time. We are speaking with the CDC, and they are coordinating with health officials in Canada and elsewhere around the world.
Is this connected to the clusters or cases in Europe?
So at this point, we don't know. I think it's important to know that this is an evolving situation where in the past 2 weeks, we've seen a number of cases without a reported travel history to West Africa, which has been the travel that's been most relevant. So right now, we don't have that travel history. We don't know how the patient acquired this infection, and that's why we're working closely with public health authorities.
So could you help us understand a little bit, because it's potentially a serious viral illness, but then we know that it dissipates after 2 to 4 weeks. Can you help us understand how serious it actually is?
So a couple points here, and again, evolving information. We got confirmation from the CDC this afternoon that this is the West African clade, and that is one that's known to be less severe. Patients can have a real mild illness. This patient, fortunately, is doing quite well now, although did have had symptoms that required the hospitalization. I think at this point it's important to recognize that we have some available medical countermeasures that the CDC is looking at. So, for example, they'll be looking at post-exposure vaccination as a possible tool. There are also medical countermeasures for treatment for individuals who develop severe illness. But at this point, there's a spectrum of illness. We are, reassured by the fact that this is West African clade, and we'll learn more as we go along.
I'm sure this person is super surprised, as are all of you guys. All of us, monkeypox seems a very random, rare illness. Can you talk about the symptoms? It starts with flu-like symptoms, then a rash, and then again, you guys think that this person's going to be okay?
So you had it correct. So the initial symptoms are flu-like, so fever, chills, very non-specific. There is other stuff out there right now, like COVID, and so that could be, confused in this. Now the point really is the epidemiological risk factor, which will be part of any workup. After those fevers and chills, lymphadenopathy or swollen lymph glands, and that's where, at that point, is when the rash develops. Now the rash can proceed over a series of days and even weeks, where they develop either flat or then pustules, and in there is where the virus is. So that's where the direct contact with the fluid is really one of the major risk factors for transmission.
Can it transmit before the lesions appear?
So that is another great question. So what we know to date is when a person is asymptomatic. So for example, someone that has an exposure, they're asymptomatic in that incubation period. Before they develop symptoms, it's thought that they are not infectious. Once the symptoms develop, at least from what we understand from our colleagues in public health, and we discussed that with them today, that is the period where the patient is considered infectious. Now they continue to be infectious for the entire time that those lesions are there until such time as every one of them has scabbed over. At that point, they're considered non-infectious. And there may be additional tests that the Department of Public Health asks us to do at some later date related to that.
And can you clarify for us about this particular patient? Given the fact that there are other flu-like illnesses out there right now, how did this patient report to the hospital knowing that there was going to be an issue broader than flu-like symptoms?
So we obviously can't share any details of the patient's individual condition. I think what we're seeing is that this is an evolving case where we're seeing monkeypox in patients outside of West Africa who have not had a travel history, and it was really an incredibly astute clinical team who thought of this diagnosis as they saw the constellation of the lesions, the rash fitting. So again, although it starts with more vague symptoms of fever and myalgias, the muscle aches, the fact that it has the diagnostic rash, the lymphadenopathy, the lymph nodes, that's really important.
Is there a threat to the public, like this spreading to other people, like an outbreak here in Massachusetts?
Thank you. So I think as Dr. Shenoy and Dr. Bittinger have highlighted, really right now, human-to-human transmission really has occurred through close contact, generally speaking, and that is close contact via respiratory droplets and sort of prolonged face-to-face contact, as well as direct contact through lesions or in direct contact through contaminated bedding or sort of clothing that has been contaminated with the lesions. And so right now, the Massachusetts Department of Public Health is working closely to identify contacts that fit that definition and notify them, as well as exposed healthcare workers within the healthcare system, and to identify them and conduct active surveillance of symptoms. So typically that's the process, and so right now those individuals, our focus is on contacting them, and we'll continue to learn more from this case and all the other global cases that are being identified. Again, I think a key thing that we've learned is to be humble and also to remain vigilant, and that's really what we're asking everyone today, both patients and our healthcare workers. So thank you.
What's DPH doing to notify other healthcare providers about what to watch out for?
So right now, we issued, the DPH issued a press release, and sort of in that press release highlighted a lot of the clinical symptoms to really watch out for. So for example, patients can present, as Dr. Shenoy highlighted, with flu-like illness and other sort of very general fevers, chills, and an unexplained rash and lymphadenopathy. Those are the more classic symptoms. So really elevating knowledge about those, and then also the epidemiological risk factors in accordance with those, right? So thinking about travel to a country where cases have been identified, thinking about close contact with someone who's been diagnosed with monkeypox or suspected to have monkeypox, and then also men who have reported sexual contact with other men. So those are the big three epidemiological risk factors. And so, and really for providers, knowing that when we're seeing patients with an unexplained vesicular rash and that might fit these epidemiological risk factors, to be vigilant and to use the appropriate precautions and the PPE that I mentioned. So I think those are really the big things to focus on.
Are those close contacts being asked to quarantine?
So those close contacts, the typical procedure for close contacts is to ask them to monitor their symptoms. So for healthcare workers, that can even include before reporting to work to ask about fever, chills, rash, and other symptoms for 21 days. And so it really is a very intensive process.
And then one other question for me. I think that this kind of obviously opened all of our eyes. We got this in our inbox. The word monkeypox alone is startling. But then to add this on top of living through 2.5 years of a pandemic, a lot of people are on high alert right now. Can you just speak to that?
Of course. I mean, again, I think it is, we've learned a lot in the past 2 years, and I think those are, for me at the very least as a public health official, to be humble and to remain vigilant and to communicate regularly with the public around what we know are, I think, the three big factors. And so we really will learn more over the next weeks as we learn more about this case and other global cases, and we'll continue to provide that information. And I'll let others, Dr. Bittinger, Dr.
All right, so we've been listening into this press conference out of Boston, Massachusetts, where they are highlighting, unfortunately, there was a case confirmed of monkeypox here. They're highlighting what people need to know when it comes to public safety. That person is now been hospitalized and is not going to be around anyone else. They're trying to get more details as to where they were beforehand. So the investigation underway into that. We're going to step away from that for just a moment here, though, to move into some fun news. We want to mix things up here on Live Now from Fox. It's been kind of a tough week here, covering a lot of violence. So let's go out to some sports news. It is game 1 of the Western Conference Finals between the Golden State Warriors and the Dallas Mavericks. The Mavericks, we all remember taking down the Phoenix Suns, unfortunately, in a really devastating way for the Suns. Fox 2's Joe Fonzie joining us live from Chase Center right now in San Francisco with the very latest where things are starting to kick off. Joe, what are your expectations for tonight?
Well, I'm not sure the Warriors expected that they would have a home court at this point in the season. Just as you said, you know, the Warriors came into the playoffs as the number 3 seed in the West and had to get through Memphis, which was the number 2. And I think they anticipated that if they make it this far, they would be playing the Phoenix Suns for the Western Conference Championship. So the fact that Dallas was able to pull off that upset in 7 games and really kind of destroyed the Suns in that game on Sunday. So now the Warriors have home court not only in this series, but if they are to survive this one, they would have it the rest of the way as well, because they have the tiebreaker against Miami, and then they had a better record than Boston. So I don't think they anticipated home court the rest of the way. And obviously, as far as the Warriors are concerned, they're hoping for their 4th championship in 8 seasons, which is quite an accomplishment would be. They're halfway there. So you have to win 16 times. They've won 8. They got to win 8 more, and they know that the Dallas Mavericks won't be easy.
Joe, have you been able to speak with any of the guys since their last win? How are they feeling going into tonight?
Yeah, I think they know that in Dallas it's a very well-balanced team. They know that you have to think about Luka Doncic, who's one of the bright young stars in the game. And then the other thing the Warriors had to overcome, they had to win the last 3 games of that Memphis series without Steve Kerr as their head coach. They found out on a Monday here that Steve Kerr had tested positive for COVID, and he was replaced by Mike Brown, who not the first time that Mike Brown had ever been the head coach of a team. He was the former head coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers, was actually coach of the year that he took them to the finals, and they lost. He's a former coach of the Lakers, and he had just announced on a Saturday that he was going to take over the new head coaching job of the Sacramento Kings when the Warriors season came to a conclusion, and then he found out on Monday that he was going to be coaching the Warriors while he had already taken the job with the Kings. So a really unique situation there. Steph Curry had the line probably of that series when he said that Mike Brown was the head coach of 2 teams in a 24-hour period. So it's been a little bit unusual for the Warriors. I think if you're looking at the strength of them right now, they have rarely been at full strength the entire year. They waited for Klay Thompson to get back from those 2 devastating injuries that cost him 2+ seasons. Steph Curry was not healthy toward the end of the season, and Draymond Green missed a good section in the middle of the season. Now, those are the 3 core guys that those earlier championships were built around, and also a complement of young players and other players that surround those guys. So I think if you're talking about the Warriors, they're happy that this is the first time really all season that they've been at full strength, minus Gary Payton II, who went out when he was injured in that Memphis series. So I think if you're the Warriors, you're pretty optimistic that you have home court the rest of the way, and you're at full strength really for the first time all year.
Yeah, we'll see what home court advantage does for them. Give us nuts and bolts. When is tip-off? Kind of lay out the rest of the night for us.
The rest of the night, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last of that.
Yep, lay out when everything starts. When things start to pick up here, they're just warming up behind you. When our fans come in.
Yeah, you got it. It's a 6 o'clock West Coast start, so we're a little more than an hour away from the tip-off. And the fans, they have not opened the arena yet to fans, so that's why you see a whole bunch of gold jerseys all around me that say Warriors prior. I gotta see what that one is. RSSSS. I'm not sure. They strength in numbers used to be the slogan here. This year it's been gold-blooded. It does not say gold-blooded on those shirts, but you're going to see a lot of gold in the arena, and you're also going to see a very fired up. I think if there's any personality that this new arena has taken on, this is the 3rd year that this arena has been used, and the first time that there hasn't been some type of COVID interruption. What this place is starting to develop in the postseason here is that noisy vibe that we used to have at Oracle Arena across the bay over in Oakland. So expect it charged up, a bunch of people as they start trickling into the arena just about now.
Well, I can hear it already behind you. Joe Fonzie there in San Francisco. We are excited for Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. We appreciate it, and possibly a W there at home.
They're hoping for that. Good to be with you tonight.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox as we are still monitoring all of the top stories across the country. An hour and a half away from tip-off there in San Francisco as we take a live look at the White House. Kind of a transition here, but we'll be giving you more details on the baby formula shortage, big announcements from President Biden after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. New news from President Biden as he is addressing new actions they plan to take on that baby formula shortage. They are now going to invoke the Defense Production Act and launch Operation Fly Formula, just two initiatives they're taking to try to speed up production here. That's as we have breaking news across the country. Unfortunately, the shot kind of moving a little bit here, but protesters showing up outside of Justice Kavanaugh's house. This is in Chevy Chase, Maryland, and we've been seeing this with other justices too. Justice Amy Coney Barrett, protesters showing up to her home, all dressed in Handmaid's Tale costumes, and other justices having to deal with this as well. This is all surrounding the conversation of abortion rights here. These are pro-choice protesters that are showing up and saying that they cannot overturn Roe v. Wade. Now, lawmakers across the country having to confront this issue too, specifically in Pennsylvania. That's where we were watching those pretty tight Senate races last night, primary races. Let's listen into what Senate Democrats out in Pennsylvania had to say about this issue specifically.
Jason Henry. I am the executive director of the Pennsylvania Democratic Party. Today is the first stop on our Protect Our Rights tour that the Pennsylvania Democratic Party is doing throughout the Commonwealth over the days to come. The reason that we're kicking this tour off today here in Pittsburgh is to showcase the fact that last night the Republican Party nominated an extreme right anti-choice candidate in Doug Mastriano, who has the far-right views of wanting to limit women's reproductive rights across the Commonwealth. And it illustrates that the significance of this election has stakes that will have ramifications for generations of Pennsylvanians for years to come. So I'd like to thank all the speakers for attendance. So at this time, I'd like to introduce State Senate Democratic Leader Jay Costa. Senator Costa?
Thank you very much, Jason, and thank all of you for being here this morning. To kick off, as what Jason indicated, a demonstration of the differences between our candidates here and what we have in Pennsylvania. As Jason talked about, we have an extreme far-right, radical Republican nominee for governor. And it's something that we should be very much concerned about, it, particularly as it relates to this one issue in particular, our reproductive rights for folks in Pennsylvania. I've served with Doug Mastriano for the past couple of years, and I will tell you, I've listened to him and his messaging on the Senate floor over the course of many, many months. It's scary, quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen. It is scary and concerning. It should concern every Pennsylvanian here in Pennsylvania, because what's at stake here? Certainly women's reproductive rights are a big part of that, but it goes well beyond that. In the space of voting rights, he's been very, very clear about repealing Act 77 and disenfranchising our low-income individuals, our seniors, our minorities, disenfranchising them by denying them the opportunity to vote in an easy and accessible and, more importantly, a safe and secure way. He's also talking about doing other things as it relates to working in the educational system, being able to remove resources from public education and looking and moving to a voucher system. But what we're here about today is the issue that confronts all of us in Pennsylvania. We have a real stark choice here, and we have to make the right decision as we go forward. So today we're here collectively working to ensure that people understand that day one of this November election is going to be talking about the issues that are important to everyone in Pennsylvania. When you look across the spectrum, how many people support and who are defending the Roe v. Wade, who are trying to undo Roe v. Wade, the population in Pennsylvania says very clearly we need to maintain it. We need to ensure that it stays here in Pennsylvania. If Doug Mastriano is our governor, ladies and gentlemen, you will see a significant change in that law, maybe repealed completely. We can't have that when 75 to 80% of the people support it. That's what's important here. Folks need to understand who we're talking about and the nature of the candidate that we have before us. So that is why we're here today, and we'll continue to talk about these issues here in Pittsburgh, in Harrisburg, Erie, Scranton, Philadelphia, all across this Commonwealth, to remind folks and let folks know the serious contrast we have with our candidates and how important it is that we move forward. So I'm very pleased to be here with all of my colleagues and my friends, and now I'm going to turn the program over to State Representative Emily Kincaid.
Good morning. I want to just make very clear to everybody that Roe v. Wade did not authorize abortion. It made abortion safe and accessible. Women were already accessing abortion, but they were dying because they didn't have guaranteed safe legal access to abortion. And Doug Mastriano wants to take us back to exactly that moment in time where women and people who are pregnant will die because we are not giving them the choice to make their own future and make the decisions about if, when, and how they have children. I've been in office for about 17 months, and I will say that there are a number of things that I have revealed about myself publicly because of the position that I'm in. And so I'm going to do that again today, which is I am on birth control, and that is my decision. And Doug Mastriano's policies not only strike at abortion, it also strikes at the ability to access birth control, to access IVF care, to choose whether or not you have children and how you have children. That is what we are talking about. Banning abortion hurts the economic future of women. It hurts children. We are putting children into situations where they may not be wanted, which means that we are putting children into possibly dangerous situations, possibly increasing the likelihood of child abuse. Why? Why would the Republicans want this? Because it's never actually been about kids, and it's never actually been about life. It's been about control. And that is where Doug Mastriano wants to take us, and I refuse to go back. I refuse to have the government tell me when I have kids. I refuse to do that to anybody else. We cannot do this. Doug Mastriano is dangerous to Pennsylvanians, and we cannot send him to the governor's mansion. He is dangerous to people of color. He is dangerous to women. He is dangerous to trans individuals. He is dangerous to our whole LGBTQIA+ community because he does not care about these people. We cannot send Doug Mastriano to the governor's mansion. We need to send Josh Shapiro because we have to protect the right to choose everybody's future, not just cis, het, white men. Thank you. I will now turn it over to City Councilwoman Deb Gross.
Thank you, everybody. I'm Deb Gross, a Pittsburgh City Councilwoman for District 7. I am proud here to stand up and say it's time for us to stand up for ourselves against these extremists who are only here to carry forward national agendas into our state. It is time for us to fight not just for my rights today, but their rights tomorrow or your rights the next day, right? This Republican agenda is really about taking away your rights. Don't believe their rhetoric. They're not about your freedom. They're about taking away your freedom. We need to stand up and unite. Josh Shapiro will stand up with us and protect us, fight for our rights. Again, maybe today it's my rights. Maybe the next day it's someone else's rights. Maybe the day after that it's your rights that Doug Mastriano is coming after. It's time that we focus on protecting ourselves and our citizens against this ideology that someone like Doug Mastriano can decide your health care. Someone like Doug Mastriano could decide your voting rights, can decide your educational rights. What rights next will he go after? We need to unite around a gubernatorial candidate who has proven they will stand up for us here in rural communities, in cities across the Commonwealth, and fight and protect us against this ideology that's only here to disempower us. So I'm proud today to say that today we're uniting across the Commonwealth to fight against extremism. I would like to hand it over next to our pro-choice activist, Natalie Leslie.
Hi everybody, thank you for having me. I'm here today because I'm so full of emotions. I'm scared, I'm angry, and I'm frustrated. I feel this way because I find the power of choice to hold such value. Every single day we make thousands of choices. Today, everybody here has already made many choices. You chose to wake up, you chose what to wear, and you chose to show up here today. Having a choice in what we do directly equates to having freedom. However, many people in the Supreme Court love to hold power over people in whatever way possible. They don't want people to be free in deciding what is best for them. They want to do whatever is feasible to continuously suppress those with a uterus down. They don't want people to be capable of deciding what to do with their own bodies, and their excuse is blaming it on wanting to save lives, which is ironic given the fact that people still have a choice in what they do with their bodies. They're just significantly more likely to not be safe about their choice and thus risk their own lives. These people in Congress do not care about lives, they do not care about women, and they do not care about children. If they cared about lives, they'd fund health care for all so people could afford to survive. If they cared about lives, they'd do something about our diminishing environment that supports each of our lives. If they cared about lives, they'd care about the tons of children that are thrown into our broken foster care system daily. If you're here today, I'd assume you're as angry as I am.
Okay, Andrew Kraft here. We've been listening into Pennsylvania state Democrats after midterm primary elections just last night, going on the offensive against now the GOP candidate for governor, Doug Mastriano, who won his primary last night. The Democratic race is also set as well. Josh Shapiro will be their candidate for governor as we get into November. You can see the sign there. It says elect Josh Shapiro. He's the current attorney general in Pennsylvania. And there in this press conference today talking about abortion rights in the state. Split screen with this vantage point we got just about a couple of minutes ago in Chevy Chase, Maryland. Take a look at that. That are security, police, law enforcement outside of Justice Brett Kavanaugh's home there in Chevy Chase, Maryland, as some protesters kind of moved through the neighborhood and making their voices heard as we all discuss this leaked majority draft opinion that could potentially overturn Roe v. Wade, a 50-year precedent for women, a constitutional right to an abortion. That's what that decided. This all coincides with an announcement today put out by the Department of Justice, where Attorney General Merrick Garland said that he met with Supreme Court officials regarding judicial security. I'm going to read out part of the statement they put out. They said that essentially, at the Attorney General's direction, the U.S. Marshals Service accelerated the provision of around-the-clock security at the homes of all justices, among other actions last week. You saw some of that security there outside of Justice Brett Kavanaugh's home. Merrick Garland went on to say attendees also discussed ongoing efforts to enhance coordination, intelligence sharing, and technical support as it relates to judicial security. The Attorney General reiterated the department's commitment to take all appropriate actions to further enhance the security of justices and the court. This ruling, remember, expected either late June or mid-June, sometime later this summer, as we get a definitive ruling on what they are going to decide on that Mississippi case known as the Dobbs case there in Mississippi that made it illegal for women there in the state to have an abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy. So all of this is on the national discussion. We'll be continuing to talk about it here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we're talking about how inflation is impacting rural, small towns all across the country. Out to Texas after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday afternoon. I'm Andrew Kraft. Well, if you think the price you're paying for gas, for groceries, or even a candy bar has gone up, you are correct. Inflation is affecting the United States now more than ever, but it's affecting some areas of the country more than others, even rural areas. Specifically, joining me now from Midland, Texas, Fox News multimedia reporter Joy Addison, who's been speaking with residents there, particularly about how inflation is impacting their lives. Joy, what have you learned?
Hi, Andrew. Good evening. So inflation hits rural areas much harder than it hits metropolitan areas because of the extra cost that it takes to transport items to areas that are more remote. Like here in Midland, Texas, the nearest major city is Dallas, which is about 5 hours away. Inflation here in Midland is through the roof, and residents say they're suffering, as well as the owner of this business behind me and so many others.
Groceries, utilities, gas. So we're seeing it everywhere, and it's hard.
Inflation is hitting the U.S. with a rate of 8.3%, the highest we've seen since 1980. People in this West Texas town of Midland say it's hitting them hardest.
We're somewhat isolated between El Paso and Dallas-Fort Worth. And so there's a lot of distance, and it takes you 4 or 5 hours to go to either one. So travel costs, transportation costs, that raises prices.
Midland has a population of just over 140,000, but it's giving big cities like New York, Phoenix, and Dallas a run for their money when it comes to inflation. It's had the highest rate in the country for the last 6 months. Bill Kent owns more than 15 businesses in the area, including gas stations and restaurants. And he says workers want higher wages.
There's not a single business that we have that is not impacting it. The drivers, trying to hire truck drivers out here for our transportation business, and it's everything from entry-level people we hire for our stores and truck stops to receptionists.
The rising prices are pushing more people to need help feeding their families. The West Texas Food Bank says over the last few weeks, the number of families it serves has tripled.
Most of the clients we serve, 27 to 30% of them have never needed any form of public assistance before, and most of them have jobs or they're elderly who are on a fixed income. So the face is different. Their rent has gone up. They cannot keep up with the price of groceries that they're seeing right now in the grocery stores, and they can't keep up with the cost of fuel.
So last week, the Federal Reserve said that it may continue to raise interest rates in an effort to help lower inflation rates. This will make it more expensive to borrow money and should slow spending. In Houston, Joy Addison. Andrew?
Joy, thank you so much for showing us how inflation is impacting so many Americans. We'll talk to you again. Thanks. Okay, and right now we just want to update you on some of the other live looks that we are monitoring on the House floor. Especially right now we're learning that House members are debating a supplemental funding bill to increase supply of baby formula. I believe $28 billion worth. We're going to go out to some of these members of Congress as they debate this possible funding package to alleviate some of the baby formula crises we're seeing around the country.
Issues, and in fact, as is the Ag Subcommittee doing hearings, the Energy and Commerce Committee will be doing hearings on this issue as well. Congressman Pallone.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise today in strong support of the Infant Formula Supplemental Appropriations Act. And I want to particularly thank Appropriations Chairwoman Rosa DeLauro for all she's done to shed light on the contamination of infant formula and the problems with FDA enforcement. She talks about me, but I want to talk about her because she has really taken this issue to heart for such a long period of time. But I have to say that I am extremely upset listening to the members on the other side, the Republicans, talk about this crisis and how it could have been avoided. I've been on the Energy and Commerce Committee now for over 30 years. FDA's policies of food safety, unlike that for drugs and medical devices, is not based on fees paid by the manufacturers. And this is because Republicans in the past have not been willing to impose those fees on the manufacturers. I can tell you that from personal experience, when I tried to include a fee structure in food safety initiatives in the past before my committee, the Energy and Commerce Committee, every time it was opposed by the Republicans because they were listening to the manufacturers who didn't want that fee schedule imposed on them. We have it for drugs, we have it for medical devices, we don't have it for food safety, and that's right in the hands of the Republican leadership. And I'm not particularly blaming the appropriators today, because this was not an appropriations issue. This was an energy and commerce issue. But to suggest in some way that this is the Democrats, I will tell you it's the Republicans. If that money had been in place, we would have had the inspectors. We would have had the ability, in my opinion, to do a lot more on the issue of food safety. And so this crisis, to some extent, is based on the Republicans' unwillingness to adopt a fee structure and provide that regular source of funding for the FDA. Now, let me also say that in addition to the emergency funding, the House is also voting tonight to grant flexibility to the WIC program. I want to thank Ed and Labor for that. The Biden administration has taken a number of important actions to respond to this shortage, including working with manufacturers to increase production, encouraging importation of safe infant formula, and today, as the chairwoman of Appropriations said, the operation the White House has announced, including the use of Defense Production Act, to show that shows that this administration is continued to commit to end this crisis. The Energy Commerce Committee also today unanimously passed a measure to allow FDA to streamline processes for hiring highly skilled professionals and retain them with competitive salaries, and this will help ensure our infant formula supply is safe and inspectors are on the job. Now, I just want to say, Madam Speaker, manufacturers have to do a better job in the future to alert the FDA of potential shortages so we can shift production quickly, and the FDA must be empowered to move more quickly to set limits on contamination, which is currently bogged down in long and cumbersome regulatory processes. We understand that more needs to be done, but this bill needs to be passed today.
Okay, we are coming up on the top of the 5 o'clock hour here on the West Coast, 8 o'clock there on the East Coast on the House floor. Yesterday, House Appropriations Committee Chair Rosa DeLauro, the Democrat from Connecticut, introduced a supplemental appropriations bill to provide $28 million in emergency funding to give the FDA the resources it needs to address the urgent infant formula shortage and help prevent it from ever happening again. That is what we are watching right now. Members of Congress on both sides of the aisle debating possibly appropriating this amount of money to go to the FDA in order to address supply shortages of infant formula, $28 million worth. Let's listen back in.
U.S. Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, 67% of children rely on infant formula for some portion of their nutrition by the time they're 3 months old. One of my children had to have formula. That's 2.7 million babies that need formula their parents cannot find on the shelves in their local supermarket or anywhere for that matter. We need to address this supply chain crisis right now. Our families deserve solutions. The Biden administration ignored the warning signs that a formula shortage was imminent, sitting on their hands until the shelves were bare. Their incompetence underscores the need for funding to come with guardrails and accountability for the FDA's failures. Throwing additional money at a problem is the wrong approach. American families need a plan to fix this crisis and to get that baby formula back on store shelves. And they don't need us spending more of their hard-earned money to do it. So my amendment would redirect a targeted amount of unused pandemic funds to address the baby formula shortage. It would use $5.75 million of existing federal funds to respond to this crisis immediately, right now. My amendment would also require the FDA to report to Congress on the shortage, ensuring that the American people know exactly what the administration is doing or is not doing to get formula back on the shelves. We would also immediately require an assessment of all baby formula stockpiled by the federal government. Can this formula be redirected to the marketplace for families? Can we do that right now? This amendment ensures the FDA commissioner can't travel anywhere unless it's related to the baby formula crisis until this crisis is addressed. Mr. Speaker, we have seen the impact this baby formula crisis is having across our country. The mom whose baby can only tolerate a certain kind of formula. The dad who is scouring Facebook groups tonight trying to see if he can find what his baby needs. Or the grandparents who have gone to 3 grocery stores, driven miles, and are still empty-handed. We have an opportunity here to really work together and enact meaningful legislation that will get baby formula back on store shelves as soon as possible and ensure that our families are not ever in a lurch like this again. So I ask my colleagues tonight, join us in fighting for families, for babies, and for taxpayers. We can do it all together. So vote yes tonight on the motion to recommit, adopt my amendment, and let's get this baby formula crisis under control. And Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record immediately prior to the vote tonight on the motion to recommit.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just say to my colleague who just spoke that, in fact, I just talked about what FEMA has in terms of stocks, which is about, would take care of infants for about 1 week. But I would call her attention to the article that appeared on May 10th. Military stores are scrambling to get baby formula, what new parents need to know. Now, military families are dealing with the same shortage of baby formula. Now, they would have a supply. But I take it from what my colleague said that we should take the product from military families who are serving in the service of this country and take their formula and move it around. We know where the product is, and we know we do not have enough. And we know that we need to move as to what we are doing and suggesting that we move to import from FDA facilities that are overseas, and there are 7 of them where we can get product on the shelves as quickly as possible. And with that, let me provide 3 minutes, yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, the chairwoman of the Committee on Oversight and Reform. And with that, oversight and reform is Congresswoman Maloney, Stock and Trade, and she is all over this issue as well. I yield to the gentlelady.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding and for her extraordinary leadership in responding to this crisis so comprehensively and quickly, and also her leadership as the chair of the Appropriations Committee. And I rise in support of the emergency spending that builds on the Biden administration's progress in addressing the nationwide infant formula shortage by providing the FDA with resources to increase supply and prevent future shortages. The national formula shortage threatens the health and economic security of America's infants and families, especially those who experience health inequities, including food insecurity. In recent weeks, parents across the country have been forced to ration food or travel for hours to obtain formula. For parents of infants with special health needs, the nationwide formula shortage has been especially dire. Some parents have considered going to the emergency room just so that they can feed their babies. This is unacceptable. We cannot sit by while families struggle to feed their babies. That's why the Committee on Oversight and Reform has started an investigation to support the work of the legislative committees, the Energy and Commerce and the Appropriations Committees that are putting forward legislation to address this. We sent letters to the CEOs of the 4 largest baby formula manufacturers, pressing them on their plans to boost supply. When are they going to have the formula back on the shelves in the stores? What caused this? What are they doing to prevent future shortages? Today, I am proud to support with my Democratic and hopefully Republican colleagues, which will appropriate $28 million for FDA to safely increase our supply of infant formula and prevent future shortages so that this will never happen again. I thank Chair DeLauro for her leadership on behalf. Just in closing, I want to thank the Biden administration for invoking the Defense Production Act to act on this. They are also moving to import safe products from other countries. So I applaud the President's leadership, but I especially applaud the leadership in this Congress, Speaker Pelosi, Leader Hoyer, Chair DeLauro, Chair Pallone, all of the people that have been involved for helping America's infants. I yield back the balance of my time to Leader DeLauro, and I urge a yes vote on this important bill. We should be unified for our children in this country.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentlewoman from Connecticut.
Colleague, if there are any more speakers on your side of the aisle, Congresswoman Granger.
I yield back the balance of my time.
Woman yields back the balance of her time. Gentlewoman from Connecticut.
We all share the view that the formula shortage, the infant formula shortage, is a crisis. And the stories that we've all heard, mothers, fathers struggling to find formula, the images of empty store shelves are heartbreaking. We've all heard from constituents all over this country that parents are scared. They can't find the product, and they're scared that they're going to have a product that may put their child in danger. So we need to address two areas. We need to address the immediate crisis to get product on the shelves as soon as we can, which is what this bill does tonight, along with other measures that the administration is taking. There are some very serious underlying issues that we face. The question arises, how did we get here? How did this happen? One of the biggest issues and concerns is the whole issue of the consolidation of the industry. There are only four manufacturers of infant formula in the United States.
Okay, that is Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro. She is on the floor right now debating this supplemental appropriations bill that would provide $28 million in emergency funding to give the FDA the resources it needs to address the urgent infant formula crisis and shortage and help prevent it from ever happening again. She is the chairwoman of the House Appropriations Committee. She is really leading this effort right now in order to stem and alleviate this crisis. Of course, we just heard about a couple of hours ago from the White House, and they outlined emergency measures they are taking as well to get more supply of baby formula on the shelves. We'll keep you updated on this story. We've been focusing, though, on a lot of some of these economic, consumer-driven stories, including inflation, including high gas prices. The national daily average for a gallon of gas today, $4.52. That's a record. We're going to go out now to Fox 10's Stephanie Bennett with a look at these economic woes and how they're impacting Americans writ large. Stephanie, good to see you. What have you learned? Who did you speak to?
Yeah, Andrew, it has gotten so bad that some people are actually rethinking retirement plans, they told us today. And also it's taking a toll on these local nonprofits that rely on gas for some of their vehicles in order to provide these services. We caught up with them, and here's what they had to say.
Inflation, high gas prices, and a drop in the stock market. The economic woes continue, and some people are rethinking their retirement plans because of it, while others say it's just a rough patch.
It's a bad dip in the market, and I'm in for the long haul. So if you're in it for 5 to 10 years, you know, it's a dip.
It can go down 1,000 points today and go up 500 tomorrow. It's just how the market works.
I think they should just hold on to what they've got and ride it through.
And the pain at the pump just got worse. The average cost of a gallon of regular gas is now over $4 in all 50 states, a new record high.
It has hit us so hard. Whatever it's costing us as far as that increase goes, we have to, bite the bullet and pay the gas prices like everybody else.
Nonprofit Circle the City has a fleet of 20 vehicles, including 2 mobile clinics, to help provide life-saving medical care to the homeless. Crews drive at least 100 miles around the valley every day.
And that's a lot of miles and a lot of gas. So our costs have gone up approximately 30% in terms of gas prices alone.
One of their drivers says as the heat ramps up, so does their medical calls, meaning he's stopping by the gas station to fill up at least twice a week.
Just in the last couple of weeks, I've noticed to fill up my van, it started out at about $80 or so, and within the last 2 weeks or so, it's gone up to over $100.
Yeah, and according to AAA, the average price for a gallon of regular gas here in Arizona is above that national average that you mentioned. It is at $4.82. But we looked at Gas Buddy to compare some of the gas stations around the Phoenix area. The most expensive one, which is actually near Sky Harbor Airport, that one has the highest price at $5.79. So really taking a toll on the wallet there.
Yeah, Stephanie, I have a long weekend. I was thinking of maybe doing a road trip somewhere. Might not, though, because gas is so expensive. Thanks for talking to some of those residents, how it's impacting so many of us. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
Okay, we are tracking a lot of different stories right now. Let's go out there to Quito, Ecuador. The First Lady just touched down on this South American trip, just getting into the black Suburban. We just caught that. Now the interior of the Suburban with the pool camera. She'll be meeting with leaders there in Quito, Ecuador on this trip to South America. I believe it's a 3-country trip, so she just touched down there in Ecuador. In the meantime, let's continue to talk about these high gas prices. We heard from lawmakers who have their charts at hand, speaking to reporters about what the Biden administration needs to do to get these prices down. We've been talking about what that national average is for a gallon of gas. Today, $4.52. Here's what Capitol Hill members are talking about and thinking about how to bring it down.
Talk about what everybody's talking about, and that is record high gas prices. And whether you're here in Washington, D.C., or whether you are up north in Alaska, everyone is seeing the impact. For 9 days now, we have seen the national average of our gas prices above the highest ever levels. If that doesn't get folks' attention, I'm not quite sure what will. I come from a state where, yeah, we're an energy producer. We recognize that, but yet we pay some of the highest energy costs in the country. And right now, our gas prices are the 6th highest in the country. Statewide, regular gas has increased by more than 50% over last year. It's actually been 52%. As of yesterday, Alaska's statewide average was $5 a gallon. This is the highest ever average in our state. And again, we're used to somewhat high prices, but when it's on average over $5 in places like Anchorage and Fairbanks, think about what that means to our rural communities. Over 80% of our communities are not connected by road. So fuel comes in by barge, fuel comes in by air. In Fort Yukon, up the Yukon River, gas is $7.25 a gallon. Up in Noatak, just above the Arctic Circle, it's a stunning $11 a gallon. And so think about what that means. It's not just what you're paying when you fill up your car. It's everything else that is associated with it. If you're a fisherman in Cordova, Alaska, we had a conversation with a fisherman who said that last year at this time, he fueled up his boat, paid $2,500 to fuel up his vessel to go out and fish for black cod. This year, same time 1 year later, he paid exactly double. He paid $5,000 to fuel his vessel. In the meantime, the costs for food and for his crew have gone up by 10%, and the cost for insurance has gone up by 30%. What hasn't gone up is the prices that he's paid for his black cod. So you look at this, and this is absolutely unsustainable. It's not just the price that you're paying at the pump, it's what you're paying to keep your homes warm. In NOATAC, where again, you've got pretty high oil prices, think about what that means for your home heating fuel. $1,200 a month. How is any of this sustainable? How can you have sustainable communities? So we're now at a very exciting time in our state's calendar. It's spring. Spring brings a breakup along the river system, and the ice goes out in the Sound. But it's equally exciting because that's when the barges come. So you haven't had fuel since the fall. So think about what that means to these communities, whether you're Fort Yukon at $7.25 a gallon or NOATAC at $11 a gallon. And you're now locked into a spring fuel barge delivery where they're anticipating that the increases will be $1.50, but not just $1.50 that you're transitioning into, but you flip the switch on that now. These are the everyday realities that people are facing. So you can't afford to fuel your boat to go fishing. You can't afford to put fuel into a snow machine or a four-wheeler to go hunting. So this is real. This is real. Now you're going to hear my colleagues talk a lot about the prices in their state, which are impacting the people that they represent. But Alaskans are saying, all right, we're dealing with this right now. What are you doing in Washington, D.C. to address all of this? They want to know, what's the plan here? Right now we've got an administration whose plan is to blame anybody but them and their policies. They're quick to blame it all on Putin. Yes, there is a war. Yes, we recognize that. But these price increases started long before Putin crossed into Ukraine. This is not something where you can just blame big oil and go after price gouging. This is not something where you can attack others when it is failed policies that this administration has put in place. It really comes down to basic supply and demand. And we know that supply matters and domestic supply matters. If we're not learning anything from Ukraine and Russia and what we're seeing in Eastern Europe, domestic supply matters. So the Biden administration needs to reverse its anti-supply actions. It needs to take its bad ideas off the table. It needs to restart our development programs. It needs to start approving crucial projects that deliver greater supply. It's a pretty simple choice here. We can pick Alaska over Iran. We can pick Wyoming over Venezuela. So it's pretty easy here. My colleagues are going to have a great deal more to say about this, so I will turn to the senator from Wyoming, the ranking member of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, who's been leading on these issues for a long time. Senator Brasso.
Thanks, Lisa. So today, for the 9th day in a row, energy prices in America, the price at the pump has hit an all-time high, $4.56 a gallon. There's the comparison today than the day when Joe Biden took office, when it was $2.38 a gallon. There's not a single state in the country where gas is under $4 a gallon today. And in Wyoming, where people drive the most miles per capita than any other state in the country, people are feeling it particularly hard. And Joe Biden seems to be willing and committed to keeping the cost of energy high for the American people for the foreseeable future. Otherwise, why does he continue to choke and strangle energy production in America? Just last week, he canceled 3 major lease sales for exploration for oil and gas in the United States. Just canceled them. You know, he can't have it both ways. One day last week, he had said it was Putin's price hike, and the very next day, he canceled these lease sales. The American people see through this. They understand this. Joe Biden has lost all credibility in terms of his ability to deal with inflation, the cost of energy. And the American people have lost all confidence in this president to relieve the pain at the pump. When people drive by a gas station, a convenience store, and they see the price right up there on the sign, and you see prices like that, people wince because they know for sure that that means they're going to have less money left over for food, for clothing, or to do things with their kids. And what's the president decided to do? Well, he's come up with a gimmick to release 1 million barrels a day of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. It's done nothing to relieve the pain at the pump. But it has made us more vulnerable. I mean, that energy is there in case of a true emergency. And it may not be there with the way he's kind of continuing to release 1 million barrels a day all the way up until Election Day. The American people know we have the energy in the ground, and Joe Biden will not let us get it out. And why won't he let it get out? Well, because he is so beholden to the climate extremists. That's the altar at which he worships. So it is no surprise that the American people think we are going to pay high prices for a long, long time to come. And it's the reason that 3 out of 4 Americans today say our country is headed in the wrong direction.
Someone showed me a Facebook post yesterday, and the poster commented, my neighbor is so excited, he just filled up his gas tank for 28 bucks. The bad news is it was his lawnmower. And I think that kind of reflects the sentiments in America today. Not just gasoline prices, but inflation. And it is a serious problem for lower middle income and poor Americans. For upper middle income and higher Americans, this inflation led by gasoline prices may cause them to have to choose between Amazon Prime and Netflix. But for our less fortunate Americans, it's a choice between filling up their car or paying their rent or buying the food. It's no mystery why we're having this inflation in gasoline. When your demand remains constant or it increases and your supply shrinks, you're going to see price increases every single time. Why is supply shrinking? Well, I think the main reason, there are other reasons, but I think the main reason has to do with President Biden's energy policy. We know now, after 14 months, that President Biden's energy policy is wind, solar, and wishful thinking. The American economy is the most powerful economy in all of human history. It can't run without energy. 80% of our energy comes from fossil fuels. Someday that will be lower, but that day is not here. And gasoline markets and oil markets are like every other market. They don't just, the price does not just reflect the current situation. Markets are forward-looking. The price of gasoline today and the price of oil and natural gas also reflects what people who produce the product and who buy the product think about the future. And there's no question that they look ahead under the Biden administration and see that they expect the Biden administration to continue to do everything it can to bankrupt the oil and gas industry. And I know the Biden administration will respond by saying, oh, Kennedy, we're producing more oil today and natural gas in America than we ever have. But once again, these markets are not just today, looking at today, they are they're forward looking. And that's just basic economics 101. I'll give you one example quickly. The president says, I'm not against oil and gas. All you have to do is look at his proposed new rules for the National Environmental Policy Act, the proposed rules for NEPA. Take a good look at a pipeline, because you won't see another one in America if these rules pass. You can't produce, certainly, natural gas without pipelines. So, thank you for being here.
Iowa is a very rural state, and many of the folks that live in our small town communities do have to commute. They have to commute to get to their jobs.
Republican senators today on Capitol Hill talking about high gas prices. Senator Joni Ernst there talking about how her constituents, they have to commute, especially if they live in rural areas, especially for, other Americans who have to fill up their tanks. It's more expensive than ever. We just spoke with Fox 10 Phoenix reporter Stephanie Bennett here in Phoenix. She was profiling one specific charity that has seen their costs raise 30% due to these high fuel prices. It's part of their charity. It's part of how instrumental cars are, transportation is to that specific charity. So it's affecting so many pockets of American life. But we're going to move away from that story. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be getting an update on the Buffalo mass shooting that happened over the weekend that left 10 people dead. The district attorney there in New York had a press conference today, reporters asking questions as this investigation goes forward, and that shooting suspect appears in court tomorrow for his arraignment. 18-year-old Peyton Gendron will be in court tomorrow. We'll have live coverage of that as well. So after the break, Buffalo shooting update and more.
I just want to start out by saying that on behalf of the Broome County DA's office, our thoughts and prayers are with the families of the victims of the horrific shooting in Buffalo, as well as the people of Buffalo. I'm going to try and answer your questions, the ones that I can answer, and I'll explain a little bit of that as I go along. There's a lot of misinformation out on social media and other venues and I'm going to try and clarify some of that if I can. Just so everyone knows, our office has had contact with the Erie County District Attorney, Mr. Flynn, and we've offered the assistance of the Broome County DA's office any way that we can to help him move forward with this investigation. I'm just going to touch on a couple things. We did do a press release yesterday where I spoke a little bit about the incident that occurred back in 2021. So I'm going to touch on that just briefly. There was an incident in 2021. We've been in touch with the Susquehanna Valley School District regarding that. The defendant was participating in an online class at that time, and he made some disturbing comments about murder and suicide. A teacher responded to that, followed up with the defendant, trying to get clarification, and he indicated that he was just joking and said LOL. This was all on a message online class. The teacher reported it to the Susquehanna Valley School District authorities based on the fact that the defendant was not on campus. He was not at the school at the time. The school resource officer was not involved in it. It was turned over to the state police because they went to the defendant's residence to interview him. Once they interviewed him, he again indicated that this was a joke, but the state police took precautions and took the defendant to Binghamton General Hospital for a psychiatric evaluation. At that point in time, he was evaluated by a mental health care professional, and a short time later, he was released. Now, based on HIPAA laws and other things, and that this just happened 4 days ago, we don't have the details of that report. However, from past history, we know that if someone was found dangerous when they go in for a mental health evaluation, they're immediately committed and actually transported to a state hospital for further evaluation. That did not happen in this case. The defendant, who was 17 years old at the time, was released to the custody of his parents and returned home. He was actually cleared and went back to school and participated in his high school graduation. There's a news report that neighbors were interviewed that even indicated that he had a graduation party at his house. So at that point, he was not a threat. The unfortunate thing is the New York State Police, school officials, and mental health professionals, now they don't have a crystal ball. They can't read into the future. They can only evaluate the subject on the information that they had at that time. And the investigation is focusing on what happened after that period of time to just about a year later when this past Saturday in the city of Buffalo. So again, that was a review of that indicated that the New York State Police followed up appropriately on what the school district advised them of. They properly transported the individual to Binghamton General Hospital for a mental health evaluation. At that point in time, he was found not to be dangerous at that time, and he was released to the custody of his family. Another issue that has been brought up, and I'll just touch upon it, is the red flag law of New York State, where individuals can apply to the court for what's called an extreme risk protection order, or an ERPO ruling. Now, this application can be made by anyone. It's a civil procedure. It's not a criminal procedure. It can be brought by a family member, a school official, a counselor, the police, and the district attorney's office. Generally, it's brought by someone who indicates that they know the person, they're concerned about the person's well-being, and they've had contact with that, because that person or that party that brings the action has to go forward and prove it in court. And just like any other law, we've heard a lot about bail reform and discovery reform and all sorts of laws. The red flag law is just like any other law. As a prosecutor and district attorney of the county, I'm bound to follow that law, whether I really agree with it or not. For the court to issue this, proof has to be given to the court that the individual is dangerous at that point in time, that they're a risk of harm to themselves or to another person. Now, at that point in time, this defendant had been interviewed by a mental health professional who deemed him to be not dangerous or not at risk of harming himself or others at that particular time. So there would have been no basis for the hearing to go forward at that, because you had a professional medical person who evaluated him and found him not to be a risk at that time. Again, if during that evaluation the defendant was found to be dangerous, he would have then been committed to a state facility for further evaluation and treatment. There was no basis under the mental hygiene law to detain him at that point in time, and he was released. Now, if the laws need to be changed, I'm sure that the lawmakers in Albany will be looking closely at this case as a test case to see, do laws need to be expanded? Do they need to be changed? Does there need to be different protocol? Every agency involved in this investigation that I've talked to is obviously going to reevaluate the steps that were taken. However, again, you can't see into the future. Just like any defendant released on bail, there's no guarantee that they won't reoffend. This was a 17-year-old student at the time who had no history of being treated for any mental illness that we know of. He was evaluated and released. And this incident happened a year later. So again, unless someone is found to be dangerously mentally ill, you can't be detained just because of mental illness or a mental crisis. So that's kind of the procedures that we went through. I will answer your questions now, but I'm not trying to be rude, but if any of it carries over into DA Flynn's investigation, I'm going to have to politely say I can't answer it. That's part of an ongoing investigation. So not that I won't be able to talk about it in the future, but today as we sit here 4 days into the investigation, I'm limited as far as talking about what happened in Buffalo.
Was your office notified about any of this last June, or are you only finding out about it now?
Well, our officers knew about it. The school officer knew about it.
I mean the DA's office. Was the DA's office made aware of?
Yes, individuals in the DA's office did know of this, the incident.
Knowing what happened in 2022, what do you wish happened in 2021 involving this suspect?
Well, there's recommendations made. I mean, you can't change the law going back, but obviously they probably recommended follow-up treatment, as they do in all cases when someone is evaluated for a mental health crisis. It appears that he obviously didn't follow up on any of that. Now, under New York State law, no one can be forced into treatment. No one can be forced to take medication. That's just the law in New York State, and we live in a free society. However, if more services were available for him to take advantage of, and I said, I'm not placing blame on parents or on the school, but he obviously needed to be guided toward treatment, and it doesn't appear that he received it.
Mr. Korchak, did you personally have conversations with the school resource officer or school officials at Susquehanna Valley High School, or with the state police investigators with regard to Mr. Gendron following the comments that he made about 11 months, nearly a year ago?
Our school resource officer program had contact with them. I personally did not speak with the Susquehanna Valley School District.
Given what happened and the fact that there was that mental health evaluation, should there be other steps when that kind of a violent threat is made to look into whether or not it is a violent threat independent of potential diagnosable mental illness?
Well, we're bound by the law to go forward. So in order to get that order where he's prohibited from possessing or purchasing firearms, we have to prove to the court that he is likely to harm himself or others. And we had a medical professional evaluate him and say that at that point in time, he wasn't likely to harm himself or others. So we're kind of bound by the law, and we have to follow that law. I'm not permitted to bring frivolous cases to the court or try and, hope the judge follows this, even though the law says that he's already been evaluated and found to be not likely to cause harm to himself.
So at the moment, there's no sort of extra investigatory steps that take place unless there's that mental health asterisk, for lack of better phrasing, on that case?
Right. If there is one of the ERPO or the order from the court prohibiting him, then he goes into the registry that if a background check is done, when he goes to purchase a gun, it'll come up. Now, that's up for debate. When someone goes for mental health treatment, should that automatically trigger them on the registry? I don't know. I don't make the law, but then we're trying to encourage individuals to go seek mental health treatment. And if they know that they're going to end up on a registry if they go, you know, people might be reluctant to follow through on the treatment that they need.
Should anyone that puts in writing a murder-suicide threat be not allowed to buy a weapon?
Well, according to the law, if they're found to be dangerous to themselves or others at the point in time they're evaluated. I mean, again, I was 17. I never did this, thankfully. People say stupid things all the time. And then you're reaching into trying to read people's minds and things of that nature. That's why I feel that the state police did what they had to do. They took him up to Binghamton General Hospital and got an evaluation.
Is what happened on Saturday afternoon at the store in Buffalo the type of thing that occasionally keeps you awake at night for concern? Not that there necessarily is anything or was anything you could do, but still of concern that somebody who has been in contact with Broome County's justice system ultimately winds up offending in such an egregious way where in this particular case 10 people have died.
It keeps me up at night every time someone posts bail and is out on a violent felony, hoping they don't reoffend. It keeps you up at night. Unfortunately, that's the world we live in. People do have liberties, and we have to abide by the law as it's written. I'm sure that the lawmakers in Albany will be looking at this case closely.
Did law enforcement know that he had access to firearms when he made those threats?
The threat itself didn't mention firearms at all. So, I mean, the state police went and interviewed him, and actually he denied that it was even serious, that it was a joke at that point in time. And they took that extra step, though, to make sure that he went and got evaluated.
Did they speak with the parents at all? Do you know how?
I'm not aware of that, but he was released from the hospital into the custody of his parents.
Do you have the timeline, the date of the threat in writing, the time that the police responded and when he was?
I don't have that. It was early June of 2021. He graduated at the end of June 2021.
Do you have a timetable between how quickly all the events were in relation to the other? Within a few days?
Yeah, it was with the police were notified immediately, and they responded shortly thereafter from my reading of the reports.
And did it go to the hospital overnight, or is that something that can be done in just a basically inpatient visit?
My understanding is he was brought to the hospital, but depending on what time of day you're brought, he did stay overnight at the hospital, but then was released.
Mr. Korchak, have you ever had occasion to speak with Peyton Gendron yourself or his parents?
Oh, no, I've never spoken with the defendant or his parents.
So, and you were, up until Saturday, you personally were unfamiliar with the family?
That's correct.
Tia Korchak, just a few minutes ago, Attorney General Letitia James said that her office will be launching an investigation into the social media platforms that the Buffalo shooter used to plan, promote, and stream his terror attack. Do you agree with her decision to investigate these companies?
Well, it's something to look into as to whether there's, violent threats, just like in terrorism cases where individuals are radicalized online to join the Taliban. I mean, it's something that should be monitored, but, you're walking a very fine line with the First Amendment. People's rights to say whatever they want. The First Amendment protects people from saying outrageous things. Do I think they should be monitored? I do think so, because we have a lot of criminal defendants that we prosecute that are involved in this dark online underworld, but that's the world we live in now, and that's what we got to deal with.
When lawmakers look at this case in Albany, so what do you hope will come out of this, whether we do laws or regulations?
I'm really hoping that that more treatment is available to those that need it. But as I stated before, it's a free country, and even under New York state law, you can't force anyone to take medication, you can't force anyone to be treated for a mental illness, and unfortunately, it's not until a crime is committed, really, that the DA's office gets involved and someone is prosecuted. But obviously, anything we can do to prevent what happened on Saturday, I would be in favor of looking at.
Could you be specific about more treatment? Does the school not have enough treatment for its students specifically? Should police have a follow-up procedure that every few months they're checked in? What's your suggestion?
Well, in this particular case, it was difficult because he did return to school. And now that school is back in session full-time, in person, individuals within the school would have been able to monitor him and see how he was doing. But he graduated shortly after that, and then there was really no supervision available to him. You know, as well as it should be. It is a free country. You don't have to check in with people. But based on the fact that this happened, you would hope that someone, his family, a counselor, someone would have kept checking in with him to make sure he was okay. But then again, people hide things too. You know, you have functioning addicts in the workplace, and people don't know it. There's a lot of underlying mental health issues out in our community that need to be addressed. How you do it is, you know, if I knew that answer, I probably wouldn't be standing here.
The suspected shooter withdrew the option for an evaluation for a mental health check now that he's been arrested since what happened on Saturday. Given that we don't actually have confirmation that what drew him to commit this act on Saturday was mental health, what other steps are you potentially looking at ensuring that you can catch people before this happens if they don't necessarily qualify with a mental illness?
Well, it's just very difficult. That's why you hope the community would get involved and actually, you know, report people if they're acting strangely, have unnatural behavior. But, you know, part of the problem is you can't force anybody to do anything. And again, we don't want to go into a situation where you're having forced incarceration and forced treatment. So it's really a fine line you're treading between, you want to protect the community, but you have to protect people's rights as well.
In the state of New York, is there a way to make sure that someone who could be violent doesn't get their hands on a firearm if they don't have that history of mental illness?
There's really no way of doing it, and there's actually no way of preventing someone from driving into Pennsylvania and purchasing a firearm or purchasing a firearm on the street. Again, the mental illness is more the focus. The firearm is obviously a concern, but there's a lot of people. We have mental health defendants who they don't have a mental health defense because it doesn't rise to the level of that they're not mentally competent to stand trial, but they have a history of mental illness. We had just one guy recently who killed another individual by striking him in the head repeatedly with a hammer. You know, gun control wouldn't have helped that situation. It's the mental health aspect of it that needs to be addressed.
Aside from providing assistance to the Erie County DA's office, is your office now actively involved in any other actions as a result of what happened in Buffalo on Saturday?
Well, we're working with local investigators, you know, the local state police, just to assist the Erie County District Attorney's Office in their investigation. Everything is open at this. I can't get into the details of the investigation, but individuals are being interviewed that had contact with him over the past several years, just to sort of find out the background information and, you know, not that you're ever going to solve what led up to this, but at least try and understand.
Has anybody so far suggested that anyone in Broome County had prior knowledge to what the 18-year-old Conklin resident did on Saturday, that anybody around here knew what was likely to happen?
I don't have any information on that personally, but everyone is going to be questioned that had any contact with this individual in the years leading up to this.
Can I ask it another way? Should the residents of Conklin expect more law enforcement presence in the next few days?
Being the crime scene is actually in Buffalo. I mean, the state police were at the residence of the defendant and did a search of that residence, and they're interviewing neighbors and canvassing the area. They'll most likely go to the school and question individuals there. Anyone, as I said, anyone who had contact with the defendant at any point in time is someone that we want to talk to.
Do you foresee charges against the parents?
Again, he's an adult. He was 18 at the time that this was done. The parent, my understanding is that the parents were cooperating, but the investigation is still ongoing, and I can't really get involved in D.A. Flynn's investigation.
Has your office contacted his parents or interviewed his parents up to this point?
We personally have not, but the state police investigators have been involved in that.
The entire world is hearing about a white supremacist from Broome County. What would you say? How would you characterize the problem of white supremacy in Broome County?
I don't know if racial bias is only, it's not limited to Broome County, it's limited to the entire world. And now that you can go online and access any type of website, a hate crime is a hate crime no matter who it's against. And my understanding is that the DA in Erie County will be presenting the case to the grand jury shortly, and obviously hate crime charges will be incorporated into that for the grand jury to consider.
But your job is to protect the people of Broome County. Do you see a problem of white supremacy in Broome County?
We don't have a lot of racial bias cases that come in, but you know, it's really educating people and you know, exposing them to different people. I mean, it's really hard to say. I mean, the DA can prosecute the crimes that come in. You know, I would love to be able to say that I could change the entire community for the better, but I just have to do my part, enforce the laws of Broome County to make Broome County a safer place for people to live in.
And when you read his writings to think they were authored in Broome County, what should be done about what people say and write in these somewhat public forums online?
That's where you're battling the First Amendment, because everyone has the right to be stupid. Unfortunately, I hate to say it that way, but that's really what it comes down to. You can voice your opinion. There's never no consequences for your opinion, but you have a right to say it. And again, with the dark web or whatever you want to refer to it as, it is a major problem that young individuals get sucked into this hole, and with all the time they were spending at home during COVID. Again, that's no excuse. This individual is 18 years old. You know, we can try and fix the system of mental health, we can try and fix bail, we can try and fix a lot of things, but the one person who's responsible for this is sitting in jail in Buffalo right now.
Do you think other young men in Broome County, teenagers, may have become self-radicalized over the last couple of years and perhaps have some of the same apparent beliefs that Peyton Gendron seems to have expressed in his writings?
I mean, it's entirely possible that that's happening all over, but we really have no way of knowing that. I'm sorry, in the back?
The Erie County Sheriff Garcia says that the shooter fell through the cracks. Based on what you know, do you feel the same way?
Well, he did fall through the cracks, you know, as far as the system goes. However, when you look at the defendant individually, you had a 17-year-old high school student who had never been treated for mental illness before. Obviously, he was suffering from some sort of delusion or mental illness. When you look at the writings, you can tell. However, if a person does not have a history of mental illness, how do you prepare for that? If he had a long history of mental illness, you know, I know it's called the red flag law, but there would have been red flags to the school, to neighbors, to police. However, as far as we know, the information I have, he has no long history of mental illness like you see in some other individuals.
Is that a requirement for, is that something that triggers the red flag orders? Like, must the person have a history of mental illness?
No, they don't have to have a history of mental illness, but what has to be proven to the judge is that they're an immediate threat to themselves, the safety of themselves or others. So the fact that he was evaluated and found not to be dangerous and not to be a threat to himself or others sort of showed that there was no basis to get one of those orders.
And does your office pursue those orders often? Do you have a sense of how often and what makes a successful request?
We don't keep statistics on it, but you know, since the law has taken effect, we've probably done it over a dozen times. However, I would say 90% of the time it's related to a criminal charge. It's related, most cases we've dealt with domestic violence, where a domestic violence charge is brought forward and the individual who is charged has guns in the house. And then the state police know that and they come to us and we go forward to court, which is a lot easier to prove when there's actually a criminal charge in place. So those are most of the cases that we deal with.
Is there one thing you wish happened differently?
It's hard to say because anyone can look back and say, oh, he said this to me, or I saw this and I should have done something. But, you know, in and of itself, one thing might not be an indication of it. You know, you just wish that he had some friends or someone who would be able to discourage him from this kind of conduct. But, again, if he's radicalized online, I don't know who he was talking to or following, but, you know, it's a very disturbing trend. And, you know, we're hoping that by looking at the system and how it works, maybe this is the last time we'll have something like this. Unfortunately, it probably won't be the last time throughout the country or the world, but, we got to do what we can in Broome County to try and fix this mental health problem.
So here we are, 4 days since the massacre in Buffalo. Are you concerned that there may be copycat incidents like this? Because apparently, whether it's people here in New York State or elsewhere around the world, there are some people who have this view or share some of the views of the suspected shooter. Are you concerned that there may be similar incidents by people trying to replicate what happened in Buffalo?
Right, that's always a concern. Just as when there's a a drug or gang-related shooting, you're always concerned about retaliation. When there's something like this, your major concern is that there could be a copycat. Now, D.A. Flynn in Erie County had a press conference the other day, and he indicated that there was already a copycat that called in a threat to a store there and said, I'm going to come and do the same thing to you that happened in the Tops Market. That individual was tracked down by the Erie County police, and he was taken into custody and charged. Unfortunately, it was a telephone threat, and because of the new bail laws, he was immediately released. So, I mean, there's a lot of things in the system that need to be.
Okay, that is the Broome County District Attorney updating press, updating public in the room there about the Buffalo mass shooting, specifically 18-year-old Peyton Gendron, the alleged shooter, who went into that Tops grocery market Saturday afternoon, shot 13 people, killed 10 people, all of whom were African American. This was a racially motivated hate crime. It's being investigated as domestic terrorism as well. So there, that district attorney was offering more details. You'll remember the suspect is from Conklin, New York, 200 miles away from Buffalo, and at his high school. Just last year when he was 17, he made threats. He was committed to a mental health hospital for a time, but of course, he was still able to legally buy the weapon that he used to carry out this mass shooting. So we were going into a lot of those questions there about his past history, his past run-ins with law enforcement in the state of New York. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're coming up on the 6 o'clock hour here on this Wednesday night. When we come back, though, we'll be talking in a legal block with one of our legal experts about two separate cases, one involving the pharma bro, Martin Shkreli, and one involving casino mogul, Steve Wynn. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. We got the word just yesterday that the Department of Justice will be suing the former casino mogul Steve Wynn, saying he made repeated requests on behalf of the Chinese government to then-President Donald Trump and sought to force Wynn, or is seeking rather to force Wynn, to register as a foreign agent for China. This is quite surprising. I think caught a lot of people off guard that the DOJ is pursuing this line here. Joining me now to discuss this is legal expert Doug Burns, a friend of the program. Doug, good to see you. So Steve Wynn kind of caught in the crosshairs at the DOJ. They want him to essentially register as a lobbyist for China. Why?
Well, okay, start from 30,000 feet. You have the Foreign Agent Registration Act. That's a federal law that says that if anybody is going to be lobbying or acting as an agent on behalf of a foreign government, they have to register. You know, this came up in many of the Trump political dust-ups. You know, they were claiming that this one and that one, you know, didn't register under FARA. Now, FARA has, this is interesting and important, has both civil and criminal provisions, okay? This case is a civil case. Very important to note that right out of the gate. And they're saying that the fact pattern, real simple, is that there was a Chinese businessman who was in the United States, and the Chinese government wanted his visa revoked, basically have him expelled out of the United States back to China. And they asked Steve Wynn, and it was really more just like asking a favor, maybe let's get it to the president. So, I mean, I know I might be editorializing a little, but, you know, there hasn't been, according to what I looked at, a civil FARA case in like 3 decades. I think the case is a little bit marginal all around, both on the facts themselves and also on the fact that there may be some politics lurking between the rafters here a little bit because, you know, without getting in the political weeds, you have the right claiming that the left, you know, and the NBA for that matter, and other entities are, you know, too entrenched with China. So what better way to counter that than to try to tag somebody who's a Republican with that very claim? So I think it's kind of a marginal case, honestly.
Yeah, that's what was so surprising to me. Of course, Steve Wynn and Donald Trump, longtime friends, and to someone who's looking at this on the face of it, it seems like it was just, you know, friends talking amongst themselves about their particular connections. But according to the suit, it accuses Wynn of broaching the topic several times about this Chinese businessman, including at a dinner with Trump and other administration officials in late June of 2017. Wynn passed along passport photos of the individual to Trump's secretary, and then other instances where Wynn brought this up with either Trump or Trump officials at the time. The effort to have that Chinese businessman return to China ultimately unsuccessful. So if Steve Wynn just registers as a foreign lobbyist under FARA, does this all go away?
Well, you completely read my mind, because I was just going to say, you know me well enough to know I try to be fair and look at both sides and all. And so the fact of the matter is that the government apparently wrote Steve Wynn 2 letters saying that we think you should just go ahead and register under FARA. And, you know, not for me to tell him what to do, but he probably should have just registered. You know, what's the big deal? So to your question, which is a little more chronologically forward, but I like your question, which is, can he just register now and the case becomes completely moot? The answer is yes. Yeah.
You know, for people who don't know what these laws are and why they're in place, you know, according to Steve Wynn, probably Donald Trump, this is, like I said, just 2, you know, billionaires talking about the news of the day, trying to maybe influence peddle, do some favors for some friends here in high places. Yep. But for you and me, everyday people, when you're a lobbyist on behalf of a foreign government, what does that necessarily entail? Does the application process essentially to become a lobbyist, is it pretty deep?
Well, your point is key, which is there's a big difference between, okay, you know, I'm friends with the President of the United States. You know, there were people who were friends with President Clinton, Vernon Jordan, prominent lawyer, the late Vernon Jordan, and others. And, you know, they would have conversations. But on the legal X's and O's, there's a difference between me, and I'm not defending or condemning anybody. There's a big difference between me saying, Mr. President, I don't know if you're aware of the businessman so-and-so. There's a difference between that, to your exact formulation, and actually representing the foreign government as an agent. That's a much more formal situation. So to your question, yes, when you fill out the FARA registration, it's things like, I have been engaged and retained by the government and I'm going to act as an agent on their behalf. It's much more formal. So to me, you broke it down exactly perfectly, which is, aren't we taking something that's really not at the level of full-on FARA registration and trying to make it as such? That's my objective breakdown of the case.
And just last point, though, unless, with the caveat, Doug, that Steve Wynn is acting in his own business self-interest by getting this Chinese businessman back to China out of the U.S. We know that Wynn has business interests in Macau. That's not mainland China, but so much else. So there's that aspect, there's that element to if this is influencing or impacting for the good of Steve Wynn's business interests.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you mentioned that, actually, because I saw that earlier when I was looking at this. The government's theory, real quick, in terms of his motivation, is that he had a casino in that area you mentioned, which is some kind of more administrative area. I didn't quite follow that, but it's not, as you said, part of, the main part of China. But the point is, he was going to do this favor ostensibly to further his ability to continue on with that business interest. That is a fairly viable theory they lay out. But again, it's apart from the legal X's and O's that we discussed, which is, okay, he may want to do that, but at the same time, he's not necessarily a formal agent of the Chinese government.
Okay, Doug, I want to move on to one other kind of legal story that we've been following here. And, he really is a pariah when you even utter the name Martin Shkreli, also known as the Pharma Bro. Released from prison today. This was early. This was an early release. He was not expected to be released from federal custody until September. A jury convicted Shkreli back in 2017 on federal securities fraud charges involving 2 hedge funds that he managed and a company he founded. He was originally sentenced to serve 7 years in prison. Doug, walk us back, for those of us who may need a reminder, of what Martin Shkreli did to get him to this point today.
Yeah, it was interesting because he sort of violated a cardinal rule of, white-collar criminal law, which I'll get to in a second. Let's just go back. He came wildly onto the radar of everybody in the media when he, and you remember this, he increased the price of a drug from $17.50 to $750. The media exploded. I don't have the math in my head, 1,000% increase, whatever it is. I'll let the viewers hit the calculator. But that made him like a villain and so on and so forth. And the violation of the cardinal rule is generally in a white collar context, and particularly if you may have some vulnerability or exposure, you don't want to get yourself onto a radar at that level. But I want to stress that the case that he was arrested for and prosecuted was independent of that price hike issue. The case was a straightforward securities fraud theory, which is that he was misleading investors, lying to investors, and also robbing Peter to pay Paul, the so-called Ponzi formulation, meaning that when investors were seeking to recoup from one prior company, he would use investments from the new company to pay them. And I've been in many cases very, very similar to that. So he went to trial. He was convicted in my old stomping grounds, the Eastern District of New York, where I served as a prosecutor for 9 years. Ben Brafman on the left there was his lawyer, a very, very prominent New York City criminal defense lawyer. And he got convicted of lying and misrepresenting to investors. He received a 7-year sentence. It was interesting, little administrative footnote. He was convicted, I believe, in August of 2017, and he was allowed to remain free on bail pending further proceedings. But then a month later, in September of 17, his bail was revoked. And everybody probably remembers this when he put out a statement that he was offering $5,000 for a strand of Hillary Rodham Clinton's hair. I don't know if you remember that. And the judge, who I know, revoked his bail, and in he went in September of 2017. That's relevant because on a 7-year term, 84 months, you have to do 85% of that under federal law. But the Bureau of Prisons, which is part of the Department of Justice, has the authority, particularly after COVID, to release people early to halfway houses. And that's exactly what happened. So he was not supposed to be released at this point. He was supposed to do 85% of the 84 months, whatever that comes out to, but he's going to be in a halfway house. So that's kind of the background of the case.
No, that's such a great summary, and thank you so much. You know, Doug, he was just as known, too, for his antics, like you were mentioning, while he was in prison. You know, his extensive writings, reaching out to certain individuals to try to speak with them while he was behind bars. He was a very colorful inmate, wouldn't you say?
Well, he was, and he also got in trouble.
Right.
In prison, you know, not super serious. And it's something that goes on quite a bit. Not surprisingly, the viewers will find it interesting. You know, he was using a contraband cell phone, you know, out in the prison yard, apparently, trying to, you know, conduct business and so forth. You know, and he got penalized a little bit administratively in prison. But to your point, worth repeating, yes, very colorful, eccentric. You know, the judge had to multiple times, you know, advise Mr. Brofman, to advise the client, you know, not to be making public statements. So again, I couldn't agree with your characterization more, which was this is a very eccentric, outspoken, colorful figure who paid a price for it on many levels.
Yeah, I mean, my point was that he was essentially still acting somewhat as CEO of one of these hedge funds that was implicated in this from behind bars, making somewhat decisions based on, you know, why he was there in the first place. So that was part of the interesting aspect to the saga of the Pharma Bro. Doug, any last thoughts as we wrap things up here?
No, it was just interesting to see, again, the Bureau of Prisons. It's almost like a separation of powers thing real quick, because the judiciary imposes the sentence and the executive is supposed to implement it. But there have been a number of things that came out of COVID which are resulting in some early releases. And people can be in favor of that, against that. That's a separate seminar.
Right. All right, Doug Burns, as always, we appreciate your time. We'll talk to you again. Have a good night.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it.
Okay, we're going to take a quick commercial break. What a great conversation there from some of the two top legal stories we wanted to touch on. A lot more, though, left on the docket here on Live Now from Fox as we go into this Wednesday night. We're going to take a quick commercial break. More stories where that came from in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Well, here at Live Now from Fox, we have been covering every single angle of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. And we've been showing you key highlights each and every day from some of the witness testimony, including from Depp and Heard themselves. We want to show you just this latest highlight from today's testimony, and then we'll be bringing on legal experts to discuss what was said in court today as this trial drags on there in Fairfax, Virginia.
Okay, thank you.
Some preliminaries. Ms. Sexton, why don't you say your whole name for the record and your current address?
Christina Lisette Sexton, Queensland, Australia.
For how long, Ms. Sexton, had you lived in Australia?
I've been at that address since July 2017. There was a transitionary period. I met my husband in December of 2015. So 16 and 17 decisions on which country we were going to move to and such. So I did not establish residency here until July, and then began all my paperwork subsequently when we were married in October of 2017.
So I take it from your last answer, Ms. Sexton, that Australia was the lucky winner for which country you and your husband would choose to live in. Is that correct?
Yes, indeed.
And do you currently have a job? Do you currently work right now in Australia?
Yes, I'm an acting coach.
When was it, to the best of your recollection, that she took a class that you were a TA in?
I believe it was sometime in 2009.
For how long did you remain Amber Heard's primary or exclusive acting coach?
I don't know about exclusive. We don't have any sort of exclusivity contracts. She may work with other coaches. The last time we worked on a project together would be Aquaman, so 2017. I don't know about exclusive. We don't have any sort of exclusivity contracts. She may work with other coaches. The last time we worked on a project together would be Aquaman, so 2017.
Okay, so the first movie, or the first TV series, I should say, that you recall working on as an acting coach with Amber Heard was the Playboy Club.
Yes.
Listed there 2011.
Yes.
I take it from what you just described that although the frequency varied, it's fair to say, is it not, that you saw Ms. Heard many, many, many times during the period between 2010 and 2017?
Oh, yes.
Would it be fair to say that you saw Ms. Heard during this 7-year period more than 100 times?
Easily, yes.
And when you say easily, do you think it's also fair to say that you saw her more than 200 times?
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm going to go up another 100. Same answer for 300 times?
Yeah. As I said, when I would see her, it would be multiple times a week in preparation for a project.
When was the last time that you had a session with Amber Heard as her primary acting coach?
Mid-2017.
During that early period when she lived on Orange Avenue, how would you describe, Amber Heard as an actor?
She was really focused on moving to the next level of her career and really stretching herself as an actor, which is why she started coaching so much at that time and initially even went to classes. So she was really driven to do a lot of work and kind of mine out everything that we could from the text and go over things a lot. So she was very driven as an actor to, I would say, get to the next phase of her career.
We're looking at Section 1, refresh your recollection as to when that took place. That's the IMDb page.
Yes, it was either 2011 or 2012. If it's saying that it came out in 2011, then the premiere would have been in 2011, so yeah.
When was the next time you recall seeing Johnny or Mr. Depp?
I would say sometime in the middle of the following year.
So sometime in the middle of 2012, you think?
Yeah.
And where was that?
At her house on Orange. I remember seeing him quite a bit. In the early period.
Again, I'm focused on the early period. Did you have occasion to run into Mr. Depp at your coaching sessions with Amber later when she moved into Sweetser Avenue and then at the penthouse in downtown Los Angeles?
Yes, I did see him often at both Sweetser and the downtown house.
And over that period of time, did you observe changes in Mr. Depp's behavior?
Yeah, Johnny became, I would say, much darker as time went on. He was, like, figuratively and literally, he would sit in dark rooms. The art overall changed, like everything got much darker in the houses with like heavy, it was always a little, I don't know what the art form would be, dark, but it just like literally lighting would go down and big curtains would be everywhere, and he became much less talkative as time went on. I would see less and less of him personally. I would hear him in the house, but I would see less and less of him interaction-wise. And when I did, he wasn't very happy.
What would you hear him say on those occasions when you could hear him but not see him?
At different points in time, I heard different things. Sometimes it would just be him milling around the house. Sometimes it would be him having conversations with his team, bodyguards and stuff, or his friends that were over making music at the Sweetser location. Sometimes it was him and Amber fighting. Like, I was in his home, so I heard him quite a bit.
You said a couple of answers ago that from time to time you would hear Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard fighting. Can you, again, keeping in mind that it's a long time ago, can you describe what you heard?
I would say I would just hear a lot of him yelling. His voice would carry through kind of the halls of the house. And then, like, I remember one time in specific that I could hear Amber was trying to get out of the room, and then the door shut again, and then I could just hear muffled yelling on his part.
At the beginning of their relationship, once Ms. Heard has revealed to you that they were in fact in a relationship, did she talk to you about Mr. Depp's struggles with drugs and alcohol?
In the early parts of their relationship, she had said that he was sober. She was trying to support him in his sobriety. And then subsequently throughout the relationship, we would talk about his breaks in sobriety.
Based on your work as Ms. Heard's acting coach, primary acting coach, was it your understanding that Mr. Depp had opinions about what role Ms. Heard should take?
There were a couple of occasions where I actually heard Johnny say, why would you want to do that kind of role? My woman isn't going to play that kind of role. Stuff like that I heard a few times from him over the course of time.
Other than saying that hearing Mr. Depp say he didn't want his woman playing a role, did you ever hear him use any other language like that about the kind of roles that Ms. Heard was being offered? To focus you in, Ms. Sexton, I'm talking about the period when Amber and Johnny were together in a relationship until you stopped being her acting coach in 2017. And I'm focusing in on what you recall hearing from Mr. Depp about what roles he thought Ms. Heard should play.
As I said, he would be sitting, initially when she lived in the Orange location, sometimes he would be nearby. It was a fairly small house, and he would be nearby and kind of earshot. So there were times that he was kind of just disparaging. That's a shitty role. Why would you do that? That kind of thing. but he wasn't super negative then. Later on, as it went on, he was very vocal about the negative terms. Like I said, he called it a whore part or a trash part, or a piece of shit, all sorts of things like that. Generally pretty negative if it was something he didn't want her to do.
Did the number of roles that Ms. Heard auditioned for change during the time that she was involved with Mr. Dunn?
Yes, it did. It was decreasing as it went, and there would be stretches of time where she wasn't auditioning at all or working on anything at all.
During the time that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were together, did you observe changes in their relationship over time?
Yeah, early on they were incredibly lovey-dovey and passionate and always together in a positive way. They were very playful and friendly. And then I would see less and less of them together, and I would hear a lot of muffled arguments through the walls. And when I did see him, sometimes the balance would shift. It went from being like a normal couple to very tension-filled, especially those last few months that they were together. And yeah.
Was there a withdrawn? Did the number of times that Ms. Heard was late for or canceled sessions with you change as her relationship with Mr. Depp went on in time?
Yeah, as I said earlier, Amber was never late when we worked at the studio. And then as it went on, I began having to actually build in a cushion of an hour around her appointment. It started out just an extra 15 minutes here and there because she'd be late coming downstairs, or they'd be discussing, or he had to talk to her at that moment in time. And eventually, as the relationship progressed and the fighting got heavier, I would have to build in time because she'd be sobbing at the beginning of sessions and we couldn't work until we got her together. Yeah, I ended up having to do a lot of cushion time around her just so that we could actually get something accomplished because she was often very upset.
Did you have occasion to observe Ms. Heard crying, naturally, not acting, when you had coaching sessions with her during the time that she was together romantically with Mr. Depp?
I would say the last year they were together, probably 80–90% of our sessions began with her crying. That would be increasing as it went on. Ironically, she has a little difficulty crying, acting-wise, so which a lot of us do. And so, yeah, we would have to work when we were doing it acting-wise, but it was a lot towards the end there, a lot of crying sessions.
Based on your testimony here, Ms. Sexton, is the crying that she did in a role different than the crying you observed so often in the last year of her relationship with Mr. Depp?
Yes, inherently, acting crying is very different, unless somebody is working in what's called method, in which that's an entirely different thing where they focus on their own stuff. So she's not a method actor, so it would be completely different.
Speaking for your own self, Ms. Sexton, how did you react when you saw Amber at these sessions crying the way you described it?
I have a caretaker personality, so I would prioritize taking care of the person in front of me over doing work, which is why I ended up building in all that extra time, because I cared about her as a human and I wanted to be there for her in as much as I could as a friend. So there's no point on working on something if someone isn't fully there or they're upset. It's more important to deal with the person and take care of them than work.
in the last year when you saw Ms. Hurd crying so often? What was your understanding of the reason for her tears?
I would hear them fighting and then hear her come in, and she would be a wreck after she came in. I couldn't make out what they were saying, and I personally wasn't trying to listen to their fights, so I would just hear the sounds of the screaming. And her usually, you could tell she would open the door and try to get him to be quiet, and then it'd go back to him yelling. And so that would directly occur before she would come down and be upset and trying to pull herself together.
What do you recall seeing her say she told you that they were fighting about?
I was witness to some of those. He didn't want her going out without any sort of security or any team. He didn't want her going and doing things just on her own.
You described earlier in your testimony, Ms. Sexton, what Amber Heard was like when you first met her. During this period when she was involved with Mr. Depp, and particularly toward the end of their relationship, did her behavior change?
Over the course of time, she became more and more of a hermit, only leaving the house when she had to. Again, as I said earlier, literally the houses became darker with the curtains drawn all the time. I remember one time in particular when she was living at the Eastern Columbia that we went downstairs to get a slice of pizza. I think there were 4 of us, and Amber gave a homeless kid down there some money, and we helped him get to the bus stop, and we came back up, and Johnny yelled at her about going out, and that she knew better than to be going out at night and that kind of thing. And when we tried to kind of be like, it's fine, we got pizza downstairs at the building across the street, then he just started screaming and getting really angry, so I made my way out.
What about her weight? Did you notice any changes during that period in her weight? Just to be clear, Ms. Sexton, I'm asking about the time that she was involved with Mr. Depp.
So Amber is one of those people that loses weight when she's stressed out. So she would drop weight and look skeletal at certain points in time. I remember right before their wedding, she had lost a significant amount of weight to the point that I was asking her if she was eating regularly. So she's always been fit, but she would drop down and get a little gaunt if she was super stressed out.
And in that last year that she was involved with Mr. Depp, do you know changes in her weight?
Yeah, she lost a significant amount of weight, and I noticed it specifically because I had been in Australia doing a film, and then when I came back, so I'd been in Australia since December, I came back in February, and she looked, she was skin and bones. Like she was much thinner than she normally was at that point. So I know during that time period that she had lost a lot of weight and she was very gaunt.
So you've been listening in to testimony from Amber Heard's acting coach. That was Christy Sexton, talking about her weight fluctuating, her difficulty in crying during films, but saying that she would cry every time they had sessions together. She wasn't the only one who testified today. Remember, yesterday was the last day of testimony from Amber Heard, last day of cross-examination from Johnny Depp's team. Well, Heard's acting coach, Sexton, who you just heard from, and then also her sister, Whitney Henriquez, also testifying today. You're going to hear a bit of that after this commercial break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Want to go back into some of the proceedings inside of that Fairfax County, Virginia courtroom today for the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial, as Amber Heard's sister, Whitney Henriquez, testifying today about the relationship between Heard and between Johnny Depp here. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon, Ms. Enriquez. We haven't met before. My name's Rebecca Lecaros. I'm one of the lawyers representing Mr. Depp in this case. You grew up in Texas with your sister and your parents, right? Correct. And you were really close with Ms. Heard growing up? We were. And you're still close now, right? We are. And you love her? Of course. And your childhood, though, had some difficult moments, right? It wasn't perfect. Your father hit you and your sister at times, right? Yes. And your sister would protect you from that abuse when she could, wouldn't she? We would protect each other, for sure. And when you graduated from high school, you moved out to Los Angeles, right? I did. And your sister gave you a place to live in LA? Yes. And she helped support you? In part. I also was working myself, and yeah. And you're grateful to her for being there when you needed her, right? Of course. And just like she protected and cared for you, you want to protect and care for her, right? And when I can, of course, but yeah. You testified to having a great relationship with Mr. Depp when you first started dating your sister, right? Correct. And you thought of him as a brother? Yes. He called you sis? Yes. And you had affectionate nicknames for him too, didn't you? A number of them, yes. Yeah. And you testified that for a time you lived in the ECB penthouses with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. That's correct. And Mr. Depp owned those penthouses? He did. You didn't pay rent while you were living there, right? No. You didn't pay for any of the bills for the penthouses? No. It's very generous. And Rocky Pennington lived in one of those penthouses also, right? She did. And at some point, her boyfriend, Josh Drew, moved in, right? Yes. And Isaac Bruch lived in one of those penthouses, too? Yes. And you know that he testified here that you call him your spirit animal, right? I did not know that, but he's wonderful. Yeah. You call him your spirit animal? At one point I did, yes. Yeah.
Well, I want to cut in here. We'll be playing out the rest of this clip as she goes on to kind of testify about the relationship between her sister, Amber Heard, and Johnny Depp. But we're just listening in to reiterate, that is the sister of Amber Heard, Whitney Henriquez. She is testifying in this high-profile defamation lawsuit against actor Johnny Depp, the former husband of Amber Heard. Fox's Anna Eliopoulos breaking down the latest proceedings, which of course took place in that Virginia courtroom.
More witnesses took the stand in the ongoing libel trial between Johnny Depp and ex-wife Amber Heard Wednesday. Among those was Raquel Pennington, a friend of Heard during the pair's multi-year marriage. Pennington admitted she never saw Depp assault Heard, but says she saw bruises and cuts consistent with physical assault.
I was worried for her physical safety. I was worried that when he turned, he might accidentally do something that was worse than he ever intended.
Heard's sister also testified Wednesday. She told the jury about Depp's frequent alcohol and drug use and says she personally witnessed the Pirates of the Caribbean actor physically abusing Heard.
Johnny had already grabbed Amber by the hair with one hand and was whacking her repeatedly in the face with the other as I was standing there.
A makeup artist also supported those claims and says she covered up multiple injuries on Heard's face prior to an appearance with late-night talk show host James Corden.
We covered, the discoloration, the bruises with a little slightly heavier concealer, which I would normally don't use on Amber, but peach do cancel blue. So I did that under the eyes.
The testimony comes just one day after Heard wrapped up her testimony on the witness stand. Closing arguments are slated for next week at the earliest. In New York, Anna Eliopoulos, Fox News.
So as we heard, Amber Heard's sister, her acting coach, her makeup artist, all taking the stand today and really speaking in favor of Amber Heard and everything that she allegedly went through with Johnny Depp. I want to bring in legal analyst Nicole DeBoard. Nicole, this was substantial for, I believe, Amber Heard's case here. These people really speaking up for her.
I agree. I think that she's definitely doing all she can to put her best case forward. That said, her sister may not be necessarily the most ideal witness in terms of credibility, because this is someone that the jurors will very likely expect to back up whatever story it is that Amber Heard has. On the other hand, the makeup artist, I think, certainly is someone who the jury may find to be credible, because she is giving a much more sort of third-party, uninvolved account. Although I do think that the cross-examination in both of these instances probably took a great deal away from what Amber Heard's team hoped to accomplish with these witnesses.
Well, we see a smiling Amber Heard inside of the courtroom today, wearing a little bit more makeup, wearing different type of wardrobe. I just mentioned that. I saw that. That stuck out to me because we've seen her up on the stand quite emotional, and she just seemed different today. What were your takes on just seeing Amber Heard a different mood swing?
I think that it has been a long and exhausting experience, no question, for her. I mean, we've heard that she's fired her public relations team over the way that the headlines in this case have played out. And certainly I would imagine that the people who are working with her are working hard to ensure that the image that she is presenting, even as she sits in the courtroom, is one of more credibility than she has so far presented. And I expect that that's part of the reason for the difference in appearance.
Yeah, plus she has her sister in the courtroom with her today. I think that was probably substantial for her. We're taking a look at the makeup artist who was testifying as to, what she had to cover up from the alleged abuse from Johnny Depp there. And then we're also taking a look at Amber Heard and her sister walking into the car as they exited the courtroom. Want to bring up just a couple of those highlights from today. Of course, her sister testifying to some of the things that Johnny Depp allegedly said. I'm not going to say a lot of it, but calling her a used up trash bag, saying that he made her isolated and unhealthy, saying that he was controlling. Her acting coach going as far as to say that she lost weight because of him. These are all, substantial claims as to what Johnny Depp did to her. What did you make of all of this?
I think that these were definitely Amber Heard's best witnesses. I think that she unfortunately has had a credibility problem throughout this trial. And I think that these witnesses did a fair piece to try to improve on that situation for her. On the other hand, these are people who are, no question, very close to her. And I do wonder whether or not the jurors will be wondering if these people have their own angle in terms of how they are presenting testimony in this case and what their own biases are.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, just wanted to point out this is kind of a side story of all that happened inside of the courtroom. Outside of the courtroom, over 100 people, including many Johnny Depp fans, some from actually overseas, camping outside of the Fairfax County Circuit Court overnight into today, hoping to see this defamation trial against Amber Heard here. This is just getting bigger and bigger as time goes on. Nicole, last thoughts on the trial moving into the rest of the week, what we could hear from testimony from Amber Heard's side, what her legal team needs to do to make a substantial impact.
I think they have to keep putting on witnesses who can corroborate the things that Amber Heard and her friends have testified to. I think they can also expect to have more really intensive cross-examination from this excellent team that is representing Depp. And I think that it will be interesting to see how their versions of events hold up under this cross-examination. All
right. Legal analyst Nicole DeBoard joining us here on not the phone, I was about to say the phone, virtually. We appreciate you, as always, breaking it down for us.
Thanks for having me.
We want to go back into some of the testimony from her sister today, as that is really big. As Nicole just said, that'll play a huge role into Amber Heard's case. Not a lot of people showing up for her. She had to endure several days of intense questioning from Johnny Depp's team. Now she's off, can breathe a little bit, but her sister now having to face that questioning. Take a listen.
Did not know that, but he's wonderful.
Yeah. You call him your spirit animal?
At one point I did, yes.
Yeah. You took trips with your sister and Mr. Depp also, right?
Occasionally.
You didn't pay for those either, right?
Nope, I did not.
During the course of Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's relationship, you were frequently involved in their arguments, weren't you?
Yes.
In fact, you had a nickname, right?
Marriage counselor.
Yes. You often found yourself mediating disputes between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, right?
Clearly not very well, but yes.
And when you were in that role of marriage counselor, you empathized with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, on occasion.
Because you had a pretty good understanding of what he was going through?
Depended on the situation. Sometimes I could totally see from his perspective. Other times I saw it from her perspective.
Well, you'd been there with Ms. Heard before, right?
We're sisters. Of course we've argued.
And you knew what it was like to want to run away for days and do your own thing and not have Ms. Heard there fighting with you, right?
I think that's kind of taken out of context a little bit. I think more metaphorically. But yes, I have been in arguments with my sister.
And you have wanted to run away for days, right?
Sure.
And not have her there fighting with you?
Sure.
You talked a little bit about the incident in March 2013, right?
Which one?
That was the one before you went to the Keith Richards documentary set? And you were present with Mr. Depp at Orange that day?
I was.
Didn't you do cocaine with Mr. Depp that afternoon?
Yes.
And you said Mr. Depp's already intoxicated?
He was by the time I got there.
And he was fighting with your sister?
He wasn't doing much of anything. He was sat at the table. He was telling me about the fight that they had.
So he'd been fighting with your sister that day when you arrived?
That was my understanding.
And you said she had a puffy face?
Yes.
And despite all of that, you decided it was a good idea to do cocaine with Mr. Depp at that juncture?
I hadn't yet connected the dots. I hadn't yet understood what that meant or what that would do.
That was a yes? Yes, you took cocaine with Mr. Depp after all that?
Yes, I already said that.
You testified that you had suspicions that Mr. Depp was allegedly hitting your sister by some point in 2013, right?
Suspicions.
And notwithstanding that, in June 2013, you were actually joking with Mr. Depp about hitting your sister, right?
Regrettably over a text message, yes.
You were encouraging him to hit her?
I was not literally encouraging him to hit her.
But you were joking about it?
Regrettably, yes. Again, I did not have an understanding fully of what that was. I never would have said that now, knowing what I know.
But that was around the time that you allegedly became aware that he was,
I don't know,
injuries on your sister that caused you to have suspicions?
I don't know if it was around the same time.
Turning to the staircase incident in March 2015, you testified that Mr. Depp allegedly hit you during that incident, right?
Yes.
But you aren't sure if that contact was even meant for you, right?
I honestly don't. I don't know what he was aiming for. My back was to him.
And you weren't injured during that incident, right?
No, I wasn't.
And you didn't seek medical attention?
No.
And you said Debbie Lloyd was there during all of that, correct?
She was.
And Mr. Depp's security, Travis McGivern, was there too?
Yes, he was.
And you saw your sister hit Mr. Depp on the stairs that day, right?
After he struck me, yes.
You said she landed one, right? And then the next day you found some damage in the adjoining penthouse.
Correct.
And we saw some pictures of what you saw that day, right?
Yes.
You thought it was important to document that damage, right?
Not to document. It was Kevin's job to kind of clean up the houses, take care of the houses. I took pictures just so he could be aware of what he would need to bring. I didn't know if he had tools here or whatever. I was just preparing him for what he was going to have to fix.
But you didn't take any pictures of your sister that day, right?
No, I didn't.
Now, after March 2015, you continued to have a close relationship with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
And you still loved him?
Of course.
And you were there for him if he needed you, right?
Of course.
And in fact, just a couple of weeks after that staircase incident, you were still acting as the marriage counselor, weren't you?
At some point, sure.
And that fall, after the staircase incident, October 2015, you claim you had seen Mr. Depp hitting your sister. And then in October 2015, you were actually still trying to reconcile him and your sister when they were fighting, right?
Yes, I was asked to support. I was just trying to help what I thought they both wanted. I was just trying to support, or trying my best to support them the way that I thought I could.
You still loved Mr. Depp at that point, right?
I did.
And you didn't think that he and your sister were past the point of no return, right?
What I thought was irrelevant at that point. Those two were in love and they were working very hard. They wanted to be together, it seemed like, so I just helped as best as I could. I don't know how else to describe it.
Your sister still wanted to be with Mr. Depp, right?
And she loved him.
And you didn't think they were past the point of no return?
I don't know what you mean by that exactly.
Okay. Let's take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 1283. It's not yet in evidence, so we'll just show that to the witness. I've got this, if I might approach, Your Honor, I have this in redacted and unredacted.
Okay, if you want to come forward.
Okay, so we've been listening in to testimony from Amber Heard's sister right there. We're going to step away from this briefly to report to you some news that we are getting in from Capitol Hill. This just happening within the last hour here. The House has approved $28 million in supplemental spending for the baby formula crisis. The vote was 231 to 192. All Democrats voting yes, 12 Republicans voting yes. The baby formula crisis, definitely a key issue today, something that everyone is talking about, even President Biden, as he is taking action on upping that production right now. I'm also keeping my eyes on some other breaking news happening out of Staten Island, where an EMS member has been shot. We'll be bringing you that press conference here just momentarily. But I first want to go out to an interview with a doctor from the American Academy of Pediatrics. Our very own Stephanie Weaver speaking with a doctor there about the crisis underway. Let's listen in to their conversation.
Baby formula shortage is continuing to impact many Americans across the United States, and I am joined by Dr. Cynthia Blanco, a neonatologist in Texas and also a member of the American Academy of Pediatrics Committee on Nutrition. Thank you for taking the time to talk with me this morning.
You're welcome. Thank you for inviting me.
In full transparency, I am nearly 8 months pregnant and I'm going to be a first-time mother. So this topic is important to me also on a personal standpoint. Babies are ending up in hospitals over this. Is this becoming very concerning to you as a doctor? And what are you experiencing on your end?
And I believe there's different reasons why some of the babies end up at the hospital. Babies that have come back to get hospitalized is because they have a significant intestinal issue or a liver transplant, and they're dependent on specialized formulas that are needed for their intestine to be able to tolerate it, or that have kidney disease, for example. And we had a significant shortage of those very, very specialized formulas over the last several months. But the babies that are born with other, type of needs, like premature babies, or that they have regular formulas, but perhaps have been changed to a low lactose formula or different formulations, there's a lot of different alternatives that you can utilize. And sometimes they have not been able to find the specific formula that they're on, but by calling your pediatrician and discussing all the different options that you could perhaps find, you should be able to be okay. There is a decrease on supply, but we're not over the whole country, right? That supply has decreased for about like 40%, but you still have the other 60% availability. Those is very, very specialized formulas. They were in a bind for a period of time because of the plant that was not producing those formulas, and those formulas were produced, they were literally providing 80% of the very, very specialized formulas for the entire world, not just for our country. So that's why we got in a bind. But the other formula companies had increased their production, but they cannot go from 20% to 100%. So I think for parents, they should know that we have been working very hard as well with the dietitians, with different pediatricians as well. And the American Academy of Pediatrics has formulated some recommendations as well for pediatricians of utilization of different formulas and how to make that change, so then you're not on a bind with one particular formula.
Well, and that's a good point, because I did talk to a mother who is on a specialized formula for her infant and has to travel 3 hours to try to find the formula that she needs. What would you say to these mothers that are anxious?
I would say discuss with your pediatrician, and if they're on that specialized formula, discuss it with the pediatric gastroenterologist and the dietitians, because there is different ways that you can obtain that specialized formula. For example, if you are on PM6040, there's a 1-800 number that the parents can actually call to seek that specialized formula directly from the company. There's also the hospitals that you take your baby to get seen at this specialized areas, like the gastroenterology transplant units, that we can help you directly to bridge that gap while we get additional specialized formula if you do not find it in the stores. That's what we've been doing for our patients in South Texas, that our inpatient and outpatient dietitians and our gastroenterologists, we've been partnering and calling our patients to make sure that they have enough. And if not, then we are able to get it for them in order to bridge them until we get more and more supply.
Now let's talk about one of the big conversation topics, breast milk versus baby formula. First, can you just talk about what the key differences are between the two?
Yeah, so breast milk, of course, is always the best nutrition for any baby. If you require a very, very specialized formula, is because breast milk has not been able to be tolerated by that particular intestine, or your baby has a specific condition that requires additional changes into that composition. But breast milk has a lot of immunity and immune factors that you need for, like, from when you're a baby, and that will always be the best way to provide nutrients to your baby. The formulas, depending if it's for healthy term babies, the formulas try to mimic as much as they can all of the different nutrients that are very, very well balanced in breast milk. So the differences in some of the brands of like the different formulations for healthy term babies, it's more of a difference in like the amount of lactose, for example, the amount of the carbohydrate that you have, right? Or the amount of some other micronutrients that they tweak a little bit for additional DHA or additional benefits for potentially brain growth, right? But those are for healthy term babies. If you have a healthy term baby, your best choice will always be breast milk. Not all moms are able to produce enough breast milk. Some of them get very, very sick. Some of them have a lot of other problems, or they're taking certain medications, or they have significant other issues that they cannot obtain, or they cannot produce much of mom's milk, right? And the formulas, depending on, if you have an intestinal disease, for example, we break down, or the formulas break down already the protein, so then it's better absorbed or easier to be absorbed by the intestine. And those are something called like a semi-hydrolyzed formulations. And then you have the very, very specialized formulas. Those ones are called elemental formulas, or metabolic formulas, that for certain babies that have a certain condition and they cannot tolerate certain amino acids or certain parts of the proteins, they are broken down completely for you, so then they can get reabsorbed in the intestine. Those ones are the ones that are difficult to switch from one another. So you will always need to consult the pediatrician or the gastroenterologist or the metabolic specialist to be able to switch formulas. But then there's others that are, consider semi-specialized formulas that have, again, that is just for like a sensitive stomach, or that they have a lot of gas and things like that. Those formulations would actually be easy to switch to a different formula. But again, always consult with your pediatrician and say, hey, I cannot find this formula. Can I switch to the generic term formula? In most of the instances, if you're not seeing a gastroenterologist or a specialist for that particular condition, it would be okay for transiently to switch to a generic term formula. And the reason why we have formulas is because it requires a perfect balance of certain minerals, for example, calcium, iron, phosphorus, which cow's milk does not have that perfect balance, right? Cow's milk, if you give your baby that is very small, like a 1 or 2 month old cow's milk, they are going to get a lot of different problems with their electrolytes, like especially the phosphorus, for example, that can get really, really imbalanced. Or if you make your own, right? We're having problems right now that people are like, well, back in the 50s, we used to make our own. Mm-hmm. Well, a lot of babies didn't have social media to know that a lot of babies were having trouble with those homemade formulations, because it can get an extra amount of salt, extra amount of calcium, or extra amount of different ingredients that can cause a lot of imbalance in a baby's body and get them hospitalized because, and sometimes even with seizures, because of that imbalance of the salt or the phosphorus or the calcium. So if you think about it, breast milk is so perfect. You should always try to use that first. And formulas try to mimic every single component that breast milk has. And it's been a science that has been developed for so many years that it is very, very good formulation that we have now. And unfortunately, with the shortage right now, people are resorting to other things. But before you do that, I will urge all the viewers to really discuss with your pediatrician, what other formulas can I use? And there should be enough formulas around to be able to bridge you until this crisis improves. We're hoping that this is going to improve in the next several weeks as the plane has been allowed to resume operations by the FDA. And it's a very, very large capacity of that plane. It takes several weeks for this to get better, but we should be getting better in the next several weeks.
Well, and that's a good segue because there is a stigma attached to women that choose to formula feed versus use and breastfeed. What would you say to the mothers that simply either they can't for medical reasons, they somehow can't get that supply that they need, or frankly, they just don't want to because of the emotional or physical impacts? What would you say to the mothers that choose to want to use formula?
I would say, you know, being a parent is very difficult, and you always have to have a balance with your personal choices of what you think is best for yourself and for the baby, right? Even though breast milk is always considered to be the best nutrition for a baby, but if it's affecting the mother's life, if it's affecting the mother's mental health, if it's affecting you as a woman, that is not good for your baby either. So you should always, we always think about the baby and the mother. It's a dyad, right? They're together on this. And the mother has to be healthy. The mother has to be able to go through, you know, if they're on medications or they have a disease process, they have to be healthy in order for them to be able to do the best they can for their baby. So it is a choice. And I think that you will always choose whatever is best for you and your family.
And you know, some expectant mothers, they want to breastfeed. They have every intention of breastfeeding, but they do have that anxiety. What if I can't once I do deliver? Do you suggest that anybody stock up on any type of breast milk for that just in case scenario that they do need to use formula versus using breast milk? What would be your response to that?
I would say, you know, I think that in the next several weeks, it's going to get better. I would tell people you can have a couple of cans of formula for the just in case, but we have a lot of lactation consultants and a lot of lactation support in a lot of the different hospitals. So always ask for that lactation support very, very early. As soon as your baby is born, we can help you. It's very difficult even for people like me. I am a pediatrician. I am a neonatologist. This is what I do for a living, right? But when I had my own baby, it is just a different world, right? You need help on how to do it. You can teach it and you can say it, but not until you do it, you know what the difficulties are. So we have experts on that they can help you with your production. They can help you with the way you eat. They can help you on the latching. They can help you also on the pumping. Some people cannot do direct breastfeeding, but they can pump and then they can put it in a bottle and provide it to the babies. So there's many, many different options. But as soon as, even before the baby's born, you can request a consult with the lactation experts, and then they have a special certification for them to be able to teach you how to do it. And being prepared for that, you can never be over prepared. I can tell you that.
And we touched on this earlier, but what is some of the ways if a mother says, I just can't find formula? That's the simple question. I can't find formula. What would be some of your suggestions?
If your baby is less than 6 months of age, my suggestion, if you cannot find any formula anywhere, then my suggestion will be either call your pediatrician, go to the pediatrics office, or call one of the hospitals. We should be able to help you find a can of formula. There is not a parent that we have not been able to help, and all of the different hospitals should be able to help you with that, or your pediatrician. I will suggest for you to not panic. There should be a way. We're trying to help the parents as they go home as well, the ones that are, having issues with providing breast milk, to tell them, hey, these are the different places that have more supply than others. Usually try to go to, larger stores, usually have larger stocks, like, big, like Walmart, Costco, Target, right? The smaller stores that you used to go to that perhaps they always have like a can here and there, they're probably not going to have as much supply, but try different stores in different areas. So far, with all the different parents that I've talked to, they've been able to find it. And also, don't be afraid of the brand that had been recalled. If they're out there and they are for sale, they should be safe. If you are concerned about that powder formula of that particular brand that got recalled, just do what the WHO suggests, to boil water, right? And when it's boiled and hot, then you mix it with your powder formula, and that should take care of any bacteria that could potentially be in there. And that is the safe way of using any powder baby formula. And that's the other thing that I've heard from some of the parents. They're afraid of that particular brand, and they should not be afraid, because if the FDA was able to release the product and the formula and to be out on the shelves, it should be safe to use.
That's great advice. Before I let you go, is there any advice or message and last message that you would like to give mothers and parents right now during this difficult time?
My advice will be to continue to seek out information from the medical team, and do not seek information from social media on how to mix your own formula, how to dilute your own formula, because making those things, even though you may think you're doing the right thing, it's not safe. Even though we did it 50 years ago, or utilizing goat's milk and other products, they're not approved in the United States for a reason. We have 50 years already of scientific evidence that the formulas are as comparable as they can be. They can never beat mom's milk, but they're safe as they can be, and it's impossible for you to make that exact formulation at home in the same safe condition. Seek out your doctors, your pediatricians are there for you, your hospitals, your local hospitals are there for you, and we will be able to go through this time. Do not panic, and try not to, you can get a week's supply. Don't panic that you may not have any next week. You will have some next week. And if you don't, then again, seek out your medical team of experts.
Well, this is certainly an important conversation. Dr. Cynthia Blanco, thank you so much for talking with me today. We really appreciate your time covering this important topic.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too.
And since this interview happened, we have heard from the White House. They are now invoking the Defense Production Act, also launching Operation Fly Formula to try to spur some of the production for baby formula. Remember earlier this week, the FDA and Abbott agreeing on next steps to reopen Abbott's facility in Sturgis, Michigan, which was closed due to concerns about bacterial contamination after 4 infants fell ill. Also over to Capitol Hill, where things have changed too. The House has officially approved within the past couple of hours here $28 million in supplemental funding for the baby formula crisis. So that has definitely seen a lot of developments as of today. Well, we also are getting developments and some breaking news across the country right now. I want to throw up a couple of shots for you. This bottom right-hand corner in Northeast Houston, there's an officer-involved shooting going on. Not a whole lot of information, but we do know that Houston Police Department commanders and a public information officer are en route. So we'll be hearing from officials very, very soon. This is, like I said, an officer-involved shooting in Northeast Houston. They're saying that officers responded to a robbery call and a suspect has been shot. No officers injured. Not really a lot of other information at this time. That top left-hand corner coming out of Staten Island, where a hospital emergency medical technician shot in the back after responding to a call on Staten Island tonight. The EMT, who's in his 30s, was shot in West Brighton on Forest Avenue. If you are familiar with the area, this is happening just after 7:55 local time. Police and FDNY are on the scene there. We're hoping for a press conference in the coming minutes here. They seem to have just been trying to get their ducks in a row before actually talking to the media here. So we have both of these live looks for you, live, raw, and unfiltered. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We are monitoring two breaking news scenes across the country right here. Want to pop them up for you in full. That top left-hand corner, we have reports of an EMS member shot while on the job here. And it does look like NYPD is walking up for the briefing here. Let's pop in live here on Live Now from Fox.
Good evening. Thank you for coming tonight. I'm Inspector Mark Molinari, Commanding Officer of the Detective Bureau of Staten Island. Joining me today is Inspector Tanya Kinsella, Commanding Officer of the 120th Precinct, Deputy Inspector Matt Harrington from Patrol Bureau of Staten Island, and Lieutenant Chris Fisher from the 120 Precinct Detective Squad. I want to remind you that all the information I'm about to provide is preliminary, and the incident is only a few hours old. Earlier today, at approximately 7:41 p.m., EMTs from the Richmond University Medical Center responded to a report of a disorderly person outside of the Funky Monkey Bar located at 1205 Forest Avenue. Upon their arrival, EMTs observed a 37-year-old male in front of the bar and escorted him to the ambulance. The EMTs began to transport the male to Richmond University Medical Center. As they were traveling down Forest Avenue, the aided male brandished a firearm and fired one round from inside of the ambulance, which struck the 25-year-old EMT in the shoulder. The driver of the ambulance pulled over in the vicinity of 646 Forest Avenue, where the aided male fled out the back door of the ambulance. The male was quickly apprehended by a retired NYPD detective and an off-duty Department of Sanitation Environmental Protection hazmat lieutenant. The driver of the ambulance then transported her injured partner to Richmond University Medical Center, where he's currently in stable condition. The 37-year-old suspect was removed to the 120th Precinct, where charges are pending. A .38 caliber revolver was recovered at the scene. I want to take a moment to thank the quick actions of the retired detective and the Department of Sanitation lieutenant, off-duty lieutenant who was working. Are there any questions?
Do we have an identity on the suspect?
His name is Thomas McCauley.
Do we know what he did for a living?
I do not have that information right now.
What else? Get the spell the last name.
Sure. MC, capital C, A-U-L-E-Y.
Is it firearm registered?
I don't have that information right now. It's still being processed by the crime scene unit.
Is he known to the department?
We have one prior incident of an emotionally disturbed person with him.
Was the EMT?
Can you get a picture of that gun? Huh? Can you get a picture of that?
Yeah, we'll tweet it out.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Good? Ashley, did you get all that?
From the first name of the suspect.
Okay, thank you. Can you transfer me over to PLC? You need this? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
Huh?
Nick, you can knock down.
I think that's all.
Okay, so once again, we are monitoring this breaking news out of Houston, Texas. We just took you out to Staten Island for that EMT officer shot, now recovering from injuries there. That is a developing situation. An officer-involved shooting. We are hearing a suspect has been hospitalized, transported to the hospital. Thankfully, no officers injured in this case. We're hoping to get some new details from authorities coming up here soon. As we await that, though, we want to alert everyone to what we're learning about that Buffalo supermarket shooting that unfortunately took the lives of 10 people, 10 unsuspected people. Fox's Alexis McAdams with this breakdown, new details from the district attorney.
I pray out of this sadness that good's gonna come out because innocent people was killed.
The community here in Buffalo grieving following the deadliest mass shooting in the city's history. That massacre left 10 people dead. Now there are new questions about whether it could have been avoided. The alleged shooter, 18-year-old Peyton Gendron, was on the radar of New York State Police for more than a year before this shooting. Just within the last year, police questioned the alleged gunman after he told a teacher he wanted to commit a murder-suicide. That teacher called police. He had a mental evaluation but was released. In a nearly 200-page document, he describes himself as a white supremacist who wants to kill people of color because he thought they were, quote, replacing white people.
Replacement theory is a new name for an old set of fears that have been with us throughout the 20th century.
Just about a half hour before this mass shooting, Gendron invited a small group to join an online chat room to share his plans. None of those people alerted law enforcement. During a visit to Buffalo yesterday, President Biden called on Congress to do more to keep guns out of the hands of those with mental illness. Going further at a White House event later in the day, claiming he wants to, quote, expose racists and white supremacists who advocate violence.
And I'll be darned, as long as I'm President of the United States, I'm going to fight like hell and we're going to expose everybody.
The gunman will be in court tomorrow. He's charged with first-degree murder, but we're expecting to hear about possible federal charges. Reporting in Buffalo, New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And back out live to Northeast Houston, where we did just have officials show up to the scene here. I believe the public information officer is there, and they are waiting for a press conference to begin. So we'll be taking that live once we get it here. But let's go out to the district attorney announcing what led up to the investigation into 18-year-old Peyton Gendron, as now this is really highlighting the fact that social media is where a lot of these threats circulate before they happen. Here's what he had to say.
That on behalf of the Broome County DA's office, our thoughts and prayers are with the families of the victims of the horrific shooting in Buffalo, as well as the people of Buffalo. I'm going to try and answer your questions, the ones that I can answer, and I'll explain a little bit of that as I go along. There's a lot of misinformation out on social media and other venues, and I'm going to try and clarify some of that if I can. Just so everyone knows, our office has had contact with the Erie County District Attorney, Mr. Flynn, and we've offered the assistance of the Broome County DA's office any way that we can to help him move forward with this investigation. I'm just going to touch on a couple things. We did do a press release yesterday where I spoke a little bit about the incident that occurred back in 2021. So I'm going to touch on that just briefly. There was an incident in 2021. We've been in touch with the Susquehanna Valley School District regarding that. The defendant was participating in an online class at that time, and he made some disturbing comments about murder and suicide. A teacher responded to that, followed up with the defendant, trying to get clarification, and he indicated that he was just joking and said LOL. This was all on a message online class. The teacher reported it to the Susquehanna Valley School District authorities based on the fact that the defendant was not on campus. He was not at the school at the time. The school resource officer was not involved in it. It was turned over to the state police because they went to the defendant's residence to interview him. Once they interviewed him, he again indicated that this was a joke, but the state police took precautions and took the defendant to Binghamton General Hospital for a psychiatric evaluation. At that point in time, he was evaluated by a mental health care professional, and a short time later, he was released. Now, based on HIPAA laws and other things, and that this just happened 4 days ago, we don't have the details of that report. However, from past history, we know that if someone was found dangerous when they go in for a mental health evaluation, they're immediately committed and actually transported to a state hospital for further evaluation. That did not happen in this case. The defendant, who was 17 years old at the time, was released to the custody of his parents and returned home. He was actually cleared and went back to school and participated in his high school graduation. There's a news report that neighbors were interviewed that even indicated that he had a graduation party at his house. So at that point, he was not a threat. The unfortunate thing is the New York State Police, school officials, and mental health professionals, now they don't have a crystal ball. They can't read into the future They can only evaluate the subject on the information that they had at that time. And the investigation is focusing on what happened after that period of time to just about a year later, when this past Saturday in the city of Buffalo. So again, that was a review of that indicated that the New York State Police followed up appropriately on what the school district advised them of. They properly transported the individual to Binghamton General Hospital for a mental health evaluation. At that point in time, he was found not to be dangerous at that time, and he was released to the custody of his family. Another issue that has been brought up, and I'll just touch upon it, is the red flag law of New York State, where individuals can apply to the court for what's called an extreme risk protection order, or an ERPO ruling. Now, this application can be made by anyone. It's a civil procedure, it's not a criminal procedure. It can be brought by a family member, a school official, a counselor, the police, and the district attorney's office. Generally, it's brought by someone who indicates that they know the person, they're concerned about the person's well-being, and they've had contact with that, because that person or that party that brings the action has to go forward and prove it in court. And just like any other law, we've heard a lot about bail reform and discovery reform and all sorts of laws. The red flag law is just like any other law. As a prosecutor and district attorney of the county, I'm bound to follow that law, whether I really agree with it or not. For the court to issue this, proof has to be given to the court that the individual is dangerous at that point in time, that they're a risk of harm to themselves or to another person. Now, at that point in time, this defendant had been interviewed by a mental health professional who deemed him to be not dangerous or not at risk of harming himself or others at that particular time. So there would have been no basis for the hearing to go forward at that, because you had a professional medical person who evaluated him and found him not to be a risk at that time. Again, if during that evaluation the defendant was found to be dangerous, he would have then been committed to a state facility for further evaluation and treatment. There was no basis under the mental hygiene law to detain him at that point in time, and he was released. Now, if the laws need to be changed, I'm sure that the lawmakers in Albany will be looking closely at this case as a test case to see, do laws need to be expanded? Do they need to be changed? Does there need to be different protocol? Every agency involved in this investigation that I've talked to is obviously going to reevaluate the steps that were taken. However, again, you can't see into the future. Just like any defendant released on bail, there's no guarantee that they won't reoffend. This was a 17-year-old student at the time who had no history of being treated for any mental illness that we know of. He was evaluated and released. And this incident happened a year later. So again, unless someone is found to be dangerously mentally ill, you can't be detained just because of mental illness or a mental crisis. So that's kind of the procedures that we went through. I will answer your questions now, but I'm not trying to be rude, but if any of it carries over into DA Flynn's investigation, I'm going to have to politely say I can't answer it. That's part of an ongoing investigation. So not that I won't be able to talk about it in the future, but today as we sit here 4 days into the investigation, I'm limited as far as talking about what happened in Buffalo.
Was your office notified about any of this last June, or are you only finding out about it now?
Well, our officers knew about it. The school officer knew about it.
I mean the DA's office. Was the DA's office made aware of?
Yes, individuals in the DA's office did know of this, the incident.
Knowing what happened in 2022, what do you wish happened in 2021 involving this suspect?
Well, there's recommendations made. I mean, you can't change the law going back, but obviously they probably recommended follow-up treatment, as they do in all cases when someone is evaluated for a mental health crisis. It appears that he obviously didn't follow up on any of that. Now, under New York State law, no one can be forced into treatment. No one can be forced to take medication, That's just the law in New York State, and we live in a free society. However, you know, if more services were available for him to take advantage of, and I said, I'm not placing blame on parents or on the school, but he obviously needed to be guided toward treatment, and it doesn't appear that he received it.
Mr. Korchak, did you personally have conversations with the school resource officer or school officials at Susquehanna Valley High School, or with the state police investigators with regard to Mr. Gendron following the comments that he made about 11 months, nearly a year ago?
Our school resource officer program had contact with them. I personally did not speak with the Susquehanna Valley School District.
Given what happened and the fact that there was that mental health evaluation, should there be other steps when that kind of a violent threat is made to look into whether or not it is a violent threat independent of potential diagnosable mental illness?
Well, we're bound by the law to go forward. So in order to get that order where he's prohibited from possessing or purchasing firearms, we have to prove to the court that he is likely to harm himself or others. And we had a medical professional evaluate him and say that at that point in time, he wasn't likely to harm himself or others. So we're kind of bound by the law, and we have to follow that law. I'm not permitted to bring frivolous cases to the court or try and, you know, hope the judge follows this, even though the law says that he's already been evaluated and found to be not likely to cause harm to himself.
So at the moment, there's no sort of extra investigatory steps that take place unless there's that mental health asterisk, for lack of better phrasing, all in that case?
Right. If there is one of the ERPO or the order from the court prohibiting him, then he goes into the registry that if a background check is done, when he goes to purchase a gun, it'll come up. Now that's up for debate. When someone goes for mental health treatment, should that automatically trigger them on the registry? I don't know. I don't make the law, but then we're trying to encourage individuals to go seek mental health treatment. And if they know that they're going to end up on a registry if they go, you know, people might be reluctant to follow through on the treatment that they need.
Should anyone that puts in writing a murder-suicide threat be not allowed to buy a weapon?
Well, according to the law, if they're found to be dangerous to themselves or others at the point in time they're evaluated. I mean, again, I was 17. I never did this, thankfully. People say stupid things all the time. And then you're reaching into trying to read people's minds and things of that nature. That's why I feel that the state police did what they had to do. They took him up to Binghamton General Hospital and got an evaluation.
Is what happened on Saturday afternoon at the store in Buffalo the type of thing that occasionally keeps you awake at night for concern? Not that there necessarily is anything or was anything you could do, but still of concern that somebody who has been in contact with Broome County's justice system ultimately winds up offending in such an egregious way where in this particular case 10 people have died.
It keeps me up at night every time someone posts bail and is out on a violent felony, hoping they don't reoffend. It keeps you up at night. Unfortunately, that's the world we live in. People do have liberties, and we have to abide by the law as it's written. I'm sure that the lawmakers in Albany will be looking at this case closely.
Did law enforcement know that he had access to firearms when he made those threats?
The threat itself didn't mention firearms at all. So, I mean, the state police went and interviewed him, and actually he denied that it was even serious, that it was a joke at that point in time. And they took that extra step, though, to make sure that he went and got evaluated.
Did they speak with the parents at all? Do you know how?
I'm not aware of that, but he was released from the hospital into the custody of his parents.
Do you have the timeline, the date of the threat in writing, the time that the police responded, and when he was?
I don't have that. It was early June of 2021. He graduated at the end of June 2021.
Do you have a timetable between how quickly all the events were in relation to the other? Within a few days?
Yeah, it was with the police were notified immediately, and they responded shortly thereafter from my reading of the reports.
And did he go to the hospital overnight, or is that something that can be done in just a basically inpatient visit?
My understanding is he was brought to the hospital, but depending on what time of day you're brought, he did stay overnight at the hospital, but then was released.
Mr. Korchak, have you ever had occasion to speak with Peyton Gendron yourself or his parents?
Oh, no, I've never spoken with the defendant or his parents.
So, and you were up until Saturday, you personally were unfamiliar with the family.
That's correct.
Tia Korchak, just a few minutes ago, Attorney General Letitia James said that her office will be launching an investigation into the social media platforms that the Buffalo shooter used to plan, promote, and stream his terror attack. Do you agree with her decision to investigate these companies?
Well, it's something to look into as to whether there's, violent threats, just like in terrorism cases where individuals are radicalized online to join the Taliban. I mean, it's something that should be monitored, but, you're walking a very fine line with the First Amendment, people's rights to say whatever they want. The First Amendment protects people from saying outrageous things. Do I think they should be monitored? I do think so, because we have a lot of criminal defendants that we prosecute that are involved in this dark online underworld, but that's the world we live in now, and that's what we got to deal with.
When lawmakers look at this case in Albany, so what do you hope will come out as whether we do laws or regulations?
I'm really hoping that that more treatment is available to those that need it. But as I stated before, it's a free country, and even under New York state law, you can't force anyone to take medication, you can't force anyone to be treated for a mental illness, and unfortunately, it's not until a crime is committed, really, that the DA's office gets involved and someone is prosecuted. But obviously, anything we can do to prevent what happened on Saturday, I would be in favor of looking at.
Could you be specific about more treatment? Does the school not have enough treatment for its students specifically? Should police have a follow-up procedure that every few months they're checked in? What's your suggestion?
Well, in this particular case, it was difficult because he did return to school. And now that school is back in session full-time, in person, individuals within the school would have been able to monitor him and see how he was doing. But he graduated shortly after that, and then there was really no supervision available to him. As well as it should be. It is a free country. You don't have to check in with people. But based on the fact that this happened, you would hope that someone, his family, a counselor, someone would have kept checking in with him to make sure he was okay. But then again, people hide things too. You have functioning addicts in the workplace, and people don't know it. There's a lot of underlying mental health issues out in our community that need to be addressed. How you do it is, if I knew that answer, I probably wouldn't be standing here.
The suspected shooter withdrew the option for an evaluation for a mental health check now that he's been arrested since what happened on Saturday. Given that we don't actually have confirmation that what drew him to commit this act on Saturday was mental health, what other steps are you potentially looking at ensuring that you can catch people before this happens if they don't necessarily qualify with a mental illness?
Well, it's just very difficult. That's why you hope the community would get involved and actually, report people if they're acting strangely, have unnatural behavior. But, part of the problem is you can't force anybody to do anything. And again, we don't want to go into a situation where you're having forced incarceration and forced treatment. So it's really a fine line you're treading between. You want to protect the community, but you have to protect people's rights as well.
In the state of New York, is there a way to make sure that someone who could be violent doesn't get their hands on a firearm if they don't have that history of mental illness?
There's really no way of doing it, and there's actually no way of preventing someone from driving into Pennsylvania and purchasing a firearm or purchasing a firearm on the street. Again, the mental illness is more the focus. The firearm is obviously a concern, but there's a lot of people. We have mental health defendants who they don't have a mental health defense because it doesn't rise to the level of that they're not mentally competent to stand trial, but they have a history of mental illness. We had just one guy recently who killed another individual by striking him in the head repeatedly with a hammer. Gun control wouldn't have helped that situation. It's the mental health aspect of it that needs to be addressed.
Aside from providing assistance to the Erie County DA's office, is your office now actively involved in any other actions as a result of what happened in Buffalo on Saturday?
Well, we're working with local investigators, the local state police, just to assist the Erie County District Attorney's Office in their investigation. Everything is open at this. I can't get into the details of the investigation, but individuals are being interviewed that had contact with him over the past several years, just to sort of find out the background information and, not that you're ever going to solve what led up to this, but at least try and understand.
Has anybody so far suggested that anyone in Broome County had prior knowledge to what the 18-year-old Conklin resident did on Saturday, that anybody around here knew what was likely to happen?
I don't have any information on that personally, but everyone is going to be questioned that had any contact with this individual in the years leading up to this.
Can I ask it another way? Should the residents of Conklin expect more law enforcement presence in the next few days?
Being the crime scene is actually in Buffalo. I mean, the state police were at the residence of the defendant and did a search of that residence, and they were interviewing neighbors and canvassing the area. They'll most likely go to the school and question individuals there. Anyone, as I said, anyone who had contact with the defendant at any point in time is someone that we want to talk to.
Do you foresee charges against the parents?
Again, he's an adult. He was 18 at the time that this was done. The parent, my understanding is that the parents were cooperating, but the investigation is still ongoing, and I can't really get involved in DA Flynn's investigation.
Has your office contacted his parents or interviewed his parents up to this point?
We personally have not, but the state police investigators have been involved in that.
The entire world is hearing about a white supremacist from Broome County. What would you say? How would you characterize the problem of white supremacy in Broome County?
I don't know if racial bias is only, it's not limited to Broome County, it's limited to the entire world. And now that you can go online and access any type of website, a hate crime is a hate crime no matter who it's against. And my understanding is that the DA in Erie County will be presenting the case to the grand jury shortly, and obviously hate crime charges will be incorporated into that for the grand jury to consider.
But your job is to protect the people of Broome County. Do you see a problem of white supremacy in Broome County?
We don't have a lot of racial bias cases that come in, but it's really educating people and exposing them to different people. I mean, it's really hard to say. I mean, the DA can prosecute the crimes that come in. I would love to be able to say that I could change the entire community for the better, but I just have to do my part, enforce the laws of Broome County to make Broome County a safer place for people to live in.
And when you read his writings to think they were authored in Broome County, what should be done about what people say and write in these somewhat public forums online?
That's where you're battling the First Amendment, because everyone has the right to be stupid. Unfortunately, I hate to say it that way, but that's really what it comes down to. You can voice your opinion. There's never no consequences for your opinion, but you have a right to say it. And again, with the dark web or whatever you want to refer to it as, it is a major problem that young individuals get sucked into this hole, and with all the time they were spending at home during COVID. Again, that's no excuse. This individual is 18 years old. We can try and fix the system of mental health, we can try and fix bail, we can try and fix a lot of things, but the one person who's responsible for this is sitting in jail in Buffalo right now.
Do you think other young men in Broome County, teenagers, may have become self-radicalized over the last couple of years and perhaps have some of the same apparent beliefs that Peyton Gendron seemed to have expressed in his writings?
I mean, it's entirely possible that that's happening all over, but we really have no way of knowing that. I'm sorry, in the back?
The Erie County Sheriff Garcia says that the shooter fell through the cracks. Based on what you know, do you feel the same way?
Well, he did fall through the cracks, as far as the system goes. However, when you look at the defendant individually, you had a 17-year-old high school student who had never been treated for mental illness before. Obviously, he was suffering from some sort of delusion or mental illness. When you look at the writings, you can tell. However, if a person does not have a history of mental illness, how do you prepare for that? If he had a long history of mental illness, I know it's called the red flag law, but there would have been red flags to the school, to neighbors, to police. However, as far as we know, the information I have, he has no long history of mental illness like you see in some other individuals.
Is that a requirement for, is that something that triggers the red flag orders? Like, must the person have a history of mental illness?
No, they don't have to have a history of mental illness, but what has to be proven to the judge is that they're an immediate threat to themselves, the safety of themselves or others. So the fact that he was evaluated and found not to be dangerous and not to be a threat to himself or others sort of showed that there was no basis to get one of those orders.
And does your office pursue those orders often? Do you have a sense of how often and what makes a successful request?
We don't keep statistics on it, but since the law has taken effect, we've probably done it over a dozen times. However, I would say 90% of the time it's related to a criminal charge. It's related, most cases we've dealt with domestic violence, where a domestic violence charge is brought forward and the individual who is charged has guns in the house. And then the state police know that and they come to us and we go forward to court, which is a lot easier to prove when there's actually a criminal charge in place. So those are most of the cases that we deal with.
Is there one thing you wish happened differently?
It's hard to say because anyone can look back and say, oh, he said this to me, or I saw this and I should have done something. But, in and of itself, one thing might not be an indication of it. You just wish that he had some friends or someone who would be able to discourage him from this kind of conduct. But, again, if he's radicalized online, I don't know who he was talking to or following, but, it's a very disturbing trend. And, we're hoping that by looking at the system and how it works, maybe this is the last time we'll have something like this. Unfortunately, it probably won't be the last time throughout the country or the world, but we got to do what we can in Broome County to try and fix this mental health problem.
So here we are, 4 days since the massacre in Buffalo. Are you concerned that there may be copycat incidents like this? Because apparently, whether it's people here in New York State or elsewhere around the world, there are some people who have this view or share some of the views of the suspected shooter. Are you concerned that there may be similar incidents by people trying to replicate what happened in Buffalo?
Right, that's always a concern. Just as when there's a drug or gang-related shooting, you're always concerned about retaliation. When there's something like this, your major concern is that there could be a copycat. Now, D.A. Flynn in Erie County had a press conference the other day, and he indicated that there was already a copycat that called in a threat to a store there and said, I'm going to come and do the same thing to you that happened in the Tops Market. That individual was tracked down by the Erie County police, and he was taken into custody and charged. Unfortunately, it was a telephone threat, and because of the new bail laws, he was immediately released. So, there's a lot of things in the system that need to be fixed. Sometimes it takes a tragedy such as this to get people moving in that direction, so we can put partisan politics aside and strive for the greater good of the whole community, because it doesn't matter what party you are or what you believe in. This is just a horrific act that we hope will never happen again.
Was there much communication or contact between local officials and the suspected shooter after the mental health evaluation was sort of concluded last year?
No, that's one of the reasons why you use the term slip through the cracks. After that incident, we have no record in Broome County of any contact that he had with the police or anyone calling in a complaint. So from June of 2021 until last Saturday, he was off the radar. There was nothing that anyone called in and filed a complaint.
If today another student at a local high school were to make a very similar vague threat, called it a joke afterwards, would there be any different steps taken this time around?
The way the law is written, everything would happen the same way. A mental evaluation would take place, and if he were found to not be an imminent threat to himself or others, he'd be released into the custody of his parents, because under the mental hygiene law, he could not be held for further observation if he was found not to be dangerous at that point in time.
So the actual law would have to change for you to see a violent threat on its own isolated and continue to do follow-ups without the mental health aspect.
Right. I mean, if there were more, I guess, more things that happened after he made the threat, if he spoke to someone else, if he had some action actually, but the fact that he just said it and then said it was a joke, you know, you got to go by what information you have at the time. And since the police didn't have any more information, who knows what was on his computer, but that doesn't give you the basis to go search at that point in time. Just the fact that he made some, you know, terrible comment.
That incident was serious enough that there's a record of it. Should gun sellers have access to similar records, even if a crime had been committed?
Right. Well, that's for the lawmakers in Albany to figure out, based on the fact that unless he got on the registry, unless he was found to be a risk, they would not file the protection order and he would not be on the list. So, I mean, that's something, as I said before, you can argue both sides. I'm a lawyer, that's why I argue both sides of it. But I mean, if your position is you want to encourage individuals to get mental health treatment by saying, if you do, you're going on this list, you know, and then where does it end? Do employers eventually get that and things like that?
He got a threat in writing that was investigated by the state police,
Right.
mental health treatment or not. Should a gun seller have access to information that that person has been investigated for a threat?
You know, that's a First Amendment argument, really. I mean, do you have a right to say something inflammatory, and should they have an opportunity? You know, again, the law doesn't prohibit individuals from saying anything they want. That's the First Amendment. So, you know, I don't make the laws, I just follow them. So that's something for the lawmakers in Albany to debate.
Since we've been talking, the governor has signed an executive order to address domestic terrorism in New York State, and it sounds like she'll require counties to submit their own plans. I know this is probably the first you're hearing of this. What would you say on Broome County's behalf? What plan could happen here to address the domestic terrorism aspect of this?
That's a very good question. I'll have to follow up with the governor on that. But I mean, what do you describe as domestic terrorism or mental illness? You know, it's really a matter of who you're dealing with and what they're doing. I mean, this didn't happen in our county, but it started in our county. But we had the Civic Association shooting, and that individual apparently had been reported to the police by his family that he was having mental health issues, but the law didn't allow him to be incarcerated for anything at that point in time. And look at what the end result was. So, you know, it's really a matter of the laws that come out of Albany to make a determination, balance people's liberty with protecting the community. It's a very difficult decision and a debate that's going to go on for a long time.
Do you think that the mental health evaluations as they currently are conducted, which may have been perhaps as brief as a 15-minute evaluation of the shooter in Buffalo, do you think they're inadequate, that perhaps more in-depth mental evaluations are appropriate so the professionals can make a better judgment about a person's perhaps threat to himself or others?
And I'm sure that will be looked at, maybe the time period of how long someone is, you know, examined. But again, all this costs money and staff, and it's an issue that has to be looked at. I'm hoping it will be now.
Would you characterize this as domestic terrorism?
Terrorism, I mean, I'm from downstate. Terrorism is flying planes into buildings. This is just murder, as far as I'm concerned. It is terrorism because you're terrorizing the community, and it was racially motivated, we believe, at this point in time. But, you know, from the DA's perspective, crime is crime. And whatever your motive for doing it, your motive is you're an evil person, and that's why you're doing it. So, I mean, I really don't get into what's terrorism and what's not terrorism. It's crime.
Well, would you, if 9/11 is terrorism and this is crime, I guess I'm curious where you see the line as. Is it about motive? Is it about the number of people killed?
Well, terrorism is your motive, why you're committing the crime. If you're looking to, you know, I'm not a terrorism expert. You know, if I did, I'd be on CNN. But it's a matter of, we handle it as crime because we have to prosecute the case. So that's why I'm conditioned to look at it that way. The terrorism is global and wide scale, but you can have domestic terrorism. We have that all the time. The snipers in Washington, D.C. was domestic terrorism because the community was terrorized at the time. They didn't know where it was coming from next. This was one individual committing heinous acts, but at one point in time, and he's immediately in custody. So, again, that's where the copycats come in. They create the domestic terrorism as well because the people think, is this not over? That type of thing.
So you wouldn't necessarily characterize this as domestic terrorism? I'm just curious since
I don't put labels on it, on everything. It's an act of pure evil. I'll give you that. So.
I appreciate your time taking our questions, but what was your goal in coming out here today?
Well, I kind of wanted to set the record straight as far as, the incident in 2021, because when it first came out, there was information online that this defendant had threatened to shoot up the school. And the school clarified that as well. That never happened. There was no mention of a gun being used. It just, again, it needed to come out that that clearly didn't happen, and the school clarified that. And also the standards of proof in the red flag law, that we have to follow the standards of proof and follow the statute as we do in every other case. And again, you can't hold a person under the mental hygiene law unless they're found to be dangerously mentally ill. And that hadn't been determined at that point. Now, again, at the time, the individuals who do the evaluation and the police, they deal with what they're dealing with at that point in time. So if someone could be stable one day, but then some incident happens in their life that sets them off, and then next thing you know, they're committing a horrific act, and they're mentally ill, but it was not, detected at the time. So, I mean, I'm not a mental health expert. It's a very slippery slope, and we have a lot of cases of individuals that are prosecuted for violent crimes that have a history of mental illness. Had they been incarcerated, they would not have committed the violent crime, but you can't be incarcerated not just because, but because you have a mental illness. So.
Thank you.
All right, I really appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't mean to give you a hard time.
No.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay, so we were just listening in there to that district attorney, I believe in Broome County, and that is where the Buffalo shooter is from, that 18-year-old, Peyton Gendron, and we're going to see him. He's going to be appearing in court tomorrow for his arraignment. We'll have live coverage of that as we continue to follow the investigation and show you as that community mourns. We're learning that the first funerals will be taking place on Saturday. In the meantime, though, we want to take a quick commercial break. Remember, we're still following this story out of Houston, this officer-involved shooting. If authorities come up to the podium to update on us, we'll take that live. But we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be talking about all the latest developments in Russia's war in Ukraine. We'll be bringing on national security expert Hal Kempfer to go over the latest. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
Russia is celebrating the fall of Mariupol and threatening to treat the Ukrainians they captured as terrorists. Right now, Ukraine is trying to negotiate their release, and our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here to show us how it's playing out and where it may be heading. Craig.
Well, it will not be easy for Ukraine to free these troops in Mariupol that had been captured by Russia. Remember that Russia justified its invasion on the false claim that it was going in to free the Ukrainian people from Nazis. Well, now it has captured all of these Ukrainian troops that they are claiming to be the Nazis. The initial reports out of Russia stated they had taken all 260 Ukrainian troops who were holed up in this steel factory. It turns out there were many more apparently still hiding in the tunnels. Now Russia has taken more than 1,000 Ukrainian troops who had defended the city of Mariupol for nearly 3 months. Some of them are seriously injured, and we can see Russia carting them off in stretchers. And Ukraine is desperately trying to free them through a prisoner swap.
The evacuation mission is continuing. It is being supervised by our military and intelligence officers.
But the Kremlin released more statements on Wednesday that suggest it may have no interest in freeing the survivors of the resistance in Mariupol. Russia says it could deprive them of rights by declaring them to be terrorists and war criminals. That reference to war criminals follows Ukraine's first war crime trial of a Russian invader. This 21-year-old Russian sergeant admitted to murdering a 62-year-old civilian who was sitting in his car. He said he did it under orders from Russian command. Ukraine says it's now preparing more than 40 other war crime trials. Meanwhile, Finland and Sweden jointly submitted their applications to join NATO. One NATO member, Turkey, continues to object, specifically citing Sweden harboring Kurdish separatists that Turkey claims are terrorists. But NATO leadership expects to resolve Turkey's concerns.
And we are determined to work through all issues and reach rapid conclusions.
And the Biden administration reiterated that, saying that it is in talks with Turkey as we speak, and they are very optimistic at this point that Turkey will ultimately relent based on some follow-up negotiations yet to come.
All right, Craig Patrick, thank you.
And we thank Fox 13 in Tampa there. Joining me now to discuss a lot of that, even further and more in detail, national security expert Hal Kempfer with the latest. Hal, good to see you. A lot has happened since we last spoke on Monday night. And let's go over some of these diplomatic headlines just in the last hour, Hal. The Senate has confirmed Bridget Brink to be President Biden's first U.S. ambassador to Ukraine. It was by a voice vote, by unanimous consent. And so now, finally, there will be a U.S. ambassador to Ukraine. There hasn't been one since the war began, since Biden took office. Will this make a difference? Will that just be one, I guess, tool in the toolkit going forward diplomatically?
Andrew, I think you're right. It's going to be an extra tool in the toolkit, but it's a pretty big tool. And having a presidential representative, an ambassador, is a big deal. Having an acting ambassador, that's common, but in this situation, we really want someone who represents the voice of the president. And what's really interesting is that was confirmed, voice, fairly unanimous, but also on the same day they raised a flag at the embassy in Kyiv, saying that the U.S. embassy is back in business in Kyiv, the capital city of Ukraine. Those two things coinciding from a diplomatic standpoint was, a lot of symbolism more than anything else, but important symbolism.
No, I didn't even think of that, to kind of put two and two together there on the same day. I was going to bring up that as well. That is a sign of optimism. The U.S. Embassy opening back up for shop there in Kyiv. I just want to read in part from the statement put out by the State Department. They said, 3 months ago, we lowered our flag over the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv just days before Russian forces streamed across Ukraine's border to carry out President Putin's unprovoked, unjustified war of choice. When we suspended operations at the embassy, we made the point clear while we would relocate U.S. embassy personnel for their safety and security, this would in no way prevent our engagement with and support for the Ukrainian people. It goes on to say, that day has come. We are officially resuming operations at the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv. And we had heard a couple of weeks ago, Secretary of State Blinken, when he was in Kyiv, said that this was going to be coming. What happens now, though, now that we are fully back, reopened in Kyiv? It's not like they've closed up shop in total. They were operating in Lviv. They were operating in Poland as well. But now in the capital city, back.
I think what you're going to see is sort of distributed operations. you're going to see a force, but it'll be a smaller group. It won't be as robust as when the embassy was open beforehand. There are, considerable force protection issues, or I should say security issues, that they have to look at. I'm sure the regional security officer there for the State Department has a full plan in place. And as things on the ground shift, as the threat to Kyiv diminishes, they will probably staff up more and more and more. But for the time being, you'll probably see there'll be some functions done at the embassy, but there'll probably be some stuff that's kind of done sort of as a backfill thing. I don't think they're going to move everybody in there. At least everything I've seen indicates they don't plan to fully staff the embassy right away. They're going to kind of ramp up operations as they go along. So it'll be interesting. But what I find interesting with that is the lines of communication to do distributed operations like that means that they're going to be relying on a lot of things, obviously electronic communications, but also moving people back and forth, which means they're going to be putting a lot of focus on the trains to do that. And I just find that kind of interesting. The logistics of how they're doing that, it's a microcosm.
All right, it does look like we lost Hal Kempfer there. Hopefully his signal does get a little better. Hal, I think we lost you just briefly there. Do you have us?
Can you see me?
We can see you,
Am
yes.
I back? Okay.
You are back.
Yeah, it froze on my end too.
Okay.
What I was going to say is, I think you're seeing not just the U.S. Embassy, but other embassies like the United Kingdom, probably even the European Union and some others are doing these distributed operations. So it's not like we're inventing this. Other countries, everybody's collaborating, everybody's talking. And if you worked with embassies, particularly with allied countries overseas, there are certain basic how do we do business stuff that everybody kind of gets along, because we all know we're there.
Right.
We all have this, everybody has a diplomatic mission. So there's certain things I'm sure we're sharing best practices back and forth.
I see. Let's go on to one last diplomatic breakthrough, and this regards Finland and Sweden and NATO. We have the official tweet. It was official today, Hal, and Finland at NATO's Twitter account said a historic day. I'm going to drop this. Today, Finland and Sweden hand in letters expressing their country's interest to apply for NATO membership to the Secretary General, Jens Stoltenberg. But NATO envoys today failed to reach a consensus on whether to start those membership talks, something you and I have been talking about for some time. Turkey finally shoved in and threw its muscle and weight around and renewed their objections today to this fast-track approach. Not to say that this won't happen in the long term, but to fast-track and expedite this, Turkey is throwing up some objections. And what are they, Hal?
Well, it's a fast-track negotiation with Turkey right now is what's going on. Turkey's big objection is that there are Kurds who Turkey fully feels are terrorists or supporters of terrorists or tied to terrorism. There are Kurdish separatists that are in Scandinavia. There are some that are in Sweden and Finland. For the most part, their animus is aimed at Denmark, which is already a NATO member, but they want to see some sort of consideration. They like to see some sort of backtracking of their harboring of these Kurds. Obviously, what they like to see is those Kurds sent back to Turkey, and I'm sure Turkey would like to do some sort of judicial action or something like that. That's probably not going to happen, but I'm sure that they're working through some sort of consideration that will give Erdogan a political win, if you will, something he can claim that he got in return for letting Finland and Sweden in. And that's what they're working on right now. And the White House has said they're very confident that they're going to be able to get this done. And basically the objection is not insurmountable, but it was something you and I talked about. It was fully expected that something like this was going to happen.
Yeah, I just want to read in part what Turkish leader Erdogan said today. He essentially said, quote, "You will not hand over terrorists to us, but you will ask us to allow you to join NATO. NATO is a security entity. Therefore, we cannot say yes to depriving the security organization of security." So kind of a window into Erdogan's justification for holding up this fast tracking of Sweden and Finland's membership application into NATO. But, you know, we've been talking about the run-up to this, Hal. The news today, though, is it is official. It's on its way. They're reviewing it.
Yes, and I have no doubt that there's Finnish and Swedish officials. They're checking out their desks in NATO headquarters right now, and it's moving pretty fast. And I would be surprised if Turkey doesn't budge on this. But I have to think that all of these countries have been working on something they're going to hand Erdogan to dissipate his objection to this. But it's going to be something that's going to make Erdogan look good, and that's what they're doing. And I fully expected that Turkey, at least initially, would say no, let's hold off. But they're working on it very fast, and you know, I'm sure the diplomatic back and forth is pretty fast and furious right now.
All right, Hal, let's move on to some other top headlines. We're watching video right now from earlier of the first Russian soldier to stand trial for war crimes in Ukraine, pleading guilty today. He's 21 years old. He admitted to shooting a 62-year-old Ukrainian civilian man in the head back in February on orders of his commander. Ukrainian prosecutors say they're preparing other war crimes cases against 41 Russian soldiers. This is happening very fast. I was surprised by this news today. Of course, they have had him in captivity, going forward with a full trial that the world will be able to see. Just one of many that we can expect, don't you think?
Well, I think you're going to see it. And what you're seeing in this case, it's a very transparent process. And it has to be. To have any international legitimacy, they have to be very open. It has to be something the world's seeing. This is really for the world's consumption more than anything else. Now, what's interesting is that sergeant pleaded guilty. But he pleaded guilty saying, I was doing it on the orders of my commanding officer. So what he's done in his guilty plea is he has indicted his chain of command. That opens up some possibilities in the future. They're looking at when they're done with this, when the war is eventually wrapped up, there's going to be indictments for hundreds, well, probably thousands of Russians, and they're looking at that entire chain of command. For this case, it made it a lot simpler, as it always does, when the defendant pleads guilty, as he did. But I'm sure there's some arrangement where he will testify in the future when they get his commanding officer. He will testify that he was following orders. And if they're good prosecutors, and I'm sure they are, they're looking at taking that all the way up the chain of command. I'm sure they would love to take that all the way up to Putin, if they could, to show that he was following orders. And that's it. There's going to be a much broader array of legal actions taking place here. So this is the first. This is the start. Of course, Putin's response was frustration, anger, where they said, okay, we're going to charge all the Ukrainian troops evacuated from Mariupol as war criminals, or a lot of them, or something like that. That's just typical Russian response to be expected. Within that, there are other senior Russian officials who are talking about calling them Nazis and say we can't let Nazis free, we can't have a prisoner trade. So there's a lot of this tension that is directly or indirectly tied to this trial, but it is having an effect. And I think by him pleading guilty, it's also having an effect on the world stage, because he is saying, by his initial plea, he has said, yes, we were doing war crimes, but he did it in a way, he said, but it's not just me. I was under orders to do that. And it sets a stage. I think it's a very interesting, from an information operation standpoint, if you will, from a strategic communication standpoint, it's a very interesting first step in these war crime tribunals or war crime proceedings.
Hal, I guess what surprised me the most is this is a country at war. Ukraine's economy is basically contracted so much. It's basically at a standstill. They're under martial law in most of the country. So to carry out a public trial of an opposing soldier on war crimes, to get him to admit to the crime, to get him to plead guilty to the crime, just shows you that Ukraine is still a functioning Western liberal democracy in the midst of war. That's what stood out to me.
And that's what they want to put out there. That's the message, is we're a functioning government, we're a functioning democracy. By the way, we have a functioning judicial system. That's a very strong message. And that will be contrasted against whatever the Russians do, which tends to be arbitrary and capricious.
Right.
And they're showing, something. It also, you got to remember what they're doing here. It's nothing's done in isolation. They want to become a member of the European Union, and eventually they want to become a member of NATO. And I think with every Russian atrocity, every Russian wrong, if you will, it pushes them closer to those goals. And they want that. And part of that is to show a working judiciary and show that they're fair and transparent. And I think they're doing a pretty good job with this. I just hope it stays at this level. What they need to do is to make sure that they have control of their forces. I will tell you that things get heated in combat with the level of atrocities the Russians have inflicted. Maintaining good order and discipline, especially with defenders who are defending their homes. I just hope they maintain good order and discipline, because I'd hate to see Ukrainian units devolving to the same sort of conduct as Russian units. So far, they've been doing a pretty good job, all things aside. And when there have been allegations against Ukrainian units, the Ukrainian government says we're going to immediately investigate it, and they try to keep that investigation, again, as transparent and open as they can. I just think that all of this is related, but it's making the Ukrainians look pretty good. Now, the question is, what does this proceeding do with whatever happens in the International Court of The Hague? That one, I can't predict how they're going to do that, but I'm sure there'll be some sort of arrangement there. And for all we know, the International Court of The Hague may review this and decide that these proceedings are in fact lawful, and may give some sort of stamp of approval. I don't know. We'll see what happens there. I mean, I'm looking into my crystal ball, and I can't predict the future, but the way they're going about it, they're setting the stage for that in the future.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to watch. That Russian soldier there faces life in prison. Let's, though, focus, lastly, Hal, final thoughts. What's going on down on the ground on the battlefield? What have you been watching as we get even further into this war, as we get into these summer months? What's going on?
Well, some fierce fighting, and interesting today, there was a little, what the Ukrainian government put up, they had a kind of a bump in artillery systems, Russian artillery. About 22 Russian howitzers or artillery systems or artillery pieces were taken out. That's a fairly big bump compared, if you look at the loss of artillery, and that tells you that counter battery fire. The stuff for our 155 howitzers that we put in there with the radars and everything else, it's starting to have effect. The other thing is the Russians have tried some offensives in the Izium area. They tried to do a big offensive and just got stopped cold. In fact, across the board, they've had very little success. The Ukrainians are still putting tremendous pressure on their lines. The Ukrainians appear to be having some success around the Kherson area, which is a little bit further to the southwest, if you will, closer to Odessa. So the Ukrainians are making great strides across the board. A lot of experts are looking at this, and they're expecting there's going to be, if not a stalemate, just not a lot of movement back and forth. It's going to take a while, but as more of these Western arms get into Ukrainian hands, and as the Russians continue to show that they can't do coordinated big actions, they're having to do little tactical events at a smaller unit level because they're just unable to coordinate combined arms with maneuver and everything else at a larger scale. And they just can't take large areas. They can't seize major objectives if they can't do that basic tactical coordination of these larger units. And so far they can't do it, along with all the logistics, communications, and command problems that they have. So you may see them stall out for a while. But during that stall, as Ukrainians get better and better at implementing the full force or the full effect of these Western weapons that they're getting, they're going to continue to make inroads. How long the Russian army can maintain cohesion within its ranks, that's a big question right now. The other thing too is it's a two-front war. One of it's on the battleground in Ukraine, but the other is in Moscow. And every day there's more and more indicators that there's something going on in Moscow. Of course, we saw the thing a couple of days ago, that amazing, that retired Russian army colonel on Russian state television that just blasted, Putin's handling of the war and everything there, and basically says that so much of this is propaganda. I mean, it was just stunning that he was allowed to say that on Russian state television. That's an indicator to me that something is going on in Moscow, that he was allowed to do that. And it may be like the Ukrainian head of intelligence, military intelligence said, there's a coup. It's not a fast coup, but there's something going on behind the scenes. And look, in that part of the world, the Ukrainian intelligence, they kind of know what's going on in Moscow, because if I'm a Ukrainian intelligence head, what's my number one threat? Russia.
Right.
Where do I put my collection assets? Human, technical. I focus on Russia because that's the big threat.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about Moldova attacking me. That's not a big threat. I'm worried about Russia. So I think some of the intelligence we're talking about would be pretty good, because that's their focus of effort.
All right, Hal Kempfer, as always, we appreciate your time. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Have a good night.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew. Have a good night.
Okay, right now it looks like Houston police officials are updating us on this officer-involved shooting. Let's listen in just briefly.
At 7:46 p.m. tonight, we had a call. It dropped as a robbery just occurred at 11131 Lyra Street, which is not in the same neighborhood, just around the corner. As our officers arrived and started talking to a female complainant, she stated that she and her boyfriend had been involved in a disturbance and that he was in her vehicle. Specifically, what she stated was that he had been acting strange from last night and today. And today, when they went to pick her kids up in her vehicle that he was driving, that he started accusing her of having somebody else in the vehicle, and he had a firearm with him and started pointing the gun at her small children. They're not his children. He started pointing the gun and threatening in a threatening way towards her children. She said that she became very scared and managed to get him to stop, and she got the kids out of the vehicle because she was afraid, and then he left, and she called the police. While the officer was taking her information on that incident and putting out a description of the vehicle, the suspect actually came driving back by the house where they were. In the vehicle, seeing the officer, he immediately spun out, taking off around the corner. The officer put the information out that he had just spun around the corner. The officer got in behind to find him. The officer was coming northbound on Cheeves, catching up to the suspect. At the same time, another officer was coming to check by with him and was coming southbound on Cheeves. As the officer was coming southbound on Cheeves, the suspect was headed straight for him, and the suspect hit him in a head-on collision, totaling his vehicle and the suspect's vehicle. Both of those vehicles were back up the way. The officer was able to back the vehicle, his chop up, and managed to exit the vehicle and started giving voice commands to the suspect. The suspect came out of the vehicle he was in with a firearm in a threatening manner, and officers engaged in a shooting against the suspect. The suspect began running westbound on Heath, which is the next street up, and the officers involved and continued to involve in the shooting. The suspect still had his firearm with him, and the suspect went on the ground about 40 feet, 50 feet up westbound on Heath from Cheeves right here. The officers caught up to the suspect and removed the firearm from him, and then immediately began with first aid. The other officer that was behind him, the original officer that responded to the scene and initially took the information, also engaged with in the shooting, and he had already put out that the suspect was armed, and so he shot from a different direction towards the suspect. Once the suspect was down, everything ceased, and the officers did move up and try to get him in custody to get him help. Even during that time, the suspect was still resistant, still wanting the gun, and still wanting to engage the police officers that were trying to get him handcuffed so then they can get him help. I can tell you that after they did get him secured, it took some time. They immediately went into full life-saving mode with multiple chest seals and tourniquets trying to save this man's life before he was transported to the hospital. Sadly, the suspect did succumbed to his injuries at the hospital. Our officer that was involved in the head-on collision, after then being involved in the shooting and then going up and helping to get the suspect secured, then started feeling the effects of the head-on collision. He was evaluated, and he has also been transported to Memorial Hermann Hospital. Right now, word is he is in stable condition. I did talk to him before he left the scene, and he was alert then, but they're going to be checking him out fully because it was a pretty significant car crash, and I'll be going to the hospital to follow up with him after this. Both of our officers one of our officers has 6 years on, white male officer. The other officer that went to the hospital is just off probation. He's only been on just over a year, white male, that I can tell. Suspect is a light-skinned, black or African-American male that went down. I can tell you that what will happen is, as per our policy, both officers will be on administrative duties going forward, as is our policy, and while we conduct our investigation. And then we will go from there to check on them. And then, of course, also according to policy, within 30 days, we will be submitting, we will have this video, our officer-involved shootings body-worn cameras that detail this incident will be posted out, as we always do for all of our OISs. So with that, are there any questions?
First of all, I'm sorry that there were injuries in this and also a death, first and foremost. Was anyone else in the community or anything hurt by perhaps stray bullets or anything like that?
We have no information of that at this time. We have already canvassed the neighborhood. We've done it twice. We're going to do it a third time. We want to make sure that everybody else is okay. This was multiple shots fired, and so we want to make sure that everyone is okay in the neighborhood. So far, everyone that we've been able to reach and talk to has been fine, but we will do that again because we just want to make sure that no one's injured. We're also looking for potential other property damage. Every round that that's fired is going to go somewhere, so we're looking for those things. Obviously, anybody in the public that has any more information about this incident, please reach out to us and let us know. And we will certainly take their information and as a part of the investigation. Our suspect at this time, I can't tell that he has anything beyond possibly in terms of warrants, beyond some city stuff, but he does have a criminal record, and that's all I'll say about that, but he does have a criminal record. But that was not why we were trying to stop him. We were trying to stop him for the aggravated assault deadly weapon where he pointed the firearm at the complainant's children.
I believe you said both officers fired. Is it clear which one?
It is not. It's not at this time. Multiple rounds fired. That's part of the investigation. It'll just take some time. No, what I know our officers fired. I do not know at this time if the suspect fired. He was armed, and he did maintain that firearm all the way through. As the officers, actually, when they approached him, he was still moving, but as they approached him, they managed to then remove the firearm so then they could render aid, get him in custody and render aid. And again, he was still fighting even up to that time, pretty hard, not willing to comply, and actually wanted to continue the fight.
We spoke with witnesses who mentioned that there was perhaps that he was acting very erratically, perhaps drug use or involved.
I don't know at this time. The complainant, they're involved in a relationship. I don't know the length of time that they've been involved. Again, the children are not his, according to the complainant. That's the information I have right now. So I do not know how long they've been involved in a relationship. But yeah, that's where I'm at right now. He's small children, very dangerous situation. So very unfortunate. Yeah, they're just above toddlers, what it looks like to me.
Does it appear he was under the influence? You said he was acting strange.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know if he could be impaired by some type of narcotic substance or alcohol, but I just don't know that information. Not at this time. We'll know more later. So that's all I have on that.
How many shots he had fired?
I never said, I do not know that he actually fired any rounds. That's still part of the investigation. What we have so far in terms of the video that we've been able to see so far, I can't tell that he fired any rounds. Doesn't mean he didn't, because there were multiple shots fired. I just don't know at this time.
So when he ran from the officer, he had already been hit?
I don't know that. I don't know that. Not at this time. Any other questions? No? All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we just wanted to make sure we got this update from Houston police officials on this shooting situation. The suspect involved succumbed to his injuries at the hospital. We're going to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be hearing from National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, who is at the White House briefing today, still continuing to follow all the latest developments out of the war in Ukraine and so many more international stories, including high gas prices, how that is affecting so many Americans around the country. We'll have that and so much more after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. It's about 8:40 on the West Coast. We're taking a Live Now look at San Francisco in the Bay Area. We have a lot of really beautiful Live Now looks of skylines all across the country. Moving further east, there in Denver. We also have a Live Now look out of Midtown Manhattan, across the street from the Fox News World headquarters there. We also have a Live Now look at the White House, where that's going to take our next story. We're going to be hearing from National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, who appeared at the White House briefing today, taking reporters' questions about the war in Ukraine. Let's go on to that right now.
Okay, all yours.
And I have 20 minutes of remarks, so I hope you guys will bear with me. I actually do have a number of things to get through because we have quite a stretch ahead here with respect to the President's foreign policy and national security priorities. Very good to be back with you guys today. Today, Finland and Sweden submitted their applications for NATO membership. President Biden has welcomed those applications, and he looks forward to working with NATO allies and with Congress on a swift accession process. Oh, sorry. No,
sorry.
Not a problem.
We got the audio.
Small interruption of the accession process right there, but everything will be on track just fine. Tomorrow morning, the President will welcome the President of Finland and the Prime Minister of Sweden to the White House to coordinate on the path forward. And the three leaders will also have the chance to compare notes on our united efforts to support Ukraine and its defense against Russia's brutal invasion. They will also have the opportunity to speak to the press and the public to affirm our shared vision for a peaceful and secure Euro-Atlantic region. This is a historic event, a watershed moment in European security. Two nations with a long tradition of neutrality will be joining the world's most powerful defensive alliance, and they will bring with them strong capabilities and a proven track record as security partners. And President Biden will have the opportunity to mark just what a historic and watershed moment this is when he meets with them tomorrow. After that meeting concludes, President Biden will board Air Force One for a trip to the Republic of Korea and Japan. This will be his first trip as president to the Indo-Pacific, and it comes at a pivotal moment. President Biden has rallied the free world in defense of Ukraine and in opposition to Russian aggression. He remains focused on ensuring that our efforts in those missions are successful. But he also intends to seize this moment, this pivotal moment, to assert bold and confident American leadership in another vital region of the world, the Indo-Pacific. That began last week with his hosting of the U.S.-ASEAN Summit here at the White House, where he welcomed 9 leaders from Southeast Asia for a substantive set of meetings that covered a diverse agenda from economics and security to technology and energy. President Biden made a series of significant announcements to show that when it comes to engagement with ASEAN, we're not just talking the talk, we're walking the walk as well. This week, the President turns his attention to Northeast Asia. And on this trip, he'll have the opportunity to reaffirm and reinforce 2 vital security alliances, to deepen 2 vibrant economic partnerships, to work with 2 fellow democracies to shape the rules of the road for the 21st century, and to thank his allies in Korea and Japan for their remarkable and in some ways unexpected contributions to the effort to support Ukraine and to hold Russia accountable. In Korea, President Biden will meet with the newly inaugurated Korean president, President Yoon, who campaigned on the platform of strengthening the US-ROK alliance and on improving relations between the ROK and Japan. President Biden will engage with technology and manufacturing leaders in Korea who are mobilizing billions of dollars in investment here in the United States to create thousands of good-paying American jobs. He will see American and Korean troops standing shoulder to shoulder in defense of our collective security and consult on the challenge posed by the DPRK's nuclear and missile programs. And he will highlight the truly global nature of the US-ROK alliance, from climate and energy and technology to economic growth and investment. In Japan, President Biden will meet with Prime Minister Kishida and his team, and we believe that the US-Japan alliance at this moment under these 2 leaders is at an all-time high. This visit can take us even higher. The 2 leaders will consult on the broad and deep economic relationship between our 2 countries, as well as on a range of regional and global security issues. We'll also cover the DPRK, as well as a number of other security issues, both in the Indo-Pacific and more broadly around the world. The US-Japan alliance is the cornerstone of peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific, and Japan's contributions as a security partner are rightly growing as the regional security picture becomes more challenging and dynamic. President Biden and Prime Minister Kishida will also be able to compare notes on the G7 agenda as the G7 summit approaches next month in Germany. In Japan, President Biden won't just have a bilateral program. He'll also have the opportunity to participate in the second in-person Quad Summit, following on the summit he hosted here in Washington last September. He will do this alongside the Prime Minister of Japan, the Prime Minister of India, and the Prime Minister of Australia. And we believe that this summit will demonstrate, both in substance and in vision, that democracies can deliver, and that these 4 nations working together will defend and uphold the principles of a free and open Indo-Pacific. While he's in Tokyo, President Biden will also launch a new, ambitious economic initiative for the region, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. IPEF, as we affectionately call it, is a 21st century economic arrangement, a new model designed to tackle new economic challenges, from setting the rules of the digital economy to ensuring secure and resilient supply chains, to managing the energy transition, to investing in clean, modern, high standards infrastructure. President Biden will be joined in person by the Prime Minister of Japan for the launch of IPEF, and virtually by leaders from a number of Indo-Pacific partners, from down under to Southeast Asia to Northeast Asia. On security and economics, on technology and energy, on investment and infrastructure, we think this trip is going to put on full display President Biden's Indo-Pacific strategy, and that it will show in living color that the United States can at once lead the free world in responding to Russia's war in Ukraine, and at the same time chart a course for effective, principled American leadership and engagement in a region that will define much of the future of the 21st century. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Yeah.
Thanks so much. Can you talk to us about Turkey and what the administration is doing, and what conversations you might be having with Turkey about their plans to block Finland and Sweden's applications? Is there a deal to be struck with Turkey?
We're confident that at the end of the day, Finland and Sweden will have an effective and efficient accession process, that Turkey's concerns can be addressed. Finland and Sweden are working directly with Turkey to do this, but we're also talking to the Turks to try to help facilitate. I spoke with my counterpart today. Secretary Blinken is meeting with his counterpart, perhaps as we speak, in New York. And we feel very good about where this will track to. And President Biden will express that confidence, as we believe the President of Finland and Prime Minister of Sweden will express that confidence tomorrow. Yeah.
The Korean media is reporting that President Biden will meet with former President Moon Jae-in during his visit to Seoul. Is that accurate?
We don't have a meeting scheduled with President Moon at this time.
Have there been any discussions between U.S. officials and Korean officials about Moon Jae-in potentially taking on a special envoy to North Korea-like role?
I'm not familiar with any discussions along those lines. Yeah.
In the statement today welcoming Finland and Sweden's application to NATO, almost at the very end, it said that while their applications for NATO membership are being considered, the U.S. will work with Finland and Sweden to remain vigilant against any threats to our shared security and deter and confront aggression. Does that mean that the U.S. is extending like the NATO security umbrella to them while their applications are in process?
Article 5 only kicks in once all 30 allies have ratified the accession protocols and they become full-fledged members of the alliance. But the United States is prepared to send a very clear message, as are all of our European allies, that we will not tolerate any aggression against Finland or Sweden during this process. And there are practical measures that we can take along those lines that Secretary Austin will coordinate with his counterparts in both Finland and Sweden. Yeah.
Jake, two questions, one on the accession and one on your trip. So when the initial NATO expansion happened, of course, there was a huge debate in Washington about whether it was a good idea or not. Remember, Ken himself wrote in the New York Times that he wasn't in favor of it. Was there any similar debate that went underway here about whether or not bringing Finland and Sweden in was a good idea, or whether it would further corner Putin? And on the trip, tell us a little bit about what you know on the evidence that North Korea may attempt either a nuclear test, hard to imagine what they would accomplish by a seventh test, or a missile launch, and what your preparations are if that happens during the trip.
On the first question, President Biden posed the question to his national security team, to his cabinet principals who cover national security, as to whether they supported the accession of Finland and Sweden, and for them to consider the risks as well as the benefits of bringing Finland and Sweden into the alliance. Unanimously, President Biden's national security team emphatically supported the entry of Finland and Sweden into the NATO alliance on the grounds that they have already proven themselves as highly capable security partners. In the parlance, we say net security contributors, meaning they give a heck of a lot more than they take when it comes to a security partnership or an alliance. And that we believe that Russian aggression has only reinforced the argument for the kind of defensive alliance that NATO presents and poses. And finally, we have the principle of the open door. And the open door says that if countries meet the criteria of NATO membership and display that they can be net contributors to the alliance and to overall European security, they should be admitted. That is a principle that President Biden has believed since long before he occupied the Oval Office, and Finland and Sweden are two cases that are pretty clear-cut when it comes to meeting those terms. With respect to the issue of North Korea, we've said from this podium, we've said at the State Department, and we've indicated in quite clear terms that our intelligence does reflect the genuine possibility that there will be either a further missile test, including long-range missile test, or a nuclear test, or frankly both, in the days leading into, on, or after the President's trip to the region. We are preparing for all contingencies, including the possibility that such a provocation would occur while we are in Korea or in Japan. We are coordinating closely with our allies in both Korea and Japan on this. We have spoken with counterparts in China. I spoke with my Chinese counterpart this morning and covered this issue of the DPRK. And we are prepared, obviously, to make both short and longer term adjustments to our military posture as necessary to ensure that we are providing both defense and deterrence to our allies in the region, and that we're responding to any North Korean provocation. Yes.
Jay, thank you. Two questions on different topics. One, could you update us on the situation with the Russian blockade on grains and also on Haiti?
Okay, so apologize about that, but we were just listening to National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan outline some of President Biden's upcoming travel. We know that President Biden will be visiting the Republic of Korea and Japan next week. He'll also be welcoming the leaders of both Finland and Sweden tomorrow at the White House to discuss their NATO application and membership designs. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We have a lot more top headlines in this next hour, approaching the 9 o'clock hour here on Live Now from Fox. We'll see you in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Live Now look there at the White House. We were just listening in to National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan talk about some of the upcoming travel for President Biden. He'll be visiting both Korea and Japan next week. It's his first trip as president to the Indo-Pacific region. He'll also be welcoming the leaders of Finland and Sweden to the White House tomorrow. So President Biden very busy on the international front there. We're going to be talking now, though, about the high gas prices all across the country, rather. A milestone today. All 50 states now have gas above $4 as the average in their states. It's the first time ever. We spoke with Fox Business correspondent Grady Trimble about this and what consumers are saying and when is it expected to go down, if at all. Here's this conversation.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Have you been seeing those rising prices even overnight? It seems like we are ticking up cent after cent when it comes to the pump. And for the first time, all 50 states have now an average price for gas. A gallon is over $4. This is history in the making. Not history that we like to be reporting, but of course we have to do so. So let's go ahead and bring in Fox's businesses. Grady Trimble, he's joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And Grady, I know you're there at the pump. I'm sure a lot of people disappointed to see it's once again on the rise day in and day out.
They are, but a lot of people I've talked to, Christy, feel like they have no choice but to pay the higher prices. By the way, just want to point out here, you talked about the rising prices. This station where we are, $5.39 today, that's up 14 cents from just yesterday. I did a double take when I pulled up this morning because I couldn't believe that it rose so much overnight, and that's what a lot of people across the country are dealing with, these rising prices. Let me show you this map because you mentioned now all 50 states are seeing an average above $4 a gallon. Some states that you see in red are at above $5 a gallon, especially out west like Washington, Oregon. In California, they're paying $6 a gallon on average. It's just staggering. The national average jumped 4 cents since yesterday. It's up 16 cents from just last week. The rest of the country might not be too far behind that $5 a gallon average. Analysts say the national average could hit $5, even $6 a gallon in the not too distant future if demand increases like it usually does this summer. Here's a few drivers we talked to about their frustrations.
You know, we used to think that sucked, and now it's at $5. $6 is coming.
So I'm always driving around, so that really hurts us, especially when we're trying to just, you know, live and work at the same time. But it's a battle.
It is a battle for a lot of drivers. One gentleman I talked to said he's thinking about going electric because of these high gas prices. The problem there is it's hard to get your hands on an electric vehicle right now, and the price of electric vehicles are a lot more expensive than combustion engine vehicles. Christy, I'll wrap up with the fact that Memorial Day is approaching, typically the unofficial start of summer and summer travel. The people we talk to don't seem to be changing their travel plans because of the high prices just yet, but that in itself could raise prices even more because if there's strong demand for travel this Memorial Day and beyond, then prices are only going to tick upward, and that's why, as we mentioned, some analysts see $5 a gallon gas for the entire country a possibility. Christy?
Yeah, and Grady, I know you mentioned electric vehicles. Another problem is the registration, but let's bring it back to our gasoline vehicles. A lot of people not able to afford the electric ones. They're at the pump. They continue to see the prices rising. What's the biggest factor behind that? Is it what you mentioned, just the demand of gasoline, whether it be for jet fuel or for, you know, our diesel fuel, our regular gasoline? What's really behind this problem as we continue to see it on the rise?
Right. It's a number of factors, Christy. So for one, you have demand increasing as we head into the summer travel season. But on top of that, you have the war in Ukraine and countries in Europe weaning off of Russian oil and gas. And so they are turning to places like the United States. You've also got fewer refineries online compared to before the pandemic, and the refineries that are operating, they're making less gasoline and making more diesel and jet fuel because that's more profitable for them. And of the diesel that they're making, a lot of what they're making, according to Gas Buddy, up to a third of what they're refining is actually being exported. So it's not staying in the United States. So you've got lower production than pre-COVID of oil and gas, and you've got less oil and gas being refined, and of the oil and gas that is being refined, a lot of it is getting shipped overseas. On top of that, you have lockdowns in China from COVID lifting, and so demand is increasing there as well. So it's all of these geopolitical as well as domestic factors contributing to these rising prices.
And last question for you, Grady. I know last month President Biden released all those barrels of oil. Has that helped? Would we have seen our prices shooting up even more if he wouldn't have released that reserve?
It's possible. That was the intent, right? He released 180 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. The goal was to lower prices, and we did see prices ticked down immediately after that, but now we're at a record high for the 9th day in a row, and the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is at the lowest level since 1987. In fact, the Biden administration announced a plan to start soliciting bids for companies to put in an offer to refill the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to try to get it back closer to where it was by about 60 million barrels, about a third of what was released. But they're going to be paying more for that oil than they would have years ago when prices were lower.
Yeah, it's still going to be some time till we get more of that relief when it comes to filling up our cars with gas. We do appreciate, though, all of the insight, especially since some of us are just seeing the dollar signs ticking again and again. So Fox Business's Grady Timbrell, thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox and explaining it all.
You bet.
Okay, great conversation there. Grady there was talking about some of these international sources we might have to come to rely on to bring down the price at the pump. One that has had sanctions on them for so long is Venezuela. Fox 13 in Tampa looked at the Biden administration's plan to lift some of those restrictions. Here's this report.
Now to the Biden administration making some controversial changes in U.S. relations with Venezuela. The White House is easing sanctions on the Maduro regime just one day after easing restrictions on Cuba. All right, so what's going on here? Fox 13's political editor Craig Patrick in now to explain the president's strategy. Craig, and how it's playing out here in Florida.
Well, the president's goal in this is to ease some restrictions in Venezuela and some others in Cuba to try to drive democratic reforms in both of those nations. And as it relates to Venezuela, also potentially tap its oil to use in the U.S. market. That's a big if, though. And with it, it's controversial because lawmakers in both parties in Washington and certainly here in Florida fear that this could backfire. Nicolas Maduro took over Venezuela through a sham election. His dictatorship is known for abusing and attacking protesters, running over some of them in the streets. He's blocked shipments of food and relief supplies into his own country, and the violence and the food shortages have driven a flood of refugees into Colombia and beyond. And that's helping to drive migrants across our southern border. Maduro's also effectively running Venezuela as a violent drug cartel, which profits from shipping and selling cocaine into the United States. And that's why Republicans and some leading Democrats in Florida oppose the White House decision to ease some economic sanctions on the Maduro regime. The Biden administration is also allowing Chevron to negotiate oil licenses with the regime. The Biden administration says it's doing this to help address rising oil prices and to help revive talks between Maduro and his opponents that he sees power from. Here's how the White House justified it on CBS News.
The opposition has asked for this. Number two, it is on the basis of negotiations. And number three, if there's an absence of progress or return to the negotiating table, we're gonna take away those moves.
Republicans like Senator Marco Rubio oppose seeking oil from Venezuela on grounds that it has comparatively little oil to offer.
Venezuela has no oil to give us. 90% of their oil goes to China to pay the interest on the debt. 10% automatically goes to Cuba that provides all of their security, internal security, how they spy on their own people, their government, and how they repress the population.
And again, Republicans and some leading Democrats also oppose easing sanctions on grounds that it could help keep Maduro in power. For example, Democratic Congresswoman Val Demings, who is running against Rubio, said Maduro is a tyrant. Easing sanctions on Venezuela will empower Maduro and his cronies, hurting Venezuelans who are struggling for freedom and democracy. She said we don't help anybody by appeasing socialist dictators. Which is one example of how Democrats in Florida are not in sync with the Biden administration on these particular moves. And remember, President Biden lost the state of Florida in 2020 by a wider margin than his Democratic predecessors, in part because Republicans attacked him relentlessly with ads accusing him of trying to or wanting to appease socialist dictators. And with that, it's clear that this is not going to do any Democrats any favors in the upcoming midterm elections in Florida, but it's also clear that Democrats are distinguishing their positions from those of the White House in the run-up to that election as well.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how it plays out when people go to the polls, Craig. So if Chevron negotiates a license with the Maduro regime, would it be allowed to drill in and export oil from Venezuela?
No, it would not. Not currently. And that's what the Biden administration is stressing. This would just be an opening step, allowing Chevron to have discussions with Venezuela about the future possibility of doing that. And then if and only if Venezuela and the Maduro regime continues to cooperate and move in the direction of negotiations that we're trying to prompt, only then might there be consideration of additional moves that could, at some point in the future, lead in that direction.
All right. Thank you, Craig. Craig Patrick, live for us.
Such an interesting discussion there. We'll be following it here on Live Now from Fox as these high gas prices continue and persist. We have a beautiful Live Now look out of Midtown Manhattan, New York City there. The skyline lit up at night, just a little bit after midnight there on the East Coast. When we come back, we'll be focusing our next story out of New York. We'll hear from New York Governor Kathy Hochul making an announcement today about her efforts to strengthen red flag laws in the Empire State. Remember, they're in place right now, but unfortunately, they did not raise any of the red flags to possibly prevent the Buffalo shooter from going into that grocery store on Saturday and shooting it up and killing 10 people. We'll have more on that in 2 minutes.
Does anybody think this is a gun? Our laws don't.
It's called an AOW, or any other weapon, according to Governor Kathy Hochul, and it's legal to purchase in New York.
This is just one of those enormous loopholes that you can drive a truck through.
This is just one loophole Governor Hochul vowed to close in the wake of the deadly mass shooting in Buffalo that left 10 people dead. Signing an executive order, Hochul will be requiring that every county and New York City develop plans to identify and confront threats of domestic terrorism by the end of the year. It will also require that 2 new units, one within the state police and the other within the Division of Homeland Security, use social media to track and prevent violent extremism.
And the truth is, the most serious threat we face as a nation is from within. It's not from the Russians. It's not from people elsewhere. It's white supremacism. It's white nationalism.
Pointing to how social media was allegedly used by the accused Buffalo shooter, Hochul also directed the Attorney General, Letitia James, to open an investigation into the role these social media platforms played in the Buffalo shooting. These companies include Twitch, 4chan, and Discord.
These social media platforms have to take responsibility. They must be more vigilant in monitoring the content, and they must be held accountable for favoring engagement over public safety.
Hochul also says she wants to strengthen the state's red flag law. She signed another executive order which will require the state police to file an extreme risk order of protection under the red flag law if someone is believed to pose a threat to others. Previously, this was only optional.
And now it'll be a requirement. And we'll provide law enforcement with the guidance they need, the criteria to follow, and we believe that together these steps are necessary to confront the stem of rising hatred, white supremacism in our state.
Okay, that was Fox 5 New York reporter Morgan Mackay with that report. We're going to hear, though, from Governor Hochul after the press conference today. She took questions from the media in the room. Let's hear some of the back and forth as she announced these tougher gun laws via executive action.
I have my dream team, or part of my dream team, who have been working so hard day and night to help us come up with, in addition to the plans we already had worked to announce this week, some additional ideas that we're working with the legislature. So I want to thank all of them. So if there's specific questions for them, they're available as well. Jack?
Governor, regarding legislation, obviously time is running out in the legislative session, just a few days left. Do you feel as though you could get a comprehensive package through? And specifically on red flag, I realize you're limited in the executive order, but what you can do. What kind of legislation would you see to give it more sweeping powers?
Right. What I had control over was the state police, who are state employees. So we directed very clearly to them that it is no longer permissive that when certain criteria or flags are out there, and we'll be very clear in identifying what those are, that they have to take the steps toward getting the extreme risk order of protection. So there is legislation out there to do this already. The legislature has already talked about this, so I'm not saying I feel overly confident. I just feel that there's an interest in the conversations we're having with the legislature. And there's also going to have to be education around this. I mean, clearly we'll be educating the state police to make sure they understand this very well. But they're just one piece of the puzzle. I mean, there will have to be a comprehensive education program for people in a school setting, you know, perhaps more than there has been in the past, as well as mental health professionals. You know, what they, if they're interviewing someone under these circumstances, what are they looking for? How can they tell whether someone is telling the truth or not? And, you know, just trying to, again, using what happened